I had just rented a house in the slums. An action that surprisingly sent shivers down the spines of the high-ranking officials across the nation. The reason was simple: I was the only 3S ranked superhuman in the world. And I had single-handedly defended our country from the beast tide for 5 years. But now every citizen seemed eager to see me dead. All because I failed to stop every beast in the latest tide, resulting in 500 casualties. Not only was I brought in front of the superhuman tribunal, but there were also plans to strip me of my powers and imprison me there on the tribunal stand. The somber face of the president of the Superhuman Association, Qin Wanxiao, was hard to miss. Li Xiao, I acknowledge your past contributions, Qin began. His voice heavy, but we must address each issue on its own merits. This tragedy happened because of your failure, as he pronounced my sentence. I would remain a member of the association after serving my time. As soon as he finished speaking, several superhumans who had been waiting for a while approached me with power-suppressing handcuffs. Outside the courtroom, the crowd clapped excitedly, praising Qin. Well said. Li Xiao has enjoyed the benefits of the association for so long he's probably forgotten why he joined in the first place. Otherwise the recent tragedy would not have occurred. Hearing the surrounding chatter, I couldn't help but laugh. Joining the association was never about the benefits, it was about fighting the beasts more effectively. The so-called benefits could never compare to the countless dangers I faced over those 5 years. I then turned to Qin Wanxiao and said, don't bother with all this. As of today, I resign from the Superhuman Association. The room fell silent at my declaration, and Qin's eyes widened as he barked, Li Xiao, do you understand what you are saying? I replied calmly, I'll say it again, I resign from the Superhuman Association. From now on the beast tides of Xinghua have nothing to do with me. Qin's gaze darkened. Li Xiao, the association has more than one SSS rank. If you think this will threaten us, you are sorely mistaken. He then offered me a chance to reconsider, to peacefully accept my punishment and remain a member to enjoy all the benefits, smirking. When the beasts first descended, I was the one who carried the most ferocious period of the Fey riot. I realized that the real reason behind today's supposedly fair trial was that the association had already groomed their own 3S ranks and my usefulness had run its course. With that thought, I lifted my hand and with a slight shake, the metal cage in front of me exploded. No need, let others have my place and the benefits of a superhuman. As I walked off the tribunal stand intending to leave, a cold voice suddenly stopped me. Who allowed you to leave? Even if you resign from the association, do you think you can just erase this incident? Before I could react, an SS-grade superhuman enveloped me in a terrifying yellow aura. But before I could counterattack, a furious female voice shouted, stop! A beautiful young woman, who appeared to be in her 20s, suddenly stood by my side. With a wave of the girl's hand, a pale blue supernatural ability emerged like seawater. In the next second, the pale blue power collided with a yellow ability, causing a violent explosion in the sky. As the smoke cleared, a burly man with a rugged face stared intently at me and the girl beside me. His name was Su Chang, a SS-ranked member of the Supernatural Ability Association. Yixue, what do you mean by this? Are you really going to protect Li Xiao? Hearing this, a hint of anger flashed in Yixue's eyes. If it weren't for Li Xiao stopping the monster at the beginning, none of you ability users would have had the time to enhance your strength, and now not only are you ungrateful to him, but you even want to punish him severely. Su Chang simply shrugged and spread his hands. What do you know? President Qin has already said affairs must be kept separate. If all ability users become arrogant, how can we talk about protecting the city or fighting monsters? As he spoke, many people outside the courtroom nodded in agreement with Su Chang's view. I paid no attention to the people around me. Instead, I turned to look at Yixue, who stood beside me. When the strange beasts attacked the city, Yixue was one of the countless ordinary people I saved. Later, she awakened her own special abilities and joined the Association of the Gifted. During that time she received quite a bit of guidance from me. Meanwhile, within the association, Yixue was regarded as one of the most likely candidates to break through to the 3S rank. Feeling Yixue's concerned gaze, a slight warmth spread through my originally cold heart. Actually, you don't need to intervene. If I wanted to leave, no one could stop me. Even if 10 more SS-ranked members or those few at 3S rank from the association were called, there would be no possibility of keeping me. Yixue shook her head. When the beast tide attacked the city, I would have died if not for you. How could I stand by now? After saying this, Yixue turned to Su Chang. If you want to keep Li Xiao here today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Hearing this, Su Chang's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected someone to come out in defense of Li Xiao at this moment, especially an SS-ranked ability user. The atmosphere at the scene quickly became tense. Qin Wanxiao on the judgment stand also looked somewhat displeased. Suddenly he seemed to sense something and regained his composure, turning to me and asking, Li Xiao, I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to leave the Supernatural Ability Association? After hearing this, I nodded indifferently without any emotional fluctuations. Very well, considering your contributions to the association in the past, today's matter will be written off. However, it's not that you, Li Xiao, are leaving the association voluntarily, but that you are being expelled from our list. From today onwards, the Supernatural Ability Association has nothing to do with Li Xiao. With these words, Qin Wanshao looked quite pleased. By his declaration, my voluntary departure was turned into an expulsion due to my supposed poor character and morals. However, to me, whether I left or was expelled made little difference. After 5 years of battling monsters, I was tired. If the association wanted to replace me, why should I not be happy about it? Reflecting on this, I patted Ishiwa's head and said, I'm leaving now. Remember to strive to break through to the 3S rank earlier. If you want to see me in the future, you can come and find me. With that, I released a surge of supernatural energy and vanished from the spot. As for those still cursing me outside the court, I no longer cared. From now on, these people and I had nothing to do with each other anymore. Ding, host detected, diligently unburdening all responsibilities. The daily sign-in system is now bound. The host only needs to complete daily tasks to sign in and receive rewards. The sudden notification surprised me, but the timing couldn't have been better. On one hand, I was free from the association and unburdened. On the other, I was now bound to a daily sign-in system. It must be said this was truly a double blessing. Ding, today's daily task has been issued. The host is tasked with finding a dwelling suitable for daily rest. The reward for the task is 9 level 8 superpower enhancers. My eyes lit up when I saw the system's reward. Superpower levels are classified into A, B, C, D, E, F, S, S, and 3S. My current level corresponds precisely to the 8th tier. Throughout the entire blue planet, finding treasures that could enhance my abilities has become exceedingly difficult, yet the first task reward from the system is a level 8 superpower enhancer. Had I known the system would come, I might have left the Superpower Association earlier. With this thought, I soared through the sky, gazing down at the ground. Finding a daily residence is not difficult, especially with my strength. Even if I leave the area governed by the association, I would not be in any danger. In an instant, my figure flashed and vanished. In the blink of an eye, I had left the boundaries of Star Nation and reached the outermost part of all cities. Here the traces of human cities were scarce. More prevalent were the towering giant trees that had also undergone transformations following the awakening of superpowers, as well as some weaker terror beasts that were hunting for food. Without any reluctance, I disappeared again from the outermost periphery of the city. Unbeknownst to everyone, the moment I left, within a ruin hundreds of miles away from the city edge, a giant white aberrant tiger suddenly opened its fierce eyes. Its deep roar caused countless nearby aberrant beasts to cower in fear. If there were any superpower users present, they could tell that this beast was at least as powerful as a 3S level superpower user. At that moment, the white aberrant tiger looked towards Star Nation hundreds of miles away. A hint of confusion flashed in its eyes. The powerful human had just left their city. Was he not afraid that we might seize this opportunity to launch a massive attack on the city? 5 years ago, when they first descended upon this world, a creature called humans appeared extremely weak, and any aberrant beast could easily kill countless humans. However, what all aberrant beasts had not anticipated was the existence of humans capable of combating 3S level beast kings. In the past, many beast kings had joined forces but failed to kill that man. To this day, under the protection of that powerful being, humans have not only built large cities, but also birthed quite a few competent superpower users. The only consolation was that among humans only one person possessed such strength. But now the one who troubled all beast kings had left the human city under very unusual circumstances. Just at that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. 100 zhang-long pitch-black pythons spiraled down from a peak in the distance, looking towards the direction of Xing Nation. It was also a 3S level beast king. At this time, the voice of the white alien tiger sounded. Do you feel it too? Yes, that guy named Li Xiao has indeed left that human city. It was only a momentary leak of his aura, but I couldn't possibly be mistaken. He has blocked us for so many years. Could it be that he finally couldn't restrain himself and wants to set a trap to lure us into it? Besides, the 2 SSS level beast kings could think of no other reason for my departure. Suddenly, the eyes of the white alien tiger flickered slightly as if it had thought of something. I previously felt that in that human city several SSS level mutants seemed to have emerged. Could it be that Li Xiao wants us to attack now and then ambush us from behind to annihilate us? The black python disagreed. That's impossible. Those who have just become SSS level, I can kill them all easily by myself. To execute a pincer move, both fronts need to be strong enough. If many beast kings storm into the human city and easily kill those newly minted SSS level mutants, Even if Li Xiao kills some mutant beasts from behind, it will be futile. Because there are no Beast King level enemies on the front line anyway. Regardless, since that guy Li Xiao has given us this opportunity, we shouldn't miss it. Gather the beast horde, let's test the waters. As soon as the white alien tiger's thunderous roar spread, the mutant beasts who heard the call quickly converged, forming a massive tide of beasts. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Xing Nation Mutant Association building, Xin Wanchao angrily pounded the conference table. Li Xiao actually dared to leave the association. Isn't his high position all because of our support? Initially, Qin Wanchao only wanted to weaken my position in the association to better control me, but I decisively chose to leave the Mutant Association, something no one anticipated. Apart from Qin Wanchao, there were 3 others in the room. One of them, a young man playing with blue flames, spoke lightly. One SSS level has gone, so be it. Without Li Xiao there are still us. Could it be that our Mutant Association will stop functioning? Xin Wanxiao's face brightened considerably. The association is not what it was 5 years ago. Without Li Xiao and the other 3 SSS levels, although they have just recently reached SSS level, combined they might not necessarily be weaker than Li Xiao. Xian, you're right, Li Xiao alone used to effortlessly block those SSS level beast kings. Now the association has you 3 SSS level mutants. Dealing with mutant beasts will only be easier than before. Hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, the corners of Xuan's mouth also curled up slightly. Of course, even if those beast kings really reappear, we can perform a public execution of the beast kings in front of all the city's citizens. At this moment, Qin Wanxiao seemed to remember something. Right, I just received a message from the mutant team guarding the city's borders. It seems that someone saw Li Xiao has already left the city range governed by the association. Hearing this, Xian casually waved his hand with a neutral expression. Since Li Xiao has been kicked out of the Mutant Association, where he goes in the future is irrelevant to us. As long as he does not cause trouble within the city governed by the association, let him be. Of course, if one day Li Xiao realizes his mistake and is willing to return and apologize, I wouldn't mind letting him start from the lowest level of combat member. Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting room laughed. On my way to the outskirts of the city, I found myself enveloped by an alien landscape, where numerous mutated plants nearly obscured the sky. Beneath this canopy, various strange beasts roamed and foraged for food. Suddenly I sensed a surge of anomalous energy. Accompanied by a deep growl, a gigantic gray wolf with fierce fangs burst through the underbrush, its front paws lunging towards me at a startling speed. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws were mere centimeters from my head. However, at that moment the wolf seemed to sense something terrifying and froze in place. I turned my head and spoke coldly, "A mere Class A beast, how dare you attack me?" As my words fell, all signs of life abruptly ceased from the wolf, and with a loud thud, its massive body crashed to the ground, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently. Meanwhile, not far from where I stood, several shocked gazes from a dense forest were directed towards me. The death of a Class A gray wolf so easily led them to speculate that I might be a Class S psychic. Their pupils dilated when they realized I was looking in their direction. "Come out," I shouted, raising a hand. In the next moment, a vast swathe of towering forest crashed down. The individuals felt the world spin around them. And when their vision cleared, I was already standing before them. They wanted to run, but their bodies seemed paralyzed under the immense pressure of my power. One of the young men, in a state of panic, looked at me and asked, "Are you a human or a beast in disguise?" I did not respond directly, but instead looked at them quizzically and retorted, "Your strongest is merely Class A, struggling even with that wolf. The city governed by the Psychic Association is at least 100 kilometers from here. How did you bypass the beasts with such strength?" As my question lingered in the air, they felt the oppressive force on them lessen slightly. However, none of them thought of escaping. One of them, swallowing nervously, said, "We are not from a city governed by the Psychic Association, we come from Qicheng." They watched me cautiously, having initially thought I was merely Class S. But the ease with which I had subdued them suggested abilities that even the sole Class SS psychic defending Qicheng could not match. This stranger, potentially as powerful as their protector back in Qicheng, evoked a mix of fear and awe. I was taken aback by their revelation. Before I left the Psychic Association, I had heard that apart from most cities which had been integrated by the association, there were a few that, for various reasons, along with their inhabitants' reluctance to leave, remained independent and were not under the association's control. Could Qicheng be one of these cities? As I pondered the origins of these individuals, they too were trying to guess my background. One of them cautiously inquired, "Sir, my name is Su Qing. Are you a member of the Psychic Association?" Smiling, I shook my head and replied, "I used to be, but not anymore." Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Li Xiao chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly the voice of the system rang out, "Reminder, host, you have only 12 hours left to complete today's routine task. Please complete the task and check in as soon as possible." At this, Li Xiao's gaze shifted subtly. He had been looking for a place to settle, and now, since Qiqing was not under the jurisdiction of the Ability Association, wasn't it perfectly suited to his needs? After all, who would choose to live deep in the mountains if they could reside in a city? "How far is this Qiqing from here?" Li Xiao suddenly asked. "About 10 kilometers, not very far," Su Ming honestly replied, knowing that Li Xiao was also an ability user. 10 kilometers, indeed, was not far. This also perfectly explained why Su Ming and his group, being only A-level ability users, could come to this area. Following this, he expressed his desire to stay in Qiqing for a long time. Hearing Li Xiao's words, Su Ming and his group were initially stunned, then their eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. Qiqing did not have powerful ability users like the Ability Association. So far, the city often suffered from attacks by small-scale beast tides even though there was an SS-level ability user present. Each time, Qiqing struggled immensely to repel these beast tides. The only consolation was that due to Qiqing's small size, it hadn't attracted the attention of any SSS level beast kings, otherwise the entire city might have already been destroyed. Now, the prospect of having at least an S-level or possibly SS-level powerful ability user wanting to reside in Qiqing long-term was a tremendous boon for the city. "Are you serious?" Su Ming took a deep breath, fearing that Li Xiao was merely joking. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Li Xiao responded calmly. "Great, then let's head back now." Su Ming exclaimed excitedly. "I know a safe route, sir, you follow us," he said, glancing towards the direction back to Qiqing, planning to lead Li Xiao around the beasts. Hearing this, Li Xiao looked at Su Ming with surprise. "A detour? You talk about taking a detour around beasts in front of an SSS level ability user? Even the beast kings wouldn't dare suggest he take a detour." "No need, just point me in the direct direction to Qiqing and I'll take us straight there," Li Xiao said. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, seemingly confused by the straightforward implication of Li Xiao's words. Meanwhile, because Li Xiao and Su Ming's group had been talking in the same spot for too long, several low roars sounded in the vicinity. Several beasts, towering tens of meters high and exuding a terrifying pressure, slowly approached their direction. A-level, 3 A-level beasts. Seeing this, Su Ming's face slightly changed and the expressions of the other ability users who came with him tensed up instantly. But in the next moment, an extremely terrifying wave of ability energy emanated from Li Xiao's body. Under this indescribably fearsome ability pressure, Su Ming and his companions as well as the 3 A-level exotic beasts suddenly stiffened, but all it took was a gentle squeeze of Li Xiao's palm. Bang! Without any warning, the 3 A-level exotic beasts, unable to resist even a bit, exploded into pieces. 5 years ago, before the arrival of the exotic beasts, Qiqing was also a very large city. Yet now, 5 years later, the area where the residents of Qiqing live has shrunk to only a third of its original size. The remaining 2/3 have long been reduced to ruins under the onslaught of the beast tides. Compared to the massive cities protected by the Psychic Ability Association, Qiqing's defenses have become dilapidated. A team of psychics, their faces weary, stands guard on the city walls of Qiqing, gazing into the distance, vigilant for the arrival of the next beast tide. "When will these days of exotic beasts ever end?" a psychic exclaimed, his face showing his exhaustion. "About half a day ago they had successfully repelled a small wave of exotic beasts. Unlike the Psychic Ability Association, which has a large number of psychics, Qiqing does not have many psychics. This is because a long time ago most psychics had already moved to the Psychic Ability Association. The reason the remaining psychics still stay here is mostly that their relatives and friends are ordinary people who, in the current times of roaming beasts, simply cannot traverse the long distance to reach the Psychic Ability Association. Therefore, they too have stayed guarding Qiqing and protecting their loved ones. However, after several years, every beast tide has resulted in significant injuries among the psychics. Today, the number of psychics who can still fight is dwindling. Perhaps one day Qiqing will end up like countless other cities before it, falling along with the death of its last psychic. If only we in Qiqing could have a powerful psychic like Master Li Xiao. A psychic stationed on the crumbling wall suddenly fantasized. Although communication between cities became difficult after the arrival of the exotic beasts, they still managed to learn some information. Initially, the Psychic Ability Association was not as massive as it is now, aggregating many cities. They too were overwhelmed by the beast tides. Then one day the world's only SSS level psychic Li Xiao, fighting as a member of the Psychic Ability Association, suppressed countless beast tides. Consequently, many ordinary people and psychics flocked to the Psychic Ability Association, eventually forming a large city. Regrettably, the psychic's eyes soon dimmed. It was after all just a fantasy. Although his own power was not strong, he understood just how rare an SSS level psychic was. Even the strongest in Qiqing are only at SS level. Currently, he wondered how long it would take to become an SSS level psychic, otherwise the entire Qi city would not have been so besieged. Only a true SSS level psychic could confront a beast king among the beasts. With a deep exhale, the psychic caught up with the patrol team in front of him, guarding the crumbling city walls. But at that moment a terrifying psychic pressure suddenly enveloped from outside the walls of Qi city. In the distant sky, a black dot was seen growing larger. Approaching Qi city at an unimaginable speed, the psychic's pupils shrank sharply and all the psychics guarding the wall showed signs of panic due to the unprecedented strong psychic pressure. A beast king? However, the fear in their eyes soon subsided, for at that moment a figure suddenly appeared on the city wall. It was Lord Chen Xian. When Chen Xian appeared, it seemed as if the psychics on the wall had found their backbone. Don't be nervous, Chen Xian soothed the surrounding psychics, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the rapidly enlarging black dot in the distance. Before long, the distant black dot became clearer, but to everyone's surprise, the black dot turned out not to be some kind of beast. It seemed more like a human, and this human was holding several figures in his hands. It's Su Qing and the others, someone shouted, seemingly recognizing them. In the next moment, the figure holding Su Qing and others landed on the city wall at an incredibly fast pace. Is this Qi city? Li Xiao put down Su Qing and the others. At this moment, the faces of Su Qing and his companions were slightly pale. It might be hard to believe, but he and A-level psychics seemed to have gotten airsick from Li Xiao's speed. In just a moment, having returned to Qi city, Su Qing felt like he was in a dream. He finally understood why Li Xiao had earlier asked him to just point in a straight direction. They, as A-level psychics, still needed to evade beasts, but Li Xiao, recalling those terrifying beasts that had tried to hunt him down on the way only to be effortlessly destroyed by him, made Su Qing's body tremble. If he remembered correctly, among those beasts that tried to hunt Li Xiao, there seemed to be several S-level powerful beasts. Su Qing, how did you guys come back, and who is he? The psychics patrolling the city wall rushed towards Su Qing's direction, looking at Li Xiao the stranger with some vigilance. But at that moment, only one person, upon seeing Li Xiao, immediately showed an expression of disbelief. This person was none other than Chen Xian. You, your lord Li Xiao? Chen Xian looked at Li Xiao incredulously. In the current times, remote communication between cities has become exceedingly difficult. Even the tools for such communication are now considered strategic materials. However, Chen Xian, the strongest defender of Qiqing, had once seen a video recording of Li Xiao. When those superhumans who were vigilantly watching Li Xiao saw Chen Xian's reaction, they were momentarily stunned. Li Xiao. Upon hearing this name, everyone suddenly widened their eyes. Especially Su Qing and a few others beside Li Xiao. They felt as if their brains had crashed when Chen Xian uttered the name Li Xiao. It could be a common name, but if it came from the mouth of Qiqing's most powerful SS-rank superhuman, Chen Xian, followed by the honorific lord, then in this world, it seemed there was only one person worthy of that title. Holy crap, it was Lord Li Xiao. Atop the city walls, countless shocked gazes fell upon Li Xiao. It was like a dream, surreal. Countless superhumans of Qiqing had fantasized about Li Xiao coming to Qiqing, and now, this impractical fantasy had actually come true. Do you know me? Li Xiao, surprised, saw Chen Xian recognize him at a glance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian nodded, visibly excited. I had seen your video previously when exchanging information about beast tides with the Superhuman Association. By the way, Lord Li Xiao, why have you come to Qiqing today? Is there anything we, the superhumans of Qiqing, can assist you with? Suddenly, Chen Xian asked. The patrolling superhumans nearby stiffened at his words, ready to follow Li Xiao to their deaths at just a word from him. For 5 years, Qiqing faced beast tides of varying sizes almost every day. After each tide was repelled, the superhumans of Qiqing grew to appreciate the value of an SSS-rank superhuman like Li Xiao even more. Although Li Xiao was not a superhuman of Qiqing, the faith accumulated bit by bit was no less than their devotion to Chen Xian. Lord Chen Xian, Lord Li Xiao is not here for any specific matter. He plans to reside in Qiqing for a long time, Su Cheng hurriedly interjected. What? Settle in Qiqing? Just as Su Qing finished speaking, everyone, including Chen Xian, widened their eyes, their bodies trembling with excitement. Then, in their excitement, everyone's blood surged and their faces flushed red. Li Xiao, the only global SSS rank superhuman, planned to settle in Xiqing. Am I dreaming? Is this real? Slap. Ouch. It's not a dream, it's real. Why hit me? Hit yourself. Wait, Lord Li Xiao. Will the Superhuman Association agree to this? In the midst of his excitement, Chen Xian gradually regained his composure. He looked at Li Xiao and couldn't help but ask, the Superhuman Association. Hearing this, the smile on Li Xiao's face slowly faded. He shook his head slowly. I am no longer a member of the Superhuman Association, not a member of the Superhuman Association. Chen Xian seemed a bit confused by Li Xiao's words. To this, Li Xiao did not conceal anything. He calmly stated, the Superhuman Association has already expelled me from their ranks. Meanwhile, at the foot of the crumbling city walls, from within Qi City, a superpower user was hurriedly running towards the wall. In his hands he held a printed notice, looking extremely anxious. Lord Chen Shan, I have just received a message from the Superpower Association. The message states that Lord Li Xiao has been expelled from the members list of the association. Those people at the Superpower Association. What are they playing at to expel Lord Li Xiao from the list? If it weren't for Li Xiao's intervention in the past, the Superpower Association would likely be in a similar state as our Qi City now, still struggling to handle the onslaught of beasts. It's ridiculous, they are overshadowing the years of merit Lord Li Xiao has contributed over the casualties of merely 500 people. It seems like the Superpower Association has cultivated a new SSS level superpower user, and now they are discarding Lord Li Xiao after crossing the river. Upon reading the full details from the notice issued by the Superpower Association, Chen Xian and everyone else could not help but be filled with righteous indignation. Everyone felt it was unjust for Li Xiao, especially Chen Xian, who thought about how long he had been guarding Qi City. If one day a new SS level wanted to join forces with other superpower users to drive him away, he would probably go mad. But looking at Li Xiao in front of him, there was an inexplicable calmness. Chen Xian asked, Lord Li Xiao, aren't you angry? Li Xiao, looking at the indignant crowd, felt somewhat ironic. He had protected his city and its people for a full 5 years, yet now he was the target of thousands of fingers. In contrast, these people who had never received a bit of his grace or protection were the ones crying out for injustice on his behalf. Li Xiao slightly shook his head. From now on, I just want to have no more association with the Superpower Association. All I want now is to find a place to settle down for the long term. I understand. Chen Xian nodded slightly, his heart clear. He earnestly said, Lord Li Xiao, it doesn't matter how long you want to stay in Qi City in the future. From now on, Qi City will be your new home. Yes, Lord Li Xiao, we won't be like those people at the Superpower Association who discard their benefactors. Su Cheng and others also nodded, then looked at Li Xiao with admiration. Thank you. Li Xiao nodded, expressing his gratitude. After arranging to stay in Qi City for the long term, the group did not linger on the city wall any longer. Since it was Su Cheng who had brought Li Xiao back to Qi City, Chen Xian tasked him with arranging Li Xiao's accommodation. After Li Xiao and the others left the city wall, the arrival of Li Xiao swept away the fatigue of the superpower squad defending the walls, filling them with excitement. Unlike Xingcheng, where the Superpower Association gathered many superpower users, Qi City often faced beast tides, and the city's infrastructure was even more dilapidated than before the beast's arrival. The entire city lacked grand decorations and residences. Indeed, the whole inner part of Qi City was in a state of readiness for battle. Even the ordinary people without superpowers were working hard every day to provide logistical support to the superpower users. Li Xiao and Su Qing walked through the city streets, and although no one recognized Li Xiao along the way, upon meeting Su Qing, a person of special abilities, everyone greeted him with great respect. This reverence was not so much awe at the power of his abilities, but rather a genuine respect that came from the heart. Li Xiao observed everything around him, feeling that this place was starkly different from Xingcheng, where the Association of Special Abilities was located. Master Li Xiao, what do you think of this courtyard? Although it had been neglected for some time, the facilities were all intact and only needed a bit of dusting to be habitable. At Li Xiao's request, Su Qing had chosen a quieter, more secluded area for him. Looking at the small fenced courtyard in front of him, Li Xiao thought it resembled a rural farm before the arrival of mutant beasts. Aside from the central house, there was plenty of space in the front yard, enough to plant some crops and raise chickens and ducks. Yes, I'm quite satisfied, Li Xiao said with a nod, smiling. Seeing Li Xiao's pleased expression, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He happily announced, in that case, Master Li Xiao, this courtyard will be your residence from now on. I will arrange for someone to clean it up shortly. A notification chimed in, daily task completed, you have earned 9 Tier 8 Special Ability Enhancement Fruits, ding, a new task has begun. After relentless efforts and shedding all burdens, you have finally found a place for your daily rest, a small courtyard. Due to long disuse, the courtyard was covered in dust and debris. Task: clean the courtyard manually without using your special abilities. Reward: 3 seeds of the mutant tree, 10 random special ability enhancement vegetable seeds. Li Xiao chuckled upon seeing the new daily task pop up. The system's tasks were indeed very mundane. I'll handle the cleaning myself, there's no need to bother anyone else, Li Xiao said. Hearing this, Su Qing did not say much more. After a bit more conversation to ensure Li Xiao needed nothing else, Su Qing finally left, thoughtfully bringing cleaning tools for Li Xiao. As Su Qing departed, Li Xiao picked up the broom and began sweeping the courtyard. As dusk fell and night approached, back at Chen Xian's residence, Su Qing was asked how did things go with Master Li Xiao today. Although Li Xiao was not present, Chen Xian instinctively added Master before Li Xiao's name, a mark of respect for the world's first SSS tier person with special abilities. Su Qing carefully recounted all the details of helping Li Xiao choose the courtyard. Hearing that Li Xiao was very satisfied in the end, Chen Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, a rare expression of ease appearing on his usually stern face. Though Li Xiao had only been in Xiqing for half a day, for some reason since Li Xiao arrived in Xiqing, Chen Xian found himself more relaxed than he had ever been in the past 5 years. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced before, as if a taller figure was there to support the sky that threatened to fall. Previously, as the tallest figure in Xiqing, Chen Xian had to be constantly vigilant against beast attacks, enduring pressures that ordinary people couldn't withstand. But now with Li Xiao, a more powerful superhuman by his side, things felt different. Chen Xian's usual smile faded, replaced by a serious tone. Su Qing, he said, Lord Li Xiao is our greatest hope in Xiqing. In the coming days, I hope you can take care of and fulfill all his needs. Can you do that? Su Qing nodded solemnly in response. Don't worry, Lord Chen Xian, no matter what it takes, even at the cost of my life, I will do everything within my power to meet Lord Li Zhao's requirements. For 5 years, they had fought against the beasts, fully understanding how crucial a top-tier superhuman could be for a city's survival. If it meant keeping Li Xiao in Xiqing, Su Qing would not hesitate to lay down his life without a second thought. The Superhuman Association had foolishly burned bridges with Li Xiao, but they were not about to make the same mistake. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Through your tireless efforts, you have successfully cleaned your new residence. You have been awarded 3 saplings of the mutant tree and 10 packets of random superhuman strength vegetable seeds. The once ridden and dusty courtyard had been transformed into something completely different under Li Xiao's diligent efforts. Li Xiao grabbed a stool and sat at the entrance of the small courtyard. Although the location was somewhat secluded, there were still locals from Xiqing passing by. They were quite curious about their new neighbor Li Xiao, but were too busy with their own affairs to strike up a conversation. Just then Li Xiao thought of something, and a fruit the size of a fist emitting a radiant purple glow suddenly appeared in his hand. As the fruit materialized, Li Xiao felt a violent surge within him. His already 8th tier SSS grade power seemed desperately eager for the fruit in his hand. Li Xiao smelled the sweet scent emanating from the superhuman enhancing fruit in his hand. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt as if the long-blocked barriers within him were loosening just from the scent. Just smelling it has this effect. What if I took a bite? Would I skyrocket? With that thought, Li Xiao couldn't wait any longer and took a bite. The flesh and juice burst in his mouth, instantly brightening his eyes. The intense sweetness exploded on his taste buds, and his mind cleared instantly. It was hard to believe that a fruit could have such an effect. More importantly, as he swallowed the fruit, Li Xiao could feel his superhuman powers rushing through him like a river, coursing through his body. His power, which hadn't improved for a long time, began to climb once again. That feels amazing. This superhuman enhancing fruit is incredible. Overwhelmed by desire, Li Xiao quickly finished the fruit. As he opened his eyes, a deep joy was evident in them. A single fruit had increased the strength of his supernatural abilities by 10%. If he ate a few more, he might be able to fly. Perhaps he could even break through the boundary he had been stuck at for several years and ascend beyond an SSS level supernatural being. Although he was already powerful, who wouldn't want to be even stronger? With this thought in mind, Li Xiao took out another supernatural enhancing fruit and devoured it in a few bites. Moments later, Li Xiao felt the strength of his supernatural powers again. However, this time he slightly furrowed his brow. Compared to the first boost, his powers had only increased by 8% this time. It made sense after all, even if it was a reward from the System. The supernatural enhancing fruit was a rare treasure. There was bound to be some resistance to its effects. This time it was 8%, next time the effect might be even less. After a few more times, the effect of the supernatural enhancing fruit on Li Xiao might become negligible. It seemed better to wait a while to reduce the resistance before consuming more for better effects. That's what Li Xiao concluded. Ding, while the fruit is delightful, do not overindulge. Congratulations to the host for resisting temptation. An additional daily task has been generated. After a hearty meal, it is unhealthy to lie down without moving. The 2 supernatural enhancing fruits made you feel slightly bloated, and you remembered some seeds and saplings that you hadn't yet had time to plant. Please host, plant these seeds and saplings without using your supernatural abilities. Task reward, supernatural spring. Li Xiao was surprised by this sudden daily task. Originally he had planned to plant the previously obtained seeds and saplings tomorrow. However, after eating 2 supernatural enhancing fruits, he unexpectedly triggered a planting task. Moreover, he was to do it without using his powers. It seemed like a good way to digest his food. Li Xiao muttered to himself, then fetched a hoe from the storeroom in the courtyard. He glanced over the layout of the courtyard. After deciding, Li Xiao planned to plant 3 saplings on the north side of the courtyard and the supernatural vegetable seeds in a small field on the south side. At this moment his mood became increasingly serene, something he himself hadn't even realized. On the first day after leaving the supernatural association, Li Xiao's life had undergone a dramatic change from the day before. He no longer needed to think daily about how to deal with the waves of supernatural beasts. As for now, it was someone else's turn at the supernatural association to think about the beast waves. Meanwhile, as the sky gradually darkened and the moon hung high at a place 100 miles away from Xingcheng where the supernatural association was located, a gathering spot for supernatural beasts was stirring. Under the moonlight, a white mutant tiger stood majestically in the distance. Beside it, a gigantic black python hundreds of meters long, coiled and twisted. These 2 creatures were the SSS tier beast kings who had noticed Li Xiao's departure from Xingcheng earlier. After a day of summoning, numerous terrifying and varied mutant beasts had now gathered in front of them. If someone were there looking down from the sky, they would be astonished to find that the number of beasts in this wave far surpassed any previous ones, numbering in the thousands, perhaps even more. At that moment, if anyone could look toward the mass of beasts, they would only see a dark, oppressive crowd, seemingly endless. Roars and growls, deafening and terrifying, erupted from the group. Among these roars, one could distinctly sense the presence of S-tier and even SS-tier mighty mutant beasts. Just then, a ferocious and terrifying tiger's roar pierced the air. The previously noisy crowd of beasts instantly fell silent. Every mutant beast lay prostrate, motionless. The terrifying authority of the SSS tier beast king made them dare not show any disrespect. And notably, there were not just 1 but 2 SSS tier beast kings present. The gathered number was immense, yet it was uncertain if it was sufficient. Regardless, they knew they had to seize this opportunity, even if it was a trap set by the human named Li Xiao. They had to seize it because as more powerful psychics emerged among humans, it would become increasingly difficult for them to overthrow the Psychic Association. Roar! The white mutant tiger roared violently once more. In the next instant, its enormous 100-meter body agilely leaped up with the black python coiling up into the air beside it, moving to the forefront of the entire beast horde, charging forward. Their unified destination was the Psychic Association located in Xingcheng. Tonight there would be no sleep. Countless mutant beasts erupted at this moment. In small cities resembling Qi City, all psychics were awakened from their sleep. Despite the vast distances, these psychics in the small cities could still feel the tremors from afar. Looking from atop the city walls, one could clearly see a massive, dark wave of beasts converging and moving in a certain direction. The psychics in these small towns felt a chilling fear. If such a terrifying wave of beasts were headed towards their city, it could destroy the entire town in moments. Fortunately, after some time, this rampaging horde of beasts merely brushed past their cities without stopping. Qi City. Li Xiao also awoke at this moment. Looking out into the streets from his small courtyard, although it was night, the place was brightly lit. Many people were moving anxiously towards the city walls of Qi City. Li Xiao could sense that the people heading towards the city walls were all radiating fluctuations of special abilities. Observing the bustling streets, Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was already forming guesses. In the next moment, he disappeared from the courtyard and reappeared atop the city wall. At this time, compared to when he had visited during the day, there were many more ability users on the wall. It seemed like the entire force of Qiqing had gathered there. Li Xiao quickly spotted Chen Xian among the crowd. Chen Xian looked solemn. As a guardian ability user of Qiqing, he was naturally aware of the beast tide that had erupted that evening. The first city to detect the uprising, Yun City, was a small town akin to Qiqing located about 30 kilometers west. Upon detecting the beast tide, Yun City immediately sent out the message to other cities. "What's happening? Is there a new beast tide?" Li Xiao's voice suddenly emerged, pulling Chen Xian back from his contemplation. Upon hearing Li Xiao's inquiry, Chen Xian nodded but then shook his head. "It's a beast tide, but this time the main target isn't Qiqing. Like most small cities, Qiqing only faced a scattering of strange beasts. This time, it seems the main target is Xing City," Chen Xian said with a grave tone. According to the information from Yun City, this beast tide was more terrifying than any before, and there was even a possibility that Xing City, despite its large number of ability users and its powerful ability association, could be overwhelmed. "Xing City, I see," Li Xiao responded, simply nodding his head slightly, his expression unchanged. Xing City, or the ability association for that matter, no longer had anything to do with Li Xiao. He felt no need to delve deeper into their affairs. Seeing Li Xiao's reaction, Chen Xian understood his stance and did not elaborate further on the matter of Xing City. After all, Chen Xian knew that Li Xiao had been driven away by the ability association. If he were in Li Xiao's shoes, Chen Xian figured he too would likely disregard the life and death of Xing City. Li Xiao had only just been forced out, and now such a massive beast tide was attacking Xing City. Chen Xian couldn't help but think it might be their own doing. Meanwhile, in the distance, several stray beasts were approaching Qiqing, getting closer by the minute. Chen Xian refocused his attention and prepared to arrange for ability users to join him in repelling the beasts. However, before Chen Xian could act, a surge of ability fluctuations far surpassing his own suddenly emerged and enveloped Qiqing. Sensing something, Chen Xian turned his gaze towards Li Xiao beside him, his heart trembling. The difference between SS and SSS levels might seem like just one level. But this time, feeling the terrifying intensity of Li Xiao's abilities up close, Chen Xian abruptly realized that as an SS level he might not even withstand a single strike from Li Xiao before being effortlessly killed. Is this the power of an SSS level psychic? Chen Xian was shocked. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiao had long surpassed the ordinary SSS level psychics. His strength had far exceeded regular SSS level psychics a long time ago. Moreover, his recent consumption of 2 8th-tier psychic strengthening fruits had further enhanced his abilities. Now, even if Li Xiao were to face 2 or even 3 beast kings from the ranks of exotic beasts, he might easily annihilate them all. Meanwhile, a kilometer away from the walls of Qiqing, the exotic beasts approaching the city, regardless of their strength, found themselves frozen in place under the terrifying psychic pressure exerted by Li Xiao. Without any warning, their bodies burst apart, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, Chen Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Atop the city walls, the psychics of Qiqing who had been ready to leave the city to combat the beasts were also stunned in place. Some of them had even half-jumped over the wall, hanging in midair, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. "What the hell? The beasts are all dead before I even moved. Did Lord Chen Xian do this? When did Lord Chen Xian become so powerful, from a kilometer away, to be able to annihilate all the beasts in the air?" On the city walls, many psychics who had regained their composure expressed their admiration in their tone. Chen Xian's face turned slightly red as he coughed a few times. If he were that powerful, he wouldn't need to defend Qiqing so desperately every day. He would have already gone out and cleared the surrounding beasts. Fortunately, not all the psychics on the wall were unaware of Li Xiao's existence. Those who had seen Li Xiao during the day could guess that the one who killed the beasts wasn't Chen Xian, but Li Xiao. "Don't talk nonsense. It wasn't Lord Chen Xian, it was Lord Li Xiao." "What, Lord Li Xiao? The Li Xiao? He came to our Qiqing? Is it true, or am I dreaming?" So it was Lord Li Xiao who came to Qiqing. No wonder he could kill so many beasts from a kilometer away. With Lord Li Xiao in Qiqing, we no longer have to worry about dangers. The psychics called in from the city were all showing faces of surprise and joy. Seeing the psychics fervently discussing Li Xiao, Chen Xian felt no jealousy at all. On the contrary, seeing Li Xiao easily repel this small wave of beasts brought more relief to his heart. Now, Chen Xian had only one thought in mind: he must find a way to make Li Xiao stay in Qiqing forever. As the news of Li Xiao's arrival spread among the psychics of Qiqing, all the city's psychics became extremely excited. Although most of them had not yet seen Li Xiao, this did not prevent them from hearing about the legends surrounding him. In an instant, the previously hovering gloom and depression over the heads of all Qiqing psychics were swept away. They carefully fixed their gazes on the spot where Li Xiao stood atop the city wall, yet nobody made a sound, forcibly suppressing the excitement in their hearts. Meanwhile, they dealt with a small wave of mutant beasts approaching Qiqing. Li Xiao's gaze, however, did not waver. He looked towards the distant Xingqing, observing a massive and increasingly distant tide of giant mutant beasts. When Li Xiao saw the number of beasts in this tide, he was indeed surprised. With such a vast number, if they were headed towards Qiqing, even with his current strength, it would likely take considerable effort to eliminate them all. And if among this beast tide there were SSS-ranked beast kings, no, that couldn't be right. Suddenly Li Xiao's gaze sharpened, his special abilities began to activate at that moment. Following this, a strange light seemed to ignite in his eyes, his vision firmly fixed on the distant enormous horde of beasts. Initially, with just a cursory glance, Li Xiao had not noticed anything unusual, but this time, using his abilities to sense more carefully, Li Xiao suddenly discovered that within the huge beast tide there seemed to be two exceptionally strong energy fluctuations hidden, masquerading as ordinary mutant beasts. If it weren't for Li Xiao's significant power increase, being so far away, he might not have detected them at all. Moreover, Li Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the aura of those two energy fluctuations felt very familiar, much like the two SSS-ranked beast kings he had fought many times before, back then. If they hadn't used their numerical advantage to gang up on him, Li Xiao might have been able to tear one of them apart in earlier encounters. And now, those two beast kings were hiding in the beast tide heading towards Xingqiang. What were they planning? Li Xiao couldn't help but speculate in his heart. However, he quickly pulled his thoughts back. The affairs of Xingqiang had nothing to do with Li Xiao anymore. Having withdrawn from the Association of Special Abilities, it would be impolite to meddle in their affairs. Suddenly, the image of a beautiful young girl slowly emerged in Li Xiao's mind. She was the only one who had stood by his side when he was condemned by thousands. In the Association of Special Abilities, the only person he still cared about was Yi Shui. Now that he had settled in Qiqing, it might be a good idea to inform Yi Shui of this news. Otherwise, when Yi Shui wanted to find him, she might find it impossible to trace his whereabouts. Li Xiao turned to Chen Xian, who stood beside him, and made this request. Chen Xian, the guardian of Qiqing, could easily contact other cities. After hearing Li Xiao's request, Chen Xian did not hesitate and nodded immediately. Lord Li Xiao, rest assured, I will immediately send the message to Xingqing. It won't be long before this superhuman named Yi Shui hears of your presence in Qiqing. Thank you very much for that. Li Xiao nodded in appreciation, the reason being the previous minor beast tide had been effortlessly resolved by Li Xiao himself. Consequently, the superhumans gathered on the city walls of Qiqing did not stay any longer. Apart from the superhuman squad that was originally stationed on the city walls, the other superhumans had all returned to the interior of Qiqing. Meanwhile, in another place, Chairman, it's terrible, something bad has happened. In the highest level meeting room of the Superhuman Association headquarters in Xingqing, a Superhuman Association staff member with a face full of anxiety burst into the room. Inside the meeting room, Qin Wanxiao, Xian and two other SSS class superhumans were seated. Ever since Li Xiao had left the Superhuman Association, the authority he held within the association had been inherited by Ying Xian and the others. Seeing the panicked staff member enter the meeting room, Qin Wanxiao slightly furrowed his brows. What's the matter? Take your time, he said. Hearing this, the association staff member took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Chairman, we've just received news that a large beast tide is heading towards our city of Xingqing with at least 10,000 mutant beasts involved. As he spoke, his face couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness. A beast tide of 10,000 mutant beasts was indeed a very rare occurrence in recent years. 10,000 beasts? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qin Wanxiao and the others slightly changed. Do we have any information on the number of high-level mutant beasts in this tide? The staff member quickly replied, still appearing anxious. According to the information received, so far no traces of SSS-class beast kings have been spotted in this tide, but there are at least 10 SS-class beasts and 30 S-class beasts. As for those below S-class, they are simply too numerous to count. This information, however, seemed to relax Qin Wanxiao and the others somewhat. No traces of SSS-class beast kings. If there were a beast king in this tide of nearly 10,000 beasts, our Superhuman Association would really need to consider how to deal with it. But since there's no SSS-class beast king, it's a different story. Among superhumans, the gap in strength increases tenfold with each level. Although a tide of 10,000 mutant beasts might look frightening, in reality with Ying Xian and the other two SSS-class superhumans taking action, they could easily stop most of the tide. And for the rest, the Superhuman Association has no shortage of S and SS-class superhumans, making it not difficult to repel this tide. What's there to panic about? It's just a beast tide. do you think we three SSS-class superhumans are just for show? Ing Xian said lightly to the reporting staff member. Hearing this, the staff member's tense mood also eased. It's true, even though Li Xiao had been expelled from the Superhuman Association, they still had three SSS-class superhumans. Repelling this beast tide would surely be a breeze. Moreover, the news of Li Xiao's expulsion from the Superhuman Association had already caused some criticism and confusion among the people of smaller cities. They considered their actions akin to severing the bridge after crossing the river, yet taking advantage of the impending beast tide, they wanted to send a message to all the smaller cities. Even without Li Xiao, their association of special abilities could easily handle the beast tide. This time, not only would they repel the tide, but they would also livestream the entire process. With this thought, Qin Wanshao suddenly stood up from the conference table and declared their intention to use this livestream to demonstrate their capabilities. They wanted everyone to know that their association, even in the absence of Li Xiao, could handle the beast tide more effortlessly than before. As Qin Wanxiao's words concluded, his gaze fell upon Ing Xian and the other two members. Although these three were now SSS-ranked ability users, the beast tides appearing in Xing City had been sparse lately. Even when they did happen, Li Xiao had dealt with them single-handedly, never giving Ing Xian and his team a chance to participate. But this time it was different. Without Li Xiao to hinder them, once the beast tide arrived, they would show everyone that their association's SSS-ranked ability users were not inferior to Li Xiao. Ing Xian and his team's capabilities were even superior. Hearing this, a spark of excitement shone in Ing Xian and his teammates' eyes as they grasped Qin Wanxiao's intent. Don't worry, this time we three will use our absolute overwhelming strength to provide everyone with a satisfactory answer. Good, Qin Wanxiao laughed heartily, reassured by their promise. In his view, although Ing Xian and his team had only just reached the SSS rank and might individually be weaker than Li Xiao, the gap in strength at the SSS level was ultimately limited. Numerical advantage of Ing Xian and his two comrades was more than enough to bridge this small gap. By the way, do we know when the beast tide will reach Xing City? Qin Wanxiao asked, as if something had just occurred to him. Based on the speed of the beast tide, it should arrive in about half a day, came the reply. Half a day? That should be enough time for us to prepare, nodded Qin Wanxiao. Oh, President, there's one more thing. After reporting the critical matter of the beast tide, the association staff member relaxed slightly and remembered something else. When we received the news of the beast tide from other cities, our receiving equipment also intercepted a message. It was from Chen Xian, the guardian of Qi City, intended for Miss Yi Shui. It seems to be related to Li Xiao. I'm not sure whether I should send this message to Miss Yi Shui. In a world besieged by monstrous beasts, communication between cities had become exceedingly difficult. However, an SS-ranked ability user like Yi Shui naturally had her own private communication channels to receive information from other cities. Normally, the Association of Espers does not interfere with or spy on the communication of its members with the outside world. However, this time was different. The message mentioned the name Li Xiao, a name of high interest within their association. As such, the message was intercepted naturally. Xi Cheng's Chen Xian. Qin Wanxiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. He didn't recall any connection between Yi Shui and Chen Xian. What exactly did the message contain? A staff member from the association pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket which had the content freshly copied onto it. Qin Wanxiao took it and his gaze instantly turned icy. That guy Li Xiao, even after leaving the association, still wants to poach our espers, but I didn't expect that Chen Xian from Qi Chang would be mixed up with Li Xiao. The content on the paper was a message from Chen Xian to Yi Shui informing her that Li Xiao was currently in Qi Chang, and if Yi Shui wished, she could go to Qi Chang to find him. What about this message, President? With a ripping sound, Qin Wanxiao tore the paper into shreds, his voice cold. Consider it never happened, no need to pay attention to it. Also remember to notify the association's espers about the approaching beast tide and have them prepare. The espers of their association would not be easily taken away by Li Xiao. Understood, President. After reporting everything, the association staff member cautiously left the meeting room. The Association of Espers acted swiftly upon learning that a beast tide was imminent in Xing City. The news was quickly spread out. Not only did the espers of the association learn about the beast tide, but the ordinary people of Xing City were also informed about the arrival of the beasts. Everyone knew that this tide seemed to be of unprecedented scale, another large beast tide. It seems the last major tide was just a year ago. To deal with that tide, I heard the association suffered heavy losses. Why did the beast tide arrive right after Li Xiao left? Was our decision to drive him away too harsh? In Xing City, the news of the beast tide caused immediate panic among many residents. Furthermore, due to the scale of this tide, some of the more timid individuals were already regretting their firm decision to drive away Li Xiao. If they hadn't driven Li Xiao away with him and SSS tier Esper still in Xing City, perhaps dealing with this beast tide would have been much easier. But soon other voices arose, interrupting those who were regretting. What's so bad about driving away Li Xiao? I even wish he had left sooner. Just a completely irresponsible, arrogant SSS tier Esper who joined the association only for the benefits. There's nothing to pity about his departure. Without Li Xiao, our Xingqing still has 3 SSS ranked psychics. How bad can it be, right? Indeed, even if Li Xiao left the association, we still have 3 SSS ranked psychics. They are all SSS ranked. Could they possibly be inferior to Li Xiao? It was only because President Qin was kind-hearted that he initially chose not to pursue matters further. Otherwise, if the 3 SSS ranked psychics including Ying Xian took action together, Li Xiao wouldn't have a choice but to accept the punishment even if he didn't want to. With the likes of mastering Xian around, even the fiercest beast tide wouldn't be able to harm Xingqing. I heard that the beast tide is coming this afternoon, and this time the association will even broadcast it live. Then everyone can see for themselves how mastering Xian and the others handle the beast tide. Many residents of Xingqing spoke with great excitement. In their words, an inequality had already been drawn between the 3 SSS ranked psychics under Ying Xian and Li Xiao. Of course, the outcome of this inequality is obvious. Naturally, the trio including Ying Xian is superior to Li Xiao. Initially, Li Xiao alone was able to stop all those SSS ranked beast kings. Now, with the association having tripled its number of SSS ranked psychics, no one believes this beast tide could pose any threat to Xingqing. Many residents of Xingqing who had been worried now wore smiles on their faces again. The tension they felt about the upcoming major beast tide had also relaxed significantly. Furthermore, many people had even gathered in groups, buying sunflower seeds and fruits, just waiting for the beast tide to arrive so they could watch the psychics of the association live repelling the beast tide. Similarly, the information from the Psychic Association was not just released in Xingqing. Other smaller cities that each stood their ground also received this message. Half a day quietly passed, and with the live broadcast starting, everyone in Xingqing could watch the scene on their smartphones or on the public screens around the city. At this moment, you could see numerous figures standing at the edge of the city walls of Xingqing. They were psychics dispatched by the association. At the same time, 3 figures stood in front of everyone. When the residents of Xingqing saw these 3 figures, their eyes lit up, filled with admiration. These 3 notably were the current 3 SSS ranked psychics of Xingqing, Ying Xian, Wang Kong and Huang Sang. These 3 were already SS ranked psychics before becoming SSS ranked, belonging to the top combat forces of the association. However, back then with Li Xiao, the only SSS ranked psychic above them, they weren't as famous among the residents of Xingqing as they are now. But now, with Li Xiao having been expelled from the Psychic Association, these 3 who had become SSS ranked are now the strongest force of the Xingqing Psychic Association, known and revered by countless people. Looking off into the distance, one could faintly hear the thunderous rumbling of the massive beast tide running on the ground. In Star City, the faces of the residents watching the live broadcast couldn't help but slightly change. Although the live broadcast did not fully reveal the total scale of the distant beast tide, the small part that was exposed on the screen was significantly larger than any beast tide Star City had encountered recently. So many beasts, it looks like there are several times more than before they thought. The last time a beast tide of this magnitude appeared was at least a year or 2 ago. That previous tide had caused substantial damage to Star City. Many residents couldn't help but wonder if Lord Ying Xian and the others could handle it this time. However, their worries soon eased when they saw the calm expressions of Ying Xian and his 2 companions standing atop the city walls in the live broadcast. In the eyes of these 3 SSS ranked superpower users, there was not a hint of fear. Although the scale of this beast tide was massive, Ying Xian and the others, being so far away, could already sense the specific strength of this wave. Just as the reports from other cities had indicated, there was no SSS ranked beast king among them. If there was no beast king of SSS rank, a beast tide of lower ranks would hardly pose a significant threat to them. Moreover, even if an SSS ranked beast king were to appear, the 3 SSS ranked superpower users could easily handle it. The ground vibrations from afar grew more intense. The beast tide, initially mere specks in the distance, rapidly enlarged in everyone's view, drawing closer to Star City. It's time to act, thought Ing Xian and his companions, looking calmly at the approaching beasts. In the next moment, a terrifying force of superpower pressure radiated from Ing Xian's body, and a pale blue flame enveloped him as he surged into the sky. The fearsome pale blue flames seemed to burn the air itself. Following Ing Xian's lead, the pale blue flames explosively shot towards the beast tide like a small bomb, creating a massive upheaval. Numerous beasts were blasted away, and the cries of countless lower-ranked beasts filled the air. Despite their large sizes, with the smallest being over 10 meters, they stood little chance against the might of SSS-ranked superpower user Ing Xian. Even the stronger SS and S-ranked beasts felt terror under his attack, slowing their assault. Witnessing this through the live broadcast, the residents of Star City roared with frenzied excitement. Such incredible power! Lord Ing Xian truly deserves his SSS rank. Haha, I knew my earlier worries were unnecessary. With Lord Ing Xian here, why should we fear the beast tide? They exclaimed. Indeed, Lord Ing Xian's strength might even surpass that of Li Xiao, who foolishly thought he could threaten the association. Even without Li Xiao, the Superpower Association can easily fend off the beast tide. They cheered while the superpower users stationed at the edges of Star City also joined in the frenzy, following Ing Xian's lead. At the edge of Xingqing, a dazzling array of supernatural lights nearly enveloped the city. In this moment, even without the aid of live broadcast images, the residents of Xingqing could still feel the blinding lights before their eyes. After a while, the dazzling, colorful lights finally dissipated, and the superhumans rushed beyond the city walls. Under the leadership of Ing Xian and 2 other SSS-tier superhumans, the Superhuman Association's members displayed an utterly overwhelming stance against this beast tide. The massive scale of the beast tide couldn't even get close to a kilometer from Xingqing before many were slain by the superhumans of the association. Roars echoed as countless monstrous beasts let out earth-shattering screams. Among the beast tide, a significant number of powerful beasts surged forward, attempting to forcefully break through the superhuman defense line. Unfortunately, among the superhumans were SS-tier individuals comparable in power, capable of handling those beasts. Some beasts, even if not promptly dealt with by Ing Xian and the other 2 SSS-tier superhumans, were stopped by the remaining SS-tier superhumans just as they attempted to break through the defense line. Seeing such a crushing display from the superhumans, the residents of Xingqing grew increasingly excited. However, unbeknownst to everyone, at the rear of the massive beast tide, there were 2 strangely behaving beasts. They did not charge mindlessly like the others, instead they stayed hidden at the back of the tide, making no moves. If Li Xiao were present, he would be startled to recognize these 2 beasts as the white tiger and the black python, but now their forms had shrunk several times over, which is why they remained unnoticed amidst the tide. From the back of the beast tide, the significantly smaller white tiger and black python looked on with a faint glow in their eyes towards the many beasts battling the superhumans at the forefront. At this moment, under the superhumans of Xingqing, the beast tide was suffering casualties at a terrifying rate. But to the 2 beast kings, the casualties of the beast tide were of little concern. For them, the tide was just a matter of time before they could summon it anew. The reason they had stayed hidden within the tide and not yet taken action was not out of fear of the superhumans, but rather to rely on the sheer numbers of the beast tide to wear down the superhumans' strength. In the city of Xingqing, there presently seem to be 3 SSS-level psychics. However, in reality, these 3 are hardly a match for the 2 beast kings. They are merely beginners at the SSS level, perhaps not even fully in control of their powers. Of them all, only Li Xiao truly instills fear in them. Were it not for Li Xiao's presence, the beast kings would have gathered their forces to utterly destroy Xingqing years ago. Indeed, it was Li Xiao who staunchly withstood a beast tide attack, resisting the combined might of several beast kings. To this day, many beast kings have given up on Xingqing, turning their attentions elsewhere, but these 2 remain vigilant here. Now, it seems that Li Xiao has indeed left. A flicker of light briefly passes through the eyes of the white psychic tiger and the black giant python. The beast tide has been at Xingqing's gates for some time now. Logically, if Li Xiao were around, he would have already taken action to intercept them. But now, there's no sign of him, not even a trace of his presence. This can mean only one thing. Li Xiao is truly not in Xingqing, at least not for the foreseeable future. This moment then is their perfect opportunity to strike. Even if they cannot destroy Xingqing in one fell swoop, inflicting severe damage is well within their reach. The white psychic tiger, previously crouching at the rear of the beast tide, slowly rises. Its ferocious eyes sweep over the psychics at the forefront of the battle and then turn to the black giant python. It's our turn to make a move, it signals. The black giant python nods slightly, its vertical pupils fixated on the 3 SSS level psychics. Fighting at the front, its tongue flicking coldly, these psychics had slaughtered many of their kin in a test to see if Li Xiao was still in the city. Now it was their turn. Today we kill these fellows, destroy this city, the python resolves, preparing to surge forward from the back of the tide. But just then a tiger paw from the white psychic tiger blocks its path. Wait, I'll go first. You stay back and wait, it instructs. The black giant python's cold eyes narrow slightly in understanding but soon grasps the white tiger's caution. Li Xiao is no ordinary adversary, his strength far surpasses that of an average SSS level psychic. If he has acquired some means to completely conceal his presence, even they as fellow beast kings might not detect him. Alright, I understand, the python says, coiling back down, blending into the rear of the tide. The white psychic tiger nods slightly. In the next moment its body, initially the size of a normal beast, begins to expand tremendously. Terrifying waves of psychic energy emanate from the white psychic tiger, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, the tiger's form grows to its true colossal size, 100 yards long. For a moment, all the mythical beasts and ability users were trembling under the sudden surge of a powerful and extraordinary energy fluctuation. This energy was beyond anything typical of S or even SS class. It was the Beast King. Many ability users showed faces stricken with terror. Their eyes turned toward a white tiger that had suddenly appeared from the rear of the beast tide. Its 100-yard frame stood prominently amid the swarm, and at this moment the white tiger was charging toward the front line of the battle between the mythical beasts and ability users at a terrifying speed. Simultaneously, the emergence of the white tiger was also broadcast live to Star City. Although the residents in the city were too far away to feel the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the white tiger, the number of beast kings among the mythical beasts was limited. Most of the residents of Star City had seen the white tiger appear before. However, in the past it was always Li Xiao who stepped in to repel it. This time Li Xiao had already left. Many residents couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear in their eyes. But then, in the next moment, they thought, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a beast king. With the three great lords Ing Xian here, how hard could it be to deal with it? Hearing this, the initial panic in many people's eyes began to dissipate. Indeed, three SSS level ability users, no matter what, they did not believe that dealing with a beast king of the same rank would be an issue. Yes, this beast king even dares to come alone. Since Li Xiao didn't kill it before, this time it's perfect for Lord Ing Xian and the others to take action and eliminate it, which would also relieve everyone's pressure. Meanwhile, at the edge of Star City, Ing Xian and the other two ability users who were engaged in combating the beast tide also paused momentarily due to the appearance of the white tiger. Doubt flickered in their eyes for a moment. In their prior sensing, they hadn't detected the presence of an SSS class beast king in this tide. Where did this white tiger come from? They wondered. However, their doubt soon vanished as they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with intense excitement. Ah, a beast king actually dares to come and deliver itself to death. Well then, let's oblige it, they said. Without hesitation, the three shifted their focus entirely from the lower beasts to the white tiger. Ing Xian, Huang Kong and Huang Seng. Powerful energy fluctuations began to emanate from them. They had no intention of a fair fight against the mythical beast. In an instant, they surrounded the white tiger. A tangible glow of energy radiated from their bodies. Leading the charge, Ing Xian unleashed a terrifying pale blue fire towards the white tiger. Huang Kong and Huang Sang didn't delay either, launching their own attacks. The assault of the three SSS class psychics would have obliterated any ordinary being, leaving nothing but dust. However, the white psychic tiger only displayed a hint of disdain. It slowly lifted its massive paw and with a gentle swat countered the trio's combined strike. Thud, thud, thud. Three dull sounds echoed through the air, and to everyone's shock, the attacks from Ing Xian and his companions were effortlessly crushed by the white tiger. A deathly silence engulfed the scene at that moment. Impossible. Witnessing the ease with which their attacks were shattered, even Ing Xian and his team couldn't hide their astonishment. They too were SSS class entities, but how could this white tiger shatter their strike so effortlessly? Before the trio could further ponder the situation, the contemptuous gaze of the white tiger had already locked onto them. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's form vanished from its spot, reappearing behind one of the SSS class psychics, Huang Kong. Instantly, a thick sense of danger surged from Huang Kong's heart. Without hesitation, he mobilized his psychic powers to form a thick crimson barrier behind him. This barrier, over 10 meters thick and not solely defensive in nature, also burst forth with red flames continuously emerging from it. Created by Huang Kong's SSS class psychic strength, this barrier would have been indestructible by a lower SS class or any lesser psychic, likely causing them severe backfire from its formidable power. However, as the creator of this crimson barrier, Wang Kong felt his sense of imminent danger hardly diminish. In fact, it grew more intense within milliseconds. At that moment, the sharp claws of the white tiger aimed directly at the massive 10-meter-thick crimson barrier. To humans, this barrier seemed immensely large, but one must remember that the white tiger, as an SSS-class beast king, was truly colossal, measuring over 100 meters in size. Even if it was just one claw striking the sheer size was unimaginable. Under the terror of this gigantic claw, the thick crimson barrier appeared utterly trivial. Behind the barrier, Wang Kong seemed even tinier, akin to an ant. The next moment, the terrifying claw made contact with the crimson barrier. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion of psychic force did not occur. Instead, when the claw met the barrier, it was like a steel knife slicing through tofu. Despite the tofu's significant thickness, it stood no chance against the sharp blade and was effortlessly cleaved in two. This crimson barrier was no exception. Terrifying giant claws had already carved deep marks on the surface of the crimson barrier, silently crossing a thickness of 10 meters. What seemed like a long process actually happened in less than a second. The giant claws of the white beast had broken through the crimson barrier, heading straight for Wang Kong. Fortunately, as an SSS-level psychic, Wang Kong finally reacted at that moment. As the claws of the white beast tore through his barrier, the crimson psychic energy burst forth from Wang Kong, forcing him to change direction. Despite this, the power carried in the claws of the white beast turned Wang Kong's face pale. Just a moment slower in his reaction, and he might have been cleaved in half by the beast's sharp claws. Previously, had Li Xiao faced such terrifying beings, it was said that the gap in strength between those at the SSS level wasn't too large. On the other hand, Ing Xian and Huang Sang also looked somewhat troubled. Although they were not the targets of the white beast's recent attack, the three of them, having just become SSS-level psychics, were roughly equal in strength. Seeing how perilous Wang Kong's encounter with the attack had been, they feared they would not fare much better if it were them. For a moment, due to the white beast's strike, the three SSS-level psychics were all stunned in place, daring not to move. Apart from Ing Xian and the other two SSS-level psychics, no one else had noticed the crisis that had just unfolded. Especially for the residents of Star City, being ordinary people, they could only see their three SSS-level Psychic Association members fighting the white beast for a moment before dispersing, completely unaware of the dangers involved. Many residents of Star City were puzzled, some still harboring the subconscious belief that it's difficult for one to battle against multiple opponents, even if they're psychics, powerful as they might be compared to ordinary people. If they faced psychics of the same level, surely one person couldn't withstand two, let alone now when there were three. Residents excitedly shouted, seemingly wanting to convey their voices to Ing Xian and the other two, hoping that they would act. Ing Xian, what are you three waiting for? Take action and take down that beast king. Glory to our Star City. Meanwhile, at the edge of Star City, Qin Wanshao, stationed atop the city wall, was also stunned when he saw Ing Xian and the others suddenly stop fighting, and he soon shouted out. But hearing this, Ing Xian and his two companions suddenly felt cold sweat trickle down their foreheads. The confidence and calm that had once graced their faces had vanished completely. The true strength of the Beast King far exceeded their expectations, and even at this moment a hint of regret simultaneously surfaced in their hearts. They regretted their bold claims of wanting to slay the Beast King, and perhaps even their conspiracy with Qin Wanshao to oust Li Xiao from the Super Ability Association. If Li Xiao were still here, would they need to confront the Beast King themselves? Unfortunately, regret was now futile. The white spectral tiger had already locked onto Ing Xian and his companions, showing no intention of letting them go. Feeling the white spectral tiger's perceptive lock, the expressions on Ing Xian and his companions' faces changed repeatedly. At this moment, they understood that it was too late for any regrets. The three exchanged looks and then clenched their teeth. Despite the Beast King's strength, there were still three of them. Why should they fear it? Could the Beast King truly be stronger than three of them, all at the same level of super ability? With this thought, their grim expressions finally eased somewhat. The trio's icy gazes fixed on the white spectral tiger. Today the three of us will kill you and avenge the humans who died at your hands, they declared. As their words fell, terrifying fluctuations of super abilities appeared around them once again. However, the disdain in the eyes of the white spectral tiger only deepened. Kill me, you are not worthy. Let that human called Li Xiao come, perhaps then you might stand a chance. Hearing the white spectral tiger's mocking and scornful voice, Ing Xian and his companions' expressions grew even darker. The white spectral tiger seemed so relaxed facing them, but according to what it said, the three of them together were even less than a match for Li Xiao. Kill. The murderous intent flashed in Ing Xian's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. The trio instantly charged towards the white spectral tiger. The spectators, whether they were super-abled fighters on the beast-tide battlefield or ordinary citizens of Star City, all flushed with excitement at this moment. Their attention centered on the white spectral tiger in Ing Xian's trio. These four SSS-class powerful beings nearly turned the center of the battlefield into a vacuum with their near presence. All the strange beasts and super-abled beings who felt the battle between the four SSS-class super-abled beings and the Beast King quickly retreated. With their power, if they were caught in such a terrifying battle, even the aftermath could easily tear lower-tier super-abled beings into pieces. Meanwhile, outside the beast-tide battlefield, countless super-abled beings and residents of Star City were cheering for Ing Xian and his companions. Indeed, with Lord Ing Xian here, even the Beast King cannot take half a step into our Star City. Even without Li Xiao, Lord Ing Xian and his companions can still keep the Beast King at bay outside Star City. Watching the live broadcast of the battle, many citizens of Star City laughed heartily. However, with the ordinary citizens' limited perspective, they failed to notice Ing Xian and his two companions had only been fighting the white beast for a short while, yet their faces were already covered in sweat and their complexions turned pale due to the rapid consumption of their powers. In contrast, the white beast, a lone Beast King on its side, seemed to handle everything with effortlessness. Both were of the SSS rank, but the white beast appeared to be in a completely different league. "You call yourselves SSS rank with such meager strength?" it seemed to mock. At that moment, the white beast's fierce eyes glared, and its terrifying claws lifted, slamming towards Ing Xian and his companions. Simultaneously, the energy fluctuations around the white beast surged wildly, enveloping the trio. A thick sense of crisis descended, causing their expressions to drastically change. They wanted to retreat, but they suddenly found that the beast's energy fluctuations had sealed off the surrounding area of 100 meters. If it had been at a time when their powers were at their peak, perhaps they might have managed to escape by exhausting all means, but now, having fought with the white beast for this duration, their powers had already been significantly depleted. At this moment, a look of terror finally appeared in their eyes. It was a feeling similar to when they were not yet SSS-ranked low-tier power users facing a Beast King. Back then, it was Li Xiao alone who defended the outskirts of Xing City, repelling all the Beast Kings. They had thought that with their current strength, they should be able to confront a Beast King. However, reality cruelly slapped them in the face. Li Xiao could easily repel 1, 2 or even more Beast Kings at the same time, but now the three of them together were still so embarrassingly overwhelmed in the face of a single Beast King. As the terrifying energy fluctuations enveloped them, the white beast's massive claw struck Ing Xian and his companions. At the same time, in Xing City, all the expressions of those who had been excitedly cheering froze. This time, Ing Xian and his team could not withstand the white beast's attack. Instead, under this attack, they were smashed down and hurled out, their bodies slamming into the solid walls of Xing City, causing the entire wall to tremble. At that moment, a deathly silence ensued. Following that, in Xing City, a thick sense of terror appeared in everyone's eyes, which was broadcasted live. The beast tide facing Xing City this time was not only visible to the residents within the city. Through the special arrangement of the Power Users Association, even other smaller cities were able to watch this broadcast. At this moment, Chen Xian, the guardian of Qi City, was also among the viewers of this live broadcast. Before the SSS-ranked Beast King appeared in the beast tide, upon seeing Ing Xian and his companions slaughtering the beasts as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs, Chen Xian, though disliking the Power Users Association's decision to drive away Li Xiao, watched intently. Chen Xian had always deeply respected the abilities of Ing Xian and his two comrades. Even Chen Xian himself believed that with their strength, even if a Beast King were to appear, they could easily stop it or even slay it. However, the reality gave Chen Xian a big shock. It was just the appearance of that white beast, a Beast King. With its power alone, it managed to leave Ing Xian and his team in such a state. In a fight where 3 SSS-level psychics teamed up against it, the Beast King was not at a disadvantage at all. Could it be that Ing Xian and his team were truly unable to contend with the Beast King? The situation seemed evenly matched at first, and Chen Xian thought this was the worst it could get. But when the live broadcast showed Ing Xian and the others being truly repelled by the white beast, Chen Xian could no longer hide his astonishment. Even as an SS-level psychic himself, his heart trembled with fear. The combined force of 3 SSS-level psychics was still not a match for a Beast King, and they were defeated head-on. This was something no one dared to imagine. Chen Xian's heart sank into even deeper despair. Chen Xian had once thought that as long as he could reach SSS level in the future, he would be qualified to confront a Beast King directly. even if one day Li Xiao had to leave Qiqing. Chen Xian believed he could keep Qiqing safe on his own. However, this live broadcast shattered that belief entirely. Ordinary SSS level psychics were no match for a Beast King. At that moment, watching the live broadcast of Ing Xian and his team defeated and bleeding and seeing the psychics on the city walls showing indescribable fear, Chen Xian's gaze grew increasingly complex. Chen Xian wondered if those in the Psychic Association had ever anticipated this situation when they had driven away Li Xiao. Li Xiao had the strength to defend Xingqing for 5 years, repelling Beast Kings multiple times and leading Xingqing and the Psychic Association to its current flourishing state. However, this did not mean that ordinary SSS-level psychics could achieve what Li Xiao had accomplished. The current plight of Ing Xian and his team was a clear example. The gap between them and Li Xiao when facing a Beast King was undeniably vast, but by now, even if the people of the Psychic Association wanted to regret their decision, it was too late. After all, Li Xiao had already left the Psychic Association. A sudden thought crossed Chen Xian's mind. Xingqing this time was truly doomed. No one had expected that the first beast tide after Li Xiao's departure would be insurmountable for Xingqing. There was no psychic capable of dealing with an SSS level Beast King. Realizing this, Chen Xian's expression subtly changed. His body surged with psychic energy and he disappeared from his spot, heading towards the small courtyard in Qiqing where Li Xiao once resided. The courtyard where Li Xiao lived was now completely different from the disarray when Li Xiao first arrived. As Chen Xian stepped into the courtyard, his gaze was immediately drawn to the 3 saplings planted on the north side. Chen Xian's gaze sharpened as he intently watched the 3 saplings before him. As an SS-class psychic, he could sense a peculiar energy emanating from these young plants, despite their juvenile state. Upon entering the courtyard, he had immediately felt the special energy fluctuations, marked by a sporadic shimmering of purple light. Such energy was something Chen Xian had only previously sensed from celestial treasures that could aid even the top-tier psychics, and those were fully matured. However, these young trees clearly planted by Li Xiao after his arrival were already emitting energy fluctuations not inferior to those mature celestial treasures. It was hard to imagine what level of celestial treasures they could become once fully grown. Just then, as Chen Xian was lost in thought, a voice emerged from behind, pulling him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Li Xiao standing at the doorway of the small house, unnoticed until now, holding a fruit plate in his hand. The plate contained slices of a purple fruit emitting a crystalline purple glow and exuding an irresistibly sweet fragrance. The scent instantly filled Chen Xian's nostrils, making his brain feel clearer than it had in ages. The prolonged guardianship of Qi City had left him somewhat fatigued, but now his spirits were instantly revitalized. Inside him, the psychic powers that had long been stagnating at the SS level suddenly began to stir slowly. His eyes widened in surprise. Li Xiao, however, seemed oblivious to these effects and walked towards Chen Xian with a smile, the sweet aroma intensifying as he approached, causing the slow-moving psychic energy inside Chen Xian to accelerate. Chen Xian's gaze fixated on the fruit plate in Li Xiao's hands. Even the dim-witted would realize that the source of all these changes was the fruit plate held by Li Xiao. If just smelling it from a distance can have such an effect, what would happen if one actually ate it? Could it be a ticket to the heavens? Li Xiao noticed Chen Xian's reaction and couldn't help but smile. The contents of his fruit plate were indeed the psychic-enhancing fruit he had acquired earlier. Li Xiao had planned to eat 1 piece a day, as consuming the entire fruit in 1 day could cause his body to develop a resistance, wasting much of the fruit's potential. Just as he had finished slicing the fruit, Chen Xian had arrived. "Would you like a piece?" Li Xiao asked, pointing to the fruit plate. Each piece of the psychic-enhancing fruit cut into 8 equal slices. Hearing this, Chen Xian inadvertently swallowed his saliva. This wouldn't be too appropriate, right? Although he had never seen this purple fruit before. As an SS-level ability user, Chen Xian knew that simply smelling the fruit had such an effect, which made him aware of its rarity. Such treasures of heaven and earth were undoubtedly very precious even for Li Xiao. "Go ahead and eat, I still have quite a bit on me. Besides, once these 3 saplings grow, the amount of ability-enhancing fruits will only increase," Li Xiao remarked, pointing at the young trees. He recalled the system's explanation that these fruits, which enhance abilities, were indeed from these 3 saplings once they matured. Li Xiao was not concerned about the growth of these fruit trees. He looked at his system panel where he had an item from yesterday's daily task, the ability spring. He could command the system to create a spring at a location, and the water from this spring greatly accelerated plant growth. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Chen Xian couldn't help but direct his gaze back to the saplings, his eyes widening in shock. He had just realized the potential of these 3 young plants. so powerful. These special fruits come from these saplings once mature, Chen Xian said, surprised. Without further ado, he picked up the smallest slice of fruit and ate it. The moment Chen Xian consumed the fruit, he felt his internal ability burst forth, wildly surging throughout his body, centered on Chen Xian. A terrifying force of ability spilled out in all directions, whipping up a gust of wind. However, before Chen Xian's erupting ability could affect the surroundings, Li Xiao glanced at him and slightly moved his thoughts. Instantly, an ability barrier formed around Chen Xian, containing his explosive power. At the same time, Chen Xian's internal ability began to skyrocket rapidly. After a while, Chen Xian opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement. Under the effect of the fruit, he discovered that his strength had grown to the limit of the SS level. Just a little more time and he wouldn't just be breaking through to the SSS level, it seemed entirely within reach. The thought of becoming an SSS level ability user excited Chen Xian even more. Similarly, Li Xiao noticed the significant increase in Chen Xian's ability strength but slightly frowned. Not SSS level yet. Originally, Li Xiao thought that a piece of the 8th tier ability enhancing fruit would easily boost Chen Xian's ability to the SSS level, but it seemed that one piece was not enough. After all, he planned to settle in Qiqing for a long time, and Chen Xian was the strongest ability user in Qiqing aside from himself. If anything were to happen in the future, it would be too troublesome if everything required his personal intervention. The initial purpose of offering the fruit to Chen Xian was precisely to enhance his strength. If it were possible to elevate Chen Xian to SSS level, he would be on par with the 3 in the Ability Association who had just entered the SSS level, which would suffice. At least then, dealing with most of the beast tides wouldn't require his direct involvement. Chen Xian could handle them himself. Chen Xian, have another piece, Li Xiao said, offering the fruit plate to him again. Hearing this, Chen Xian's breathing grew even more rapid. Having already experienced the effects once, Chen Xian now truly understood the immense value of the ability-enhancing fruit. But what did he hear next? Not only had Li Xiao invited him to partake once, but he was also offering a second serving to help him break through to SSS level. Could this really be true? At this moment, all Chen Xian wanted to do was to drop to his knees in front of Li Xiao, cheering in gratitude. Such small pieces of fruit could easily propel someone like him from SS to SSS level. Li Xiao's strength was formidable and he was surprisingly generous with such precious treasures. It was hard to imagine why the Ability Association would ever expel someone like Li Xiao. That's right, the Ability Association. Suddenly, Chen Xian remembered the purpose of his visit. Lord Li Xiao, the Star City Ability Association has been attacked by a beast tide, Chen Xian said urgently, and within this tide there exists a beast king. The 3 SSS level members of the association seem to have been defeated. If nothing is done, Star City might completely fall. However, Li Xiao's eyes did not show the slightest surprise. When the massive beast tide had previously passed through Qi City, Li Xiao had already sensed the presence of a beast king within it. However, he wondered why there was only one. If his memory served him right, he had felt the presence of 2 beast kings within the tide. Regardless of whether there was 1 beast king or 2, they were beyond what the 3 SSS level ability users could handle. Being defeated by the beast king was not beyond Li Xiao's expectations. As for whether Star City would fall, it was no longer of any concern to him. The only thing in Star City that still mattered to him was, has there been any news from Yi Shui? He suddenly asked. Before the beast tide had reached Star City, Li Xiao had entrusted Chen Xian with a task to contact Yi Shui, informing her of his whereabouts and also expressing his desire for her to come to Qi City. By now quite some time had passed. Yi Shui should have responded already. Chen Xian shook his head. The message was sent out a while ago, but Miss Yi Shui has not replied. This was also one of the reasons Chen Xian had come to find Li Xiao. From the snippets of conversation previously, he could tell that the relationship between them was far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's eyes momentarily darkened. Meanwhile, back in Star City, in the moment when Ying Xian and the other 2 were defeated and driven back, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They had only faced 1 SSS level beast king. Ying Xian and 2 other SSS level psychics joined forces but were effortlessly defeated. Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. However, after defeating Ying Xian and his companions, the white psychic tiger didn't pause. Unworthy of being called SSS level, it seemed to sneer through its fierce tiger eyes filled with contempt. You are much weaker than that guy named Li Xiao. Then a flicker of murderous intent quietly emerged in the tiger's eyes. At that moment, Ying Xian and his allies felt a profound sense of mortal danger enveloping them. Despite being SSS level psychics, they couldn't hide their terror. The three teamed up but were easily defeated by the white psychic tiger, nearly shattering their last line of defense. Simultaneously, the massive figure of the white psychic tiger blinked and reappeared above one of the psychics, Wang Kong. From the sky above, its huge claws fiercely swooped down on Wang Kong. Terror of impending death shone in Wang Kong's eyes as he screamed, "No, no, no, I don't want to die." He tried to activate his psychic power to flee, however his energy was vastly depleted from the earlier battle, leaving him with very little. A faint ripple of psychic energy emerged from within Wang Kong but was quickly torn apart under the overwhelming pressure of the white psychic tiger. Thud! The tiger's giant claw finally smashed onto the ground, causing vibrations that resonated intensely, even felt by the residents of Xing City. Underneath the colossal paw, Wang Kong lost any chance to escape and was firmly smashed into the ground. When the white psychic tiger lifted its paw from the earth, all that could be seen was a flattened, unrecognizable mass at the center of impact. It wasn't even a corpse but more aptly described as a pile of flesh, blood red in color. It spread out from the center of the crushed remains. Wang Kong, the SSS level psychic, was dead, completely dead with no hope of survival. Ying Xian and Huang Seng, standing nearby, also began to tremble with fear. The death of Wang Kong, a fellow SSS level psychic, brought an immense psychological shock far beyond what ordinary people experienced. On the walls of Xing City, Qin Wanxiu's originally excited expression froze at the moment of Wang Kong's death. At that moment, Qin Wanxiu felt his mind go blank. The three SSS level psychics he had pinned his hopes on now seemed utterly powerless even against a single Beast King. Not only did they fail to kill or repel the Beast King, but they were also killed by it in a shockingly short time. It was said that the gap in strength among SSS level ability users wouldn't be too vast, right? But why then do their three SSS level ability users seem inferior to just one of the enemy's Beast Kings? A thunderous roar, the cry of a white tiger, suddenly pierced the air, reaching everyone's ears. With the tiger's wild roar, the beast tide, which had quieted down, erupted into chaos once again. Terrifying roars from various beasts resonated from within the tide, overlapping each other and shaking the resolve of all who heard them. Following what seemed to be the death of an SSS level ability user, all the beasts outside Star City were triggered into a complete frenzy, charging towards the city with renewed vigor. This time, however, faced with the onslaught of the beast tide, no ability users dared to confront them head-on. The live broadcast shook violently at this moment, the visuals becoming blurred and shaky. The rumbling sounds suddenly reached the ears of the residents of Star City, but this time it wasn't coming from the live broadcast. In Star City, everyone's gaze turned towards the distant city walls, which had stood tall and unyielding until now. Cracks began to appear, and soon after, the entire stretch of the wall shattered completely. Huge chunks of the wall crumbled, falling to the ground and causing intense tremors. For a moment, the whole of Star City seemed to be caught in a minor earthquake. Many of the city's residents frantically clung to anything nearby that could serve as support, but at this moment it wasn't the earthquake beneath their feet that concerned them the most. They looked towards the edge of Star City, at the great wall that had been constructed when the beasts first appeared and had stood intact for 5 years. Now, that wall had completely collapsed. The broadcasting equipment set up outside the city had been shaken so violently by the beast tide that the feed was now just a blur. However, all the residents of Star City could clearly recall the last scene they had witnessed. SSS level ability user Wang Kong was dead. The ability users had been utterly defeated. The beast tide had truly breached the city. This broken wall was a testament to everything they had seen, confirming the grim reality of their situation. A wave of panic swept through the residents of Star City. Gone was their initial confidence in Ying Xian and the other two SSS level ability users. In its place was a deep, pervasive fear. Damn it, hadn't it been said that even if the Beast King truly arrived, he wouldn't be a match for Lord Ying Xian and the others? But why had the Beast King indeed come, and why had the outcome been nothing like what they had initially believed, where the Beast King would be effortlessly slain by Ying Xian and the others? Everything had turned upside down. The three SSS level ability users together couldn't even defeat one Beast King and had even been counter-killed. If this were a game, someone would surely mock them for not knowing how to play. But this was reality. The massive beast tide had already broken through the defenses of the ability users and surged into Star City. The terrifying roar no longer came through the live broadcast, instead it penetrated directly into the ears of every resident in Star City, sending shivers down their spines. Closer to the city walls, many citizens could already see the massive beasts charging in from the broken barriers. Fear was clearly etched on the faces of those who watched these alien creatures storm toward them. Initially, they were among the staunchest supporters of Yi Xian and the other two SSS rank psychics even. Leading the protests during the trial of Li Xiao, previously when the Psychic Association had warned of an incoming beast tide, these spectators had wanted to witness the psychics' battle firsthand, expecting to see a decisive victory over the beasts. But what was the outcome? The beast tide had breached the psychics' defenses and one of the SSS rank psychics was already dead. Those who had been eager to join the excitement were now in serious trouble. "No, save me, someone please save me!" they cried in panic, attempting to flee back into the deeper parts of Star City. Unfortunately, with their slow human speed, they had barely made it a few steps before the beasts, each at least 10 meters in size, charged in from beyond the walls. With their massive bodies, these creatures made humans look like mere toys. Casual trampling and collisions were enough to cause screams of agony in Star City, screams that quickly faded into silence not long after they began. Before much time had passed, the beasts had penetrated deeper into Star City. Along their path, countless high-rise buildings collapsed under the impact of their charge, plunging the interior of Star City into utter chaos. Those bastards at the Psychic Association, didn't they promise they could easily handle the beast tide? Why has it come to this? The enraged and helpless cries continued, but soon those voices would be silenced under the trampling of the beasts. Without the protection of psychics, ordinary people were no different from ants. A mere step was enough to kill countless numbers. Just then, in a certain area of Star City, a pale blue psychic power suddenly streaked across, causing a massive fluctuation of energy. Two enormous beasts that were stomping towards the civilians collapsed thunderously lifeless. A beautiful girl with a slender figure dressed in a blue robe appeared. Yi Xue's expression was extremely grave. After the complete defeat of the psychics, she, like most of the others, had returned to Star City. Yi Xue looked around at the collapsed buildings and the wailing crowds. Everything around her reflected the devastation the beast tide had brought to Star City. But now, the invasion of the beast tide into Star City was an irreversible situation. Even Yi Xian and the other two SSS rank psychics hadn't been able to stop it, let alone her, merely an SS rank psychic. If Li Xiao were still in Star City, perhaps none of this would have happened. Yi Xue thought, her beautiful eyes blinking with a complex expression. Unfortunately, who could be blamed for Li Xiao's departure? Initially, Li Xiao was forced out of the Superpower Association. Throughout Xingqiang, whether members of the Superpower Association or residents of the city, how many were willing to speak up for Li Xiao? Even that day, because Yi Xue took the initiative to defend Li Xiao, she later faced considerable targeting from the Superpower Association and verbal abuse from the residents of Xingqiang. Tiredness flickered in Yi Xue's eyes. For some reason, her longing for Li Xiao grew stronger, but since the day Li Xiao left, she had lost track of him. Once this disaster is over, I will leave the association and find him, Yi Xue thought to herself. Just then, cries for help pierced the air once again not far away. Yi Xue turned her gaze in that direction. A beast standing at least 10 meters tall and resembling a rhinoceros was charging towards a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man was just an ordinary person, and his chances of surviving the beast's attack were almost nil. Pale blue superpowers surged around Yi Xue as she moved towards the rhinoceros-like beast. However, this time Yi Xue's attack on the rhinoceros beast did not kill it outright. Instead, the body of the rhinoceros beast suddenly trembled and terrifying superpower fluctuations emerged from it. This rhinoceros, it turned out, was also a hidden SS-class creature? Meanwhile, the rhinoceros beast abandoned the middle-aged man, turned its body and fixed its gaze firmly on Yi Xue. Feeling the beast's focus on her, Yi Xue's beautiful face remained unchanged, ready to fight. But in the next moment, her heart suddenly trembled. Yi Xue suddenly realized that when the rhinoceros beast targeted her from several different directions, several other beasts with superpower strengths reaching SS class also locked onto her. Previously, Yi Xue's rescue operations in Xingqiang had attracted the attention of many SS class beasts. Now, these SS class creatures were ready to eliminate Yi Xue first. A slight heaviness settled in her heart. She could clearly feel that at least 6 SS class beasts were currently targeting her. With Yi Xue's abilities, she might have been able to handle 1 or 2, but 6 at once, unless she was an SSS class superpower herself, her own safety could hardly be guaranteed. Suddenly, with a roar, the rhinoceros beast that had locked onto Yi Xue let out a fierce cry. Terrifying superpower fluctuations began to emerge around the rhinoceros beast. Under the influence of its superpowers, the skin of the rhinoceros beast seemed to become even harder, emitting a silver-black sheen. Along its path, the rhinoceros beast easily smashed through any buildings that stood in its way with its body. Yi Xue's gaze flickered. A pale blue psychic power spread out, creating ripples like those on water. These ripples, originating from her fair palms, spread outward, forming a barrier between herself and the rhinoceros beast. In the next moment, the beast slammed into the watery ripples. Strangely, the seemingly fragile ripples forcefully stopped the rhinoceros beast outside. However, Ishua's delicate face showed no hint of joy. Instead, her expression grew even more somber. As the rhinoceros beast launched its attack, several other large figures rushed toward Ishua from different directions. Being SS-level beasts, their intelligence was no less than that of humans. The combined assault of several SS-level beasts left no room for Ishua to escape. Ishua's complexion turned extremely grim. Not far from Ishua, there were not only beasts but also other psychics like her, rescuing the residents of Xingqing. Seeing many SS-level beasts converging on Ishua, these psychics displayed anxiety in their eyes. However, these individuals were weaker than Ishua. The strongest among them were only two S-level psychics, hardly a match for the SS-level beasts. Given Ishua's situation, if she were to directly confront these beasts even as an SS-level psychic, she would likely suffer severe injuries. At that point, continuing the rescue operations within the city would be the least of her worries. Even her survival would be in question. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Ishua's eyes. She had not yet found Li Xiao. How could she allow herself to die here so easily? With this thought, a determined expression appeared in Ishua's eyes, as if she was preparing to do something drastic. But just then, an incredibly terrifying and familiar psychic pressure suddenly emerged from outside Xingqing. This psychic force entered the city with terrifying speed. Immediately thereafter, the SS-level beasts that had been charging toward Ishua showed fear in their eyes, their bodies freezing on the spot. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the SS-level beasts expanded without hesitation and then exploded violently, painting the surrounding area of hundreds of meters in bright red. What had just happened? In that instant, the psychics near Ishua were completely stunned, their minds going blank. Effortlessly causing several SS-level beasts to explode and die was unthinkable. A powerful psychic, even for an SSS-level psychic like Ying Xian, such a feat seemed impossible. After all, SS-level beasts were not mere cabbages that could be easily overwhelmed by SSS-level psychics. Yet at this moment, feeling that familiar psychic pressure, Ishua's lips curled into a beautiful smile. She looked toward the sky outside Xingqing, only to see a dot-like figure rapidly approaching the city. Unknown to Ishua, as the black dot grew larger outside Xingqing, the eyes of two enormous figures suddenly opened. These were none other than a white tiger beast and a still-hidden black python. Their gazes were fixed on the black dot in the distance. As it drew closer, the silhouette of a human figure within it became clearer and a powerful aura emanated, growing stronger with proximity. Both the white spectral tiger and the black giant python, sovereigns among beasts, displayed a solemnity in their eyes. Such an expression hadn't even surfaced when the white tiger faced 3 SSS tier superhumans alone earlier. This aura was incomparable to that of a newly advanced SSS tier superhuman like Ying Xian. In this world, there was only one human who could possess such formidable power that came to the minds of the two beast kings, Li Xiao. As Li Xiao drew nearer to Xing City, a chorus of wildly different cries from various beasts erupted simultaneously. Without exception, each cry was tinged with nervousness and unease. These beasts, not having reached the status of a beast king, felt the presence of a terrifying entity approaching. For a moment, the beasts that had been rampaging through Xing City recoiled in terror, curling up and not daring to move, only able to whimper softly. Merely the anticipation of this man's arrival had frightened the entire swarm into this state. Witnessing this sudden change in the beasts, everyone in Xing City, including Qin Wanxiao and the still surviving SSS tier superhumans Xing Xian and Huang Sang, were stunned. They had no clue what was happening. Suddenly, a roar from the white spectral tiger shook the heavens. Within its roar was the oppressive might of a beast king, which finally allowed the frightened, cowering beasts to regain some ability to move, settling down once more. It didn't take long before Li Xiao's figure reappeared at the edge of Xing City. In front of Li Xiao, the massive body of the white spectral tiger stood as a barrier, its formidable beast king aura clashing with Li Xiao's superhuman aura. However, within moments, the fierce eyes of the white tiger began to change. In mere breaths, its beast king aura was already at a significant disadvantage before Li Xiao. Sensing the white tiger's struggle against Li Xiao's superhuman aura, a hissing sound echoed. At the rear end of the beast swarm, the figure of a black giant python suddenly swelled, transforming from its original several meters to hundreds of meters in length. the Black Python released a similarly terrifying Beast King aura, joining forces with the White Spectral Tiger to counter Li Xiao's superhuman pressure. Sadly, even though the Black Giant Python made its presence known from within the swarm and unleashed its own superhuman aura, it was insufficient. As Li Xiao approached Xingqing, the oppressive aura of the two Beast Kings still seemed to be at a disadvantage. They vividly remembered their last encounter with Li Xiao. His supernatural powers didn't seem as terrifying back then. Had this guy gotten stronger? With this thought, both Beast Kings looked at Li Xiao with a newfound apprehension. Both were SSS-ranked superhumans, previously 3 SSS-ranked individuals, including Ying Xian, couldn't even stand against the White Tiger King alone. But in front of Li Xiao, even when these two Beast Kings joined forces in previous encounters, they could hardly gain any advantage. This was the stark disparity between their powers. On the other hand, Li Xiao was unaware of the thoughts harbored by the White Tiger King and the Black Python King. He had returned to Xingqing not because of the beast tide that threatened the city. After all, the supernatural association of Xingqing had once deemed him useless and dispensable. Li Xiao was not about to show eagerness where he was unwelcome. It was far more comforting to stay in Xingqing, where he could complete daily missions at ease. The superhumans there were pleasant to talk to, and whenever he expressed even a minor need, countless individuals vied to assist him. He had only recently mentioned wanting to renovate his small courtyard, and immediately a plethora of superhumans delivered various materials to his doorstep, almost embarrassing him with their generosity. The reason for his return was different this time. He had learned about the breach in Xingqing caused by the beast tide during a live broadcast from Chen Xian. Yishuet, someone deeply connected to him, was still in Xingqing. Beyond her safety, the fate of others did not concern Li Xiao. Fortunately, his powers had significantly improved, which made his return feasible despite the short notice. Li Xiao paid no heed to the two Beast Kings who watched him with intense scrutiny. To him, these two had never been a threat, and now with his enhanced abilities, they were even less likely to pose any danger. From outside Xingqing, Li Xiao's gaze stretched towards a certain direction within the city. There stood a slender girl in a blue dress, Yishuet. Despite the distance, Li had noticed several SS-ranked beasts attempting to surround her. Thankfully, by then the distance between them fell within the range of Li Xiao's supernatural strikes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yishuet was safe, which meant he wasn't too late. But just at that moment, Li Xiao, "You've arrived just in time. Quickly drive these two Beast Kings back." A commanding voice echoed from within the city. Li Xiao followed the voice and looked in its direction. With just a glance, his brows furrowed. The speaker was all too familiar to him. It was Qin Wanxiao. Qin Wanxiao appeared quite disheveled, surrounded by several members of the Supernatural Association, including Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two other SSS-ranked superhumans. But the expressions on everyone's faces were grim. Clearly, they too had faced significant challenges during the recent beast tide, especially Yi Xian and Huang Sang. The two of them no longer had the arrogance that once belonged to SSS class members. In their battle with the White Mutant Tiger, both realized just how weak they were. Their expressions were somewhat dazed, clearly not having recovered yet. Meanwhile, Qin Wanxiao, standing at the forefront of the psychics, noticed that Li Xiao was looking his way. Li Xiao, quickly repel those two Beast Kings. If you drive away both Beast Kings, the mistakes you made in the Psychic Association will be completely erased. I will also arrange for you to rejoin the Psychic Association, and you will have all your former benefits and status restored. Qin Wanxiao shouted at Li Xiao. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Qin Wanxiao's face. In his view, this was the moment for Li Xiao to return, presumably unwilling to let Xingqing suffer under the beast tide. As long as he offered reinstatement in the Psychic Association as a condition, Li Xiao would surely have no reason to refuse. But regrettably, after hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, Li Xiao just stood there, a curious look flashing in his eyes as he stared at Qin Wanxiao, seemingly very interested. Li Xiao wanted to ask, since when had he ever cared about being a member of the Psychic Association? To restore his membership just by repelling these two Beast Kings? When had the membership of the Psychic Association become so precious that it was considered worth the effort of defeating two Beast Kings? For a moment Li Xiao felt like laughing. His look towards Qin Wanxiao was akin to looking at a fool. How could this guy seriously make such a proposal? Back when the Psychic Association had developed its own SSS class psychic and expelled him, it was Qin Wanxiao who did it. Now realizing that novice SSS class psychics were no match for a real Beast King, he wanted to pull Li Xiao back in. Such good things don't come so easily. Moreover, Li Xiao had finally gotten away from the exhausting task of guarding against mutant beasts every day. Now comfortably settled in Xingqing, only a fool would want to return to the Psychic Association. At this Moment Li Xiao didn't even have the interest to speak with Qin Wanxiao. Turning his head, he started walking towards the direction of Xingqing where Yi Shui was. What Li Xiao didn't know was that Qin Wanxiao's words were also being broadcast throughout Xingqing via live streaming devices set up around the city. Although many of these devices had been damaged in the previous beast tide attacks, quite a few were still operational. The residents of Xingqing currently under siege by the beast tide lit up when they heard Qin Wanxiao's words, turning their eyes to watch the slightly damaged live broadcast screens. Li Xiao, is it really that criminal Li Xiao who has come back? Haha, I knew that guy had nowhere else to go and had to return to Xingqing in the end. I remember Li Xiao was once capable of fending off the Beast King, and now that he's back he must have heard about the Beast Tide attacking Xingqing. However, I think just repelling this Beast Tide and then reinstating his membership in the Xian Ability Association is letting him off too easily. Yes, at the very least we should require Li Xiao to guard Xingqing for more than a year after repelling this tide, then after that all the residents of Xingqing should vote again to allow him to rejoin the association. No, even if he suppresses this beast tide, we absolutely cannot let Li Xiao rejoin the association easily. If it hadn't been for Li Xiao's tantrum and departure, how could the beast tide have caused such great damage to Xingqing? After this is over, he must be brought before the tribunal again, to give an explanation to those who died. In the midst of the crisis caused by the deathly beasts, some people poured all their previous negative emotions onto Li Xiao, once again pinning baseless accusations on him. But just then something seemed to be discovered. The voices of the residents of Xingqing who were discussing this stopped abruptly, because at that moment, everyone saw the same scene on the live broadcast. It was Li Xiao ignoring everyone's words, not even giving Qin Wanxiao the slightest attention, and just diving into Xingqing on his own. For a moment, everyone felt as if an invisible hand was choking their throats. Previously, they were considering what kind of punishment they should give Li Xiao after he sheepishly came back once the beast tide was over, whether to completely ban his abilities, imprison him in a prison for major offenders with abilities, or some other punitive measures, and then vote again to allow Li Xiao to rejoin the Ability Association. But it turned out Li Xiao didn't consider their thoughts at all. On the other hand, Qin Wanxiao's smile also suddenly stiffened. He stared blankly at Li Xiao heading into Xingqing, also not reacting to Li Xiao's actions. By the time Qin Wanxiao came to his senses, he found that in a blink of an eye Li Xiao had already disappeared from his view. Somewhere in Xingqing around Yi Shui, the buildings that were once there had now turned into numerous ruins. Underneath the giant beasts, nothing in their path was spared. However, at this moment, those SS grade beasts that were trying to attack Yi Shui had all vanished. In their place were hundreds of meters around, covered in blood and flesh. This was the result of the SS grade beasts' bodies exploding, the blood almost dyeing the entire area red, and Yi Shui was right in the middle of it. Fortunately, with Yi Shui's strength, she had formed a barrier around herself just in time when the bodies of the SS grade beasts exploded, preventing their flesh from sticking to her. As for the beast explosion that just happened around her, although the person responsible for it had not yet appeared, Yi Shui knew, in this world there was only one ability user who could crush several SS-grade beasts from a distance with ease. Meanwhile, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shui. When Yi Shui saw the young figure, her eyes involuntarily flashed with joy. This young figure was naturally Li Xiao. Yi Shui hadn't expected that without even starting her search for Li Xiao he had taken the initiative to return to Xingqing to find her. Was it because he knew that Xingqing was facing a beast tide and he came back fearing she might be in danger? At this thought, Yi Shui felt her heart beat even more intensely and a faint blush spread across her face. Xiao Shui, those exotic beasts, they didn't hurt you, did they? Li Xiao looked Yi Shui up and down. There were still chaotic fluctuations of exotic energies on her sign. She had just been in battle. Earlier, as his sensory range had just covered Xingqing, he found that Yi Shui was about to be attacked by several SS rank exotic beasts. He immediately took action and eradicated those SS rank beasts. As for whether Yi Shui had encountered any other dangers before that, Li Xiao was unaware. However, Yi Shui shook her head, indicating that she was all right. Seeing this, Li Xiao felt relieved. He scanned the surroundings, and within his field of view there were still many traces of exotic beasts. Among them, there were several S-rank and even SS-rank beasts. However, this time, as Li Xiao's gaze swept over the exotic beasts that were caught in his sight, without exception cowered on the ground, whimpering lowly, daring not to move. In Li Xiao's presence, these beasts felt a terrifying pressure, the kind only felt in the presence of a beast king. It seemed that with just a thought, Li Xiao could easily eradicate them. Li Xiao snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze from these creatures. His sole purpose this trip was to take Yi Shui away. If these beasts did not seek death on their own, he was too lazy to kill them one by one. Xiao Shui, I now live in Xiqing, would you like to leave with me? Li Xiao asked Yi Shui. Hearing this question, Yi Shui did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded her head. Previously on the day of Li Zhao's trial, because she had spoken up for him, Yi Shui also suffered a lot of pressure from the Exotic Abilities Association and the internal forces of Xingqing. If it weren't for the fact that she herself was an SS rank exotic ability user which deterred others from taking action, perhaps her situation would have been worse. By that time Yi Shui had already thought about leaving to find Li Xiao. However, this time the beast tide disrupted Yi Shui's plans. When the beast tide broke into the city, Yi Shui did not stand idly by. In this recent beast tide, many strange beasts were killed and many residents of Star City were saved. Overall, she had done enough for the Association of Special Abilities. I'm willing, Shui said. Alright, let's go then. Li Xiao nodded and took Yi Shui's hand. Her cheeks flushed again as Li Xiao held her small hand, but she did not resist. Enveloped by Li Xiao's special ability, the two flew towards the sky. In Star City below, many residents who witnessed this scene were stunned. Li Xiao, how can he leave? They exclaimed. Wasn't it agreed that he would come back to help Star City and suppress the strange beasts? No, the problem with the strange beasts hasn't been resolved. Li Xiao, you must not leave. Suddenly, the residents who had been discussing waiting for Li Xiao to deal with this beast tide before addressing the damage to Star City caused by his delayed arrival became somewhat panicked. Li Xiao's action seemed to indicate that he truly did not intend to deal with this beast tide. On the other side, seeing Li Xiao flying towards the sky, Qin Wanxiao's expression turned ugly. Li Xiao with Yi Shui was moving faster and faster, and in a moment they feared they would leave the vicinity of Star City. Meanwhile, the strange beasts which had been cowering on the ground in fear due to Li Xiao's presence now had a fierce light reappear in their eyes, perhaps due to the extreme fear they had just experienced because of Li Xiao. Continuous terrifying roars could be heard throughout Star City, deafening to the ears. At this moment, feeling the strange beasts about to riot again, Qin Wanxiao could no longer restrain himself and shouted, Li Xiao, if you dare to leave this time, no matter what, our Association of Special Abilities will never accept you as a member again. Above the firmament, Li Xiao slowed down and stopped. Qin Wanxiao's face showed a slight hint of joy, thinking his threat had worked. However, hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, Li Xiao actually laughed. Had President Qin, have you forgotten something? I am no longer a member of the Association of Special Abilities. Your threat means nothing to me. As he spoke, Li Xiao turned and continued to fly away from Star City, ignoring Qin Wanxiao's extremely ugly expression. Li Xiao, come back. Qin Wanxiao's voice rang out in desperation, but Li Xiao, soaring through the sky and moving away from Star City, no longer paid him any heed. Qin Wanxiao's expression was terribly somber, filled with deep anger. The last time he felt such an emotion was when Li Xiao announced in front of everyone that he was leaving the Association of Special Abilities. This time, before Qin Wanxiao's anger could escalate further, Star City once again experienced violent tremors. The terrifying roars of the strange beasts resounded once more. With Li Xiao's departure, those beasts previously suppressed by Li Xiao's power and afraid to make any rash moves began to stir again. Unrestrained, they wreaked havoc in Star City. No, don't kill me, I really don't want to die. The desperate cries for help mixed with the terror-stricken voices of countless people. In the face of this terrifying beast tide, the ordinary residents of Star City were no different from ants, only able to face death amidst fear and despair. Li Xiao watched these scenes of despair unfold on the ground with an expressionless face. His mood remained undisturbed, without the slightest ripple, and he harbored no thoughts of stepping in to rescue. Some people, having made their decisions, must then face the consequences of those decisions. They had once deemed Li Xiao negligent, blaming him for the casualties in Star City. Now, after Li Xiao had left the Supernatural Association, the consequences should rightly be borne by them alone. The catastrophic scenes unfolding within Star City were captured by the few remaining live broadcast devices and transmitted to other cities. In Qi City, Chen Xian was also watching the live broadcast from Star City. The city that once thrived in peace and stability was now under the onslaught of the beast tide, reduced to a scene akin to a hell on earth. Moment by moment, residents of Star City perished under the beast tide. A complex expression flickered across Chen Xian's eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Supernatural Association had put Li Xiao on trial. The public reason was Li Xiao's negligence, which had led to the significant casualties of about 500 people in Star City. Significant casualties. Chen Xian muttered these words to himself, watching the bloody scenes unfold in the broadcast. If around 500 casualties were considered significant, then what Star City was experiencing now could be seen as a massive tragedy every single second. And the real reason for all this was merely their decision to expel Li Xiao from the Supernatural Association. At that moment, as if noticing something, Chen Xian's expression subtly changed. In the live broadcast of Star City, Li Xiao accompanied by Yi Shui had reached the edge of Star City. Just as Li Xiao was about to leave, two enormous figures suddenly appeared blocking his path. These massive figures were none other than the two beast kings, the white alien tiger and the black giant python. With the appearance of the white alien tiger and the black giant python, Li Xiao, who was initially ready to leave with Yi Shui, suddenly halted his movement, suspended in the sky. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure from the two beast kings began to spread and envelop the entire Star City. At this moment, every supernatural being or beast, regardless of their strength or power, felt an involuntary surge of panic within their hearts. We meet again. A terrifying sound accompanied by a huge tremor in the air suddenly rang out, reaching everyone's ears. The fierce eyes of the white tiger and the black python were tightly locked onto Li Xiao. Next to Li Xiao, under the gaze of the two beast kings, Yi Shui's face turned slightly pale. However, Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged. His calm gaze as always met the beast kings. What do you intend to stop me from leaving? Meanwhile in Xing City, Li Xiao, you rascal, unwilling to assist our supernatural association in resolving this, I really want to see how you'll deal with these two beast kings. At that moment, Qin Wanxiao also witnessed the scene where the two beast kings were blocking Li Xiao's departure. The anger in Qin Wanxiao's eyes instantly dissipated, and he burst into laughter. Qin Wanxiao had just witnessed the strength of these two beast kings. Merely the white tiger alone was capable of easily defeating Ying Xian and two other SSS-level superhumans. As for Li Xiao, back when he was still with the Supernatural Association, he had fought the white tiger numerous times, but at that time, the reason Li Xiao could repeatedly repel the beast kings was largely due to the assistance of many superhumans from the association. Otherwise, Qin Wanxiao did not believe that Li Xiao could so easily repel the numerous beast waves and beast king-level existences. Not to mention this time Li Xiao was facing not one but two beast kings together. Qin Wanxiao did not think that these two beast kings would play by the rules, engaging in a fair one-on-one duel. Since he was unwilling to join them in resolving the beast wave for a win-win situation, then they certainly couldn't let Li Xiao leave so easily. I really want to see when the two beast kings join forces to suppress you later whether you will beg our supernatural association for help. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Qin Wanxiao's eyes, but Qin Wanxiao had not noticed that at the same time Li Xiao's previous words fell on Li Xiao. A supernatural pressure that was no weaker than the beast kings and even much stronger began to spread. As this supernatural pressure emerged, the pupils of the two beast kings instantly trembled. In the eyes of the two beast kings a thick color of dread emerged. If it were someone else who dared to speak like this in front of the two beast kings, they probably wouldn't have spared another word and would have slapped him to death instantly. But the one speaking was Li Xiao, an existence that even the two beast kings together might not have been able to defeat previously. And now, both beast kings could feel that Li Xiao's strength had increased significantly since their last encounter, although during this time, the two beast kings had not been stagnant. But when really compared, the gap in strength between Li Xiao and them seemed to have widened even more. Previously, when the two beast kings teamed up, they could match Li Xiao, but now even if they joined forces, they might not be his opponent. With this thought, a hint of retreat flashed in the eyes of the two beast kings. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the formidable pressures emanating from the two beast kings blocking Li Xiao's path suddenly receded, simultaneously stepping aside to clear a pathway for him. From the words Li Xiao had spoken earlier, it was clear that his visit was solely to escort someone out of Xing City, showing no interest in meddling with the city's affairs. Both the white tiger and the black python, the beast kings, understood this well. Given the current situation, if they truly attempted to forcefully detain Li Xiao, it was more likely that they would end up disastrously defeated by him. Li Xiao's strength had grown immensely compared to the past. Without even engaging in battle, their instincts as SSS-ranked beast kings had already alerted them to the terrifying extent of Li Xiao's power. A real battle could potentially lead to their deaths. Realizing this, the two beast kings did not hesitate any further. Abandoning the idea of detaining Li Xiao, they opened up a sufficient path for him to leave. At that moment, the sight of the white tiger and the black python stepping aside was seen by many. Whether it was the people in other cities watching through the live broadcast or the psychics and residents within Xing City, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. In Chi City, Chen Xian was utterly shocked as he watched the live broadcast unfold on his screen. At that moment his mind went completely blank. What was he seeing? The two Beast Kings were actually clearing the way for Li Xiao to leave. Was he losing his mind or had the world gone mad? These were Beast Kings, each a formidable SSS ranked entity capable of effortlessly overpowering ordinary SSS ranked psychics. Previously, when Li Xiao mentioned returning to Xing City, Chen Xian was concerned, knowing that with the presence of these two Beast Kings, Li Xiao's departure from Xing City could be fraught with danger. But the outcome was something Chen Xian could never have imagined. Nearly at Li Xiao's word, the two Beast Kings chose to back down, letting Li Xiao leave without even attempting to stop him. Just how powerful was Lord Li Xiao? This question suddenly struck Chen Xian's mind. At that moment, he finally understood why Xing City had remained safe during the years of beast tides. This was not something any ordinary SSS rank psychic could achieve. Li Xiao's strength had long surpassed that of typical SSS rank psychics. Could it be that Lord Li Xiao's power had reached beyond the SSS rank? This thought surfaced in Chen Xian's mind as he felt his own emotions stirring with excitement. Meanwhile, compared to Chen Xian's excitement, Qin Wanxiu's eyes were filled with utter stupor. His face was marked with disbelief. Qin Wanxiu had considered countless possibilities, but none included this outcome. But never had the Beast King considered this possibility. Why would two such powerful SSS tier Beast Kings exhibit such behavior in front of Li Xiao? Likewise, numerous residents of Star City were equally dumbstruck by this scene. Even though they were ordinary people, they could tell the behavior of the two Beast Kings seemed to stem from fear of Li Xiao, which is why they dared not attack him and instead cleared the way for him. This won't do. If Li Xiao leaves now, what will we do? Li Xiao, drive these strange beasts away before you go. Someone cried out again, hopelessly, but their voices, distant and feeble, were like the dreams of fools, unlikely to reach Li Xiao. Even if he did hear them, it was expected that he would not respond. Li Xiao, watching the two Beast Kings who retreated and cleared the path, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Whether these Beast Kings obstructed him was not a major issue for Li Xiao. With his current strength, if he wished, dealing with these two Beast Kings would not waste any time. However, since the Beast Kings recognized their inferiority and chose to submit, it was naturally the best outcome. Xiaoxue, it's time to go, Li Xiao said, turning to Yi Shui, who was by his side. Yi Shui's cheeks flushed as she looked at Li Xiao and nodded slightly. A strong sense of security surged in her heart. To this day, if anyone dared to stand before the Beast Kings like this, it was probably only Li Xiao. Just as they were about to leave, the ground that had calmed down with Li Xiao's arrival suddenly shook again. But this time, the tremor did not come from a beast tide. The source of the tremor was not in Star City, but from a direction far away. Including the psychics in Star City, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the tremor. Just one look and a hint of horror appeared in their eyes. In their view, a black giant ape, its size comparable to the white alien tiger in the black python, was charging towards the direction of Star City. As the black giant ape approached, everyone felt an extremely terrifying psychic pressure drawing near. In Star City, numerous psychics with insufficient strength felt their breathing becoming oppressive. Those with powers reaching S tier and even SS tier had eyes filled with deep terror. Another SSS tier Beast King, a cry of horror suddenly erupted. At this moment, a look of despair appeared in everyone's eyes. The presence of two Beast Kings was already a disaster for Star City. If another Beast King arrived now, these people feared they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The tremors on the ground grew louder and louder. Standing on the ground, countless people felt their bodies vibrating with the frequency as the black giant ape neared Star City. Outside the city walls loomed the colossal figure of the black gorilla, casting an oppressive shadow over all who beheld it. The black gorilla turned its gaze towards the white tiger and the black python, and its voice thundered in laughter. Ha ha ha, you two, you seem to regress the more you live. Are you actually afraid of a human? Is this the troublesome human you spoke of? Its massive pupils shifted towards the direction of Li Xiao, filled with disdain. Compared to the terrifying bulk of the black gorilla, Li Xiao's figure was minuscule, scarcely the size of the creature's little finger. Such insignificance, the gorilla thought, would be crushed underfoot without even a moment's notice. Yet astonishingly, this human had managed to instill such fear in both the white tiger and the black python that they dared not even contemplate attack. Such cowardice! No wonder it mused that these two have failed to deal with the humans in this region for so long, even losing many lesser beasts in the process. But now, the situation was different. The black gorilla had arrived, and it would not falter like the other two. Its gaze upon Li Xiao grew increasingly menacing. the terrifying look in its eyes locked onto Li Xiao steadfastly. The stare of such a formidable beast king was enough to instill primal fear in any creature potent enough to shatter the spirit of the weak-willed instantly. However, at this moment Li Xiao faced the black gorilla's menacing gaze without a hint of discomfort. His expression did not change in the slightest. "If you are wise, you would not block my path," Li Xiao said calmly, his eyes fixed on the huge creature before him. His tone was exceedingly tranquil, as if what stood before him was not a mighty beast king. Hearing Li Xiao's words, the black gorilla stood its ground immovable. "Human, do you think I am like those other two failures you've dealt with?" Its cold voice echoed, its terrifying gaze still fixed on Li Xiao, showing no intention of making way. Nearby, the white tiger and the black python, both beast kings, flashed a hint of anger in their eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Black gorilla, you are too arrogant. This human is not as easy to handle as you think." Despite their words, the black gorilla did not even blink, choosing to ignore them. This behavior only intensified the anger in the eyes of the two beast kings, but the black gorilla did not care. Just a human after all. How strong can he possibly be? The so-called human champions I've killed before are countless. Today, in this city, no one can escape. Human, you are no exception. The black gorilla's voice was cold, filled with a thick, murderous intent. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of otherworldly power emanated from the black gorilla's body. The moment this supernatural pressure erupted, the drifting white clouds in the sky were instantly torn into fragments by the terrifying force. Gale-force winds howled, and the air itself seemed oppressively heavy. Countless supernatural beings struggled to breathe. In the heart of Xing City, next to Qin Wanshao, Ing Xian and Huang Sang's eyes suddenly widened. As SSS rank superhumans, they sensed a power emanating from the black gorilla that was far more terrifying than that of the white tiger or the black python, a beast king stronger than both. Previously, the white tiger, a beast king, had managed to kill one of them in a 3-against-1 fight, but facing this black gorilla, it was likely that not just one would have perished. With this thought, Ing Xian and others felt the tremors of fear intensify. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, who was directly facing the oppressive force of the black gorilla, reacted quite differently from Ing Xian and the others. The Beast King's supernatural pressure was nothing new to him. At the same time, Li Xiao's attention was caught by something else, an unexpected quest notification from his daily system. "Ding, new mission initiated. You've learned that your friend might be in danger in the wilderness. Being a warm-hearted person, you decide to personally go out and bring your friend back to your home as a guest. However, on your way home you encounter some unfriendly beasts. Please deal with these unfriendly beasts and safely escort your friend back home." Mission item: 1 beast repellent stick, temporary. Mission reward: 1 beast repellent stick, permanent. A daily task during such a moment caught Li Xiao slightly by surprise. Looking at the quest that appeared before him, Li Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. But when he read the mission details, his expression turned curious. Driving away beasts and inviting a friend home seemed a bit odd, but oddly fitting for the current situation. However, referring to an SSS rank beast king as merely a beast, the system sure didn't seem to respect ranks. Though this black gorilla was no match for Li Xiao, it was still a beast king, and this complete lack of respect made Li Xiao quite amused. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Might as well get some exercise by driving away the beast, he thought aloud. The black gorilla heard Li Xiao refer to it as a mere beast, and its face darkened with fury. "You're seeking death," it seemed to say as it glared angrily. In the next instant, its massive hand covered in black fur reached out towards Li Xiao, causing a thunderous roar in the air, a truly terrifying sight. For a moment, the light around Li Xiao was completely obscured by the giant furry hand. Beside him, Yi Shui felt her heart leap to her throat. Yet Li Xiao just smiled, reassuringly patting Yi Shui on the shoulder. Then, reaching into the void with a gentle grasp, his hand suddenly held a black iron stick forged from special metal. On the black iron rod were engraved countless bizarre patterns. Each pattern occasionally flickered with a strange, dark glow. This was the temporary tool given to Li Xiao by the daily system, called the Wani Beast Repelling Rod. However, this time when Li Xiao grasped the rod, even he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. His gaze was fixed intently on the black iron rod in his hands. This was no mere beast repelling tool. It was clearly a weapon crafted from extremely advanced supernatural materials designed for powerful ability users. Even with Li Xiao's extensive knowledge, he couldn't identify the specific materials used to craft this black iron rod. The only certainty was that the materials used were no less than 8th rank, equivalent to his own SSS grade status. At that moment, even Li Xiao couldn't help but want to exclaim in admiration at the system's prowess. To think that such an item was merely called a beast repelling rod? Regaining his senses, Li Xiao saw a giant hand reaching towards him from a massive black gorilla. However, instead of panic, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes as he gripped the Wani beast repelling rod tightly. In the next instant, his figure suddenly flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the head of the black gorilla, raising the rod high, ready to smash it down on the creature's head. Yet, such a small figure seemed to pose no threat at all. "Is this your resistance?" the disdainful voice of the black gorilla echoed, its palm closed slightly, ready to swat Li Xiao away casually. But in the next moment, when the black gorilla's palm came in contact with the rod in Li Xiao's hand, the expression on its face changed instantly. Terrifying blue-purple arcs of electricity exploded from the rod, emitting bursts of thunderous roars. A scream resounded. Amidst the flashing electric light accompanied by the black gorilla's screams, its already black palm turned even darker, almost burnt, and a charred smell faintly wafted through the air. A flash of terror appeared in the eyes of the black gorilla, but before it could finish speaking, its pupils suddenly reflected Li Xiao, who was once again raising the rod to strike down at it. As Li Xiao brought the rod crashing down behind him, a phantom of a gigantic black rod, hundreds of feet long, appeared and struck down simultaneously. Boom! A dull sound suddenly erupted. As the 100-foot-long rod shadow smashed down on its head, the black gorilla only felt stars bursting before its eyes as if struck by a heavy blow. In the next moment, the gorilla found the light in front of its eyes suddenly dimming, followed by complete darkness. Then, under the shocked gazes of all, the massive body of the black gorilla suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterwards it toppled straight backwards. Boom! As the body of the black gorilla hit the ground, dust and debris were sent flying, and the entire land trembled violently as if struck by an earthquake. Countless people displayed expressions of shock and horror. In Xiqing, the battle between Li Xiao and the giant black gorilla had disrupted the clarity of the surveillance cameras initially set up by the Supernatural Association. Despite the somewhat blurry footage, Shen Xian had witnessed the entire sequence of events and now stood with a dazed expression. The creature Li Xiao faced was a beast king of considerable strength, seemingly more powerful than the white supernatural tiger and the black python, yet in the end Li Xiao had felled the beast with just 2 strikes. This confrontation, if one could even call it that, was more of a unilateral annihilation. The victim, a powerful SSS-ranked beast king, was defeated almost instantly. Shen Xian, snapping back to reality and watching Li Xiao's indistinct figure on the livestream, felt his admiration for him deepen. Meanwhile, outside Qingqing, the giant black gorilla lay motionless on the ground, its eyes shut and its expression peaceful, as if merely asleep. In reality, it had been knocked out for quite some time. The body of a beast king is truly remarkably young and yet so quick to fall asleep, Li Xiao commented, nodding in approval as he watched the unconscious beast. Hearing his words, the nearby white supernatural tiger and black python twitched their mouths slightly. They wanted to remind him that he was the one who had knocked out the gorilla, but they wisely chose to keep silent. The fear and apprehension in their eyes towards Li Xiao intensified, secretly transforming into outright terror. Previously, they had thought that even if they were no match for Li Xiao, he wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. However, now that even the stronger giant black gorilla had been effortlessly defeated by him, they feared their fate would be even worse if they were to confront him. Meanwhile, the giant black gorilla's eyelids twitched slightly, showing signs of awakening. As consciousness slowly returned, intense pain flooded its brain, leaving it momentarily blank. But then memories of being knocked unconscious by Li Xiao's 2 strikes resurfaced vividly. Abruptly, the gorilla rose, its eyes filled with a mix of shock and rage as it glared at Li Xiao. It had previously boasted to the other beast kings that it could handle Li Xiao, but ironically, it had been swiftly dealt with instead. "Human, you have successfully angered me," the gorilla growled in a deep, restrained voice. Li Xiao, however, remained calm, fixing his gaze on the gorilla. "It seems I haven't quite subdued you yet," he said, gripping his beast riding stick more tightly. The stick swung in his hand, emitting a faint black glow. Recognizing the weapon that had knocked it out, the gorilla's pupils contracted. In the next instant, Li Xiao vanished from sight and reappeared close to the gorilla, his figure reflected in the beast's eyes. Simultaneously, a fierce blue-purple electrical arc completely enveloped the gorilla's field of vision. A 100-jang-long shadow of a black cudgel once again emerged from behind Li Xiao, lashing ferociously towards the gigantic black gorilla. With a loud thud, the black gorilla's body was whipped away, flying through the air like a torn sack, crashing into the distance. Several other creatures, unable to escape in time, were smashed into pulp by the gorilla's massive body without even a chance to scream. The black gorilla tried to rise and fight back, but Li Xiao gave it no opportunity. His formidable psychic power tightly locked the area around the gorilla. The long shadow of the black cudgel under Li Xiao's control continued to strike the black gorilla's body relentlessly. It was a one-sided beating. The Beast King, the black gorilla, could hardly muster the strength to resist. In no time numerous wounds appeared on its body. As the injuries worsened, the gorilla's own psychic pressure began to weaken significantly. Meanwhile, the spectacle of Li Xiao battling the black gorilla was broadcast live streaming into countless dilapidated small cities. In these small cities, defenders and psychic power users watching the live broadcast were visibly exhilarated. The Beast King is faltering. Lord Li Xiao is about to slay another Beast King-level creature. Lord Li Xiao is invincible. Excitement altered their expressions. The presence of a Beast King posed a significant threat to all cities. If Li Xiao were to slay another Beast King, it would mean a long period of respite from beast tides, effectively relieving all cities from this pressure. Hurry, Lord Li Xiao, finish off this Beast King. Although their voices couldn't reach Li Xiao through the broadcast, many psychics in these small cities still clenched their fists and shouted in support. Meanwhile, outside Star City, the black gorilla, feeling its injuries becoming increasingly severe, finally experienced a sensation known as fear. It was the fear of death, something not even a Beast King was exempt from. It wanted to flee immediately, but this thought was quickly dismissed by the gorilla itself. During the recent combat, the black gorilla had fully realized just how terrifying Li Xiao's strength was, and his speed far surpassed its own. If it tried to flee, it would undoubtedly meet its demise under Li Xiao's relentless pursuit. With this realization, a look of despair appeared in the gorilla's eyes, but in the next moment, as if recalling something, a sinister look flashed through its gaze. The gaze of the colossal black gorilla was fixed toward the direction of Star City. A terrifying psychic pressure burst forth from its body, allowing it to forcefully break free from Li Xiao's attack. Seizing the brief lull, the gorilla quickly made its way to the edge of Star City, Indiana. The next moment, one of its massive hands extended towards the city, unleashing a fearsome suction force. Many of the residents and psychics near the edge of the city suddenly wore expressions of terror. They found themselves being uncontrollably pulled towards the black gorilla. With a swift grab, the gorilla captured these individuals in its grasp. Turning around, the black gorilla then faced Li Xiao, who was rapidly approaching, and a threatening voice boomed out, "Humans, if you do not wish for these people to die, then step aside and let me leave." It seemed to the gorilla that since Li Xiao was a powerful human psychic, he would naturally care for the weaker humans in the city. The gorilla slightly opened its hand, positioning the terrified residents and psychics of Star City so that Li Xiao could clearly see them. Li Xiao paused for a moment, his actions momentarily stilled by the scene. In seeing this, the black gorilla momentarily relaxed, believing its threat had had its intended effect. However, at that moment a cold smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. "You're holding them, why should I step aside?" Li Xiao thought back to the gorilla's recent threat and found it somewhat amusing. What kind of mind does this creature have, thinking it can use these people to threaten me? If they were in some smaller city instead of Star City, perhaps Li Xiao might have considered how to rescue these people from its clutches, but the black gorilla had made a grave mistake using the people of Star City to threaten him. Looking at those held in the gorilla's palm, among them were psychics from the Psychic Association as well as residents of Star City. None were spared the terror, their faces pale with fright. Although Li Xiao couldn't recall their specific names, he was all too familiar with their faces. As an SSS rank psychic with immense mental strength, he could not possibly forget. He had seen many of these faces among the crowds holding banners at the protest rally when he was once put on trial by the Psychic Association. Ironically, the black gorilla was attempting to use these very people to threaten him. Li Xiao couldn't decide if the black gorilla was being clever or just foolish. With these thoughts, Li Xiao raised his beast-driving staff high, his actions unhesitant despite the threat. Behind him, the shadow of a 100-yard black staff appeared, smashing down towards the black gorilla's head. The gorilla's expression drastically changed as it clumsily dodged to the side. Immediately following, the shadow of the staff smashed down where the gorilla had just been standing, striking the ground with immense force. Boom! Dust and debris flew into the sky, forming a crater over a kilometer in diameter at the site. Witnessing this, the gorilla, having narrowly escaped, couldn't help but twitch. A flicker of panic inadvertently flashed in its eyes, perhaps triggered by the human hostages it held in its grasp. Li Xiao, far from showing any restraint, only intensified his attacks. Did this human not care at all if these hostages died? "Humans, do you not care for the lives of your own kind? Are you not afraid that I will kill these people?" roared the black gorilla, its voice a mix of shock and anger. A terrifying surge of supernatural power began to emanate from the palm of its hand. Seemingly ready to obliterate the hostages at a mere thought, the hostages' faces turned increasingly pale under the oppressive supernatural force of the black gorilla, their eyes wide with terror as they pleaded for help. "No, please, save me. I don't want to die, Li Xiao. I know I was wrong, please save me." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh heartily, his gaze cold as he watched those gripped in the gorilla's mighty hand. "Now you seek my help? What were you doing earlier? When I was being sent to the Supernatural Council for judgment, I didn't see this concern from you. Don't look to me. Saving you is a job for the Supernatural Council, not me. But rest assured, after you die I'll kill this Beast King too as your revenge. No need to thank me." Ignoring the hostages, Li Xiao raised his beast-controlling staff high and slammed it down towards the black gorilla's head once more. But this time, the gorilla wasn't so lucky to dodge. 100-meter-long shadow of the black staff fell, and with a dull thud it struck the gorilla's head. Thick blood dripped from its skull, slowing its thoughts and adding weight to its impending death. The sensation of actual death loomed, and the black gorilla felt that it might truly perish. No, the terrifying pressure of a Beast King-level supernatural power spread from its body as the gorilla fell into a frenzy in its dying moments. At the same time, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the gorilla's palm. Under the unrestrained power of the Beast King, the skin of the hostages in its grip began to burst open under the immense pressure, spewing thick blood. Before long, these individuals had turned into blood-drenched figures. Their faces smeared with blood showed their eyes wide with terror. Reaching out, they seemed to want to crawl out of the black gorilla's grasp. "You lot, what use are you to me now?" The black gorilla's expression was ferocious, its eyes crazed. In the next moment, its large hand covered in black fur clenched violently. With a squelch, blood splattered. More desperate and painful screams arose, but they lasted only a moment before fading away. When the black gorilla's palm opened again, the people in its grasp had already lost their breath of life. Their bodies were grotesquely twisted from the crushing pressure. Only in the moments before their deaths did their eyes still show intense fear and reluctance. Witnessing this, Li Xiao's gaze remained utterly calm, unaffected by the deaths of these individuals. Initially, since these people had sided with the Psychic Association during his trial, Li Xiao naturally could not go to great lengths to rescue them now. Li Xiao had saved Xingqiang countless times, defending it staunchly. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in Xingqiang owed him more than one life, setting aside all other grudges and debts. Even if Li Xiao chose to not save them, it was merely a matter of reclaiming the lives already owed to him. It was just and reasonable. "All the hostages are dead, now it's time for your final struggle," Li Xiao said, his tone indifferent as he looked at the crazed black gorilla appearing utterly unfazed. The gorilla roared terrifyingly, its eyes blood-red as it charged at Li Xiao with its massive body. At that moment, even if an SSS tier psychic stood in front of the black gorilla, the only outcome under its charge would be an exploded body, dead without a whole corpse. And in the blink of an eye, the distance between the black gorilla and Li Xiao was merely a few feet. One more step seemed enough to obliterate Li Xiao's frail body. But just then Li Xiao finally moved. He slowly raised one palm towards the front, making a stopping gesture. Simultaneously, the black gorilla reached him. On one side was a mere 20-centimeter wide palm, and on the other, a towering, horrifying figure. The scene was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, yet it was even more audacious. However, when the two made contact, the expected scene of Li Xiao being obliterated into a mist of blood did not occur. The sky seemed to dim at that moment, with thick clouds gathering in the distance. Centered around Li Xiao, a terrifying wave of psychic power burst forth, as if materializing and shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, under this terrifying psychic surge, the crazed look in the black gorilla's eyes regained a trace of clarity, and a deep horror appeared on its face. In the next moment, boom, a loud explosion sounded. To everyone's sight, Li Xiao remained still in his original position, unmoved. But the giant body of the black gorilla that had been charging towards him was now forcefully knocked back, its blood befitting of a beast king spraying across the sky. Eventually, the black gorilla fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Simultaneously, the beast king's psychic pressure began to rapidly dissipate, and with it its life force faded away. At that moment, the beast king, the colossal black gorilla, died. The entire arena was stunned, dead. The beast king had indeed been slain. What a triumph! Lord Li Xiao had killed another beast king. As the life force of the black gorilla dissipated, excitement surged among the ability users from other cities who were watching the scene live. Although they were not the ones who killed the beast king, the death of one was always exhilarating news for all. With the demise of a beast king serving as a deterrent, it would likely be a long time before any other beast kings dared to order an attack on human cities, provided no other commands were given. On the other side at the scene as the black gorilla's life force vanished, countless beasts both inside and outside of the city of Xingqing felt a deep-seated fear. They became agitated and restless. The death of a beast king near the beast tide was a perilously dangerous signal for all other beasts. Here, there existed beings powerful enough to easily slay them with no exceptions, not even for a beast king. If not for the presence of two other beast kings at the site, it's likely that some beasts would have already started to flee. But in reality, when the black gorilla's death was felt, the white tiger and the black python, both beast kings, also trembled intensely. Their bodies stiffened as they turned their gaze in a certain direction where lay the enormous corpse of the gorilla. Before the corpse stood Li Xiao, his demeanor extraordinarily calm, as if what he had just slain was not a powerful beast king but an insignificant beast from the massive horde. At this moment, even the gazes of the two remaining beast kings towards Li Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation filled with hidden fear. They had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiao dealing with the black gorilla. The whole process was a crushing defeat. The black gorilla couldn't even resist. Li Xiao's strength had far surpassed theirs. Could it be that he had surpassed the SSS level? The two beast kings were profoundly shaken. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out within Xingqiang. Li Xiao, well done. Now take this chance to kill the other two beast kings. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the two beast kings instantly stiffened. They then turned their extremely wary eyes towards Li Xiao, not daring to make the slightest move. Having seen Li Xiao easily kill a beast king stronger than themselves, they feared that if Li Xiao were to make a move against them, their fate would not be much better. At this moment, the two beast kings began to circulate their special abilities within their bodies. If Li Xiao took any drastic actions, they were prepared to split up and flee immediately, not giving Li Xiao any chance to pursue them. As for a head-on fight, the two beast kings were not foolish. They wanted to live a while longer. Soon, both the white tiger-like beast and the black giant python heaved a sigh of relief. They realized that Li Xiao did not seem to intend to attack them. He stood still. However, Li Xiao's gaze followed the voice that had spoken earlier, looking towards the heart of Xing City. The speaker was none other than Qin Wanxiao. He had not expected Li Xiao to be capable of defeating a beast king alone. Considering that Xing City was still under the pressure of two beast kings, Qin Wanxiao had impulsively called out, hoping Li Xiao would help eliminate the beast tide threatening the city. However, Qin Wanxiao also noticed that Li Xiao did not seem to heed his command to take action. What are you waiting for, Li Xiao? Eliminate those two beast kings. Do you want to watch these beasts break into Xing City, causing the entire city to fall and all its people to suffer and die from the beast calamity? Qin Wanxiao frowned and shouted again at Li Xiao. Inside Xing City, many residents also heard Qin Wanxiao's words. Yes, Li Xiao, if you have the ability to defeat a beast king, why not eliminate the other two? Are you really planning to just watch as Xing City falls under the beast tide? They called out excitedly to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, if Xing City falls today in this beast tide, you, as an SSS level psychic with the power to stop all this, will definitely have to bear an inescapable responsibility. If you do not take action today against the beast king, countless people in Xing City will die because of you. They looked at Li Xiao with intense emotion, as if by not acting to save Xing City he would be the most heinous criminal. Hearing these fervent words, Li Xiao finally couldn't help but laugh. He looked at those speaking as if they were fools. At that moment, Li Xiao really wanted to ask, since when did having the power to defeat a beast king obligate him to resolve every beast tide? If he didn't help, were the deaths in the beast tide all his fault? What kind of absurd logic was this? It was moral kidnapping at its finest. Yet Li Xiao was not angry but instead laughed heartily. He looked at the countless angry faces in Xing City with a playful expression. So what if I just choose not to help you? What can you do to me? Suddenly hearing this, the residents of Xing City who had spoken were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Li Xiao to respond this way, but soon their expressions turned excited again, looking at Li Xiao, intending to say something more. However, this time Li Xiao did not intend to give them the chance. After all, his return was never about rescuing Xing City. All this was just these people's wishful thinking. Apart from Yi Shui, whom he planned to take away, did the lives or deaths of the others concern him? As for those insisting that not driving away the beast tide was the reason for all deaths, Li Xiao just wanted to say sorry. If they were capable, they should seek revenge against the beast tide themselves. Besides, didn't Xing City have its own organization of psychics? If the Psychic Association couldn't handle it, why should he, an outsider, do it? Turning around, Li Xiao waved at Yi Shui, who was waiting not far away. Xiaoxue, it's time to leave. Yi Shui nodded slightly and walked over to Li Xiao's side. Li Xiao naturally took Yi Shui's hand, ready to leave. Nearby, seeing that Li Xiao was preparing to depart, the Two beast kings, a white tiger and a black python, very wisely made way quickly. They were fearful of blocking Li Xiao's departure lest he find an excuse to kill them as well. What Li Xiao had done earlier had already dispelled any thoughts of confrontation from the beast kings. Seeing this, Li Xiao chuckled lightly as he looked at the two beast kings, but he did not say much more. A wave of psychic energy slowly emerged within Li Xiao, covering the two of them. In the next moment their figures completely disappeared. Li Xiao's decisive departure was beyond everyone's expectations. It took a while before everyone finally reacted. They looked towards the last place where Li Xiao had been standing, which was now empty. Following that, including Qin Wanxiao, disbelief gradually thickened in everyone's eyes. Li Xiao had really just left. At that moment everyone was stunned in place. No one could have imagined that Li Xiao would leave so decisively, not even bothering to say an extra word. Qin Wanxiao stood among the surrounded psychics of the Psychic Association. His expression became stiff, staring blankly at the last spot where Li Xiao had been before disappearing. At that moment he finally felt that Li Xiao was completely out of his control. Previously, before Li Xiao had left the Psychic Association, whenever there was a beast tide, Li Xiao would always take the initiative to confront it directly, even if sometimes he was injured in previous beast tides, as long as someone approached him. Citing the safety of everyone in Xingqing as the reason, Li Xiao would force himself to act despite his injuries and repel the beast tide. But just now, Qin Wanxiao had used the same tactic, citing the lives of everyone in Xingqing as the reason, asking Li Xiao to repel the beast tide. However, Li Xiao didn't even bother to respond and just left. Why, how could Li Xiao leave? How dare he leave? Qin Wanxiao's voice rose in anger. It was anger, but it seemed more like a cover for the panic inside. In front of the Beast Kings, the two remaining SSS level psychics of the Psychic Association were no match at all. Qin Wanxiao couldn't think of any way to repel the Beast Kings, and in the next moment, before Qin Wanxiao could continue thinking, a terrifying roar resounded and a dreadful pressure from a beast covered Qin Wanxiao. Qin Wanxiao's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of panic. Although he was the president of the Supernatural Abilities Association, his actual strength was not very strong. It was only in recent years that he had used numerous resources from the association to elevate his supernatural abilities to A level, still a fair distance from S level. However, the beast in front of him had already reached the formidable strength of SS level. If faced head-on, Qin Wanxiao feared he would be crushed in an instant. Fortunately, Qin Wanxiao was not alone. Beside him stood Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS-level supernatural beings. Facing the Beast King, they might be slightly outmatched, but dealing with an SS-level beast was not difficult for them. A terrifying surge of supernatural energy flashed around them momentarily as they appeared in front of the SS-level beast that was pouncing towards Qin Wanxiao and struck it down with a thunderous blow. The SS-level beast let out a miserable scream as its massive body was sent flying backward. "President, are you alright?" Xian and Huang Sang asked. Qin Wanxiao's complexion appeared somewhat pale, but ultimately he was not seriously harmed. However, it was only because of the presence of powerful supernatural beings from the association that he was saved from the beast's clutches. In Xingqing, where most of the residents lived, this was not the case, with Li Xiao having already left Xingqing. The previously subdued beast tide had resumed its rampage. The beasts inside Xingqing began frantically rushing towards the residents nearby. "Get away, don't kill me, help, someone save me, I really don't want to die, who can save me?" Countless screams of terror erupted from the residents of Xingqing. Facing the horrifying beast tide, ordinary people had no means to resist. Under the enormous sizes of the beasts, often tens of meters long, even escaping seemed like a luxury. And the supernatural beings of the Supernatural Abilities Association, even with their numbers, could not ensure the safety of everyone. Many of the supernatural beings themselves were barely managing to survive. After all, among the beast tide, there were not a few S-level and even SS-level powerful beasts that ordinary supernatural beings could not contend against. At this moment, Xingqing was plunged into a state of bloodshed and despair. "No, no, no, don't come over here." Near the edge of Xingqing's ruins, a man with glasses cowered, his body trembling as he hid. His original intention for being there was merely to watch the battle between the Supernatural Abilities Association and the beasts up close. However, he had not expected that after the Beast King took action, the association's defensive line would be instantly breached and the beast tide would flood into the city. Realizing that something was wrong, he had tried to flee back to Xingqing, but as an ordinary person, how fast could he run? He had only run for a while when the beast tide had already breached the city walls and entered the city. Many people around him were killed the moment the beast tide entered. He was slightly luckier so far; he hadn't been discovered by any beast. But with the number of beasts entering Xingqing increasing, it was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. Who can save me? The man with glasses despaired, but there was no response. Everyone was struggling to save themselves, including the supernatural beings from the Supernatural Abilities Association he had hoped for. The ground trembled suddenly beside the man with glasses, growing increasingly intense. Turning his head, he saw only that not far behind him an enormous beast, over 10 meters in size, had appeared out of nowhere. A pair of blood-red beastly eyes fixed on him. At this sight the man with glasses was filled with terror, attempting to stand and flee. Unfortunately, as an ordinary human, he had barely started to move when the terrifying creature was already upon him, appearing in front of him. Its sharp claws flashed momentarily as they slashed through the air. No! The man with glasses screamed in horror, trying to dodge, but sadly how could an ordinary human's reactions compare to those of a monstrous beast? In the next moment, the man felt a severe pain throughout his body. A ferocious claw mark appeared across his chest, nearly cutting him in half. His fleeing body fell to the ground, blood gushing out. He felt his body growing colder by the second. This was a sign of approaching death, and with each moment death drew nearer. In his mind an image slowly emerged. The figure was named Li Xiao, once the strongest ability user in the Ability Association. Although just an ordinary man, Li Xiao had repelled numerous beast tides, his glorious deeds well known to him. However, this highly contributive ability user had withdrawn from the Ability Association not long ago. The cause of all this was merely an incident involving the casualties of hundreds, after which everyone demanded that Li Xiao's abilities be sealed and he be imprisoned in the ability user's jail. That day he had been part of the protesting crowd, vaguely remembering holding a banner that read, "We do not need the protection of an arrogant ability user like Li Xiao." Now, feeling the approach of death, a deep regret finally surged in the eyes of the man with glasses. He admitted to himself that he truly regretted it. If he hadn't joined the protest but instead tried to persuade others to treat Li Xiao's mistake with leniency, would today's events have happened? If Li Xiao were still here, how could such a large-scale beast incident occur in Star City? Unfortunately, at this moment it was already too late. The vision before the man with glasses gradually darkened and his consciousness finally slipped into oblivion. A similar scene was unfolding in countless places across Star City. Under the deadly threat of beasts, many of the city's residents, about to face death, finally harbored deep regrets. They regretted that so many had agreed to force Li Xiao to leave the Ability Association. Yet if Li Xiao were still around and knew what these people were thinking, he might only find it amusing. Their so-called regrets were merely born from the realization of their impending deaths, from fear, not regretting earlier or later, but only when facing death. Such regrets, who would believe if told? Moreover, even if their remorse was genuine, Li Xiao felt indifferent. What does their remorse have to do with me? He thought. Was he obligated to save them just because they realized their mistakes? If apologies were effective, what would be the purpose of laws? It seemed that the cause of the beast tide heading towards Xing City was the white tiger and the black python, two beast kings. This diversion had significantly reduced the number of beasts in other areas. Even if one encountered beasts on the road, they were merely solitary hunters. Meanwhile, having left Xing City some time ago, Li Xiao and Yishui began to see the vague outline of a city emerging before them. The city's scale and the perfection of its walls were incomparable to those of Xing City. That city ahead is Qi City, Li Xiao informed Yishui. During their journey he had shared some details about Qi City with her, so Yishui was not completely uninformed. However, she had been surprised to learn that the defender of Qi City was an SS level superpower user, much like herself. It wasn't that she thought an SS level was too weak, but the idea of a single SS level superpower user defending a city for years seemed incredibly daunting. The effort involved was likely beyond anyone's imagination, as the defender had to expend much more energy than other superpower users who could rotate and rest. Yishui expressed her admiration when she heard about Chen Xin, the defender. If it were me, I might have collapsed by now, she admitted. Li Xiao nodded slightly in agreement, having himself defended Xing City for 5 years and understood the difficulties involved. As they neared Qi City, Li Xiao's flying speed slowed. During their conversation, Qi City had drawn incredibly close. The superpower users patrolling the city walls became visibly excited when they saw Li Xiao returning. "Lord Li Xiao is back," they exclaimed, looking at him with eyes full of reverence and admiration. As a superpower user from Qi City, although they had patrol duties, it didn't prevent them from watching the live broadcast from Xing City. They had witnessed Li Xiao slaying another beast king. With Li Xiao's return, Chen Xian also appeared on the City walls, walking briskly towards Li Xiao with excitement. Lord Li Xiao, you're back. Li Xiao nodded slightly and introduced Yi Shui to Chen Xian. After exchanging greetings, Yi Shui noticed something odd. She remembered Li Xiao mentioning that Chen Xian was only an SS level superpower user, but now she could clearly sense that the energy radiating from Chen Xian was at least SSS level, although not comparable to Li Xiao, but certainly on par with the top SSS level superpowers in the association. Noticing the surprise in Yi Shui's eyes, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Chen Xian's strength was indeed originally only SS level. Before he left Qiqing for Xingqing, Chen Xian had been left with 2 8th-tier psychic enhancement fruits by Li Xiao. With the power of these fruits, it would be a surprise if Chen Xian didn't achieve SSS rank. Now that he has indeed reached SSS rank, his attitude towards Li Xiao remains as respectful as ever, unchanged from the beginning. This was all thanks to the help of Mr. Li Xiao. Without his assistance, achieving SSS rank would have probably taken much more time. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's voice could be heard speaking. Hearing this, Yi Shui looked at Li Xiao with increasing curiosity, as if hoping to get some answers from him. However, facing Yi Shui's curious gaze, Li Xiao just smiled and did not clarify everything right there and then. After all, having just returned to Qiqing, there was simply not enough time to explain everything at once. I plan to first take Yi Shui around to familiarize her with the environment of Qiqing. We can talk more about other matters later, Li Xiao said to Chen Xian. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian quickly nodded. Of course, Mr. Li Xiao and Miss Yi Shui must be tired from the journey. It's best to first rest well. Upon returning to Qiqing, he said, then waved his hand to signal the psychic squads patrolling the city walls to disperse so as not to disturb Li Xiao. With that, Li Xiao finally led Yi Shui towards the interior of the city. At the same moment Li Xiao entered Qiqing, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, neutralizing hostile beasts and successfully escorting a friend home. Reward, permanent Wani beast. Repellent stick has been issued and stored in the system space. Hearing this, Li Xiao glanced at his system space, and sure enough, a black metallic ion stick lay quietly within. His expression barely changing, Li Xiao shifted his gaze from the system space. He looked at Yi Shui and pointed at a small courtyard not far away. That's where I'm currently staying. Now that you're also in Qiqing, you should find a place to live. What kind of living arrangement would you prefer? I can ask someone to help look for you. Hearing this, Yi Shui cast a discreet glance at Li Xiao. For her, the environment of the dwelling was not an issue. Having come to Qiqing with Li Xiao, Yi Shui naturally hoped to live near him. Yi Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she expressed her wish to live near Li Xiao. Hearing this, Li Xiao nodded slightly in agreement. The city of Qiqing where he resided was quieter than most imagined, with many vacant houses previously seen in the area. Once Su Qing arrived, Li Xiao planned to ask him to find a suitable residence for Yi Shui. For now, without a place to stay, Li Xiao decided to invite Yi Shui to spend some time at his small courtyard. Yi Shui, without any hesitation, nodded in agreement. Not long after, perhaps because Li Xiao had returned to Qiqing, a figure appeared outside Li Xiao's courtyard. It was none other than Su Qing, who had been assigned by Chen Xian to look after Li Xiao. Master Li Xiao, I heard you were looking for me, Su Qing said respectfully, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing Su Qing had finally arrived, a smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. He opened the gate of the courtyard and invited Su Qing inside. Pointing to Yi Shui beside him, Li Xiao introduced her. After the introduction, Su Qing greeted Yi Shui very respectfully. Yi Shui in turn smiled politely and returned the greeting. Li Xiao then spoke. I didn't call you here for anything urgent. Yi Shui is planning to reside in Qiqing but doesn't have a place to stay yet. I would like your help in finding a suitable residence for her. Understood, Master Li Xiao. Leave it to me, Su Qing responded, immediately nodding his head without hesitation. His eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. During the introduction, Su Qing had learned of Yi Shui's abilities. She was an SS class ability user. Such a level was considered top tier in Qiqing. In fact, with Yi Shui's status as an SS class ability user, even if Li Xiao hadn't asked, just a word from Yi Shui herself would have been enough for Su Qing to eagerly find her a suitable place to stay. Being able to have someone like Yi Shui, an SS class ability user, stay in Qiqing was great news for the city. Of course, Su Qing understood that Yi Shui's decision to leave Xingqing for Qiqing was largely due to her respect for Li Xiao. May I ask if Miss Yi Shui has any specific requirements for the residence? Su Qing inquired enthusiastically. Yi Shui stated her requirements, which were similar to what she had previously discussed with Li Xiao. She wasn't particular about the details of the residence as long as it was close to Li Xiao's place. After listening, Su Qing thought for a moment and then said, Is that so, Miss Yi Shui? I recall there's a nice vacant residence not far from here that fits your requirements. If you're free now, I can take you there to have a look." Hearing this, Yishue glanced at Li Xiao, who nodded slightly. "Since I'm free, let's go and take a look," he said. Following his cue, both turned their gaze towards Su Cheng, who, understanding the situation, began to lead the way. "Lord Li Xiao, Miss Yishue, follow me." On the other side, within the sanctuary of Chen Xian was alone in a room, his eyes tightly shut. Around him, the SSS class psychic energy fluctuations were subtly present. Previously, with the aid of Li Xiao, Chen Xian's psychic power had reached the SSS level. However, he had been at this level for less than a day thus far. After bringing Li Xiao and Yi Shui back to Qiqing, Chen Xian returned to his room to stabilize his newfound powers. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. Soon after, hurried footsteps sounded from outside his residence. "Lord Chen Xian, there's urgent news from Xingqing." At first, psychics in other cities could watch live broadcasts from Xingqing and see the situation there firsthand. However, once the beast tide truly breached Xingqing's defenses shortly after Li Xiao departed, all broadcasting equipment was destroyed, cutting off their real-time monitoring capabilities. Hearing the voice outside his door, Chen Xian's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke. "Come in." As his words fell, a surge of psychic energy emanated from him and the previously closed room door swung open. The psychic who came to report hurried into the room. "What's the current situation in Xingqing?" Chen Xian's voice rose first. Although it was a question, deep within his eyes there seemed to be a hint of conjecture. After all, this beast tide was not led by ordinary beasts, but by two SSS-level beast kings. Such an eventuality meant that Xingqing was definitely not equipped to cope post Li Xiao's departure. Or rather, there was only one conceivable method left for Xingqing to counter this beast tide. Lord Chen Xian, according to the latest reports, Xingqing has suffered heavy losses and has chosen to bomb parts of the city. The informant's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's fist clenched involuntarily and his gaze grew increasingly solemn. So Xingqing resorted to that method after all. Before the descent of the alien beasts, the technology on Blue Star was not considered primitive. There were missiles capable of easily destroying cities. Initially, humanity did not rely solely on psychics to combat the alien beasts. At first, using powerful conventional weapons, humans managed to kill many alien beasts. However, as more formidable beasts emerged, especially those above the S-class, they developed a sense of crisis and could preemptively evade danger. While conventional weapons were powerful, they were useless if they couldn't hit their target. It was only when the SSS-class Beast King appeared that humanity truly fell into crisis. Even the most powerful conventional weapons proved ineffective against the Beast King, leading to the fall of many human cities. In most of these cities, the strongest psychics were only at the SS level, utterly powerless against the SSS Beast King without any means to fight back effectively. Qiqing too had experienced an attack by the Beast King. During that attack, facing the onslaught of an SSS class Beast King accompanied by a horde of beasts, the casualties among Qiqing's psychics and civilians were countless. Knowing that the beast tide was unstoppable, they inflicted heavy damage on the enemy at great cost to themselves. Qiqing chose the only method that could repel the beasts: saturation bombing. Even the Beast King could not dodge and was forced to flee with injuries. However, the price Qiqing paid was the transformation of part of the city into ruins. This is the real reason why Qiqing is much smaller than Xingqing. What remains of Qiqing today is merely a portion of the city before the beasts arrived. Not just Qiqing, but other smaller cities have also survived to this day by employing this same method. Eventually, these beast kings grew indifferent to these barely surviving smaller cities. Chen Xian's gaze grew increasingly complex as he thought about this. Originally, he believed such desperate measures would only be necessary in cities like theirs, which lacked SSS-class psychics capable of combating the beast kings. Yet now even Xingqing, once protected by Li Xiao, has followed in their footsteps. Chen Xian sighed deeply. For a moment he was at a loss for words about Xingqing and the Psychic Association. After all, if they hadn't driven Li Xiao away, he wouldn't be residing in Qiqing now. Xingqing should have continued to enjoy Li Xiao's protection. Now everything has been ruined by the Psychic Association themselves. Although Xingqing managed to survive this beast tide and was not completely destroyed, from now on it might be completely ruined without Li Xiaoan SSS-class psychic capable of confronting the beast kings. Xingqing might end up no different from their devastated smaller cities, or perhaps even worse. Over the past 5 years, they have become accustomed to days of fighting against the beasts. Meanwhile, the psychics and civilians of Xingqing, having grown accustomed to Li Xiao's protection, faced this beast tide unprepared. Although the beast tide did not destroy Xingqing, it was just the beginning. In the future it might face frequent beast tides like their smaller cities, never knowing peace again. Chen Xian wondered if the residents and psychics of Xingqing could withstand such a future. With a complex look in his eyes, he couldn't help thinking this. Meanwhile, in Xingqing, the beast tide that had penetrated the city had now vanished, but by now the city had lost its initial prosperity and high-rise buildings. If one could look down from above, they would see a vast area starting from the outer edges of Xingqing and moving inward, completely turned to ruins. The sky was lit with flames, the scene chaotic. Logically, after the end of a beast tide, there should have been numerous signs of destruction caused by the beasts on these ruins. However, the rubble and broken bricks seemed more like they had been subjected to an extremely terrifying explosion, reduced to even smaller fragments. Even amidst the ruins, not a single structure stood taller than 3 meters. Such devastation covered half of the original Star City. The remaining half also suffered various degrees of damage due to some horrifying aftermath. Meanwhile, some psychics who still maintained their combat abilities began their rescue operations, pulling dazed citizens of Star City from the debris. At this moment, Qin Wanshao stood on a stretch of ruins that had been leveled to the ground. Around him gathered a number of psychics from the Psychic Association. Beside Qin Wanshao, some psychics looking utterly disheveled with dirt smeared on their faces stared at the surroundings that had been completely reduced to rubble. They couldn't understand why Star City, once so bustling and filled with numerous psychics and residents, had turned into this state overnight. If we hadn't driven Li Xiao away back then, would such a disaster have happened? Suddenly this voice echoed beside Qin Wanxiao's ears. As the voice spoke, it seemed as if all breathing around them paused for a moment. The next instant, a flash of anger crossed Qin Wanxiao's face as he turned to look at the person who had just spoken. It turned out to be a psychic from the Psychic Association standing right next to him. "What did you just say?" Qin Wanxiao asked, his face full of anger. As an A-level psychic, his position in the association was neither high nor low, but moderate. Feeling the angry gaze from Qin Wanxiao, the psychic's face turned slightly pale. The words he was about to say halted abruptly, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, possibly due to what the A-level psychic had just mentioned, the expressions of several other psychics from the association around Qin Wanxiao began to change, seemingly swayed, harboring agreeable thoughts. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao's face became even redder with anger, and he shouted loudly, "What are you all talking about? When did I ever drive Li Xiao away? Have you forgotten? When we judged Li Xiao back then, I only wanted him to receive the punishment he deserved for his negligence. I never said we should kick Li Xiao out of the Psychic Association. Could it be that today's situation in Star City is not because Li Xiao refused to accept his punishment and petulantly left the Psychic Association? If Li Xiao had willingly accepted his punishment and remained a member of our association after it was served, we in Xingqing wouldn't be facing this calamity today." Qin Wanxiao, his face contorted with anger, looked around at the crowd and spoke loudly. "The reason Xingqing has come to this state today is because of Li Xiao. It's his fault, and our Superpower Association is also a victim." Upon hearing these words, those superpowered individuals who had shown signs of doubt hesitated slightly. Recalling the trial of Li Xiao, it seemed indeed as Qin Wanxiao had said, they had never intended to expel Li Xiao from the association. If only Li Xiao had listened to the association's decisions and accepted the punishment, none of this would have happened. The entire reason for today's disaster is Li Xiao's dereliction of duty and his refusal to admit his mistakes, leading him to impulsively leave the association. "That's right, Li Xiao is so irresponsible," echoed Qin Wanxiao's voice, causing many of the surviving residents of Xingqing to show anger on their faces. Among them, a resident spoke with fury. He bore many wounds, inflicted as he was chased by monsters earlier. Fortunately, he had been rescued by superpowered individuals, or he might have died. Having narrowly escaped death, his resentment towards Li Xiao only swelled. If only Li Xiao had accepted responsibility for his errors instead of choosing to flee. Today, all those in Xingqing who should have died would not have had to die. Xingqing wouldn't be in this state. Seeing the righteous indignation in everyone's expressions, Qin Wanxiao's originally angry face finally seemed somewhat appeased. His flushed complexion gradually eased as he spoke solemnly. "Enough about Li Xiao, that irresponsible person. We'll find him and hold him accountable later. For now, our priority is the rescue operation." Following Qin Wanxiao's command, the superpowered individuals around him quickly dispersed and threw themselves into the rescue efforts. However, the A-class superpowered individual who had been there from the start was somewhat different. Although he too joined the rescue efforts, he occasionally turned his head looking back at the still furious Qin Wanshao and the residents of Xingqing who had escaped death. Many were still muttering curses at Li Xiao's irresponsibility, but at this moment a look of doubt reappeared in his eyes. Was it really right to blame Li Xiao for today's tragedy in Xingqing? Lord Li Xiao, Miss E. Shui, how do you find this residence? Su Qing was very efficient. At this moment he had already brought Li Xiao and Yi Shui to the outside of a courtyard. The buildings in this courtyard were quite similar to the one where Li Xiao had lived, though the area and the size of the houses were smaller than Li Xiao's previous residence. Moreover, unlike Li Xiao's former courtyard, this new one did not have any land suitable for cultivation. The front yard was adorned with lawns on both sides, and in the middle lay a paved path of stones that led straight from the gate to the house within the courtyard. It looks quite nice, Yishue remarked as she glanced around the small courtyard. Most importantly, the residence Su Qing had arranged for her was very close to where Li Xiao lived. Seeing Yishue's reaction, Li Xiao nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Su Qing. Let's settle on this place then. As long as Miss Yishue likes it from now on, this will be her residence. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face brightened with a smile. Ding, a daily task has been initiated. After visiting your home, your friend has decided to settle in Xiqing, but the residence found is somewhat messy due to long-term vacancy. Without using special abilities, please assist your friend in cleaning the environment. Task reward, 9 Tier 8 Psychic Strengthening Fruits. Right after confirming Yishue's residence, the familiar daily task notification of Li Xiao's system popped up. Another task. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled when he saw the daily task notification. He glanced at the task requirements and the rewards. This time even Li Xiao found it hard to look away from the rewards. The reward was a Tier 8 Psychic Strengthening Fruit. For a person with abilities, the strength of their abilities is certainly important, but to utilize those abilities effectively, mental strength is also a crucial test. A powerful individual needs both strong mental capacity and abilities. It was not long ago that a strengthening fruit had significantly enhanced Li Xiao's abilities. However, Li Xiao felt his mental strength was slightly weaker compared to his abilities. Now, the system had aptly rewarded him with a psychic strengthening fruit. This is truly wonderful. Once his mental strength and abilities both reached the pinnacle of SSS tier, perhaps that would be the day he surpassed the SSS tier abilities. Li Xiao pondered slightly and then looked at Su Qing, who seemed about to speak. Although Su Qing hadn't spoken yet, Li Xiao understood that Su Qing might have been about to arrange for someone to clean the courtyard. We'll take care of the cleaning ourselves, there's no need to trouble anyone else, Li Xiao said. Alright then, Su Qing responded, his words stopping short. But remembering how Li Xiao had handled his own residence when he first moved to Xiqing, Su Qing didn't say anything more. After resolving the matter of Yishue's residence, Su Qing's task was also completed at that moment. After ensuring there was nothing else Li Xiao needed, Su Qing bid farewell and prepared to leave. Throughout the entire process, Su Qing showed great respect towards Li Xiao. Yishue, watching Su Qing's departing figure, couldn't help but have a slightly complex look in her eyes. Back in Xingqing, Li Xiao had helped suppress countless beast tides, yet it seemed that neither the Superpower Association nor the residents ever truly respected him. In fact, following a minor mistake by Li Xiao, they even planned to punish him. However, since arriving in Xiqing, things seemed different. Along the way here, Yishui had encountered many of Xiqing's superpower users, especially Su Qing. Despite Li Xiao only recently arriving in Xiqing, Yishui could feel that the superpower users here genuinely respected him. If Yishui didn't know Li Xiao well, she might have suspected that the city Li Xiao previously guarded was Xiqing, not Xingcheng. Li Xiao, however, was unaware of Yishui's thoughts. He was rather eager about the reward from this routine task. In his hands he already had gathered numerous cleaning tools. An hour later a chime sounded. Congratulations, host. Task completed. 9 Tier 8 mental enhancement fruits have been issued. The moment the courtyard was cleaned, the system's task completion notification echoed in Li Xiao's ears. Li Xiao felt a slight movement in his hand, and suddenly a palm-sized fruit appeared. This was a Tier 8 mental enhancement fruit. The fruit, in appearance and size, was not much different from the superpower enhancement fruits he had obtained before. However, unlike the translucent purple of the previous fruits, this one was a pale yellow with a faint yellowish glow swirling around its skin. Holding the fruit, its aromatic scent involuntarily entered his nostrils. Even as an SSS tier superpower user, Li Xiao felt his mind become clearer and more relaxed than usual. This sensation was exactly like the first time he had taken out a superpower enhancement fruit. Meanwhile, Yishui, who had just finished cleaning with Li Xiao, smelled the sweet fragrance of the mental enhancement fruit in Li Xiao's hand and involuntarily looked over. The next moment, seemingly realizing something, her eyes showed a surprised expression. She stared at the tier 8 mental enhancement fruit in Li Xiao's hand. Just now, the moment she smelled the fragrance, Yi Shui could distinctly feel her mental strength enhance. Although there was no change in her superpower strength, if she were to use her mental power to control her superpowers again, Yi Shui's combat ability would at least be 1% stronger than before. This was because greater mental power allowed for more precise control of superpowers, and this was merely the effect from smelling the fragrance. Yi Shui could hardly imagine how much her mental power would increase if she actually ate the fruit. Meanwhile, Li Xiao also noticed the expression on Yi Shui's face. As he looked at Yi Shui's flawless and surprised face, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, finding the situation quite amusing. Back when they were at the Ability Association, he had never seen such an expression on her face. Suddenly Li Xiao's gaze shifted slightly, as if he had thought of something. "Right, Xiao Shui, I forgot I still have something for you." As he spoke, Li Xiao raised his hand. In the next moment, a fruit emitting a shimmering purple glow appeared in his hand. The rich fragrances of the ability-enhancing fruit and mental-enhancing fruit wafted into Yi Shui's nose, making her feel the subtle increases in both her mental and supernatural powers. Yi Shui's flawless face shifted from surprise to shock as she beheld the two enhancement fruits in Li Zhao's hands, but before Yi Shui could say anything else, Li Zhao's voice preempted her. "Xiao Shui, if I remember correctly, you're also close to becoming an SSS ranked ability user, right? One of these fruits can enhance your ability power and the other can boost your mental strength. They're just perfect for you." With that, Li Xiao extended both fruits towards Yi Shui. However, as expected, Yi Shui did not immediately reach out to take the fruits, driven by her body's craving instincts. She could feel the special energy contained within the fruits. Such heavenly treasures were probably not even available if one turned the Ability Association upside down. Now, with Li Xiao offering these two fruits to her, how could Yi Shui possibly accept them lightly? Even though she knew that consuming these fruits would soon elevate her to SSS rank, she couldn't bring herself to accept them. "No, I can't accept these. They are too precious," Yi Shui said with a firm look in her eyes. Seeing Yi Shui's reaction, Li Xiao could guess the reason for her refusal and shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, the fact that I'm giving these fruits to you means I have more." Yi Shui's face showed disbelief at his words, but in the next moment, as if to prove his claim was not false, Li Zhao's thoughts shifted slightly and he raised his hand again. This time several ability-enhancing and mental-enhancing fruits appeared in his hand all at once. These were fruits that, if placed elsewhere, countless ability users would vie for, because each one represented the potential for an SS-ranked ability user to break through to SSS rank. No one could resist such a temptation, and in Li Zhao's hands, there were so many. They were all real. Li Xiao hadn't lied to her. Suddenly Yi Shui remembered something. She recalled her arrival at Qi's city and meeting Chen Xian on the city walls. At that time, Chen Xian had told her that his breakthrough to SSS rank was with Li Zhao's help. Before, Yi Shui had wanted to ask more about it but hadn't found the time. Now, seeing the enhancement fruits in Li Zhao's hands, everything became clear. The reason Chen Xian had become an SSS level ability user was simply because he had consumed one of the enhancement fruits given to him by Li Xiao. What Yi Shui didn't realize was that the fruit Chen Xian consumed was not whole. It was just 2 slices out of an 8-sliced fruit, nearly a quarter. In reality, a single fruit for enhancing abilities was enough to significantly break through the powers of 4 SS grade ability users. Even without this knowledge, the information was shocking enough for Yi Shui. A complex expression slowly surfaced in her eyes as she thought about the 3 SSS grade ability users in the Ability Association. The reason Li Xiao was driven away was precisely because the association had nurtured 3 SSS grade ability users of their own, which gave them the false impression that they could easily repel the beast tides without Li Xiao. Now, with such a strengthening fruit, Li Xiao could easily elevate many ability users stuck at the SS grade to SSS grade if he wished. If Li Xiao were still a member of the association, knowing his character, he would not keep such power-enhancing items to himself. When the alien beasts first descended on Blue Star, it was the same Li Xiao not only took on the responsibility of suppressing the beasts but also often sought various natural treasures to enhance the strength of the association's ability users. If the Ability Association hadn't driven Li Xiao away with the resources in Li Zhao's possession, he would not have limited the cultivation to just 3 SSS grade users. It would have been feasible to double the number of SSS grade ability users in the association. Not to mention, there was Li Xiao, a powerful SSS grade ability user who could easily kill the Beast King himself. The disaster of the alien beasts should not have affected Star City at all at that time. The Ability Association could have been the only city capable of taking the offensive against the beast tides, but now Yi Shui sighed deeply, not wishing to continue the thought. This time, knowing that Li Xiao still had several ability-enhancing fruits, she did not refuse his kindness again and took the 2 fruits he offered. Immediately Yi Shui bit into each of the 2 strengthening fruits. The moment the fruit entered her mouth, Yi Shui felt her mental strength and ability power begin to expand at a terrifying speed. The next moment, a horrifying wave of abilities burst forth from within Yi Shui, forming a terrifying vortex around her. Her originally SS grade ability wave crazily expanded, inching ever closer to the SSS grade. In Star City, the sky gradually darkened. Tonight the stars were hidden and no light could be seen above the heavens. The fires in the ruins burned out and eventually extinguished. The night covered the area of Star City, turned to ruins, leaving no trace of any ability users or residents. In another part of Star City that had not yet been affected, Qin Wanxiao's expression was as dark as water. During the day, the surviving ability users and residents had been moved to the remaining areas not affected by the beast tide. At this moment, Qin Wanxiao held several white papers filled with various data. Looking at the key figures, the damaged area of Star City, the current statistics on casualties among the residents and the casualties among the ability users, he stared at the bloody numbers. At this moment, Qin Wanxiao could not help but tremble. He had anticipated that Star City would suffer significant losses this time, but he had never imagined they would be this colossal. According to preliminary statistics, this wave of beasts alone resulted in over 300,000 casualties among the ordinary residents of Star City. Moreover, half of the urban area within the city had been destroyed. The casualty rate among the superpower users was no less severe. In this calamity, an SSS ranked superpower user had perished. Besides, the remaining superpower users also suffered heavy casualties, with the death toll reaching 30% of the entire association's membership. Those who survived were hardly in a better condition, either wounded or having lost their combat capabilities. Since Li Xiao left, everything that Star City had encountered seemed to be moving towards the worse. The beast tide attacks, the casualties among superpower users and residents, all these issues compounded. In the darkness of the night, Qin Wanxiao clenched his fists tightly. The resettlement of the disaster victims, the repair of the city, and the constant onslaught of beast tide attacks, all these problems came one after another. At this moment, although Qin Wanxiao did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that when Li Xiao was still at the association with Li Xiao there to protect Star City against the exotic beasts, he did not have to worry about these issues. But now Li Xiao had left abruptly. A flash of annoyance crossed Qin Wanxiao's eyes. That guy Li Xiao, if only he had followed the association's arrangements, Star City would not have encountered today's troubles. Had Qin Wanxiao known this day would come, he would have never let Li Xiao leave the superpower association so easily. But he had never considered the reason why Li Xiao left the association was exactly because of their overbearing attitude, fearing that Li Xiao had too much power within the association and prematurely using measures to contain him only to push him away completely. Moreover, Qin Wanxiao never understood that Li Xiao had no interest in the association's power from the beginning. The so-called containment of power was utterly baseless. After murmuring a few curses under his breath, Qin Wanxiao looked towards Ying Xian and Huang Sang, 2 SSS-ranked individuals by his side. After their devastating defeat at the hands of the white exotic tiger earlier, they had both been in a low state all day. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao felt an urge to scold them. However, he finally restrained himself, furrowed his brows, and slowly said, "It's just one defeat. You two have just reached SSS rank, and indeed there is still much lacking in your control of abilities. But give it some time, and as you adapt to the strength of SSS rank, the next time you face the Beast King, things may not be the same as today." Qin Wanxiao paused for a moment, looking at the two of them seriously. "The gap between you and Li Xiao is merely a matter of time. Given the same amount of time, you might not be inferior to him." Hearing this, Ying Xian and Huang Sang, who initially appeared disheartened as if their moral integrity had been somewhat shattered in the battle with the Beast King, finally showed some improvement in their expressions. Seeing their restored demeanor, a smile finally appeared on Qin Wanxiao's face. It must be admitted that Qin Wanxiao had somewhat miscalculated the Beast King's strength this time. He hadn't anticipated that the Beast King would be so powerful. However, his recent words to Ying Xian and Huang Sang were not merely to comfort them. After all, in his view, the reason Li Xiao was much stronger than them was simply because Ying Xian and Huang Sang had not been SSS ranked for very long. If they, like Li Xiao, had been SSS ranked for several years, their strength would definitely not be far behind his. With this in mind, Qin Wanxiao patted their shoulders. don't worry, it takes time for the beast tide to regroup. During this period, the association will focus all resources on you to enhance your strength as much as possible. When the Beast King comes again, he might not be able to do much against our Xing city. Although the two Beast Kings had sensed the threat of conventional weapons and fled early, the remaining beast tide could not escape the bombardment range of these weapons. Most of the beasts that had entered the city of Xing City were essentially killed, even if those two Beast Kings wanted to regather the beast tide. It would take time. After all, without the beast tide to draw fire, the two Beast Kings couldn't possibly take the lead themselves. Hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, the eyes of Ing Xian and Huang Sang brightened instantly, and their previous dejection was swept away. As SSS ranked psychics of the association, they were well aware of how abundant the association's resource reserves were. If the association was really willing to focus all resources on them, they could definitely use these resources to make up for lost time. Li Xiao's whereabouts were no secret to them. He was currently staying in a small city called Qiqing. They didn't believe that a small city like Qiqing, which was exhausted daily by battling beasts, had the resources to sustain Li Xiao. In time, they might even have the opportunity to overtake him on a curve. Li Xiao, that guy, will soon realize how wrong it was to leave the Psychic Association. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Xing City, in what used to be a city's ruins, now a gathering area for beasts, dull footsteps resonated and the ground trembled again at this moment. Under the dim light shining down from the sky, the silhouettes of two massive beasts slowly emerged in the darkness. They were none other than a white exotic tiger and a black giant python. The multitude of beasts following them were naturally from the same group that had returned from Xing City. Compared to the initial vast numbers, the returning tide of monstrous beasts was significantly smaller this time. However, the two Beast Kings were unconcerned. In the darkness, the white tiger-like beast turned its head back, its noble head facing the direction of Star City. Its eyes still carried a ferocious glint as a deep voice slowly emerged. So Star City has resorted to those measures at last. It's merely the last struggle before death. The black python hissed, its body writhing, the vertical pupils in its eyes cold and forbidding. What they referred to was the saturated bombardment with thermal weapons that Star City had used in a desperate bid to repel the beast tide. These tactics were not unfamiliar to the two Beast Kings. In the past, when they had led beast tides to attack other cities, they had already witnessed such methods being employed. The fact that Star City would resort to this was also anticipated by the two Beast Kings. It seemed as though the Star City Association of Supernatural Powers had successfully repelled the two Beast Kings, but in reality the association had only managed to inflict significant casualties within the ordinary beast tide. As for the two Beast Kings who had foreseen the danger and avoided it early, they only suffered minor injuries. For the two Beast Kings, regathering the lower-tier monstrous beasts was merely a matter of spending more time. Once they amassed enough beasts for another tide, they could still lead an assault on Star City, and if Star City wished to fend off a beast tide led by the Beast Kings without any supernatural beings capable of confronting them, they would have to resort to this mutually destructive approach. But as long as the Beast Kings themselves survived, the beast tide was endless for them. Even if one batch perished, another could be gathered. However, the areas of Star City that were destroyed were truly ruined, and repairing them posed a significant challenge. The death of each supernatural being was a genuine loss to the association. As long as that human powerhouse named Li Xiao did not intervene, the city named Star City could not hold out much longer. The white tiger-like beast's deep voice resonated in the darkness, but it seemed that mentioning Li Xiao had subtly chilled the atmosphere between the two Beast Kings. The ferocity in the eyes of the white tiger-like beast vanished, and the coldness in the vertical pupils of the black python disappeared. Fear instinctively flashed through the eyes of the two Beast Kings. Although Li Xiao was not here, recalling the events that had transpired made them admit a deep-seated fear of Li Xiao, especially after Li Xiao had slain the black giant ape. The thought of even engaging Li Xiao in battle became daunting for them, akin to a high-level beast facing a lower-tier creature. They faced Li Xiao, a similar feeling arose within them. Although they could sense that Li Xiao's power was still at the SSS level and hadn't truly advanced to the next tier, the current Li Xiao was clearly beyond what any ordinary Beast King could contend with. Even if they wanted to compensate with numerical superiority, it would take at least 5 Beast Kings attacking Li Xiao simultaneously to stand a chance. If possible, they really did not want to confront Li Xiao, but the white exotic tiger and the black giant python exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of bitterness. reluctant as they were. If they left this area on their own and entered another Beast King's territory, the other Beast Kings might not be so amiable. Among the exotic beasts, there was internal competition as well. They regretted their initial decision to descend into this region, now haunted by the presence of Li Xiao, a human with abilities monstrous as any beast. The white exotic tiger let out a soft roar. Under this tiger's roar, the surrounding beast tide seemed to have received a command, finally dispersing temporarily. On the other side, in the city of Qiqing, cloaked in night, Li Xiao was unaware of the abrupt cessation of the beast tide and the various thoughts of people like Qin Wanxiao and Xingqing. At this moment, Li Xiao was still at Yi Shui's house. Ever since Yi Shui had consumed the ability-enhancing fruit and the mental strength-enhancing fruit, she had been attempting to break through to the SSS tier. So far, Yi Shui's breakthrough attempt had lasted over 3 hours. Seems a bit long, Li Xiao murmured, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, he had given Chen Xian 2 pieces of the ability-enhancing fruit. Chen Xian had consumed them and his breakthrough to the SSS level hadn't taken this long, but this time Yi Shui, who was similarly close to the SSS level as Chen Xian, was progressing much slower. Could it be that the energy strength of these 2 fruits was too great to be digested at once? Li Xiao continued to muse, but then he immediately shook his head, dismissing his own thought. He himself had used one of each type of the enhancement fruits just now. The effects of the mental strength-enhancing fruit and the ability-enhancing fruit were quite similar. Although the energy strength was great, the energy contained within was not volatile but rather mild. It wouldn't cause a lower-tier exotic ability user to explode and die from being unable to withstand the massive energy. Unutilized energy could be stored within the body to be absorbed and consumed gradually. Just then, as Li Xiao was deep in thought, his gaze suddenly fell on Yi Shui. Her ability strength, which had been nearing the SSS tier, finally reached a critical point, and then the barrier completely shattered. Centered around Yi Shui, terrifying SSS tier ability fluctuations burst forth from the room and spread out. With a slight thought, Li Xiao effortlessly intercepted these spreading ability fluctuations. However, this time when he felt the intensity of Yi Shui's abilities, Li Xiao's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. The difference in strength among SSS level ability users was vast. However, in Li Xiao's perception, the current strength of Yi Shui's abilities didn't seem like that of someone who had just reached the SSS level. Her power was even comparable to that of the Beast King. Even if Yi Shui were to face the Beast King alone in the future, it seemed unlikely that the Beast King would have any advantage over her. Meanwhile, Yi Shui, who had previously kept her eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. Feeling the strong fluctuations of power within her body, a look of surprise also appeared in her eyes. Although she had only just broken through, Yi Shui could feel that the strength of her abilities was much stronger than those of the SSS level ability users in the Xingqing Ability Association. If it came to a fight, Yi Shui, who had just broken through, could easily handle them. But why was her ability so strong? Could it be because of the 2 enhancement fruits? A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Yi Shui's beautiful face. Like others, she had broken through to the SSS level, but Yi Shui didn't think she had any special talents. The only difference was that during her previous breakthrough, she had consumed 2 enhancement fruits given to her by Li Xiao. At this moment, Yi Shui did not feel the chaos and uncontrollable surge of power that usually accompanied a level breakthrough. With her strong mental strength, every bit of ability within her was finely controlled, giving Yi Shui a strength that was not inferior to that of the mythical Beast King. At this moment, Yi Shui became curious about the level of the 2 enhancement fruits that Li Xiao had given her. Those 2 enhancement fruits, what level were they? Yi Shui couldn't help but look towards Li Xiao, eager to clarify this doubt in her mind. Previously, while she was still at the Ability Association, although Li Xiao was the only SSS level ability user, Yi Shui had a significant status within the association. From the treasure trove of resources collected by the Ability Association, which included precious natural treasures gathered by the combined effort of countless ability users, even SS level ability users could only request a very small portion. However, the few high-level natural treasures stored in the Ability Association's resource vault were nothing compared to the 2 casually given enhancement fruits by Li Xiao. After all, the treasures collected by the Ability Association couldn't enhance an ability user's power and mental strength just by being smelled. If she remembered correctly, those treasures in the Ability Association's resource vault were approximately 8th tier spiritual items. At the same time, upon hearing Yi Shui's question, Li Xiao's response also came. The level of the enhancement fruits, probably 8th tier, only 8th tier. Hearing this response, Yi Shui's expression froze momentarily. the 8th tier treasures stored in the Ability Association's resource vault. Ishue was no stranger to rare treasures, but even among those ranked as 8th tier, the items in the Ability Association's resource library paled in comparison to the 2 ability-enhancing fruits given to her by Li Xiao. They were worlds apart, so much so that they couldn't even be compared. Had Ishue not known Li Xiao well and trusted that he wasn't deceiving her, she might have thought he was downplaying the fruit's level to ease her mind. Is there something wrong? Li Xiao casually asked, noticing the odd expression on Ishue's face. No, I'm just surprised that such powerful fruits are only classified as 8th tier. That seems rather low. Hearing her words, Li Xiao chuckled. A product from the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality, he said, not in jest. Like the most powerful ability users, they are also ranked SSS. Even several SSS tier ability users combined would stand no chance against the Beast King, who in turn doesn't dare to lift a finger against Li Xiao. How could ordinary 8th tier treasures compare to the fine products of the system? Otherwise, if every 8th tier treasure could easily help an SS tier ability user advance to SSS tier, the Ability Association wouldn't have taken so long to cultivate just 3 SSS tier ability users, one of whom died at the hands of the Beast King during the last Beast Tide. Is it that the Ability Association doesn't want to cultivate more SSS tier ability users? Or is it simply because they lack the capability to do so? Even if there are several 8th tier treasures in the association's resource vault, they probably only serve a minor supportive role. To expect them to play a crucial role in breakthroughs like the 2 fruits Li Xiao provided is nothing short of a fantasy. It's getting late. Now that you've successfully broken through, I'll be heading back, Li Xiao said, coming back to his senses and looking at Ishue, who had now successfully advanced. Ishue nodded slightly upon hearing this and did not try to keep him. Since their residences were nearby and Li Xiao was no longer as busy as he had been at the Ability Association, she could easily find him if needed. After bidding him farewell, Ishue saw Li Xiao out the door. She then returned to her room to continue familiarizing herself with her newly acquired SSS tier abilities. Meanwhile, Li Xiao slowly strolled down the street back toward his home. Before long, the familiar courtyard reappeared in his sight and he walked in leisurely. Standing in front of his courtyard, Li Xiao didn't go straight to his room. Instead, he looked at the 3 saplings of mutated seeds and the spot where he had sown the seeds of ability-enhancing vegetables. Although these saplings and vegetable seeds had only been planted recently, they had grown significantly more than when they were first sown, and the vegetable seeds were already sprouting. Li Xiao's gaze was fixed on the small plot of land where seeds of enhanced ability vegetables were planted. He already knew what fruits the 3 mutant seedlings would bear in the future, but the vegetable seeds were different. These seeds were randomly given to him by the system, and Li Xiao had no idea what they would turn into once they fully grew. He wondered if the effects of consuming these enhanced vegetables would be different once they matured. Murmuring to himself, Li Xiao walked over to the small field. There, a brand new well stood oddly out of place next to the small courtyard, or perhaps having a well in the middle of the city was an inherently incongruous sight. This well was naturally the super ability fountain that Li Xiao had obtained as a reward, which he had temporarily placed here. The reason it was only temporary was that the super ability fountain was a system-bound item for Li Xiao, meaning he could collect and deploy it at will. In the future, even if Li Xiao were to leave this place, he wouldn't have to worry about leaving the fountain behind. Scooping a bucket of water from the super ability fountain, Li Xiao watered the mutant seedlings and the enhanced vegetable seeds. As the water from the super ability fountain poured down, a slight fluctuation of super abilities began to appear over the seedlings and seeds. Subsequently, the mutant seedlings suddenly grew a few centimeters taller. The tender shoots of the enhanced vegetable seeds also fully sprouted. The ripening effect of the super ability fountain was immediately apparent. Li Xiao's eyes brightened slightly. It looked like it wouldn't be long before he could harvest some vegetables. After finishing all the chores, Li Xiao finally returned to his room satisfied, ready to rest. In the blink of an eye, several days quickly passed. During these days, Qiqing was very calm, with not even news of sporadic beast attacks on the city. Even the few attacks that occurred involved low-level beasts, which were quickly handled by the super ability teams of Qiqing. As for Li Xiao, he spent these days diligently taking care of the seedlings and vegetables in his yard. The growth of the plants was significantly better than in the previous days, particularly the vegetables, which had already begun to take shape noticeably. It's worth mentioning that the vegetables grown from these randomly provided seeds were not all the same type. Generally classified, some of the vegetables closely resembled leafy greens, while others looked like carrots and chives. The only difference was that ordinary vegetables could only satiate hunger for ordinary people. However, over these few days, the vegetables grown from the enhanced ability seeds were already showing strong fluctuations of super abilities. Once fully mature, they should be able to significantly aid those with abilities. This was indeed becoming a part of his daily routine now. Just like a few days ago, Li Xiao was watering the saplings and vegetables in the courtyard when something caught his eye. Suddenly his gaze shifted beyond the small courtyard. Chen Xian had appeared outside the courtyard without notice, his face brimming with joy. Over the past few days, Chen Xian had been busy stabilizing his newly attained SSS level status, hence his absence. Only today had Chen Xian fully mastered his current superpower strength and decided to emerge from seclusion. Now, Chen Xian could indeed be considered a true SSS level superpower user, though he might still be no match for the Beast King. For any beast below that level, Chen Xian's current strength was enough to ensure the safety of Qiqing City without any threat. Meanwhile, Li Xiao noticed Chen Xian approaching his residence. He set aside the watering can he was using and looked towards Chen Xian with a cheerful smile. "Chen Xian, what brings you here today?" As Chen Xian stepped into Li Xiao's courtyard, he observed Li Xiao, who appeared to be an ordinary person tending to his garden. If one didn't know better, they might actually think Li Xiao was just a regular person. Chen Xian bowed sincerely and said, "Master Li Xiao, I came today to thank you. Without those 2 special fruits you gave me that day, I couldn't have broken through to SSS level so quickly." Although Li Xiao had only been in Qiqing City for a few days and had no intention of joining the local superpower organization, his casual actions had already greatly helped the entire city. After all, having both an SS level and an SSS level superpower user in a city was a conceptually significant difference. Upon seeing Chen Xian's gesture, Li Xiao's face showed a trace of helplessness. He waved his hand slightly. "It's nothing really. Since I'm living in Qiqing now, I'd rather not have to worry about beast tides every now and then. It's also good for me as it ties in with my daily task system." Seeing Li Xiao's casual dismissal, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although Li Xiao thought little of his actions, they had significantly relieved the pressure on all of Qiqing City. "By the way, I haven't seen Su Qing these days. Where is he?" Li Xiao suddenly asked, pulling Chen Xian back to the present. "Su Qing? If I remember correctly, he went out with a team a few days ago to hunt super beasts," Chen Xian replied after a moment's thought. "Hunting super beasts?" Li Xiao frowned slightly. Chen Xian added, "Master Li Xiao, didn't you know? While super beasts are a disaster for humans, they are not inherently so. In fact, for superpower users, every part of a super beast is valuable. Their flesh can be consumed to enhance a superpower user's strength, and their bones can sometimes be made into fine weapons for combat. Therefore, every city, including the Superpower Association Star City, undoubtedly has specialized teams that go out to hunt these beasts and bring back their carcasses." Previously, Su Qing and his team were able to meet with Li Xiao about 10 miles outside of Qiqing. It was their squad's turn to hunt exotic beasts that day. However, Chen Xian seemed to realize something soon after. "Indeed, considering your status back in Qiqing, Sir Li Xiao, you wouldn't need to partake in hunting exotic beasts yourself. After all, if you had dared to leave Qiqing casually in the past, the 2 Beast Kings wouldn't take it lightly. They would summon a beast tied just like the one Qiqing faced a few days ago." At this point, a hesitant look appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. The matter of the beast hunting squad was no secret, yet Li Xiao seemed so unfamiliar with it, almost oblivious. Or perhaps from the beginning the Psionic Association never intended to consider Li Xiao a core member? "You saying that? It does ring a bell now." Li Xiao, unaware of Chen Xian's thoughts, replied after hearing the explanation. He finally recalled from his memories that during his time in Qiqing there indeed had been squads of psionics regularly going out to hunt and then returning with the corpses of exotic beasts. "That being said, the body of the Beast King a few days ago seems a bit of a waste," Li Xiao remarked, a hint of regret on his face. The corpse of the black giant ape might not have been useful for Li Xiao personally, but if brought back, the impact it could have produced would have been significant. But now, that black giant ape's body had probably already been taken by the other 2 Beast Kings. After all, those Beast Kings surely knew the effects their corpses could have on human psionics. Ding! A daily task notification appeared. "Under your meticulous care, the vegetables in your small garden have started to grow. But what's a meal without meat? Without using psionic powers, host must find and hunt 10A level or higher exotic beasts. Temporary item. God level beast slaying knife. Issued. Reward, permanent God level beast slaying knife. Current hunt count, 0/10. Upon seeing this sudden daily task, Li Xiao was slightly taken aback. In recent days the daily system had indeed issued tasks to Li Xiao, but they were all about taking care of saplings and vegetable seeds. The rewards were more random vegetable seeds, but today the daily system seemed ready to change things up with a new task. Li Xiao's face showed a hint of excitement as he read the details of the daily task, hunting 10A level or above exotic beasts, but still without using psionic powers? Li Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Facing beasts of grade A and above, if he could use his superpowers he would complete the task effortlessly within 10 minutes starting now. However, if he couldn't use his superpowers things would get troublesome. It wasn't that Li Xiao feared he couldn't defeat the beasts without his powers. As a top-tier SSS ranked superpower user, enhanced daily by a superpower strengthening fruit and a mental strength strengthening fruit, Li Xiao's abilities had nearly surpassed the SSS rank, and he might break through at any moment, even without using his superpowers. With his physical strength, defeating any beast below the Beast King was not a challenge. What concerned Li Xiao the most was that finding the beasts might become more difficult without using his superpowers, but soon an idea struck him. He quickly turned to Chen Xian. Chen Xian, are there still squads going out to hunt beasts these days? If possible, can I join one? Lord Li Xiao, you plan to hunt beasts? Chen Xian's face twisted oddly. If he hadn't misheard, Li Xiao had just mentioned hunting beasts, and even with a squad? The thing was, superpower user squads were formed because it was unsafe to operate alone, but with Li Xiao's strength, if he truly wanted to hunt beasts he could probably even take down the Beast King. Wouldn't the whole squad just slow him down? Thinking this, Chen Xian's expression grew even more bizarre. Li Xiao, noticing Chen Xian's odd look, casually remarked, I've been in Qi City for too long and just want to stretch my legs a bit. Then he pressed on, but you haven't answered me yet. Are there still any beast hunting squads in Qi City? If not, I'll have to go out on my own. It would be no trouble, except that searching for beasts alone without using superpowers could be more challenging. Yes, of course. Chen Xian quickly nodded in response. It was Li Xiao's request, after all, not to mention that Qi City always had several beast hunting squads rotating out for missions. Even if there weren't any, just spreading the word that Li Xiao wanted to hunt beasts would have the city's idle superpower users clamoring to form a squad for him. A squad just returned a few days ago and is rested. They were scheduled to head out again in a couple of days. Perfect timing for you, Lord Li Xiao, to join them, explained Chen Xian. Lord Li Xiao, are you planning to head out today? Chen Xian asked. Li Xiao nodded. If possible, I'd like to leave now. After all, although the system's daily tasks have no penalties, it's always better to complete them sooner rather than later. In that case, Lord Li Xiao, please follow me, Chen Xian said, leading the way. Chen Xiandao quickly turned around, intending to lead the way for Li Xiao. Li Xiao followed closely behind Chen Xian, and they soon arrived at the edge of Qiqing. Unlike the Superpower Association of Xingcheng, which is located at the center of the city, Qiqing Superpower Association headquarters is situated on the city's outskirts. This is because the number of superpowered individuals in Qiqing is not as high as in Xingcheng. Therefore, to ensure that superpowered individuals can respond immediately during monster attacks, the headquarters in Qiqing is strategically placed at the city's periphery. Most superpowered individuals typically spend their days there, with only a few maintaining order within Qiqing itself. As Chen Xian led Li Xiao into the headquarters of the superpower users, Li Xiao glanced around the interior of the headquarters. Compared to the grandeur of Xingcheng's Superpower Association headquarters, the Qiqing headquarters appeared much more simplistic and practical. Everything was designed to enable superpowered individuals to join the battle quicker when a tide of beasts attacked the city. At this moment, the main hall of the Qiqing Superpower Association headquarters was nearly empty. Only 2A level superpowered individuals were present, seemingly acting as an alert system within the hall. Upon seeing Chen Xian and Li Xiao entering, the expressions of the 2A level superpowered individuals instantly changed to one of reverence. Excitement also flashed through their eyes. Their reverence was for Chen Xian, and naturally, the excitement was directed at Li Xiao. News of Li Xiao joining Qiqing had already spread wildly among the superpowered individuals in the city. Unfortunately, only a handful had the chance to actually meet Li Xiao, as Chen Xian had expressly forbidden anyone from disturbing him. Now, as Chen Xian brought Li Xiao right before them, how could these 2A level superpowered individuals contain their excitement? They hurried over to greet them. Lord Chen Xian, Lord Li Xiao. Seeing this scene and the undisguised excitement on the faces of the 2A level superpowered individuals who had now reached them, the corners of Chen Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Although the superpowered individuals in Qiqing had always held great respect for Chen Xian, the expressions they now showed towards Li Xiao went beyond mere respect. It resembled the frenzy of starstruck fans before the descent of a mythical beast. Fortunately, they did not do anything like asking Li Xiao for an autograph. To prevent the two superpowered individuals from continuing in their celebrity-like fervor, Chen Xian clenched his fist, placed it in front of his mouth and coughed slightly. Hearing Chen Xian's loud cough, the two superpowered individuals who had been continuously excited upon seeing Li Xiao finally came back to their senses, their faces turned slightly awkward. Fortunately, Chen Xian did not allow this awkwardness to last. He looked at the two superpowered individuals guarding the hall. Is Wu Qi's team still in the headquarters? Call his team out for me. Tell them the task of hunting monsters outside scheduled for tomorrow has been moved to today. Mr. Chen Xian was looking for Wu Qi and his team. They are here, just a moment, I'll call them over, said one of the superpowered individuals who quickly headed towards the stairs at the back of the headquarters hall. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Li Xiao and Chen Xian waited in the main hall of the headquarters. It wasn't long before footsteps could be heard from the staircase at the back of the hall descending from above. Following the superpowered individual who had initially gone to fetch them, several figures appeared walking down the stairs. In total, there were 5 people, each with notable superpower fluctuations. The person leading the group had S-level strength, while the four behind him possessed A-level capabilities, an S-level, and 4 A-levels. While they might not have been considered extraordinary in the once great Xing city, here in Qi City, without the aid of Li Xiao, Chen Xian with his SS level was already the strongest. An S level was considered the next strongest force in Qi City. This team was significantly stronger than the squad of all A-level superpowered individuals Li Xiao had encountered before. Meanwhile, Wu Qi, the S-level superpowered leader at the front, began to speak, sounding somewhat disgruntled. Mr. Chen Xian, what's going on? Didn't we agree that our squad would head out tomorrow? Why are we suddenly moving up a day? I haven't rested enough yet. As he spoke, Wu Qi and his teammates descended the stairs and looked towards Chen Xian, and just like that, upon seeing him, their expressions froze. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then Wu Qi and his team stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen something unbelievable. The next moment, they recognized Li Xiao standing next to Chen Xian. Their expressions instantly turned to excitement. Lord Li Xiao. At this moment, Wu Qi, the leading S-level superpowered individual, stuttered, his voice trembling with excitement as he looked at Li Xiao. But before Wu Qi could say anything more, Chen Xian spoke up. Wu Qi, you and your team prepare yourselves. Lord Li Xiao will join your squad to hunt the beasts together. As Chen Xian's words resounded, Wu Qi and his team felt their minds go blank. They stood there stunned. If they hadn't misheard, Chen Xian had just said that the reason their squad was heading out a day early to hunt beasts was because Li Xiao was joining them. Lord Li Xiao joining a small beast hunting squad led by an S-level superpowered individual? Was this even real? Mr. Chen Xian, you can't be serious, Wu Qi managed to say as he regained his composure. He couldn't fathom how his modest hunting squad had earned the honor of having Li Xiao join them. To this, Chen Xian simply glared at Wu Qi and said, do I look like I'm joking? Lord Li Xiao has been feeling cooped up in Qi City lately and heard your hunting squad was active. He wanted to get out and about. Are you telling me you're unwilling? Before Chen Xian could finish his sentence, Wu Qi's expression suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly interrupted Chen Xian. We're willing. There's no need to look for another team. Our beast hunting squad can perfectly complete this task. Wu Qi spoke rapidly, seemingly afraid that if Chen Xian finished his sentence, another team might be brought in immediately. By then, they would probably have nowhere left to cry. After all, this was an opportunity to be in close contact with Lord Li Xiao. If others knew about it, not just the beast hunting squad, others could instantly form a new hunting team. By then the chance to go out with Li Xiao might not necessarily fall into their hands anymore. Meanwhile, the 2 A-rank psychics guarding the headquarters main hall, upon hearing that Chen Xian was assigning Wu Qi and his team an early hunting mission, displayed faces full of envy. They initially thought it was some tough job, but now it seemed that Chen Xian had secured them a top-tier supporter. With Li Xiao as their backbone, Wu Qi and his team's expedition to hunt exotic beasts would surely be a case of who was hunting whom. With Li Xiao leading, even a beast king passing by might have to endure a slap from them. Chen Xian, observing this sudden shift in Wu Qi's demeanor, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just moments before, Wu Qi was contemplating complaining about being sent out a day early, but the moment he heard Li Xiao was joining the team, his attitude changed completely. At this moment, Wu Qi's voice rang out again, sounding very eager. Lord Chen Xian, are we setting off right now? If so, we will get ready immediately, at most in half an hour. No, in 15 minutes we can be ready to depart. Chen Xian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao slightly nodded. With Li Xiao's affirmation, Qin Xian then said, "Alright, go prepare quickly, and once ready you'll head out of the city with Lord Li Xiao." But before Qin Xian's words could fully settle, Wu Qi and the others had already rushed back, clearly already making preparations. While waiting, neither Li Xiao nor Qin Xian showed any signs of impatience on their faces. Perhaps it was because of Li Xiao's prestigious name. Although Wu Qi and his team had spoken of needing 15 minutes to prepare, in reality, in less than 10 minutes, Wu Qi and his team had changed into their combat suits, each carrying their characteristic beast hunting weapons. Seeing that Wu Qi and his team were almost ready, Qin Xian didn't say much, nor did he offer any reminders. With Li Xiao accompanying them, if any mishaps were to occur to Wu Qi and his team, any advice from Qin Xian would have been meaningless anyway. Moments later, outside Qiqing, Li Xiao and Wu Qi's team of 5 had already left the city. "Master Li Xiao, we will rely heavily on your care during this outing," said Wu Qi, who, despite being the usual leader of the beast hunting team, now bore no trace of his leadership demeanor. Instead, he looked at Li Xiao with great reverence and spoke cautiously. Li Xiao responded, "There's no need for such formalities, I'm just planning to get some exercise. As for the hunting team, you still need to make the decisions as the leader." Despite being an SSS-ranked individual, Li Xiao showed no disdain toward Wu Qi and the others. After all, his routine mission required him to kill 10A rank or higher beasts without using his special abilities. The area outside the city, familiar to Wu Qi and his team, clearly had the type of beasts Li Xiao needed. Wu Qi and his team were already briefed by Qin Xian and didn't dwell on who should make the decisions. However, Li Xiao's calm demeanor deeply intensified their admiration for him. Wu Qi, considering something, then asked, "Master Li Xiao, what level of beasts are you planning to hunt this time?" Normally, their team would hunt A rank or lower beasts. As the only S-ranked member, Wu Qi, along with the rest being A-ranked, wouldn't normally consider S-ranked beasts due to the high risk let alone higher-ranked beasts. However, this time was different, with Li Xiao joining. Wu Qi wasn't boasting when he said their combined strength now qualified them to hunt even the mightiest beast kings. The thought alone was thrilling, yet, realizing the purpose of Li Xiao's outing, Wu Qi understood they weren't actually going to provoke a beast king. With Li Xiao around, aiming for around S-rank beasts seemed reasonable. Responding to Wu Qi's inquiry, Li Xiao said, "Above A rank is fine, but I don't mind if they are even stronger. There's no upper limit. As long as it's above A rank, it meets the requirements of my routine mission." Hearing Li Xiao speak so casually about such powerful adversaries, Wu Qi and his team trembled slightly. No upper limit, such a bold statement, even Qin Xian wouldn't dare make such a claim. But coming from Li Xiao, it felt completely natural. This made their excitement grow even more. The idea of hunting beasts with no upper limit was something they wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. But now, with Li Xiao's arrival, what seemed like a far-fetched fantasy was suddenly within reach. Among these strange beasts, there was no peace, each of them wary of the others. Some were even filled with a violent hostility, desperately seeking a better place to rest without noticing that, not far from them in the dense bushes, 6 figures passed silently by. These 6 were Li Xiao and his group, who had left Qiqing. By now, they had traveled more than 5 kilometers away from the city. During the 5 years since the arrival of these strange beasts, most humans stayed within the cities, venturing out infrequently. The areas close to human cities didn't have many beasts, so hunters like Wu Qi and his team usually had to travel a certain distance from their city to find suitable game. Hunting beasts close to cities was often troublesome. Although their hunting team's goal was to kill these creatures, they didn't hunt indiscriminately. The energy content in the meat of lower level beasts was much less, and the benefits to ability users were minimal, hence overhunting low-level beasts was counterproductive and not worth the effort. At this moment, watching the beasts resting nearby, Wu Qi, who was hiding his own ability aura in the bushes, shook his head slightly. The levels of these beasts were too low to be of any interest. Saying this, Wu Qi and the others prepared to stand up and leave, heading in a different direction. Just then, a sudden rumbling tremor occurred. Wu Qi and his team felt the ground shake beneath their feet. A deep and terrifying growl suddenly reached their ears. Not far away, the resting beasts, or those seeking a better resting spot, suddenly trembled. They sensed a far more powerful beast approaching, one whose strength far surpassed their own. As the terrifying pressure drew closer, the eyes of these beasts filled with fear, and they crouched down. At the same time, not far off, an immense beast with limestone-colored skin and a single horn on its head resembling a rhinoceros appeared. The beast before them, a creature resembling a rhinoceros, possessed a massive form that far exceeded those of its kind. Each step it took on the ground caused a tremor, signaling its sheer weight and power. As it drew closer, Wu Qi and his team, who were preparing to leave the dense jungle nearby, suddenly lit up with excitement. they could feel an extraordinary surge of mutant energy emanating from this rhinoceros-like creature. It was an A-level mutant beast and not just any ordinary A-level. Given some time, it might even advance further, reaching the formidable S-level. Looks like our luck isn't too bad today, thought one A-level mutant in the squad. Previously, when their team ventured out, finding a suitable target could take a considerable amount of time, but this time, they had barely set out before encountering this prize. With this thought in mind, Wuchi took the lead and the 5-member team began to strategize their move, spreading out to surround the A-level beast. However, just as they were about to commence their action, the voice of Li Xiao suddenly rang out, "What are you planning to do?" Wuchi and the others paused, just about to respond when Li Xiao's hand grasped a sinister-looking beast-slaying sword radiating a black metallic glow. At the same moment a cold murderous aura enveloped him and his eyes flickered slightly. He gazed at the beast-slaying sword in his hand and muttered softly, "This sword seems to be crafted in the same way as the beast-driving staff, however it possesses a far more terrifying deterrent power, didn't we agree? The hunting is my responsibility." Lifting his head, Li Xiao held the beast-slaying sword and faced Wu Qi and his team. "Ah, Lord Li Xiao, are you really going to take action?" Hearing this, Wu Qi and his team, who had just regained their senses, were once again taken aback. They looked at Li Xiao, unsure of what to say. Honestly, they had originally thought that Li Xiao's purpose for going out was merely to relax and perhaps hunt some beasts casually, but surely not every beast would provoke his intervention. Now seeing Li Xiao's demeanor, it seemed he was indeed planning to integrate with the team and take action against every beast they encountered. "I've already told you my purpose for this outing is beast hunting," Li Xiao explained. Seeing the confusion on Wu Qi and his team's faces, his expression conveyed a sense of helplessness but also understanding of their thoughts. After all, with his strength being evident, it was natural for them to have such misconceptions. What they didn't know was that Li Xiao had been tasked by the daily system with a mission to hunt down 10 A-level or higher beasts without using his mutant abilities. Enough of this talk. "You guys just flank," Li Xiao finally said. Hearing this, Wu Qi and his team couldn't help but twitch their lips. Flank for him? They mere mutants, how are they qualified to flank for an SSS level mutant? Soon Wu Qi and his companions couldn't help but show deeply moved expressions on their faces. Elder Li Xiao is really considerate of our feelings when he speaks. However, at that moment Li Xiao remained silent. He clenched a beast-slaying long knife in his hand. In an instant, Li Xiao's figure seemed to transform into a streak of light and shadow, vanishing from where he stood. In just a blink, when Li Xiao reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Witnessing Li Xiao's terrifying speed, shock was evident in Wu Qi and the others' eyes. They were about to praise the speed characteristic of an SSS tier superpower user when suddenly Wu Qi seemed to notice something. The words on the tip of his tongue abruptly halted, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Wait, did you all notice that Elder Li Xiao, it seems, did not use any superpowers?" Hearing Wu Qi's remark, the expressions of the other members of the beast hunting team suddenly changed. They focused and felt carefully. Indeed, from the moment Li Xiao made his move until now, there seemed to be not even the slightest fluctuation of superpower energy from him. A sudden thought struck their minds. Could it be that Elder Li Xiao was planning to kill the mutant beast without using any superpowers? A dull roar also resonated in Wu Qi and the others' ears shortly after Li Xiao made his move. It was a rhino-like mutant beast that had noticed Li Xiao's presence. Even though it was unclear why a human would appear here, it did not hinder the beast from attacking. Amidst its dull roar, the ferocity in the eyes of the rhino mutant beast grew even more intense. In its understanding, these creatures called humans usually hid within cities, and the mutant beasts could not find opportunities to attack. Now encountering such a human in the wilderness was a rare opportunity indeed. With this thought, the rhino mutant beast roared again. Its foot, vastly larger than that of a normal human, was lifted and aimed viciously at Li Xiao, intending to crush this inexplicably appearing human to death. But in the next moment, before its massive foot could fall, Li Xiao, who was originally within its stomping range, suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving the rhino mutant beast baffled. Although Li Xiao had not used any superpowers, relying solely on his physical strength, the speed he achieved was far beyond what an A-tier mutant beast could perceive. When the rhino mutant beast's vision once again captured Li Xiao's figure, it was stunned to find that it no longer needed to lower its head to look for him. With a single leap, Li Xiao now appeared directly in front of it at eye level in midair. The next moment, the rhino mutant beast saw in Li Xiao's hands a black beast-slaying knife which, though not large by its standards and even comparable to a fine needle, was now drawn out. Following a sudden motion, Li Xiao hurled his beast-slaying long blade towards the brain of the rhinoceros-like creature. With a slicing sound that broke the air, the moment stretched as the creature's pupils saw the initially needle-like black blade growing larger. Ultimately, the blade pierced through the center of its eyes into its skin. Soon after, the beast felt an intense pain at the back of its head. Only those like Wu Qi, who were standing at a safe distance, could clearly see the entire scene unfold. The black beast-slaying blade that Li Xiao had thrown now emerged from the back of the creature's head, having pierced right through. With a thunderous crash, the massive body fell and the life force of the rhinoceros-like beast faded away at a terrifying speed. Shocked, Wu Qi and the others widened their eyes. In their memories, they had seen powerful psychics kill exotic beasts before, but those were mostly overpowering displays of psychic abilities. This time, however, Li Xiao had not used his psychic powers at all. His approach was entirely reliant on the raw physical strength and speed that his body could muster. There was a time when their small team needed to be fully prepared to hunt down an A-class exotic beast, but Li Xiao, he used nothing but the simplest strength and speed. Was this what an SSS class psychic was? Merely with his physical strength he had far surpassed the lower-tier psychics. At that moment, Wu Qi and his team began to realize the gap between them and powerful psychics was not just in psychic powers. Meanwhile, after jumping from a great height, Li Xiao landed back on the ground due to gravity. He glanced at the dead A-class beast lying in front of him and shook his head slightly in dissatisfaction. Accustomed to fighting with psychic powers, he felt a bit rusty fighting without them. If he had used his powers, such an A-class beast might not have lasted even a moment in front of him. Now, without using his powers, it took him several seconds to finish the job. He needed more practice. Then he glanced at his daily system panel only to see that the task list had updated. Hunt 10 A-class or higher exotic beasts, 1/10. 9 more to go, he muttered as he walked over to where his beast-slaying long blade had fallen, picking it up to hold once again. It took a few seconds after Li Xiao had killed the A-class rhinoceros-like beast for Wu Qi and the others to snap out of their shock and hurriedly fly towards him. Nearby, the lower-tier exotic beasts, which had been resting, now fled in panic due to the death of the A-class beast. Wu Qi and his team did not try to stop them. They looked at the massive corpse of the A-class rhinoceros-like beast in front of Li Xiao, feeling somewhat exhilarated. Although they had not exerted any effort in killing this A-class beast, at least their outing had started on a good note. So, how do you plan to take this beast's body back? Li Xiao suddenly asked, looking at Wu Qi. Hearing this, Wu Qi quickly replied, Lord Li Xiao, don't worry about the beast's body, we just need to place a locator on it and a specialized team will come to collect it. Upon saying this, Wu Qi pulled out a device resembling a locator from his pocket. He pressed a red button on the locator and a screen that had previously shown nothing now displayed a flashing red. Following this, Wu Qi placed the locator next to the corpse of the rhinoceros-like beast. Seeing this, Li Xiao understood and refrained from asking further questions. Li Xiao spoke, now that this beast has been dealt with, let's continue our mission. Hearing this, Wu Qi and the others looked at Li Xiao with even greater respect. They had just dealt with one beast and were ready to search for another without taking a break. Li Xiao's dedication was even greater than that of their professional hunting team. However, none of them voiced any objections to Li Xiao's decision. Moreover, they hadn't exerted much effort just yet and didn't need to recover their abilities, so they continued walking towards a direction farther from Qiqing. Unfortunately, it seemed that their encounter with the previous grade A beast had used up most of their team's luck. On normal days, without the summoning of a beast king that gathered swarms, grade A or higher beasts were not as plentiful as one might imagine and were not easily encountered. Instead, they came across many scattered lower-grade beasts. Since these were not their intended targets, Li Xiao and his companions didn't engage with them. As Li Xiao and the others continued their search for grade A or higher beasts, they suddenly sensed something. Their gazes all turned in a particular direction. Over 10 grade A ability fluctuations suddenly appeared from afar. The sounds of a fierce battle also started emanating from that area, growing louder and more intense. When they felt the presence of numerous grade A and above ability fluctuations in that area, Wu Qi and the others' expressions shifted slightly, but Li Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. With Li Xiao's SSS grade perception, he could sense that these fluctuations were not only from beasts but also included human ability users. Over there were all those grade A and higher auras from beasts. Seeing the over 10 grade A ability fluctuations, Wu Qi and the others became somewhat tense. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a scenario, they would not linger long. With so many opponents, even with Wu Qi and S-grade leader, their team would likely be at a disadvantage. But just then Li Xiao spoke up, his eyes fixed on the direction where the intense battle was unfolding. No, over there, it's not just the alien beasts, but also human psychics too. Hearing this, Wu Qi and his companions slightly changed their expressions and they immediately turned their gaze towards Li Xiao. Of course, they had no doubt about Li Xiao's words. With Li Xiao's perception as an SSS tier top psychic, it was impossible for him to make a mistake on such matters. However, Li Xiao's statement had indeed surprised them. But soon Wu Qi and the others seemed to think of something. Could it be another beast hunting squad? But to this Li Xiao did not continue to respond. Instead, he refocused his attention on the battlefield not far away where more than 10 A-tier psychic auras were detected. In fact, with Li Xiao's perception, he could not only discern the fluctuations of psychic energy that indicated the presence of both alien beasts and psychics, but he could also determine their exact numbers: 5 A-tier human psychics, 8 A-tier alien beasts. Let's go take a look, Li Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and the others didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. After all, with Li Xiao and their team, they did not need to worry about attracting danger to themselves upon approaching. Moreover, knowing that there were also psychics there surrounded by alien beasts, they felt an even greater need to go. With this thought, the squad of 6, including Li Xiao, headed towards the area teeming with numerous A-tier psychic fluctuations. With the 6 of them rushing at full speed, it took them only 3 minutes to reach the edge of the battle area. But strictly speaking, it was only Wu Qi and the other 4 who were truly rushing at full strength. Given Li Xiao's capabilities, even without using his psychic powers, just relying on his physical strength to run his speed was absolutely unmatchable by these lower-tier psychics. Consequently, Li Xiao had deliberately slowed down so that Wu Qi and the others could barely keep up with him. They stopped and directed their gaze towards the center of the battle area. It was exactly as Li Xiao had perceived: 5 A-tier human psychics, 8 A-tier alien beasts. At this moment, the 8 A-tier alien beasts were positioned in a surrounding stance, trapping the 5 A-tier psychics within, cutting off all their escape routes. The battle between A-tier psychics and beasts, while not as devastating as those involving SSS tiers, had already turned the surrounding environment into a mess. With lush giant trees shattered and lying around in disarray, the 5 psychics encircled at the center had clearly suffered considerable injuries in the previous battle, each of them wounded, their psychic energy greatly depleted and breathing heavily. Seeing this, it seemed to be a beast hunting squad, but for some reason, they had unluckily encountered too many A-tier alien beasts and were caught in a tough battle. Do you know them? Li Xiao turned his head and looked at Wu Qi and the others. Exhausted from the intense chase, Wu Qi and his companions, each gasping for breath, looked up at the 5 members of the beast hunting squad surrounded by numerous beasts and then frowned slightly. They realized that the appearance of this hunting squad seemed very unfamiliar, apparently not psychics from their own Qi city. They don't seem to be our Qi city's psychics, Wu Qi honestly said. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's gaze subtly flickered as he observed the group surrounded by beasts, not from Qiqing. So they were beast hunting squads from other cities? Li Xiao's thoughts unconsciously drifted to the Psychic Association of Xingqing. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, Li Xiao had been stationed in Xingqing for 5 years. Although he might not recall the names of many psychics in Xingqing, he had some impression of what the Class A psychics looked like, and these individuals didn't match any of them. Meanwhile, Wu Qi beside him resolved Li Xiao's confusion, suggesting, Lord Li Xiao, they are not psychics from our Qiqing, but I suspect they are very likely from Yunqing. Yunqing? Li Xiao looked at Wu Qi. Yes, Yunqing. Wu Qi nodded slightly. Yunqing wasn't far from Qiqing. If they were encountering unfamiliar psychics here, they were mostly likely from Yunqing. After all, psychics from far-off cities wouldn't travel such distances just for hunting beasts. Hearing Wu Qi's confident response, Li Xiao then redirected his gaze towards the psychic hunters of the beast squad currently encircled and in peril. If those people were from Xingqing, Li Xiao wouldn't mind turning around and leaving. However, if they were not from Xingqing, that changed matters. Coincidentally, those Class A beasts were precisely the targets Li Xiao needed to complete his daily tasks. Seeing the hunters from Yunqing struggling increasingly to hold their ground, Li Xiao hesitated no longer. He drew his beast-slaying sword once again. Wu Qi and the others, understanding Li Xiao's intentions, prepared to take action, but before they could move, they noticed Li Xiao's gaze turning towards them. None of you move, continue to cover, he ordered. Damn it, just keep covering, they muttered under their breath, slightly twitching at the corners of their mouths. They wondered if Li Xiao had grown too bored staying in Qiqing for too long. Perhaps this outing was merely his way of seeking some thrill in slaying beasts. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, Li Xiao with his beast-slaying sword in hand charged forward. In just a few breaths, Li Xiao's figure had already reached within 100 meters of the encircled beast hunting squad. As Li Xiao approached, the members of the beast squad, surrounded by the creatures who had seemed somewhat desperate due to their inability to escape, couldn't help but show a glimmer of surprise and hope in their eyes. One of them couldn't help but exclaim with surprise, "Captain, look, there's someone." Unfortunately, just as he finished his sentence, he realized that the person coming towards them was alone. But one person, even if he came to help, would likely be of little use. Their hopes, which had just begun to rise, dimmed once again. A ferocious roar echoed through the air. At the moment the special abilities squad spotted Li Xiao, the strange beasts also noticed his presence. One of the beasts roared angrily and turned towards Li Xiao, intending to crush him underfoot. But before the beast could make its move, not even managing to lift its forelimb, the next moment came. A sound of slicing air suddenly filled the area. Following that, a black flash streaked across the sky, visible to everyone in the squad. The black flash entered the beast's head at an incredibly fast speed and exited just as quickly from the back of its skull. As the black flash exited, the terrifying A-level beast's massive body suddenly stiffened. With a loud thump, the lifeless body of the beast fell heavily to the ground, causing a violent tremor. At this moment, the hunting squad, as well as the remaining 7 A-level beasts, were all stunned. They were even unaware of how the beast had died. It was standing one moment and then suddenly collapsed lifeless. A deep roar echoed once again, but this time, the roars of the few remaining beasts carried a hint of panic about the unknown. Unfortunately, as these beasts slowly growled in slight panic, the familiar black flash appeared once more in their sight. Accompanying it was a thick scent of death perceived by them. One beast let out a miserable howl, realizing it was the target of this black flash. It wanted to run, but there was no time for any action. The black flash had already pierced its head, going straight through. Without any surprise, the body of the beast that had been pierced through the head also became stiff and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. This terrifying and eerie scene made all members of the hunting squad widen their eyes, looking bewildered and at a loss. In less than 10 seconds, 2 A-level beasts that had nearly killed them had just died. "Captain, it's him." Suddenly, a member of the hunting squad seemed to realize something and excitedly pointed in the direction of Li Xiao. By now, even the foolish could understand that the person who had killed these 2 A-level beasts was indeed the newly appeared Li Xiao. It seemed like their lives were not meant to end here. The sudden deaths of the 2 monstrous beasts invigorated the hunting squad, which had been on the brink of despair. One of the A-ranked ability users, who appeared to have sustained the least injuries, couldn't help but laugh, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. He was the leader of the hunting squad, named Fong Jun. Earlier he and his team had encountered an A-ranked beast that seemed to be alone. However, they hadn't anticipated that the beast's solitude was a mere illusion. Not far from their location there were several other A-ranked beasts resting. Thus, shortly after they engaged, the noise of the battle awoke the other beasts, leading to their encirclement and trapping them with no escape route. Fortunately, their luck wasn't all that bad. Just as they were in grave danger, they encountered other ability users. Recalling how one of the ability users had effortlessly slain an A-ranked beast, Fong Jun, the squad leader, was somewhat startled. Although he himself was only A-ranked, Fong Jun could tell that the method used to instantly kill an A-ranked beast was not something even an ordinary S-ranked ability user could achieve. Such capability suggested that the person was at least a peak S-ranked ability user, or perhaps even a true SS ranked. While Fong Jun was deep in thought, another agonizing scream from a beast echoed, and in his peripheral vision, the familiar dark flash appeared again. As the dark flash swept by, another A-ranked beast's life was taken, its body collapsing to the ground. At the same time, Li Xiao approached quietly, exuding an air of calm. With Li Xiao's approach, the remaining live beasts grew increasingly terrified. They were not foolish. From the deaths of their comrades, they knew all too well how effortlessly Li Xiao could kill them, a ease that left them with no desire to resist. At this moment, the beasts even hoped that the human ability user facing them was only an S-ranked. At least then, given the number of beasts, they might have had the capital to engage in direct combat. But with Li Xiao, in the blink of an eye, as the dark flash passed, another A-ranked beast stiffened and fell dead. Li Xiao's appearance and actions, taking less than 20 seconds, had already resulted in the downfall of 4 A-ranked beasts, their deaths occurring so swiftly that the beasts couldn't even react. Simultaneously, the black beast slaying long knife that Li Xiao had thrown returned to his hand at an extremely fast speed. This was not a result of Li Xiao using his abilities, but rather Li Xiao had discovered that the long knife itself had this returning feature. Otherwise, killing a beast and then having to retrieve the long knife would have been quite bothersome. Meanwhile, as the 4th comrade fell, the remaining 4 beasts could no longer withstand the panic driven by their instincts. Their massive bodies trembled, they bowed their heads in fear, turned and fled from Li Xiao like birds scattering in a crazed dash to escape. Li Xiao watched the 4 Class A beasts attempting to escape, yet his face showed no signs of urgency. Instead, a slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth. Even without using his special abilities, the idea of a mere Class A beast escaping from his grasp seemed ludicrous. With a casual lift of his hand, Li Xiao found a tricky angle. His black beheading sword suddenly flew from his grip, slicing through the air once again, but this time, the targets of his deadly blade were not just a single beast. Following the angle from which Li Xiao had released the sword, the beheading sword first pierced the skull of one beast. The momentum did not stop there, the sword shot out from the side of the first beast's skull and with a swoosh it pierced into the body of another beast fleeing in front of it. If one were to describe the scene aptly, it was like skewering candied hawthorns. The sword, which seemed no larger than a needlepoint to the beasts, brutally skewered 4 of them, piercing through the bodies of the 4 escaping beasts in less than a second. The 4 fleeing beasts stiffened and fell to the ground immediately. Li Xiao glanced at the mission panel on his daily interface: hunt 10 Class A or higher beasts, 9 out of 10. It was a pity, if only there were one more beast he could have completed the task right then. His smile mixed with a tinge of regret. With a slight gesture, the flying beheading sword returned to his hand, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, from behind Li Xiao, a voice filled with shock and uncertainty suddenly rang out. Are you Li Xiao, sir? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao turned around only to see the 5 members of the beast hunting squad staring at him with incredulous eyes. As they saw the full view of Li Xiao's face upon his turning around, their bodies shook even more violently. If they were unsure just from seeing Li Xiao's profile now with his face fully turned towards them, there was no mistaking his identity. After all, they had just seen him on a broadcast from Xingqing not long ago. They remembered Li Xiao's face. Clearly, it was impossible to mistake him. You really are Li Xiao, sir?" exclaimed Fang Jun, his face filled with shock. "Yes, it's me." Being addressed by his own name, Li Xiao did not intend to conceal his identity and nodded slightly, acknowledging it. Seeing Li Xiao admit his identity, the shock in the eyes of Fang Jun and the others deepened, and within that shock, a trace of excitement involuntarily surged. They had not expected that their routine hunting trip, which had turned perilous, would not only bring them the good fortune of encountering other psychics for rescue. Moreover, the superhuman who rescued them turned out to be Li Xiao. It's important to realize that over the past 5 years, aside from Xingqing, which has remained safe under Li Xiao's protection, other cities have suffered greatly under the beast tides. In their small city, every attempt to repel these tides resulted in significant losses. For them, injuries or deaths among superhumans had become all too common. Hence, when they heard that in another city called Xingqing there was an SSS level superhuman named Li Xiao who could defend the city single-handedly and suppress the Beast King, they could only feel envy for Xingqing and deep admiration for Li Xiao. Both ordinary people and superhumans alike had fantasized about having a superhuman like Li Xiao in their own city one day. Unfortunately, if superhumans like Li Xiao could appear at will, the disaster of the beasts would probably not be so severe. Now, the very person they had long admired appeared before them in such a special way. How could Fang Jun and others not be ecstatic and excited? Even at this moment, they felt that encountering so many great beasts earlier and nearly losing their lives was worth it. After all, it was because of this that they were fortunate enough to meet Li Xiao. As Fang Jun and the others were caught up in their excitement at seeing Li Xiao, Wu Qi and his companions realized it was time to make their presence known. Using their powers, they quickly moved next to Li Xiao. "You guys are from Yun City's hunting squad, right?" Wu Qi asked as he looked at Fang Jun and his team. Hearing Wu Qi's voice, Fang Jun and his team finally snapped out of their excited state. They looked up and down at Wu Qi and his companions, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar, yet they faintly understood that Wu Qi and his team were also a hunting squad. "Yes, we are from Yun City's hunting squad. Who are you?" they asked. "We're from Qiqing. We just went out today and came over here after seeing some activity, then we found you guys under attack by the beasts," Wu Qi explained. Fang Jun nodded slightly, understanding the identity of Wu Qi and his team. However, he soon seemed to think of something. They glanced at Li Xiao, then at Wu Qi and his companions, a hint of confusion unconsciously appearing in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, Li Xiao was previously a superhuman from Xingqing, and regardless of his departure he shouldn't have any connection with Qiqing, right? Unable to suppress their curiosity, Fang Jun voiced this question. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi and his companions slowly revealed a smile. "Oh, you mean that? A while back when Master Li Xiao left Xingqing, it so happened that our superhumans in Qiqing were fortunate enough to meet him. We then invited Master Li Xiao to stay in Qiqing. Today he just happened to want to go out for a stroll, so he came out with our hunting squad. It was fortunate that we had Lord Li Xiao. Without him, our small beast hunting team alone would have struggled to safely rescue you all. As Wu Qi finished speaking, a visible sense of pride adorned the faces of his companions. However, Fang Jun and his group weren't paying much attention to Wu Qi's subsequent words. They were too shocked upon hearing that Li Xiao was currently residing in Qicheng. Lord Li Xiao living in Qicheng? Their faces froze, repeatedly muttering the sentence, as they digested the news. Fang Jun and his team's gaze towards Wu Qi and the others quickly turned to envy. Yunqing, their own city, was not far from Qicheng. Why then had such good fortune befallen the people of Qicheng instead? A mix of envy, jealousy and resentment echoed through their eyes for a moment. Eventually they accepted the reality and sighed with regret. Thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, our hunting team might have been completely wiped out today, they expressed their gratitude towards Wu Qi and his companions. Wu Qi, seeing this, waved his hands dismissively. Why thank us, it was all Lord Li Xiao's doing. Once again their grateful gazes turned to Li Xiao, who simply smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks. Today finding 8 grade A beasts from you guys has really helped me out. The group looked puzzled at Li Xiao's words, while Wu Qi and his companions couldn't help but twitch their lips, thinking to themselves that Li Xiao really was addicted to slaying beasts. What they didn't know was that Li Xiao's mention of help was because Fang Jun's team had attracted 8 grade A beasts at once, allowing him to complete 90% of his mission. If we can find one more grade A beast today, I can complete my daily task, he thought. Since everything's resolved, let's leave, Li Xiao then said. Wu Qi and the others understood his intent and bid farewell to Fang Jun's team. Fang Jun and his team were surprised at how quickly Li Xiao and his companions were leaving. They opened their mouths but were at a loss for words. After some thought, they found no reason to ask Li Xiao to stay and somewhat regretfully said their goodbyes. Before Li Xiao and his team left, since all the surrounding beasts had been slain by Li Xiao, Fang Jun's team had no desire to claim any part of the spoils. They were well aware that without Li Xiao, they might have lost their lives there today. After placing trackers on the bodies of the beasts, Wu Qi and his team finally decided to leave. Watching the backs of Li Xiao and his 6 companions disappear, a look of longing appeared on the faces of Fang Jun's 5-member team. As the figures of Li Xiao and his companions finally vanished from sight, they reluctantly withdrew their gaze. To think that Lord Li Xiao has been living in Qicheng these days, Qicheng's luck is truly enviable. Within the squad, one member spoke with evident envy. How wonderful it would be if Lord Li Xiao could be in our Yin City. If they had Li Xiao in Yin City, they reasoned, they would never have to worry about the beast tides again. They recalled the beast hunting squad from Qi City they had just encountered. With Li Xiao leading the team, there were no dangers too great to handle. Unfortunately, in their city, the powerful psychics had to remain to guard against the beast tides, limiting their freedom to roam. Only secondary psychics like them could be dispatched to hunt exotic beasts. As they envied the other squads, suddenly one of their team members grimaced in pain, letting out a groan. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they turned their attention to him, only to see a bloody wound on his torso. Blood was thickly flowing from the gash, draining the color from his face. Although the previous battle hadn't caused any casualties, everyone had sustained various degrees of injuries. At least with their current condition, they were no longer fit to continue hunting beasts. Fang Jun sighed softly. It seemed that their hunting mission had to end prematurely. Fortunately, before they were surrounded by the exotic beasts, Fang Jun and his team had already killed 2 A-level and 4 B-level beasts. Considering the time, those beast corpses should have already been retrieved by other squads from Yun City based on their last known locations. Eventually supporting their severely injured teammate, they began their journey back towards Yun City. However, the closer they got to Yun City, the more intense their emotions became. For this time, their greatest achievement wasn't the beasts they had killed. Their most precious accomplishment was not the hunting of several A-level beasts, but rather the invaluable news they were bringing back. They had encountered Li Xiao. As they struggled through a dense forest of towering trees, a gigantic exotic beast, at least several dozen meters tall, thunderously fell to the ground, dying with a reluctant roar that slowly faded away, signaling the loss of its life. Before them, the figure of Li Xiao and his team appeared in front of this massive beast. The creature, now stiffening into a corpse, still emitted a terrifying psychic energy that was palpable in the air, far surpassing that of an A-level beast. This was an S-level exotic beast. Under normal circumstances, even with an S-level psychic like Wu Qi leading the team, they would flee as far as possible from such a formidable creature, for the wilderness was far from the safety of the city's edges. On the city outskirts, encountering a formidable beast might still allow for waiting for backup or a retreat if overpowered. but in the wilderness, being targeted by such a terrifying creature could likely draw more beasts during combat, ending up in a predicament similar to the previous Yuncheng hunting team they had encountered. In such a case, the entire beast hunting squad might not escape. Looking at the dead beast before them, a sense of relief slowly appeared in the eyes of Wu Qi and his companions. Just moments ago, as they entered this vast forest with Li Xiao, the S-class beast hidden among the trees had launched a sudden and fierce attack. The beast's incredible speed was so fast that even Wu Qi couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Li Xiao was faster. The beast hadn't even managed to touch anyone before Li Xiao's beast-slaying saber had pierced through it. Thank goodness for Lord Li Xiao, Wu Qi breathed out in relief, otherwise we might have truly fallen prey to this creature. Indeed, if it weren't for Lord Li Xiao, under that sudden attack everyone except the captain might have been instantly killed. One of the teammates added, his face pale as he nodded in agreement. While speaking, their gazes involuntarily fell on Li Xiao, only to be astonished to find that his attention was neither on them nor on the dead S-class beast. Instead, Li Xiao's focus remained intently on the beast-slaying saber in his hands. At the very moment Li Xiao had completed his task, the saber, originally just a temporary prop, had transformed into something permanent. But that wasn't the most crucial part. As the divine saber became permanent, a faint glow suddenly flickered on the originally pitch-black metallic luster of the saber. Within that dim light, the color of the saber itself began to change from black to a fiery red, a burning sensation emanating from the blade. Almost immediately, this fiery red shifted, turning into a chilling blue. The air around seemed to freeze slightly. Subsequently, the saber fluctuated between blue and red, releasing intense heat and extreme cold from Li Xiao's hands. Nearby, Wu Qi and the others, even with their A and S-class abilities, felt an uncomfortable sensation of both chill and intense heat emanating from the saber. Only Li Xiao's eyes shone brighter, for he alone knew how terrifying the state of the beast-slaying saber truly was. Initially, he thought this divine-level saber was on par with a system-awarded stick used for driving beasts, a reward from earlier, but now he realized how greatly mistaken he was. The level of this saber was far beyond that of the stick, which in comparison seemed no more than a mere toy. This was the weapon truly intended for combat that the system rewarded to Li Xiao. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the blade of the divine-level beast-slaying sword, Li Xiao's mood became increasingly joyous. Previously, it was always him who found fault with the weapons for being inadequate. This was because there was simply no special material capable of crafting a weapon that could withstand the full output of Li Xiao's SSS tier abilities. Consequently, Li Xiao had given up on using weapon props altogether. But now Li Xiao could feel that even if his strength were truly elevated above the SSS tier to the 9th order, this beast-slaying sword would still serve as his weapon, perfectly adapted to his power level. If this sword were in the hands of someone else, even an ordinary SSS tier might have the capability to contend with a beast king. Holding the divine-level beast-slaying sword, which alternated between shades of blue and red, Li Xiao thought to himself, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Although with Li Xiao's current strength, whether he had a suitable weapon or not, dealing with a beast king wouldn't be too strenuous. Having such a fitting weapon was in itself a reason to be pleased. Meanwhile, as Li Xiao's special abilities ceased to flow into it, the blue and red colors on the beast-slaying sword began to recede and the blade's surface returned to its original dark metallic color. The extreme cold and intense heat that radiated from the sword also disappeared along with it. Nearby, as their skin reconnected with the originally cool air, the discomfort they felt began to fade, and Wu Qi and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the beast-slaying sword had returned to its original state, the traces of fear were still evident in the eyes of Wu Qi and his companions. The fully activated state of the divine-level beast-slaying sword had exerted tremendous pressure on them. That pressure was comparable to facing a powerful, invincible beast. Even now, though the sword had reverted to its original state, they could still feel a faint, lingering pressure, albeit not as intense as before. Upon seeing the reactions of Wu Qi and the others, Li Xiao couldn't help but smile, understanding what had transpired. Although he had previously said that if the divine-level beast-slaying sword awarded by the system were given to an ordinary SSS tier ability user, that user would immediately possess the power to rival a beast king. In reality, from another perspective, only those with SSS tier strength barely qualified to wield the beast-slaying sword. If someone of a lower level tried to use it, they wouldn't just fail to wield it, they might feel an overwhelming oppression even standing nearby. The reaction of Wu Qi and his companions was the best example of this. Thinking this, Li Xiao no longer kept the beast-slaying sword in hand and put it away. only then did the oppressive aura around Wu Qi and his companions completely dissipate. Wu Qi finally relaxed from the pressure and remembered his task. He looked at the corpse of the S-class beast lying dead in front of him and spoke, "I'll go place the locator." But before Wu Qi could act, Li Xiao reached out to stop him, shaking his head. As he said, "No need, let's end this hunt here, the routine task is over." Naturally, Li Xiao felt no need to continue hunting A-class or higher beasts. "Is it over already?" Wu Qi was slightly startled upon hearing Li Xiao's words, seemingly surprised that Li Xiao was ready to head back so soon. But upon reflection, considering that in just half a day they had already killed 9 A-class beasts and 1 S-class beast, the outcome was far superior to what their team usually achieved on their own. "So, what do we do next?" Wu Qi asked. "Let's go back," Li Xiao replied. "Alright, I'll follow your lead." Wu Qi nodded, then prepared to arrange for the team members to carry the S-class beast's corpse back. Since they were preparing to return, there was no need to bother with installing another locator. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "No need to trouble ourselves, I'll take us back directly." With that, Li Xiao lifted his fingers slightly and a wave of psychic energy burst forth from his fingertips. This energy quickly enveloped Wu Qi and the others along with the corpse of the S-class beast. Soon after, Li Xiao shot up towards the sky. Before Wu Qi and the others could react, the scenery around them shifted rapidly. In just a moment they had left the giant forest, but Li Xiao suddenly stopped in mid-air, causing Wu Qi and the others to pause in surprise. Looking down from the sky, they could clearly see on the ground the corpses of 8 A-class beasts, those that Li Xiao had killed earlier. Due to Li Xiao's sudden decision to return, the bodies of the 8 A-class beasts had not yet been collected and were still lying on the ground. "Since we're going back, I might as well take these with us, that should be fine, right?" Li Xiao turned his head to look at Wu Qi trailing behind him. Wu Qi shook his head. "That's no problem at all. If Lord Li Xiao can take these beast corpses back, it saves others the trip and we can just cancel the locators." "Good." Li Xiao nodded slightly, then reached towards the ground. In the next moment, the bodies of the 8 A-class beasts were lifted into the sky and placed behind him. As for the locators on these beasts, Li Xiao casually turned them off and tossed them back to Wu Qi. With that, Li Xiao continued leading Wu Qi and the others along with the many beast corpses back towards Qi City. Meanwhile, in Qiqing, a team of 10 superpowered individuals was heading outside the city. The team was not particularly strong. It consisted of 2 A-rank and 8 B-rank superhumans. Their purpose for venturing out was to retrieve the carcasses of exotic beasts after detecting that a hunting team had activated their location tracker. However, just as they were on their way, one of the A-rank superhumans at the forefront suddenly stopped. "Captain, why have you stopped?" asked a voice from the back of the team, while the A-rank individual holding the location tracker seemed to be frozen in shock. The coordinates that should have been displayed on the map had suddenly vanished. At that moment, the bright sky abruptly darkened as if obscured by some massive object. Instinctively, the team members looked up only to see several human figures in the sky speeding towards Qiqing at a terrifyingly fast pace. Behind these figures hung the large corpses of 9 exotic beasts. Although the beasts were dead, their bodies still emitted strong superhuman energy fluctuations, at least A-rank, or perhaps were there even S-rank beasts among them. As these figures neared Qiqing, the corpses suspended in the sky began to plummet to the ground. Thud after thud, the bodies soon crashed into an open area just outside the city, covering a significant portion of the ground. So many exotic beast corpses. A-rank, all are A-rank? No, are there S-rank corpses as well? When did our Qiqing hunting teams become so formidable that they can even hunt S-rank beasts? The patrol superhumans on the city walls muttered in bewilderment. If memory served right, the hunting teams that usually ventured out barely managed to capture A-rank beasts. B-rank was the norm. After all, to prevent surprise attacks by exotic beasts, most superhumans dared not stray too far from Qiqing, leaving only the lesser-ranked superhumans to venture out. If they remembered correctly, the last time a hunting team brought back an S-rank beast's corpse was half a year ago, and that was only because they had fortuitously encountered an injured S-rank beast. Just then, atop the city walls, a figure named Chen Xian appeared. He watched as Li Xiao and his group approached Qiqing and called out with a smile, "Lord Li Xiao, welcome back. How was the hunting trip?" Li Xiao and his group had not publicized their departure from Qiqing, and now with Chen Xian's remark, the surrounding patrol superhumans finally realized what had happened. "Is it Lord Li Xiao? So it was him who went out to hunt the beasts. No wonder we have so many exotic beasts. Now, Xia, what do you mean Lord Li Xiao hunted the beasts? Didn't you hear what Lord Chen Xian said? Lord Li Xiao was just bored of staying in Qiqing and went out for a stroll. Hunting beasts was merely incidental." Amid the towering city walls, the admiration in the eyes of the patrolling superhumans deepened. Simply going out for a casual excursion, the number of exotic beasts Li Xiao brought back far exceeded those captured by their hunting teams. This was the power of a formidable superhuman. What was a mere casual act for him was an achievement beyond reach for these lower-tier superhumans. Back on the city walls of Qiqing, Li Xiao with Wu Qi and several others in tow gently set them down. He glanced at Chen Xian and nodded with a slight smile. The outing had been satisfactory, with Wu Qi and his team proving very responsible. Without their guidance in tracking the beasts, Li Xiao would have needed much longer to complete his daily tasks. Nearby, hearing Li Xiao's praise, Wu Qi and his companions blushed slightly. Strictly speaking, they hadn't done much but merely followed behind Li Xiao, slowing him down. The other patrolling superhumans seemed to understand the situation, looking at Wu Qi's team with envy and resentment, wishing they had been the ones to accompany Li Xiao. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's gaze fell upon the exotic beasts Li Xiao had left outside Qiqing. However, Chen Xian showed no attachment to the beasts and turned back to Li Xiao, suggesting, "Now that Lord Li Xiao has returned, shall I arrange for someone to transport these beasts to your residence?" Li Xiao, however, shook his head with a smile. "No need, there are too many beasts to eat all by myself. How about this? Have someone butcher the beasts and send the best parts of the meat to my home. The rest can be your payment for processing them." The exotic beasts Li Xiao had brought back were immense, the smallest standing over 10 meters tall. It would have taken ages for Li Xiao alone to consume them. Moreover, these beasts were just that, beasts, not unlike the pigs, cows, sheep and poultry typically raised at home, with various parts more or less appetizing. As for the energy contained within the meat that could aid superhumans, that was only of use to ordinary superhumans, not to someone like Li Xiao. Hearing such generous words from Li Xiao, excitement flickered in Chen Xian's eyes. The prey Li Xiao had brought back ranged from A to S class, and it was natural for Chen Xian to have his desires. But since Li Xiao had hunted these beasts, he held their ownership rights, which had nothing to do with Qiqing. Now Li Xiao only requested the best parts of the meat, leaving the rest for them. "You don't want that?" Li Xiao teased, prompting Chen Xian to nod eagerly. "Of course we want it. I'll arrange for someone to butcher the beasts and select the finest cuts for you, Lord Li Xiao." After a pause, Chen Xian continued, "And the beast that was sent back earlier today, we will also prepare the best cuts from it to send to you as well." Li Xiao nodded in approval. "Good, then I will head back to the city now and wait for your good news." With those words, Li Xiao did not linger and headed towards the interior of Qiqing. Watching Li Xiao's figure disappear, Chen Xian turned his attention back to the task at hand, quickly directing the city's superhumans to go out and process the corpses of the beasts Li Xiao had left outside. Those assigned to the task were clearly experienced, having done many similar jobs and worked efficiently. Before long, the 9 exotic beast corpses outside the city had been dissected into numerous pieces of meat neatly arranged. The sight of these organized pieces outside the city wall sparked a flicker of excitement in the eyes of many superpowered individuals stationed there. The quantity of exotic beast meat was sufficient to feed the city's superpowered inhabitants for a considerable time. Everyone remembered that today's bounty was a gift from Lord Li Xiao, a fact not to be forgotten in the days to come. Meanwhile, Chen Xian activated his powers, his tone serious as he projected his voice across the entire city wall. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, the expressions of the superpowered individuals turned solemn and they nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Lord Chen Xian, we will never forget Lord Li Zhao's generosity," they proclaimed. "Indeed, it's thanks to Lord Li Zhao's favor today that we have the chance to eat S-grade exotic beast meat again. If we were to forget such kindness, we would be no better than swine or dogs." Some superpowered individuals replied loudly, their tone heartfelt. Seeing this response, Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. He had no desire to see anyone in Qi City display the ingratitude that had occurred in Xing City. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xian signaled for the neatly dissected pieces of exotic beast meat to be moved into the city and personally selected the finest cuts for Li Xiao, arranging for them to be delivered. While Chen Xian was busy handling these tasks, the situation in Xing City far away was starkly different. It had been almost a week since the last time the Beast King led a beast tide to attack Xing City. The only silver lining was that the period following the massive beast tide had been relatively calm. Xing City had not faced organized beast group attacks since then. Taking advantage of these days of stability, everyone in Xing City had thrown themselves into the city's reconstruction efforts. Although half of the city's area had been destroyed in the beast tide a week ago, thanks to the efforts of the superpowered individuals, many of the devastated areas had been rebuilt. In time, the order in Xing City would be restored to its former state. Looking at the newly constructed buildings rising from the ruins, Qin Wanxiao's face finally showed a smile. The recovery of Xing City was indeed the best news he had heard in this challenging period. This time, although their star city suffered considerable damage from the Beast Tide's onslaught, at least it was not completely destroyed. As long as Star City remained intact under his leadership, the Psychic Association would inevitably recover from their losses. Qin Wanxiao was confident that in the near future the overall strength of the Psychic Association would undoubtedly surpass its former self before the Beast Tide attack. Regarding Li Xiao, he was just someone who had become an SSS rank by sheer luck early on. His current strength was merely due to the advantage of time. Given some time, once the Psychic Association opened up its resource vault to enhance the strength of their SSS rank psychics, the capabilities of Mu Yingxian and Huang Sang would certainly not be far behind Li Xiao. This was the difference between having an organization and lacking one. Without the Psychic Association and the resources it poured into training, Qin Wanxiao could hardly imagine how difficult it would be for Li Xiao to improve in the future. It was laughable that those people from Qiqing thought of pleasing someone like Li Xiao who relied on luck. Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but smirk slightly. Li Xiao was someone who could leave his own city so coldly just like that. Those folks from Qiqing actually believed that Li Xiao would fight to the death against the Beast King for them. Qin Wanxiao was very eager to see in the future the expressions on those Qiqing folks' faces when the Beast Tide hit their city and they saw Li Xiao simply walk away. Psychics really should be trained by the association itself to be reliable, Qin Wanxiao murmured. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. President, in the past few days, our stock of beast meat is about to run out. An ability user dressed in the uniform of the Psychic Association approached Qin Wanxiao and reported. Hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's brows slightly furrowed, but he quickly relaxed and casually said, "What's the matter? Is it just a shortage of beast meat? Then just send a hunting team out." Qin Wanxiao didn't understand why such trivial matters needed to be reported to him. However, this time, upon hearing Qin Wanxiao's words, the ability user behind him did not leave. Instead, the worry on his face deepened. Seeing this, Qin Wanxiao's brows furrowed again, and he looked at him. "What else is there?" Hearing this, the association's ability user shook his head. He lowered his head, unsure of how to begin, and after a long while he finally spoke with difficulty. "President, I didn't mean that. In fact, in the past few days, the association has already sent out several hunting teams, but the results have not been ideal and we've had to use the stock of beast meat, and in the past 2 days, our stock of beast meat has almost run out." Hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's expression suddenly turned stern as he stared at the ability user who came to report somewhat incredulously. "It's impossible with many powerful psychics in Xingqing. How could there possibly be a shortage of exotic beast meat? Although it's true that Xingqing had just recently suffered an attack by a beast tide, Qin Wanxiao was still absolutely confident. The number of psychics in Xingqing, as well as their strength, was definitely more formidable than any other city. It is indeed true that having more psychics means consuming more exotic beast meat than other cities, but in reality Xingqing has never experienced a shortage of exotic beast meat. With the number of psychics in Xingqing, forming one or even several strong hunting teams is not a problem at all. Once the hunting teams go out for a hunt, the exotic beasts they bring back are enough to feed all the psychics in Xingqing for a long time. With such a situation, how could Xingqing possibly face a shortage of exotic beast meat? Could it be that one team's unsatisfactory results mean that all teams had unsatisfactory results? Qin Wanxiao did not believe that such a low probability event could happen in Xingqing and that it could last so long that it exhausted the reserves. It simply wasn't possible. What about the experts from the association? Are they just idling away? And Ing Xian and Huang Sang, weren't they also captains of a hunter team? With them present, could there really be a shortage of exotic beast meat? Anger began to appear on Qin Wanxiao's face, but in the next moment the words of the association's psychic dissipated the anger that had just surfaced on Qin Wanxiao's face. The psychic's face was cautious as he spoke. "President, have you forgotten that Lord Ing Xian and Lord Huang Sang are now tasked with defending Xingqing and can no longer participate in hunting missions? How could that be? Isn't their situation special?" Qin Wanxiao wanted to continue speaking, but before he could finish he seemed to remember something and suddenly swallowed his words back. His expression turned slightly ugly. He remembered that in the past Ing Xian, Huang Sang, and other psychics from the association could freely leave Xingqing for hunting because Li Xiao was in charge of defending the city, but now Li Xiao had left Xingqing. The task of defending the city naturally fell on the shoulders of Ing Xian and Huang Sang, both SSS-level psychics. Although there hadn't been any major beast tides attacking Xingqing in the past few days, if Ying Xian and Huang Sang were to leave, the situation could become unpredictable. Who knows if there are exotic beasts lurking near Xingqing watching over the city's condition, and precisely because of this, without Ying Xian and Huang Sang leading the hunting teams, and with a portion of the psychics in Xingqing having other tasks, the number of psychics that could be arranged to go on hunting missions was actually not many. All these reasons combined have led to the current severe shortage of exotic beast meat supply in Xingqing, unable to meet the daily needs of the association's psychics. Li Xiao, always Li Xiao. Qin Wanxiao's expression was dark and grim. He had not anticipated that Li Xiao, who had left Xingqing, would still manage to cause trouble for them. If it weren't for Li Xiao's unauthorized departure from Xingqing, Ying Xian and Huang Sang wouldn't have needed to stay behind to guard the city. With the strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang, leading a beast hunting team should have been an easy task to secure enough exotic beast meat. Now, without their leadership, the beast hunting missions had to be handed over to the second-tier psychics in Xingqing. With a significant drop in power, these teams were unable to meet the quantity and quality of the exotic beasts needed by all the psychics in Xingqing. Frustrated, Qin Wanxiao clenched his fists tightly and smashed one fiercely against the wall of ruins beside him that had yet to be rebuilt. The already crumbling wall shattered completely under his punch, causing the psychic from the association who had come to report to turn pale with fright. This association psychic watched Qin Wanxiao carefully. Over the past few days, he had been the one reporting various matters in Xingqing directly to Qin Wanxiao, and he could clearly sense that Qin Wanxiao's temper had become increasingly volatile, especially when Li Xiao was mentioned. His irritability would skyrocket. After venting for a while, the association psychic who had come to report the news did not dare to speak at that moment, carefully standing aside. It took a while before Qin Wanxiao's heavy breathing gradually subsided and the anger on his face dissipated somewhat. His gaze then returned to the psychic beside him. Right, how are Ying Xian and Huang Sang doing lately? After the day the beast tide had receded, Qin Wanxiao had promised to open up the association's resource vault to accelerate their power advancement. Over the past few days, Ying Xian and Huang Sang had not disappointed Qin Wanxiao and had been diligently using the association's resources to enhance their abilities. Yesterday I visited Lords Ying Xian and Huang Sang and the results were promising. According to them, their strength had increased by at least a level from the beginning. If they were to face that white exotic tiger beast king again, they surely wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's expression finally improved significantly. That's good. The association has plenty of resources, let them use it freely. As long as their strength can be further improved when the time comes, without the threat of the beast king, everything will be easier to handle. As for now, let the psychics endure a bit longer, Qin Wanxiao said somberly, slowly uttering these words. After saying this, he fell silent and spoke no more. However, his eyes were filled with resentment towards Li Xiao. Now, Li Xiao could still boast arrogantly because he had become an SSS level psychic earlier than others. But eventually, when Li Xiao finds himself without the support of the association's resources and his strength stagnates, he will inevitably be surpassed by Ying Xian and Huang Sang. At that time, it would no longer be easy for Li Xiao to join the Superpower Association again. Blame yourself for your wrong decision at the beginning, Qin Wanxiao said coldly. Li Xiao, I have brought you the best parts of the exotic beast's meat as we agreed earlier, said Qi Cheng previously at Li Zhao's small courtyard. After consideration, to show his importance to Li Xiao, Chun Xian finally decided to personally deliver the best parts of the exotic beast's meat as agreed with Li Xiao. Although the quantity Li Xiao requested was not large, the exotic beasts themselves were quite huge. Consequently, the exotic beast meat Qin Xian brought this time still weighed dozens of pounds. Each piece was professionally separated by superpower users from the beast as per Li Zhao's request, including prime sections like pork belly and tenderloin, representing the best small portions of each type of meat on the beast. These pieces were neatly divided by Qin Xian and arranged in several small wooden boxes. Using his superpowers, Qin Xian placed these wooden boxes filled with exotic beast meat in the open area of Li Zhao's small courtyard. By this time, Li Xiao had been back in his courtyard for a while. Holding a water ladle in his hand, he scooped some water from the superpowered spring and watered the 3 saplings and superpower-enhanced vegetables. The saplings would still need some time to grow tall. However, over the past few days, the randomly planted vegetable seeds in that small patch of farmland had nearly matured. The vegetable leaves were tender and vivid green, almost ready to be harvested. Moreover, from these nearly matured vegetables, pure energy fluctuations were emanating. Although this pure energy fluctuation was not yet comparable to the strengthened fruits rewarded by the system, it was far superior to ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At this moment, seeing Chen Xian bring the agreed exotic beast meat, Li Xiao also showed a smile. Setting aside his water ladle, he casually glanced at the neatly arranged exotic beast meat pieces in those small wooden boxes. Although Li Xiao was not a professional chef, anyone with clear eyes could see how perfect those pieces of exotic beast meat brought by Chen Xian were. Apart from the cutting marks, the other sides of the meat pieces were flawless. No cooking method was necessary, simply boiling these exotic beast meat pieces in water would make them a rare delicacy due to their superior quality. Okay, thank you, Li Xiao said with a smile, looking at Chen Xian. Seeing Li Xiao's satisfied expression, Chen Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Xiao would be dissatisfied with the exotic beast meat he had brought. Fortunately, Li Xiao was pleased. With that, Chen Xian spoke again, since that's the case and the exotic beast meat has already been delivered to Lord Li Xiao, there are still many matters I need to handle in Xicheng, so I will not stay long. Originally, Li Xiao had planned to invite Chen Xian to stay for a meal, but upon hearing Chen Xian's words, he no longer pursued the idea. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Chen Xian nodded, bid farewell, and left Li Xiao's courtyard. Shortly after Chen Xian departed, he pulled out a device resembling a smartphone from his pocket. The device's screen was displaying messages coming in from the outside, clearly marked with the name Yunqing. Despite his confusion, Chen Xian decided to answer the incoming message, but the moment he connected, a voice filled with jealousy erupted from the device. Chen Xian, you deserve to die. Tell me, is Lord Li Xiao in your Xicheng? Yunqing, much like Xicheng, is a small city that had also endured 5 years of beast invasions. At this very moment, in the headquarters of the superhumans in Yunqing, a man about the same age as Chen Xian was visibly filled with envy and resentment. His name was Su Yang, an SS class superhuman. Currently the strongest in Yunqing, over the past 5 years he had defended Yunqing and led many of its superhumans in fighting against the beast tides. Logically, after the recent beast tide attack on Xingqing, the tides had dispersed and other cities had seen fewer beast attacks in the past few days. Su Yang took this period of calm to recover from the mental exhaustion. However, just recently a returnee from a beast hunting squad in Yunqing brought back staggering news about Li Xiao's whereabouts. Su Yang was shocked upon hearing this. He even repeatedly confirmed it with the hunting squad. After all, everyone who had seen the live stream from Xingqing knew that Li Xiao had indeed left Xingqing, but his exact destination was unknown. This, however, did not stop them from wanting to find Li Xiao and invite him to reside in their city. Whether it was because of Li Xiao's strength or their admiration for his significant contribution to defending Xingqing single-handedly, they felt it wasn't right for Li Xiao to wander without a settled place. And now, they had learned from the hunting squad that Li Xiao was actually in Xicheng, not far from Yunqing. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but grab his communication device and call Chen Xian. The call connected quickly. Recalling the information from the hunting squad, Su Yang's feelings of envy and jealousy intensified and he almost ground his teeth to pieces. Chen Xian, you jerk, such a big deal that Lord Li Xiao is living in your Xicheng and you kept it so tightly under wraps. Are we even friends anymore? On the other end, hearing Su Yang, the guardian of Yunqing, lash out through the communication device, Chen Xian was slightly stunned, but soon he remembered something. After Wu Qi's squad returned with Li Xiao, Wu Qi and his team had recounted the whole process of their outing. According to Wu Qi, along the way they encountered a beast hunting team from Yun City and conveniently rescued them from being surrounded by exotic beasts. Now, as expected, that beast hunting team from Yun City had already returned and relayed the encounter with Li Xiao to Su Yang. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's face couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment as he began to explain. Su, it's not that I intentionally kept it from you, it's just that after Lord Li Xiao left Xing City he wanted some peace, so without his permission I didn't dare to disclose his whereabouts. While explaining, a hint of guilt flashed across Chen Xian's face. Indeed, Li Xiao had sought tranquility upon arriving in Qi City. Besides, during this period Chen Xian had kept Li Xiao's presence in Qi City a secret, partly due to a little selfishness of his own. Su Yang didn't know what Chen Xian was thinking. However, upon hearing that Chen Xian concealed Li Xiao's whereabouts for his peace, the reproachful expression on Su Yang's face vanished and his tone softened. Is that so, then? I was a bit abrupt. At this moment Su Yang's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. After all, Li Xiao's ordeal in Xing City was no secret. If Li Xiao had come to Yun City, Su Yang might have behaved just like Chen Xian to provide a peaceful environment for him. With this realization, Su Yang could no longer blame Chen Xian for deliberately hiding information about Li Xiao. Gradually, the jealousy in Su Yang's eyes faded, leaving behind only admiration. Old Qin, you in Qi City, you're really fortunate. Hearing this, Qin Xian simply nodded slightly, showing no intention of arguing. Recalling the profound changes in Qi City since Li Xiao's arrival, even Qin Xian's own ability level had broken through to SSS grade with Li Xiao's help. Although it was just a casual gesture from Li Xiao, all of this was beyond what the once dreaming Qin Xian could have imagined. Su Yang, situated in Yun City, didn't know what Qin Xian was thinking, nor was he aware that Qin Xian had now reached the SSS level. After the initial envy, Su Yang suddenly said, "Old Qin, considering Yun City isn't too far from Qi City, what if we relocate Yun City closer to your Qi City?" "What, you plan to relocate Yun City to near Qi City?" Hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Xian's tone became surprised and he gripped his communication device even tighter. But Su Yang did not immediately respond to Qin Xian's surprised tone. At this very moment, Su Yang stood within the headquarters of the superpowered in Yunqing, slowly making his way to the window of the building. Gazing out into the distance, his view from the window allowed him to clearly see the superpowered teams patrolling atop the high walls of Yunqing, vigilant against the tide of beasts. Yunqing's situation over these 5 years of resisting the mutant beasts was hardly better than Qiqing's, perhaps even slightly worse. Right now, Su Yang could distinctly see the weariness in the eyes of those patrolling teams on the city walls. One could only wonder when they might reach their breaking point. Such was their exhausted posture that if Qin Xian were to visit Yunqing at this moment, he would find a similar scene to what it had been in Qiqing before Li Zhao's arrival. Now, however, the spirit of Qiqing's superpowered individuals was entirely different. The idea of relocating Yunqing en masse was something Su Yang had contemplated a long time ago. Regrettably, back then he had not acted on these thoughts. Although Yunqing was not too far from Qiqing, relocating a large population carried immense risks. Moreover, merging with Qiqing without a powerful superpowered individual to counter the Beast King would be meaningless. Instead, it might draw more attention from the beast tides due to the increased population from merging the two cities. Their fate could end up even worse than before. The reason Xingqing had recently become a prime target for the Beast King and the beast tides was precisely because of this. But now, knowing that Li Xiao was also in Qiqing, things were different for Su Yang. Li Xiao's presence alone was now enough for Su Yang to consider the risk of moving the entirety of Yunqing to Qiqing. Although they might suffer significant losses due to mutant beasts during the journey, if they could successfully relocate to Qiqing, the survivors would face much less pressure from the beast tides. What do you think, Qin Xian? Do you think our Yunqing could move over? Su Yang asked solemnly, even using Qin Xian's full name in his grave tone. However, upon hearing Su Yang's proposal, which was no joking matter, Qin Xian's expression grew serious. He understood that Su Yang's determination to relocate Yunqing stemmed from Li Xiao's involvement, but precisely because it involved Li Xiao, Qin Xian was hesitant to agree lightly. "I'm sorry, this matter concerns Lord Li Xiao and I cannot make this decision," Qin Xian replied apologetically. At this, a look of disappointment appeared in Su Yang's eyes, but then Qin Xian spoke again. "However, I can ask Lord Li Xiao for his opinion. If Lord Li Xiao has no objections, then it wouldn't be too late to prepare Yunqing for relocation. After all, relocating an entire city is not something that can be done overnight." Hearing this, the disappointment in Su Yang's eyes vanished, replaced by a flash of joy. He nodded eagerly. Yes, then Old Qin, please, could you help me inquire about Lord Li Xiao's opinion on this matter? Of course, I will ask Lord Li Xiao soon, but I cannot guarantee that he will agree, Qin Xian said. "Thank you, I understand." Su Yang nodded, mentally prepared for any outcome. After discussing the relocation of Yunqing, Qin Xian and Su Yang exchanged a few words about the current situation in the two cities. Learning that there had been few signs of monster beast tides recently, Qin Xian finally hung up the communication with Su Yang. Standing still, Qin Xian disconnected the call and reminisced about his conversation with Su Yang. A hint of anticipation slowly emerged in his eyes. In fact, Qin Xian also very much hoped that Yunqing and Qiqing could relocate and merge together. By then, the combined strength of the ability users from both cities would significantly enhance the overall power of Qiqing. Ever since the arrival of the monster beasts, it seemed that Xingqing was the only city that had truly been willing to merge with another city. Qin Xian mused with an unreadable expression on his face. After all, Xingqing was once touted as the only city capable of contending with the Beast King, attracting countless refugees and ability users. This was also why, despite the crises caused by the monster beast tides, Xingqing's development had not slowed down over the years. And now there seemed to be signs that other cities wanted to merge with Qiqing. Xingqing. Chen Xian murmured with an indescribable complexity in his tone. Turning around, Chen Xian looked at Li Xiao's courtyard not far behind him, his face showing a bitter smile. He had just agreed with Li Xiao that he had other matters to attend to and had not gone far, but now due to Su Yang's call he had to make another trip to Li Xiao's courtyard. With this thought, Chen Xian no longer paused and walked back towards Li Xiao's courtyard, hoping that this time Lord Li Xiao would agree to the relocation of Yunqing. Chen Xian silently wished. Meanwhile, in another part of the city of Xingqing, inside the room of Qin Wanxiao at the headquarters of the Ability Association, Qin Wanxiao was resting in his room. Days of fatigue coupled with various pieces of negative news had kept Qin Wanxiao in a state of exhaustion recently, especially not long ago when he thought that everything in Xingqing was moving towards a better direction again. The report from his subordinates about the severe shortage of monster beast meat had plunged his already decent mood into the depths. At this moment, resting in his room, Qin Wanxiao's face still showed no trace of a smile. Instead, as time passed, his expression grew increasingly somber. The issue of lacking sufficient monster beast meat, although temporarily suppressed by Qin Wanxiao's orders for the association's ability users to endure for a while, weighed heavily on him. Unfortunately, the meat of exotic beasts is irreplaceable for ability users. During the recent reconstruction of Xingqing or for various other matters, the power of ability users is essential. However, their powers are not infinite. Every use of their abilities depletes the ability users themselves. Therefore, high-grade exotic beast meat often serves as a way for ability users to quickly recover their powers. But now, there is a severe shortage of exotic beast meat in Xingqing, and top ability users like Ying Xian and Huang Sang are not taking action. The hunting teams that venture out are also not bringing back enough to meet the consumption needs of the entire city. Moreover, Xingqing has never before experienced a shortage of high-quality exotic beast meat. The sudden scarcity has become unbearable for the ability users in the city. Transitioning from luxury to austerity is proving difficult. Don't those guys realize how tough our situation is at the Ability Association right now? Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but curse. He might only be the president of Xingqing's Ability Association, but that doesn't mean he is unaware of the conditions faced by ability users in smaller cities. If he remembers correctly, aside from Xingqing, ability users in other smaller cities have never had the luxury of unlimited exotic beast meat supply and have always been in a struggling state. Especially in Xiqing, where Li Xiao was sheltered, Qin Wanxiao still remembers. Initially, there was a severe shortage of ability users in Xiqing and they could only send out a pitiful number of hunting teams, so the exotic beast meat they acquired was nowhere near enough to meet the daily needs of Xiqing's ability users. There were even many times when a guy named Chen Xian from Xiqing had to humbly contact them in Xingqing, hoping to exchange some resources for exotic beast meat. As Qin Wanxiao was reflecting on this, a sudden and urgent knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing the knocking, Qin Wanxiao's heart skipped a beat. This scenario had become all too familiar in the past few days. Each time someone knocked, he would receive some not-so-good news. Listening to the continuous urgent knocking, Qin Wanxiao's expression darkened, but he still got up to open the door. Standing there was the association ability user who had been reporting various news about Xingqing in recent days, and his expression was still very anxious. President, it's not good. Many ability users have insufficient energy replenishment and have forcibly ceased work. What did you say? The ability users have stopped working. With a loud bang, Qin Wanxiao's palm heavily struck the nearby wall. If it weren't for the fact that the Ability Association headquarters was made from a special metal that could withstand attacks from ability users, the entire wall might have shattered from that blow. Despite this, the wall that Qin Wanxiao had struck was now beginning to tremble gently. Anger was etched deeply across Qin Wanxiao's face. He had just instructed the psychics to hold on a little longer, reassuring them that everything would be resolved once Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS tier psychics, advanced to the next stage of their abilities. Do they no longer heed even that? President's orders, he thought bitterly. They just needed to endure a little longer and all would be well. Yet, these people had opted to forcibly halt their work. At this thought, Qin Wanxiao's body began to shake with rage. Observing Qin Wanxiao's angry expression, the psychic who had come to report the news turned pale. No, President, it's not like that, he stammered. But how else could it be? Qin Wanxiao, still furious, demanded an explanation. The psychic, still pale, explained with a quivering voice, No, President, as per your instructions, we've already had the daily ration of beast meat for the psychics during this period. However, with the current efficiency of the hunting teams, we can't even maintain a third of the original daily ration, let alone half. The psychic's abilities are not infinite, the psychic continued. Without the sustenance from beast meat relying solely on their natural recovery, it would take several times longer to restore their powers after use. Reducing the beast meat to half has already pushed them to their limits. Now we can't even sustain that half. The energy they expend and the energy they recover are no longer in proportion. If we continue like this, we might see psychics dying from exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxiao's anger somewhat subsided, replaced by an even grimmer expression. What should we do next, President? Should we slow down the reconstruction of Xing City? The psychic suggested cautiously. Maintaining a normal ratio of consumption and recovery for the psychic seemed only possible by slowing down the city's rebuilding pace, yet as soon as this suggestion was made, Qin Wanxiao shook his head firmly. No, we cannot slow down. The atmosphere between the two became momentarily silent. Qin Wanxiao furrowed his brows deeply, and after a long while he seemed to have made a tough decision. Apart from the resources allocated for Yingxian and Huangsang, there should still be a considerable reserve in the association's resource vault. Contact the other cities for me, ask if they have surplus beast meat and if we can trade with other resources. Having said that, Qin Wanxiao's face twitched, making it seem as if he was struggling to continue. There was a time when only smaller cities lacking in exotic beast meat would trade other resources for it with larger cities like his. Qin Wanxiao had never imagined that his own city would one day face a shortage of exotic beast meat, compelling them to seek trades with other cities. After finishing his statement, Qin Wanxiao appeared somewhat deflated. He waved his hand, signaling the psychic at the door who had delivered the news to leave. It was only after the psychic's footsteps faded into the distance that Qin Wanxiao seemed to deflate completely, closing the door firmly behind him. Meanwhile, at Li Zhao's small courtyard, the topic of Yun City's relocation was being revisited. Chen Xian had returned to Li Zhao's courtyard once again. Just moments ago, Chen Xian had repeated to Li Xiao the conversation he had with Su Yang. Li Xiao listened silently to everything Chen Xian said. Once Chen Xian finished speaking, Li Xiao thoughtfully nodded. So you're saying Yun City wants to relocate next to Qi City and merge with it? Yes, Chen Xian replied cautiously, but Lord Li Xiao, I'm unsure about the relocation, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. Hearing this, Li Xiao chuckled softly. Throughout their conversation, Chen Xian had been transparent about the relocation plans, including the fact that Su Yang's decision was influenced by knowing that Li Xiao was in Qi City. Li Xiao's impression of Yun City wasn't too bad, especially after encountering a hunting squad from there previously. If Yun City wishes to relocate, I have no objections as long as it doesn't disturb my usual lifestyle, Li Xiao stated. Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately crossed Chen Xian's face. Of course, Lord Li Xiao, rest assured, even if Yun City eventually merges with Qi City, it won't disrupt your current way of life. After all, not every city can disregard your contributions like those in Star City. That's good. Li Xiao nodded, not wishing to dwell further on the topic. Having received Li Zhao's approval, Chen Xian didn't stay much longer. He bid farewell to Li Xiao once again and left the courtyard. Chen Xian then used his communication device to send a message to Su Yang in Yun City. Within seconds, Su Yang responded eagerly. Before Chen Xian could speak, Su Yang's voice, filled with anticipation yet tinged with fear of potential disapproval, rang out. Old Chen, what did Lord Li Xiao say? Hearing Su Yang's tone, Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh. How, old Su, don't worry, Lord Li Xiao has agreed to Yun City's relocation. Upon hearing this, excitement lit up Su Yang's eyes. Back at the headquarters of Yun City's psychics, Old Chen, thank you so much, Su Yang said earnestly, unable to hide the joy in his voice. Chen Xian chuckled in response. What's there to thank between us? Now you should focus on preparing for the relocation of Yunqing. Right, I'll notify everyone immediately and start the preparations, Su Yang replied, snapping back to the urgency of the moment. The two did not continue their conversation and soon ended the call. Despite this, a broad smile remained on Chen Xian's face. After all, the relocation of Yunqing and its merger with Qiqing was a good development for Qiqing itself. Just then, Chen Xian seemed to notice something odd. He glanced at his communication device only to see a new message suddenly pinned at the top of the screen. The message was from Xingqing. However, Chen Xian's expression turned peculiar the moment he finished reading the content. Why does Xingqing suddenly need to trade for exotic beast meat? He wondered. Indeed, the message Chen Xian was looking at had been issued by the headquarters of the Psychic Association in Xingqing, calling for resources in exchange for exotic beast meat. At that moment, Chen Xian's initial thought was whether he had read the message incorrectly. After all, based on his previous impressions, trading for exotic beast meat should not be associated with a place like Xingqing. He vividly remembered the strength and prosperity of Xingqing. In contrast, during the early days of the exotic beast emergence, smaller cities like his struggled with self-sufficiency and often traded other resources for exotic beast meat, especially meat from beasts of grade S and above. Their cities' hunting teams, mostly lacking the strength to hunt such powerful creatures, depended on trades with Xingqing for such resources. It was hard for Chen Xian to believe that Xingqing could have fallen to a state where it needed to trade for exotic beast meat. Thinking this, Chen Xian meticulously reread the message word by word, yet the content remained the same as what he had initially read. There were no mistakes. What's happening in Xingqing? He mused, his expression growing more perplexed. Although Li Xiao had left Xingqing, it seemed improbable that the city would so quickly descend to a point where it couldn't supply enough exotic beast meat and had to trade with other cities for it, in comparison to their smaller city, which lived in constant anxiety under the threat of beast tide. Xingqing, even without Li Xiao, should have had a stronger collective of psychics. Could it be that, aside from Master Li Xiao, the other psychics in Xingqing are ineffective? Chen Xian thought to himself. Turning his head, he looked towards the small courtyard where Li Xiao was now squatting next to a patch of vegetable seeds that had grown into edible crops. Li Xiao reached out his hand and seemed to pluck some vegetable-like plants from the ground. Then he stood up and selected a few pieces of exotic beast meat from the wooden boxes nearby. Swiftly he walked towards the house, appearing ready to cook. It was only after Li Xiao's figure completely disappeared into the room that Chen Xian finally withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the communication device in his hand, which displayed a top-pin message from Xingqing. Chen Xian's expression grew complicated. Momentarily unsure of what to say, he shook his head slightly, deleted the top-pin message and stuffed the communication device back into his pocket. With a swift movement, Chen Xian vanished from outside Li Xiao's courtyard. Not long after Chen Xian left, a slender figure approached from a distance and headed towards Li Xiao's courtyard. Yi Shui looked in the direction Chen Xian had just left, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Oh, Yi Shui, you're here." Just then Li Xiao's voice suddenly emerged from within the courtyard. Li Xiao, who had seemingly stepped out from the room, no longer held the exotic vegetables and beast meat he previously had in his hands. He greeted Yi Shui with a smile at his doorstep. "If I remember correctly, it's been several days since I last saw you." Previously, due to Yi Shui's breakthrough to the SSS level, she had been adapting to her newly enhanced powers at home. "Now, Yi Shui, it looks like your powers have stabilized," Li Xiao observed, glancing at Yi Shui again. Today she was dressed in a white t-shirt under which her figure was distinctly outlined. Perhaps because her powers had stabilized at the SSS level, Yi Shui looked the same on the outside, but the sparkle in her eyes seemed brighter than before. Although Yi Shui's aura of power was contained, it didn't prevent Li Xiao from sensing the strength of her abilities. With her current power, Yi Shui was capable of battling a beast king one-on-one. "Yes, my powers have mostly stabilized now," Yi Shui responded without any surprise on her face, nodding slightly. Both were of SSS level, but Li Xiao's abilities had long surpassed those of ordinary SSS level fighters. It would be odd if Li Xiao couldn't see through her. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Shui curiously asked, "I think I just saw Chen Xian come here." Yes, it wasn't much. Chen Xian came to discuss the relocation and merger of Yun City into Qi City with me. Li Xiao nodded and casually mentioned, "Yun City is relocating to merge with Qi City?" Yi Shui's eyes instantly showed a trace of surprise. As a former SSS level power user in the Ability Association, she was quite familiar with the various cities. If she remembered correctly, Yun City was the closest to Qi City, not far at all. A whole city's relocation was a significant event, something that, if she remembered correctly, only Xingqing had ever experienced. At that time, apart from Xingqing, no other city possessed the capability to withstand the Beast King or the Beast Tide. Hence, many cities that could not independently counter the Beast Tide had collectively relocated to seek refuge in Xingqing. However, now Yunqing was considering a relocation not to Xingqing but to Qiqing, which had previously been inconspicuous. Relocating to Qiqing, this seemed more like a move made for Li Xiao. It was merely because of the reputation Li Xiao held in Qiqing that people from an entire city were willing to brave dangers to seek his protection. Yi Shui looked at Li Xiao before her, a peculiar emotion flickering in her eyes. "Have you agreed to it?" Yi Shui pressed. Li Xiao nodded, smiling at Yi Shui. "What, do you think it's a bad idea?" "Not at all." Yi Shui shook her head, her gaze tinged with a hint of reminiscence. Yi Shui was not originally from Xingqing. Back when her city had been ravaged by the Beast Tide, she was fortuitously rescued by Li Xiao. Subsequently, she and everyone from her city had relocated to Xingqing under Li Xiao's protection, merging with it. Nevertheless, many had encountered mishaps along the way and perished. Yi Shui was deeply aware of the difficulties involved in relocating an entire city to another. Previously, her city had managed to successfully relocate to Xingqing because of Li Zhao's protection. Now Yi Shui herself possessed sufficient strength. On the day Yunqing relocates, I plan to participate, Yi Shui declared. You also plan to join in the relocation of Yunqing? Li Xiao expressed a slight surprise upon hearing Yi Shui's sudden declaration. Yi Shui nodded slightly. My current power level has reached SSS rank, but I have yet to engage in a real battle. The relocation of Yunqing to merge with Qiqing might just provide an opportunity to encounter some beast kings and also to enhance my combat experience against others at the SSS level. Hearing this, Li Xiao looked thoughtfully at Yi Shui then nodded. That's a good point. With your current strength, facing a beast king alone should be no problem. Engaging in combat with a beast king of equal strength would indeed be beneficial for mastering your powers. When Yunqing begins its relocation, I'll speak to Qin Xian and you can join in as well, said Li Xiao. In fact, with Yi Shui's current SSS rank strength, participating in the protective relocation of Yunqing required no permission from anyone. If Yi Shui merely mentioned it, Qin Xian would naturally arrange everything for her. But perhaps out of habit, Yi Shui still preferred to seek Li Zhao's opinion on such matters. Upon hearing Li Zhao's agreement, a flicker of joy passed through Yi Shui's beautiful eyes and she nodded slightly in response. At the same time, the scent of meat being cooked, mingled with the aroma of vegetables, slowly wafted out of Li Zhao's room and into their nostrils. Amidst this drifting fragrance of the dish, a faint hint of pure energy could also be detected. The smell made Yi Shui feel as if the special abilities within her were invigorated. Seeing a glint of surprise in Yi Shui's eyes, Li Xiao turned his head to look at the kitchen from where the aroma was emanating and smiled gently. The vegetables I planted a few days ago have grown and I hunted some exotic beasts today, so I made a meal. Since you're here, Yi Shui, why don't you stay for dinner? Upon hearing this, Yi Shui instinctively glanced at the high-quality exotic beast meat stored in wooden boxes in the courtyard and the small patch of freshly grown tender green vegetables. These ingredients, although seeming ordinary, were indeed extraordinary. The exotic beast meat, ranging from A to S grade, was carefully selected for its quality. As for the vegetables that Li Xiao had planted, they hadn't been so large when Yi Shui last visited Qi City, nor were the energy fluctuations so noticeable. Now, having grown, Yi Shui realized that these seemingly unremarkable vegetables were anything but ordinary. In fact, everything about Li Xiao was far from ordinary, whether it was the two fruits that effortlessly elevated her to SSS level or everything else in this small courtyard. If these were placed in the former ability association, each one could have been a treasure in their resource vault, and now these treasures were merely ingredients for casual cooking in Li Zhao's courtyard. While Yi Shui was lost in thought, Li Xiao had already brought out several dishes he had cooked from the kitchen. He effortlessly set up a small table in the open area of the courtyard where he and Yi Shui enjoyed a simple yet profound meal. Meanwhile, in Yunqing, both the able and ordinary citizens were mobilizing. This was because not long before, Su Yang, the guardian of Yunqing, had announced the decision to relocate the entire city. This decision was not immediately implemented after its announcement, causing many of Yunqing's abled individuals to seek Su Yang for clarification. After all, relocating an entire city was no small matter. Without a city as a stronghold, a slight misstep during a beast tide could lead to total annihilation. Moreover, many were puzzled why the relocation would consider Qi's city a place not much different from theirs. Shouldn't the better destination be Xing City, which currently boasted 2 SSS-level abled individuals? Regarding these numerous questions, Su Yang had only one thing to say. After Li Xiao arrived in Qiqing, all doubts were immediately resolved. This was the real reason why the entire Yun City was able to start preparing for relocation in such a short period of time. Merely the name Li Xiao was enough to unite all the espers and residents of Yun City. In the following days, in order to prepare for the relocation, Yun City discarded all unnecessary items and resources. Of course, those resources and items that could not be taken along were not wasted by Su Yang. During the relocation preparation phase, Su Yang sent out messages to other cities planning to sell off those resources that couldn't be easily transported, hoping to exchange them for resources that would be useful on the road before the official relocation. The news of Yun City's massive sale of certain specific resources was naturally noticed by other cities immediately, especially when they saw the types of resources Yun City was selling. Many city guardians were shocked. The types of resources that Yun City was selling or recently seeking to purchase were familiar to them. Previously, some cities that could no longer fight the beast tide alone had similar lists of resources they sold and planned to purchase before relocating. The same thought occurred to these city guardians. Could it be that Yun City was also preparing to relocate? Just as other city guardians were speculating about Yun City's relocation, a message suddenly appeared on the shared communication channel between cities. I am Qin Wanxiao, the president of the Esper Association. My Xing City and the entire Esper Association warmly welcome Yun City's relocation to merge with Xing City. As future members of Xing City, please President Su Yang inform us of the specific time and plan of Yun City's relocation. At that time, Xing City will also dispatch Esper squads to cover Yun City's relocation. Seeing this sudden message, many city guardians were initially stunned, but their expressions quickly returned to normal. Although Yun City's relocation was just their speculation at this point, the intended destination was not hard to guess. It could only be Xing City. After all, currently Xing City was the only one capable of countering the beast tide. While everyone thought this way, a message from Yun City quickly appeared below Qin Wanxiao's message. Sorry President Qin, I am Su Yang. There seems to be some misunderstanding. The intended destination for Yun City's relocation is Qiqing, not Xing City, Su Yang clarified, setting the record straight. Meanwhile, as the city guardians speculated about Yun City's relocation intentions from the resources they were selling, unbeknownst to them, Yun City had other plans. In Xingqing, Qin Wanxiao, the president of the Association of Superpowers, was naturally informed about a critical update. Recently, due to a shortage of exotic beast meat, the superpowered individuals in Xingqing struggled to maintain even the minimum level of power regeneration during the daily city reconstruction efforts. Qin Wanxiao had been contacting other cities hoping to exchange resources for exotic beast meat. Fortunately, in the past few days, he managed to secure a considerable amount of it from several small cities not far from Xingqing. Although the quality of the meat varied, it temporarily resolved the shortage issue in Xingqing. He believed that if they could just get through this period, more superpowered individuals would be free to form hunting squads to replenish the resources spent in acquiring the beast meat, which he didn't foresee as overly difficult. Amid these efforts, Qin Wanxiao kept a close eye on messages from other cities and was among the first to see the news of Yun City's massive resource sell-off. The list of resources Yun City was preparing to sell at a discount caught his attention immediately. The names of these resources were all too familiar to him. They reminded him of the cities that had relocated and sought refuge in Xingqing in the past. Could it be that Yun City was also planning to relocate and merge with Xingqing? A look of surprise and delight instantly spread across Qin Wanxiao's face. Excited by this prospect, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but stand up from the couch where he was lying. This was fantastic news. Xingqing had not yet recovered from the recent beast tide attacks, and the city's reconstruction and many other tasks depended heavily on superpowered individuals. Due to a shortage of these individuals, many tasks had to be postponed. However, if Yun City were to relocate now and merge with Xingqing, the additional superpowered individuals and resources from Yun City could significantly accelerate their recovery. It seemed like a divine aid was at hand. The thought brought an even greater joy to Qin Wanxiao's face. The potential relocation of Yun City was probably the best news he had heard in a while. Although Yun City had not explicitly stated its intention to relocate, the mass sell-off of their resources was a clear indicator of their plans. In Qin Wanxiao's view, there was no other plausible reason for Yun City to discount such a vast amount of resources unless they were preparing for a total relocation. With this in mind, Qin Wanxiao sent a welcome message to Yun City through the public channel, inviting them to relocate. As for why Qin Wanxiao was confident that Yun City's intended destination was Xingqing, it stemmed from his absolute confidence in the overall strength of the superpowered individuals in Xingqing. Despite the losses from the beast tide, there was no doubt that Xingqing's overall power still overshadowed that of any other city, while other cities might struggle to find even one SSS-class superpowered individual. Xingqing boasted too. Only Xingqing had the resources to combat the beast tide. After sending this message, Qin Wanxiao's face lit up with pleasure. He leaned back into his sofa, humming a tune contentedly. Now all he had to do was wait for Yunqing to reply to finalize the timing and plan for the relocation. When the time came, he could simply send some psychics to provide cover. However, shortly after sending the message, Qin Wanxiao's communication device suddenly vibrated with a new message. With a barely concealable smile, he looked at the incoming message. But in the next moment, after reading its contents, the smile that had just appeared on his face froze. I'm sorry, President Qin, but our intended destination for relocation is Qiqing, not Xingqing. not Xingqing but Qiqing, boom! Qin Wanxiao's expression darkened abruptly, and in a fit of rage, he smashed his communication device against the wall, shattering it completely. Not Xingqing? Heading to Qiqing, was Su Yang an idiot? Did they think Qiqing could protect them? Combining the populations of two small cities would only make them a bigger target. When the true Beast King arrived, all that awaited them was the annihilation of their entire city. Or was it that guy Li Xiao? Qin Wanxiao's face grew even more furious. Li Xiao had left Xingqing without a second thought and was still not satisfied, and now was he interfering with the relocation destinations of other cities competing with Xingqing? Qin Wanxiao's palms cracked as he clenched his fists, his eyes reddening with anger. Meanwhile in Yunqing, Su Yang was unaware, sitting in the headquarters of the psychics. A simple careless reply had pushed Qin Wanxiao to the brink of rage. Watching the sudden message from Qin Wanxiao, Su Yang was also puzzled. Although it was clear from their actions that Yunqing was preparing to relocate, what was Qin Wanxiao's problem? Presumptuously assuming that Yunqing wanted to move to Xingqing. If they had wanted to move to Xingqing, they would have done so a long time ago, not wait until Xingqing itself was barely managing due to the beast tide. Moreover, could all the allure of Xingqing even compare to Qiqing, where the esteemed Lord Li Xiao now resided? It seemed that Xingqing was already in disarray internally. Muttering to himself, Su Yang didn't take the issue to heart. To him, it was merely a minor episode. His primary focus was on consolidating Yunqing's resources and preparing for the relocation. Just as Su Yang was about to inspect the current progress of the preparations in Yunqing, Su Yang's communication device vibrated once again in his hand. This time, however, the sender of the new message was not Qin Wanxiao. The message did not come through the public channel either. Instead, it was a private message from the guardians of numerous small cities to Su Yang. The content of these private messages was more or less the same. Su Yang glanced at one of them. The sender of this private message was Foman, the guardian of Feng City, with whom Su Yang had a reasonably good relationship on ordinary days. Now Foman had sent Su Yang a message, consisting only of a brief sentence filled with confusion and bewilderment. Su Yang, what exactly is happening over there? As the guardian of Feng City, Feng infrequently interacted with Su Yang. The cities of Feng City and Yin City often engaged in resource exchanges. When their respective beast hunting squads encountered each other during outings, collaboration was not uncommon. Now seeing Su Yang's sudden decision to relocate the entire Yin City, Feng'an was truly puzzled. In Feng'an's memory, Yin City had not yet fallen to a state where it could not survive on its own and needed to relocate collectively. Moreover, if relocation was indeed necessary, it would make more sense to seek refuge in Xing City rather than moving to Qi City. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Feng'an eagerly dialed Su Yang's contact, eager for clarification. Soon Su Yang answered Feng'an's call. The moment the call connected, Feng'an's voice filled the air. Su Yang, are you serious? Are you really planning to move to Qi City? To this inquiry, Su Yang from within Yin City's supernatural headquarters nodded slightly. Of course I am serious. Why would I joke about such a matter? Upon hearing Su Yang's personal confirmation, confusion deepened in Feng'an's eyes and his brow furrowed slightly. I know about the situation in Qi City as well. Even if you move there, it might not be very meaningful. Moreover, merging cities might attract the attention of a Beast King. If the Beast King comes one day, the combined forces of two small cities might not be enough to stand against it. In such a case, Qi City might even be forced to choose a mutual destruction approach to repel the Beast King. Feng'an expressed his doubts plainly. Hearing this, Su Yang merely smiled. If we were talking about before, you would be right, but now everything has changed since I learned that Li Xiao is in Qi City. With Li Xiao there, even if he does not involve himself in any of Qi City's affairs, his mere presence is enough. Remember how the White Tiger and the Black Python, those two Beast Kings outside Xing City, feared Li Xiao? They would hardly dare to glance at Qi City. As for Xing City, those two know there were once 3 SSS tier supernaturals in Xing City, and even they were beaten down into the dirt by a single Beast King, with one even losing their life. If only one would think a bit harder whether to head to Qiqing or Xingqing, a good decision should be evident. During Feng'an's moment of uncertainty, Su Yang's voice rang out once again. Old Feng, I have something to say and I hope you will listen carefully. What? Hearing Su Yang's suddenly serious tone, Feng'an's expression also became slightly tense. Su Yang's gaze flickered slightly for a moment before he slowly began to speak. If possible, I suggest that you should also consider moving Fengqing to merge with Qiqing. The future development of Qiqing will definitely surpass that of Xingqing. Feng'an was initially stunned by Su Yang's abrupt and seemingly unfounded statement. However, soon as an old friend of Su Yang, Fomin was very quick to perceive the serious demeanor in Su Yang's speech. It wasn't deceptive, instead it carried a sort of extreme confidence. Do you know something? Fomin's breathing became a bit hurried and he instinctively lowered his voice to ask. Su Yang's behavior today was too abnormal. Whether it was the sudden decision to move to Qiqing or the earlier advice he gave, it had surpassed mere hints and was openly suggestive. What was so different about Qiqing that could make Su Yang speak with such confidence and even take a significant risk in relocating? Fomin racked his brains to think. Unfortunately, with the short time for consideration, Fomin couldn't imagine what change had occurred in Qiqing that made Su Yang value it so highly, even to the extent of surpassing Xingqing. However, to Fomin's inquiry, Su Yang did not continue the conversation. Earlier, when he had spoken with Chen Xian had specifically instructed him not to disclose Li Zhao's news casually. Being able to share so much with Fomin was already a testament to their years of mutual friendship and assistance. The rest is up to you, old Fomin. I hope you think it over. While there are still not many people relocating to Qiqing, if you are willing to lead the entire Fengcheng to move, now is a good opportunity. Wait a bit longer and you might have to ask if Qiqing even agrees to accept you. I need to check on the preparations here in Yunqing before I go, Su Yang said before hanging up abruptly. After saying this, without waiting for Fomin to respond, Su Yang had already unilaterally ended the call. This left Fomin in the headquarters of Fengcheng's superhuman forces deeply engrossed in thought. After ending the call with Fomin, Su Yang glanced again at his communication device, which showed private messages from increasingly many city defenders. Compared to his relationship with Fomin, although Su Yang had cooperated with other city defenders, their relationships were not as strong. Su Yang didn't say much, only clearly stating his intention to relocate to Qiqing, and then he no longer engaged further. Such a response caused all the city's defenders to fall into deep thought, yet they couldn't find a clue. Only Fomin, who had been subtly hinted at by Su Yang, seemed to have guessed something vaguely. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days seemed long, but if one wanted to prepare an entire city for relocation, it was somewhat urgent. Yet even so, these 7 days, under the joint efforts of Yun City's superpowered individuals and countless residents, the preparation phase for the city's relocation was nearing its end. Batches of supplies were placed in vehicles made from a special metal that could suppress superpowers. In Yun City, both superpowered individuals and ordinary residents carried simplified luggage. In addition, during these days, groups of superpowered individuals from other cities had arrived in Yun City in different batches. They were teams of superpowered individuals from other cities. The results of Su Yang selling off the resources that couldn't be taken from Yun City a few days ago had come in. Their purpose in coming to Yun City this time was to take away those resources. Soon, those teams of superpowered individuals from various cities left with the agreed-upon resources. Standing at the headquarters of Yun City's superpowered individuals, Su Yang watched those gradually departing superpowered individuals. His gaze then turned back to the people inside Yun City who were already prepared. Half an hour later, the relocation would begin. Before the beast tide descended upon Blue Star, a school gathering of 2,000 students was already a considerable size. Although Yun City had experienced 5 years of beast tides, the total number of people in Yun City still amounted to several millions. At the edge of Yun City, countless people had already gathered, fully prepared. From his elevated position, Su Yang looked down at the densely packed crowd. Although the relocation had been announced to all of Yun City as soon as Su Yang made the decision, the prospect of relocation still brought a sense of panic to many people's eyes. It wasn't for no reason. In these 5 years, ordinary people had hardly ever left the city's boundaries, and now what they were about to do was not just leave the city but to travel a considerable distance to another city. However, compared to the ordinary people's fear, the pressure faced by Yun City's superpowered individuals was truly immense. Previously, defending Yun City meant having Yun City as a base, and they only needed to ensure that no beasts could enter the city. But now, about to leave Yun City, they had to face potential beast attacks from all directions. A slight misstep, and if the defensive line was breached, beasts could storm into the ranks of the relocating crowd like tigers into a flock of sheep, with ordinary people having very slim chances of escape. Before even moving, many superpowered individuals' foreheads were already sweating with tension. It was uncertain how many casualties there would be in this relocation. A superpowered individual spoke in a low tone, his face somber. Beside him, many of Yun City's superpowered individuals nodded gravely. If it weren't for Su Yang's revelation, many wouldn't have known that Master Li Xiao was residing in Qiqing. Su Yang's proposal to relocate the entire Yun city was met with reluctance from many superpowered individuals among them. During a time of heavy atmosphere among the superpowered, suddenly a fluctuation of superpower emerged. Within this wave, Su Yang appeared before everyone. Compared to the tense superpowered group, Su Yang seemed to be in a much better state. Addressing the gathered superpowered individual, Su Yang said, "Don't worry, this relocation isn't just a burden on Yun City alone. I have already discussed this with Qiqing. They will also send superpowered individuals to assist us soon. Chen Xian will probably take action himself." Chen Xian, is he the guardian of Qiqing? Someone asked. I remember that Lord Chen Xian is also an SS level just like Master Su Yang. If Lord Chen Xian from Qiqing personally comes to assist, then our risks will be greatly reduced. Hearing Su Yang's words, many of the previously subdued superpowered individuals finally showed a trace of joy on their faces. The presence of a superpowered individual nearly as strong as Su Yang to assist them meant that even if a beast tide truly erupted, the danger could be significantly mitigated. Unfortunately, their information was somewhat outdated. They were unaware that Chen Xian had already advanced from SS level to SSS level in power. Of course, had they known this, the confidence of Yun City's superpowered individuals would have been even more solidified. Su Yang glanced at the time and then at the massive crowd that had gathered at the edge of the city, numbering in the tens to hundreds of millions, stretching farther than the eye could see. At this moment, all the inhabitants of Yun City had assembled here. Meanwhile, Su Yang's gaze shifted towards the outskirts of the city. In his line of sight, he could intermittently see scattered beasts lurking in the dense forests not far from Yun City. The recent major movements of Yun City had not only reached the ears of other human cities but seemed to have also been subtly perceived by the beasts. However, at this moment, there was no time to worry about that. Su Yang withdrew his gaze and looked ahead at the countless figures before him. It was time to depart. On the other hand, outside Yun City, most of the superpowered teams that had previously arrived had already left with their supplies. However, within these teams, there was invariably one superpowered individual who stayed behind. In their hands, without exception, they all held a simple recording device. The sudden announcement of Yun City's decision to relocate had continued to puzzle numerous cities. Instead of choosing the well-established Xing City, they opted for the ordinary Qiqing. Su Yang's ambiguous responses left many puzzled. Therefore, the purpose of these remaining superpowered individuals was to document the entire process of Yun City's relocation for their own cities. They wanted to see what exactly was the reason that made Yunqing choose to go to Qiqing instead of Xingqing. Similarly, among this group of superhumans, there were naturally those from Xingqing. However, their purpose was different from other cities. Qin Wanxiao already knew that Su Yang's decision to relocate to Qiqing was because of Li Xiao. But at the headquarters of the Superhuman Association in Xingqing, watching the real-time screen displaying scenes from Yunqing, a cold smirk appeared on Qin Wanxiao's lips. Relocating to Qiqing, he was curious to see, once they actually moved to Qiqing, how many people would remain. Without the protection of the superhuman squad dispatched by Xingqing, Qin Wanxiao doubted that Su Yang and his group could travel safely. The beast tide on the road was no joke. Qin Wanxiao did not believe that such a large formation from Yunqing would go unnoticed by the beast kings and strange beasts. With the strength of the superhumans from Yunqing, even if Qiqing sent superhumans to protect them, what effect could that really have? Even if Chen Xian and Yi Shui, who had fled with Li Xiao, both took action, they were just two more SS-level individuals. A few SS-level supports meant little to the beast tides. Su Yang, oh Su Yang, Qin Wanxiao wondered, once most of your people from Yunqing die or get injured on the road, will you regret your decision to go to Qiqing instead of choosing my Xingqiang? With a cold gaze and a faint smirk crossing his lips, Qin Wanxiao was keenly anticipating seeing Su Yang regret his decision when his people suffered heavy casualties on the road. By then, even if Su Yang wanted to repent and seek shelter from Xingqing, the Superhuman Association of Xingqing would have to seriously consider whether to accept them or not. Meanwhile, as Qin Wanxiao fantasized about the tragic fate awaiting Yunqing, under Su Yang's orders, the long-closed gates of Yunqing were finally opened. Led by superhumans, batches of residents from Yunqing followed the main troop out of the gates. The endless line of people seemed infinite. At the same time in Qiqing, upon receiving the message from Yunqing, Chen Xian stood outside Li Zhao's small courtyard. Lord Li Xiao, Yunqing has begun preparations for relocation. For safety, I plan to take action personally and go with Miss Yi Shui to provide protection. But before Chen Xian could finish, a relaxed figure in the courtyard who was leisurely watering the vegetables and saplings waved his hand and chuckled lightly. Go ahead. With the approval, Chen Xian was overjoyed, and His last bit of worry disappeared. Bowing slightly to Li Xiao, Chen Xian vanished from the courtyard. Accompanying him were numerous superhumans from Qiqing. This time Chen Xian wasn't worried about a beast tide taking advantage of their absence. A word from Li Xiao was worth thousands. More than an hour after leaving Yunqing, the vast column of people from Yunqing continued. Superhumans coordinated from front to back, striding to keep everyone within the migration group. But just then, in the calm mid to back section of the migrating group, a sudden warning shout from a superhuman rang out. Beast detected, all civilians retreat, superhumans quick to assist. At that moment, from a kilometer away in a nearby forest, about a dozen strange beasts burst forth. The strength of these beasts varied. The strongest were several A-level beasts, with the rest ranging between B and D levels. At this moment, a group of beasts with varying levels of strength ferociously charged towards the migrating group. With the speed of these beasts, it wouldn't take much time for them to cover the 1,000-meter distance and begin slaughtering among the crowd. However, before the beasts could get within 100 meters of the migrants, apart from the psychic who had issued the warning, several other psychics had also sensed the approaching danger. Without any hesitation, these psychics emitted powerful psychic waves from within their bodies. Enveloped in terrifying psychic fluctuations, they charged towards the swarm of beasts. In an instant, a fierce battle between the beasts and the psychics erupted. Fortunately, among the psychics involved in this battle, there was one whose power reached the S level. Under the leadership of this S-level psychic, the pack of beasts was quickly subdued. However, after dealing with this group of smaller beasts and returning to their formation, the expressions on the psychics' faces were grim. The beasts that had suddenly appeared were not the first they had encountered since leaving the city. In just 1 hour since their departure, they had already faced more than 5 waves of beasts. Although these waves had not harmed their migrating group, the frequency of the attacks was still deeply alarming. Now, the strongest of the beasts they had encountered was only at A level, which was still within their capability to handle. But what about next time? What if stronger beasts appeared? How many more times could they defend themselves? Given the current speed of their entire group's migration from Yunqing to Qiqing, it would take several days to arrive. Considering the current rate of beast attacks, could they really keep up for several more days? At this moment, Su Yang, who was leading the group at the front, also had a somber expression. The situation was even more severe than he had initially anticipated. He hoped that Chen Xian and the others would arrive soon. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang couldn't help but think to himself. He was just about to signal the group to stop and get moving again when suddenly, Su Yang's words were cut off by a deafening roar that suddenly erupted from the distance. Thump, thump, thump. The ground seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Looking towards the direction from which the tremors were coming, the faces of all the psychics in the Yunqing team drastically changed. Unlike the previous scattered groups of beasts, this time it was a beast tide. The number exceeded 3 digits, a tide of hundreds of beasts. In this wave of beast tide, each beast appeared to be stronger than any other previously encountered. At the forefront of this group, 3 beasts whose abilities far exceeded the S level were charging forward. The terrifying fluctuations of their powers made even the S-level ability users feel like their breathing had slowed down. As for ordinary people, many were dizzy and almost fainting under the oppressive might of these monstrous abilities. Without a doubt, these 3 leading beasts were of the SS rank. Upon realizing the presence of these 3 SS-ranked beasts, Su Yang's expression drastically changed. Not good. Without a moment's hesitation, a terrifying power surged from around Su Yang and a yellow-red light of ability shot up into the sky. Su Yang's figure had already positioned itself in front of the 3 SS-ranked beasts. Roar, humans, die. The roars of the 3 SS-ranked beasts echoed their strength, enabling them to speak human languages. Amidst their roars, their massive hooves stomped towards Su Yang, attempting to crush him on the spot. Fortunately, Su Yang was no ordinary SS rank, having single-handedly defended a small city for 5 years. The yellow-red light of power flared again as he collided with the 3 beasts, sparking a fearsome battle that seemed to tint the sky with a yellow-red flame. Meanwhile, the ability users from the Yun City team also reacted. Aside from a small group who stayed back to maintain stability, the rest released their own abilities, charging forward to block the tide of beasts. From the emergence of the beast tide to the intervention of all Yun City ability users, everything happened in a mere instant. On another front, ability users from various cities who were not far from the Yun City migration team were also stunned by this scene. Once they regained their senses, they too realized the gravity of the situation. Similarly, city guardians watching everything through screens also showed a slight change in expression upon seeing the sudden attack on the Yun City team. By the Beast Tide, an SS-ranked beast in action, could it be an order from the Beast King? After all, without the Beast King's command, it was unlikely for SS-ranked beasts to organize and act together. Is Yun City now under the Beast King's surveillance? A chill ran down many people's spines and they immediately grew concerned for the welfare of the Yun City migration team. Being human themselves, the city guardians did not wish for Yun City to be annihilated in this migration process. With these thoughts in mind, they communicated through their devices to the psychics belonging to their own cities. If the Yun City psychics fail to hold back, you must intervene and help. Yes. Hearing the command, the psychics from various cities exchanged glances and nodded emphatically. They were tasked with documenting the migration process of Yun City. Among them were psychics of S and A ranks. Together, they represented a significant force, potentially capable of collaborating with Yun City's psychics to repel the Beast Tide. If all else failed, they planned to evacuate some people, which was still better than seeing Yun City completely destroyed. With this in mind, these psychics set aside their filming equipment ready to take action. However, among them one figure remained motionless, a psychic from Xing City who hadn't heard Qin Wanxiao's order to assist. On the other side, through the screen, Qin Wanxiao watched as the Yun City group was suddenly overwhelmed by a massive tide of beasts and burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. These guys can't even make it halfway before their entire force collapses. This is what they get for choosing Qijing. If they had chosen our Xing City with our psychics at their side, would Yun City have fallen to such a plight? With the strength of Xing City, sending a few SS-ranked psychics to protect them wouldn't be difficult. Blame your leader Su Yang for his poor decision. Qin Wanxiao's face grew increasingly smug and wild with glee, but his smile was short-lived. Suddenly, in the screen in front of him, a mysterious blue psychic light flashed across the sky from afar. The appearance of this psychic wave caused both the exotic beasts and psychics at the scene to halt their actions. Following closely, the blue psychic energy moved at a terrifying speed, striking an SS-ranked beast that was fighting Su Yang. The beast's body instantly stiffened. Qin Wanxiao's smile froze on his face as well. Boom, as the massive body of the SS-ranked beast crashed to the ground, causing a violent ripple of shock, everyone snapped back to reality. The psychics who had been prepared to aid Yun City, as well as the city guardians watching everything through recording equipment, were all shocked as they stared at the dead SS-ranked beast. An SS-ranked killed instantly. What kind of power is this? Could it be an SSS-ranked psychic? But to their knowledge, only Xing City currently had 2 SSS-ranked psychics. At this moment, the psychics of Yun City, who had been somewhat disheartened, suddenly felt a surge of hope. Unlike the other city psychics who were unaware of Li Zhao's existence, they had been informed by Su Yang. The reason for their relocation to Qizheng was precisely because of Li Xiao. Now, an SS-ranked beast had been instantly killed. Could it be that Lord Li Xiao had personally intervened? Besides him, they could think of no other who could kill an SS-ranked beast instantly. After all, they did not believe that the SSS-ranked psychics from Xing City would come all this way to help them. Many immediately turned their gaze toward the direction from which the mysterious blue psychic wave had come. Su Yang also turned his eyes in that direction. What they saw in the distant sky were figures rapidly approaching them. Although their number was small, with less than 20 people without exception, the emanations of psychic power from these individuals indicated that the lowest among them held at least an A-level rating. They were indeed the psychic squad from Qijing coming to assist. However, when Su Yang and the other Yun City psychics managed to see clearly who this team consisted of, they were all stunned. Leading the team was Chen Xian. But what about Lord Li Xiao? Wasn't Lord Li Xiao supposed to be here? The overpowering SSS-level psychic fluctuations that had dominated the battlefield earlier couldn't have been faked. Something was off. Suddenly, Su Yang's pupils dilated as he turned his gaze towards Chen Xian, who was leading the team from Qijing. From the familiar figure of Chen Xian, Su Yang felt a distinctly different kind of psychic pressure. This terrifying psychic pressure, even for him as an SS-level psychic, felt incredibly oppressive. It was an SSS-level psychic strength. With this realization, Su Yang found his breathing momentarily halted as he stared in shock at Chen Xian leading the group. Could it be that the one who had instantly killed an SS-level beast wasn't Lord Li Xiao? Meanwhile, as Su Yang pondered, Chen Xian's laughter suddenly rang out from afar, echoing across the battlefield and intermingled with a terrifying surge of psychic power. With his gaze fixed on the 2 SS-level beasts that were entangling Su Young Chen Xian's eyes showed a hint of disdain. If it had been in the past, even if Chen Xian and Su Yang had joined forces, they might have struggled to handle these two SS-level beasts. Now, however, looking at them, Chen Xian's eyes conveyed scorn. Chen Xian raised his finger, and at his fingertips a glow of orange-yellow psychic light began to gather. Although this beam of psychic light was still nascent at the tips of his fingers, the terrifying psychic pressure it emitted was already unconsciously spreading out. Far away, the two SS-level beasts in front of Su Yang seemed to sense something. They glanced at the corpse of their fallen comrade and then looked towards Chen Xian with a gaze filled with panic. The innate crisis detection of the beasts made them quickly realize the deadly threat approaching. They roared loudly. Without any hesitation, the two SS-level beasts turned to flee. This action was noted by Chen Xian, who merely let out a cold laugh. "Come as you wish, leave as you please," he thought, "but it's not for you to decide." In his hand, the orange-yellow psychic light beam was suddenly released, streaking across the sky like a meteor's tail. Then, at a terrifying speed, the orange-yellow light caught up with the fleeing beasts. Upon contact, the initially thin beam of light suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping both beasts within it. The terrifying psychic fluctuations spread out, causing all the nearby beasts to tremble in fear, whimpering softly. Nearby, Su Yang and the other psychics also couldn't help but gape at the overwhelming power displayed. Previously, Su Yang only speculated that Chen Xian had reached the SSS tier. However, with Chen Xian's recent strike, his status as an SSS tier was unequivocally confirmed. An SS tier superpower user, no matter how hard they tried, could never achieve the impact of Chen Xian's attack. Only a true SSS tier could do that. Meanwhile, the explosion that enveloped the two SS tier beasts finally dissipated. The formidable aura of the beasts was gone, replaced by weakness and a bloodied, mangled appearance. Despite the massive distance, Chen Xian's attack had not instantly killed the two SS tier beasts, but had severely injured them. Observing this, there was no hint of surprise on Chen Xian's face. Instead, he sighed and shook his head. "My power still falls short," he thought. If it had been Li Xiao making the attack, those two SS tier beasts wouldn't have had a chance to react and would have been instantly killed. Yet, he had only managed to inflict heavy injuries. Chen Xian did not hesitate further. He was not about to let the two SS tier beasts escape. His gaze locked back on them, and in a flash he disappeared from his spot. When Chen Xian reappeared, he was right in front of the severely injured SS tier beasts who had tried to flee. His hands emitted an orange-yellow aura of superpower, pressing down and enveloping the beasts. This time, the beasts had no ability to resist and lost their life force under Chen Xian's hands, their bodies stiffening as they lay down lifelessly. From the moment Chen Xian appeared, it took mere seconds to kill the two SS tier beasts. With the death of these two leaders, the remaining horde of beasts fell into disarray, panicking and attempting to flee. However, aside from Chen Xian, there were also Yi Shui and a group of Qi Cheng superpower users who had come along. The beast tide, which could have potentially overwhelmed the Yun City superpower users, was quickly subdued, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, Chen Xian also approached Su Yang, accompanied by the group of superpower users. "Chen Xian, you become an SSS tier." Su Yang recalled the scene of Chen Xian effortlessly crushing the two SS tier beasts and looked at him in shock. If Su Yang remembered correctly, Chen Xian's abilities had always been on par with his own. Without some extraordinary fortune, reaching SSS tier would normally take much longer. Yet now Chen Xian had suddenly become an SSS tier, appearing right before him. How could this not shock Su Yang? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Chen Xian's face revealed a faint smile as he patted Su Yang on the shoulder. "SSS level, I only broke through recently, but don't be envious. After Yunqing relocates to Qiqing, you might have the chance to break through to SSS level as well." Me having a chance to become SSS level? Su Yang was initially stunned, but soon it seemed he realized something and his gaze met Chen Xian's again. Following that realization, Su Yang seemed to think of something and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Chen Xian's strength had been comparable to his own, yet he had unexpectedly advanced to SSS level without any prior indication, coupled with the mention of an opportunity. Could it be that Chen Xian's breakthrough was not merely due to his own accumulation but was linked to some other fortunate encounter that could be obtained by going to Qiqing? A bold thought emerged in Su Yang's mind. In the next moment, his eyes widened dramatically. It must be Lord Li Xiao. Sensing the change in Su Yang's expression, Chen Xian's smile deepened and he nodded slightly. To others, reaching SSS level might seem unattainable. However, only Chen Xian knew that for Li Xiao, helping someone else to advance to SSS level was not difficult at all. If Su Yang went to Qiqing and encountered Li Xiao and gained some opportunity, breaking through to SSS level would merely be a matter of thought. Meanwhile, those city defenders who were monitoring the situation of the Yunqing team through recording devices were oblivious to the nature of the conversation between Su Yang and Chen Xian. Due to their duties to guard the city, they could not venture out and had to resort to this compromise method to watch the entire process of Yunqing's relocation. Not being present, they could not feel the terrifying pressure that Chen Xian had emitted earlier. However, having just witnessed Chen Xian in action, these city defenders could vaguely guess something, that man Chen Xian has really reached SSS level. Watching Chen Xian on the other side of the screen, their eyes filled with excitement and envy. Over the past 5 years since the Beast Tide, aside from Star City, other smaller cities had finally seen the emergence of an SSS level individual. Only Star City and its ability association at this moment had Qin Wanxiao wearing a very unpleasant expression. It was quite unexpected for Qin Wanxiao to discover that Chen Xian had also reached the SSS level. It seemed almost subconscious, something that had started long ago. Qin Wanxiao had always believed that SSS level psychics should only exist in their Star City, and now, this lucky fellow had somehow fortuitously ascended to SSS level. Qin Wanxiao stared intently at the screen displaying Chen Xian, his face darkening. So, is this the reason your Yun City plans to move to Qi City? Because Chen Xian has also become SSS level, but do you really think that having Chen Xian as an SSS level will ensure your safety? Qin Wanxiao hadn't forgotten the previous encounters of Star City. The 3 newly advanced SSS level psychics from his city had joined forces and still were no match for a single Beast King. Chen Xian, even though he had reached SSS level, was merely at the beginning of it. His strength might not even compare to that of Yi Xian and the others before the Beast Tide hit Star City. Now, after enduring pain and learning from it, their psychic association had invested a lot of resources into Yi Xian and his peers, whose strength had improved significantly since then. As for Chen Xian, in a small city like Qi City, which occasionally even needed their Star City's help to exchange for beast meat, there were simply not enough resources to quickly boost his strength. When the time came and the Beast King descended, Chen Xian would still be nothing more than an ant easily crushed. Qin Wanxiao clenched his fists tightly, his face shadowed with dark thoughts. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian and his group were organizing the migration team. After Su Yang reissued the orders, the entire team resumed their migration. This time, however, with the addition of Chen Xian and others, the psychics and residents of Yun City felt much more relaxed. The psychics from other cities who had been ready to intervene and help Yun City stood down upon seeing that the crisis was averted and maintained a distance, continuing to provide the latest video updates for their city's defenders. Wait, are you saying that Miss Yi Shui has also become SSS level? At the head of the Yun City team, Su Yang was shocked to hear what Chen Xian said, looking at Yi Shui beside him. Or did you forget the first SS level beast that died at the very beginning? That was Miss Yi Shui's doing, Chen Xian said with a smile. Hearing Chen Xian's reminder, Su Yang, who had relaxed, finally recalled everything that had happened. Thinking carefully, the psychic fluctuations faced by the first SS level beast that was killed indeed differed greatly from those of Chen Xian. However, given the tense situation then coupled with Chen Xian's exceptionally shocking performance later and Yi Shui's collaboration with other psychics in killing lower-tier beasts, Su Yang had subconsciously attributed the killing of those 3 SS-level beasts to Chen Xian. Watching Su Yang's shocked gaze, Yi Shui gave a polite smile and nodded slightly, affirming what Chen Xian had just said. This gesture only deepened the shock in Su Yang's eyes. Previously, the fact that Chen Xian alone was SSS level had already shocked Su Yang immensely. But now it turned out not only Chen Xian but also Miss Yi Shui had reached SSS. In Qi City, not only are there 2 SSS rank individuals but also the esteemed Lord Li Xiao makes 3. Su Yang recalled the advice given by Fengman, the guardian of Fengqing Town. He had once told Fengman that Qi City's development would far surpass that of Xing City. However, Su Yang now realized how utterly wrong he was. There was no need to wait for future developments. Qi City's overall strength seemed to have already surpassed that of Xing City. With this thought, Su Yang felt increasingly exhilarated and even more grateful for his decision to relocate to Qi City. Originally, moving to Qi City meant leading all of Yun City's people through what was expected to be a challenging development phase together with Qi City. But now, what challenging development phase was there to speak of? With 3 SSS rank psychics defending the city, as long as they didn't act recklessly and focused on establishing their roots in Qi City, even the Beast King would think twice before launching an attack. The presence of Li Xiao alone was a significant advantage. The combined might of Qi City's 3 SSS rank psychics far outstripped the initial strength of Xing City's 3 early SSS ranks. Time flew and half a day had passed since Chen Xian and other Qi City psychics arrived to support and eliminate a small beast tide led by 2 SS rank beasts. Those hidden scattered beast colonies around seemed to have sensed that Yun City's migrating convoy was not to be trifled with and dared not show themselves again. Consequently, Yun City's migrating convoy faced no further troublesome beast tide attacks. The few encounters they did have were merely with scattered beasts, at most termed as a herd numbering only a dozen or 20 with uneven strengths. These were so minor that Chen Xian and his team didn't even need to intervene. A small fraction of the convoy's psychics was more than enough to handle these beasts. As the entire migrating convoy continued its steady advance towards Qi City, city guardians watching the live stream provided by their city's psychics began to communicate over public channels. It seemed that Yun City's migration would likely proceed without further incidents. Indeed, no one had expected Chen Xian, of all people, to reach SSS rank. It's no wonder Yun City suddenly decided to move to Qi City. The difference between SS and SSS might seem small, but previously only Xing City had SSS rank psychics. Psychics from other cities rarely had the chance to witness an SSS rank in action. Just now, Chen Xian's action finally gave them a deeper understanding of the power of an SSS class psychic. Now that Qiqing also possesses an SSS class, its strength is incomparable to before. Many began to subtly understand Su Yang's decision to relocate Yunqing entirely to Qiqing. With this thought, the expressions of the guardians from various cities gradually relaxed. Although Yunqing and Qiqing do not have much connection with their own cities, at most cooperating occasionally, they are all humans. Naturally, they hoped that the overall combat power of humanity would be stronger even if such powerful individuals did not come from their own cities. After all, if an irretrievable crisis were encountered in the future, they now had an additional fallback. Once the relocation of Yunqing was completed, perhaps they could increase cooperation with Qiqing. Many city guardians pondered this in their hearts, planning to contact Chen Xian for some collaboration after the relocation of Yunqing was finished. But just then an untimely comment suddenly appeared on their public communication channel. This may not be the case. The relocation of Yunqing has only reached halfway and the journey ahead is still long. An SSS class psychic like Chen Xian is just at the entry level. If a beast king level creature appears, let alone one Chen Xian, even two wouldn't stand a chance. And do you really think that with Chen Xian leading so many psychics so ostentatiously, those beast kings wouldn't notice? I think by then not only will Yunqing's relocation team be annihilated, but even Chen Xian's Qiqing will likely not escape disaster due to his erroneous decision. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over all the city guardians on the public channel. Their gaze turned to the person who had made these comments. As expected, it was Qin Wanxiao from Xingqing. Previously, seeing the city guardians discussing the likely successful and damage-free relocation of Yunqing was something Qin Wanxiao couldn't accept. After all, initially many cities, unable to resist the beast tides on their own, had planned to seek refuge in Xingqing. The psychic squads dispatched by Xingqing could not ensure the safety of everyone, and there were inevitably casualties. But since Chen Xian and his team arrived in Yunqing, not to mention causing harm to the relocation team, even the beasts that barely showed up were completely annihilated. This was a slap in the face to Xingqing. Qin Wanxiao could not accept this reality. Similarly, seeing the comments made by Qin Wanxiao, the brows of many city guardians furrowed slightly. While they acknowledged that Xingqing's overall strength was very strong, they were all humans after all. It was one thing not to wish well for others, but quite another to actively wish for their demise. President Qin at this time making such cold remarks seems somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, President Qin regarding Chen Xian leading so many psychics out of Qiqing to meet them, I guess Chen Xian must have already considered the situation in Qiqing and would have a response strategy. He wouldn't possibly leave such a huge vulnerability in Qiqing. Many city guardians nodded slightly upon seeing this response. Since Chen Xian dared to lead so many people out, he definitely had a plan for handling the situation in Qiqing. Even a fool wouldn't leave such a huge flaw for the monsters, let alone Chen Xian, who has been guarding a city for many years. Qin Wanxiao's words seemed rather irrational. President Qin, you're not saying these things because Yun City chose not to relocate to Xing City, thus offending you, are you? A straightforward city guardian couldn't help but speak out. Inside the Xing City Ability Association, bang! Qin Wanxiao smashed the coffee table in front of him into pieces, his eyes brimmed with intense anger. Clearly, this remark had infuriated Qin Wanxiao greatly. At that moment, his face alternated between shades of green and white. As the president of the Xing City Ability Association, when had he ever been subjected to such disrespect? the last time he felt such anger was when Li Xiao refused to accept the punishment from the Ability Association and left the organization altogether. These damned fools, Qin Wanxiao gasped for air, seething with rage, shaking with anger. He was about to say something else on this public channel. But before Qin Wanxiao could act, something happened to the Yun City team, which had been steadily relocating. The entire team fell into great panic and everyone started to become frightened. Not far away, a dark and terrifying tide of beasts surged forward. Leading the beast tide was a familiar monster, a white beast tiger. Just seconds after the appearance of the beast tide, the public channel previously used for the City Guardians' communications had quieted down. The terrifying pounding of the beast's feet echoed through the screen, reaching the ears of every City Guardian. Even though separated by the screen, they could sense just how terrifying the dark mass of beasts was. But that wasn't the most important part. What was crucial was that they could clearly see at the very front of this dark beast tide the figure of the Beast King, the white beast tiger. Many City Guardians' faces turned grim at the sight. A Beast King really appeared? At that moment, upon seeing the white beast tiger, Qin Wanxiao's anger suddenly dissipated, replaced by loud laughter. Ha ha, I said it! With such a big commotion from Chen Xian and the others, how could the Beast King not notice? Now it seems, not only will Yun City's migrating team be completely wiped out, once Chen Xian and the others die here and Qi City loses its resistance, it will be destroyed as well. This is what happens when you don't choose our Xing City. Watching this suddenly silent atmosphere in the public channel, Qin Wanxiao, seemingly oblivious, his lips curled in mockery, continued to send messages. Everyone, if you ever plan to relocate an entire city in the future, be sure to carefully consider whether your intended destination has the capability to shelter you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not fall into the same trap as Yunqing. Ha ha ha. Having said that, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. These guys, they just had it coming. If they had chosen my Xingqing, they wouldn't have encountered such an ordeal. Oh Chen Xian, do you think you are invincible because you've reached SSS level? Little did you expect that on this outing you would become the target of the Beast King. If only Chen Xian had considered well, like us in Xingcheng, sending out a moderately strong ability squad. Even if there were losses along the way, it wouldn't have attracted the Beast King. Chen Xian, outsmarted by his own cleverness indeed. And that guy who just spoke, to think that he could feel jealous because Yunqing did not choose Xingqing but instead went with Qiqing. Those folks in Yunqing, blind to the obvious. Qin Wanxiao tapped his fingers, sending out message after message. But this time, facing Qin Wanxiao's messages, no one in the public channel responded. It was clear from the frowns on the faces of the city defenders present that the situation was exactly as Qin Wanxiao had described. Chen Xian himself went out, seemingly to protect the entire Yunqing migration team from any harm. However, an SSS level outing also made it clear to the Beast King who his target was. Although Chen Xian had reached SSS level, the combat power of the Beast King was undeniably strong. Even with just one Beast King, it was definitely not something Chen Xian could handle alone. Could it be, as Qin Wanxiao said, that this time the Yunqing migration team would be completely wiped out? Even Qiqing itself could be dragged down. However, amidst the heavy hearts of the city defenders and Qin Wanxiao's laughter, they failed to notice, at the very front of the migration team, after initially tensing up, Chen Xian's expression quickly relaxed. If there were two Beast Kings, it might have been troublesome, but for one Beast King, Chen Xian looked over at the cool and indifferent Yi Shui beside him. Previously, everyone knew that Chen Xian had reached SSS, but in fact, when Chen Xian found out that Yi Shui had also reached SSS level, he had sought her out for several sparring sessions. Initially, he thought that since both had just entered the SSS level, the gap in their strength wouldn't be too large, but reality delivered a heavy blow to Chen Xian. In several encounters with Yi Shui, Chen Xian was thoroughly defeated each time. It even made him doubt whether he was a true SSS level, as the gap with Yi Shui seemed so exaggerated. Despite this, Chen Xian had a feeling that in those sparring sessions Yi Shui had not been using her full strength. Miss Yi Shui, I'll leave the Beast King to you, Chen Xian said. Yi Shui nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes looking towards the white exotic tiger leading a dense swarm of beasts. Her cool face showed no fear, and there was a hint of anticipation. The previous sparring sessions with Chen Xian had not given Yi Shui a chance to truly exert herself. Now, after such a long wait, she finally had her chance with a Beast King. Don't worry, I'll handle this, Beast King, Yi Shui declared. As her words fell, a pale blue power burst forth from her, rippling around her like waves, spreading out into the surroundings. As Yi Shui released her unique aura, the white aberrant tiger leading the beast tide seemed to sense it, its ferocious eyes locking onto Yi Shui with a hint of surprise. But in the next moment, before the white aberrant tiger could react, the reflection of Yi Shui in its eyes vanished without a trace. When Yi Shui reappeared, her lithe body was already poised above the head of the white aberrant tiger, overshadowing the countless beasts on the ground. The sudden scene left all those watching through the screen slightly bewildered. Shouldn't it be Qin Xian facing this white aberrant tiger? Why has it changed to a woman? No, wait, everyone, doesn't she look familiar? A city guardian seemed to recall something, suddenly speaking out. But just as the city guardian's eyes widened in recognition, saying, "I remember now, she seems to be the one who left with Lord Li Xiao," his words were cut off. The pale blue terrifying power had already filled the sky, casting a blue shade over the heavens. Yi Shui's figure plummeted through the ripples of this blue power, colliding thunderously with the white aberrant tiger. The terrifying fluctuations of power exploded outward, forming fearsome energy tornadoes around them. As the collision between Yi Shui and the white aberrant tiger concluded, what seemed to be an unbelievable scene unfolded. Many onlookers widened their eyes in shock, and Qin Wanshao abruptly stood up from his seat, exclaiming, "Impossible." Meanwhile, on the other side, in a giant tree forest outside the city of Qiqing, a black giant python hundreds of feet long coiled and slithered among the trees. This was the Beast King accompanying the white aberrant tiger, the black giant python. At this moment, the black giant python, flicking its tongue, could clearly see the direction of Qiqing from its current position. Around the black giant python, a dense tide of beasts had gathered, not less formidable than the group led by the white aberrant tiger. "Foolish creatures, daring to leave the city with so many," the black giant python hissed coldly. After learning of Qiqing and Yunqing's situation, the black giant python and the white aberrant tiger had already discussed and prepared to completely obliterate Qiqing and Yunqing while seizing the opportunity. Given such a chance, they would naturally not miss out. "Today we will destroy this city." In the next moment, with a fierce cry from the black giant python, it led the countless beast tide rushing towards Qiqing. Led by the black giant python, the giant tree forest under the overwhelming beast tide was instantly swept away, crushed into a vast flatland. Without the cover of the towering forests, exposed to the sunlight, the horde of beasts following behind the black python seemed to become increasingly excited. Under the leadership of the black python, their roars filled with wild agitation as they approached Qiqing with terrifying speed. Unbeknownst to them, including the black python, the situation in Qiqing was quite different from what they might expect. In Qiqing, the remaining superpowered individuals were not the least bit nervous despite Qin Xian's sudden departure, which also took many superpowered individuals with him. On the contrary, the expressions of those patrolling the city walls had shifted from their usual seriousness to ones of relaxation and laughter. If asked when they felt the safest and most relaxed during the 5 years since the beasts had begun to appear, they would undoubtedly say it was now. The reason was simple: Qin Xian, ostensibly to assist the migration team from Yunqing, had taken many of Qiqing's top superpowered individuals with him, but because of this he had unexpectedly called upon Li Xiao to come out. It was no exaggeration to say that when the patrolling superpowered teams saw Li Xiao suddenly appear on the city walls, their minds went blank. Although Qin Xian had instructed them to seek out Li Xiao at his residence in case of trouble, they never imagined that Li Xiao would take the initiative to come to the city walls himself. Once there, he showed no signs of planning to leave, casually remarking that he was tired of being cooped up and wanted to stroll around. Thus he ended up spending a great deal of time on the city walls. The rich aroma of roasted meat continuously wafted over the city walls, pulling one superpowered individual out of his reverie. He twitched his mouth slightly as he looked at a long barbecue grill set up not far away. Many superpowered individuals who were supposed to be on patrol duty were gathered around it. Watching the figure who was busy grilling the superpowered individual's gaze became complex, mixed with a hint of guilty pleasure. It was hard to imagine that someone he held in higher esteem than Qin Xian, almost revered as a true god, was now grilling meat alongside them, even taking on the task himself. This figure was, of course, Li Xiao. Previously, Li Xiao felt that staying on the city walls without doing anything could become quite tedious over time. So he arranged for a barbecue grill to be brought over and had someone fetch some exotic beast meat and other ingredients from his own courtyard, deciding to start a barbecue right there on the city walls. Normally, Li Xiao wouldn't need to handle the grilling himself. Although Qiqing was not large, it had a population of several millions, and finding a skilled barbecue master was not difficult. Indeed, among the superpowered individuals, many were adept at grilling. Li Xiao, having brought the barbecue grill along for the patrol on the city walls, clearly had more in mind than just enjoying a meal. The process of cooking food on the grill was for Li Xiao an enjoyable experience in itself. For Some reason after having recently taken up farming and hunting exotic beasts for meat, Li Xiao found a newfound interest in cooking. Having the chance to eat meat skewers personally grilled by Master Li Xiao himself, it would be worth it even if we died at the hands of exotic beasts right now. Indeed, those who weren't assigned to patrol duty today would surely be green with envy if they knew that Master Li Xiao was not only grilling skewers for us but doing it himself. It was surprising that someone as formidable as Master Li Xiao could grill such delicious meat. In front of Li Xiao, several superhumans were holding large skewers grilled by him, genuinely appreciating his culinary skills. As they praised him, their faces lit up with broad smiles, barely able to contain their joy. If possible, they sincerely wished that Chen Xian had to leave Qiqing every day so that they might spend more time with Li Xiao. After all, such opportunities to enjoy skewers grilled by Li Xiao himself might only come once in a lifetime. Meanwhile, Li Xiao himself wore a slight smile as he turned the skewers on the grill, brushing on oil and occasionally sprinkling some meticulously mixed seasonings. There was not the slightest trace of tension or somberness on the patrol wall. Although unspoken, there was a clear understanding among all the superhumans. As long as Li Xiao was here, their city Qiqing would face no threats, no matter how terrifying the crises that arose. But just then a sudden ferocious roar of an exotic beast momentarily plunged the cheerful atmosphere on the city wall into silence. The next moment, the sound of countless beasts stampeding like thunder shook the ground. The vibrations rippled through the earth, and even the walls of Qiqing seemed to resonate slightly. Looking into the distance, a dense dark mass of a beast tide was advancing towards Qiqing with a terrifyingly large black python leading the charge. It was the Beast King. On the city wall, a superhuman's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, his cry was quickly countered by another voice. What's there to fear? It's just the Beast King. Have you forgotten that Master Li Xiao is here? With this reminder, the superhumans of Qiqing, who had instinctively panicked at the sight of the black python, instantly regained their composure. Indeed, with Master Li Xiao around, what was there to fear? They remembered how back in Xingqing Li Xiao had confidently walked away right in front of two Beast Kings, neither of whom had dared to stop him. And now, facing just one Beast King in Qiqing, it was the black python that should be afraid, right? The Beast King might have thought that since Lord Chen Xian took many superpowered beings away, it would be a good time to attack our Qi city. With this thought, numerous superpowered beings on the city wall paused their skewer grilling activities. Standing on patrol on the city wall, they watched as a massive black python, seemingly unaware of the severity of the situation, continued to rapidly approach Qi city. Their expressions gradually turned bizarre, at the same time accompanied by a flickering of its 100-yard body. The black python finally appeared outside the walls of Qi city. The moment the black python reached the edge of Qi city, the terrifying superpower pressure of the SSS rank Beast King poured out, pressing horizontally towards Qi city. This unmasked terrifying pressure under normal circumstances would have caused the lower-tier superpowered beings to tremble in fear and scream in panic. But strangely, the Beast King's pressure had been present for a while now, and yet the top of Qi city's walls remained eerily quiet, as if not a single person was present. Even the vertical pupils of the black python flashed with a hint of confusion. When did the superpowered beings of Qi city become so mentally resilient? Could they now easily endure even the superpower pressure of a Beast King level? Or had the superpowered beings of Qi city been so frightened at the first sight of it that they were stunned into silence? Thinking this, the black python's gaze turned towards the patrolling city wall. What caught its eye were numerous superpowered beings standing atop the wall. At this moment, as the black python stared at the superpowered beings on the wall, the superpowered beings of Qi city stared back at the black python. Feeling the gazes of many superpowered beings, the black python was stunned again. From their eyes, it sensed astonishment, bewilderment, peculiarity, and even a hint of excitement, but conspicuously absent was fear. These people aren't afraid of me, it thought, but before the black python could finish its thought, it seemed to see something extremely horrifying. Its vertical pupils suddenly widened as it looked towards the center of Qi city's wall, surrounded by many superpowered beings. There stood a figure the black python never wanted to encounter in its lifetime. How is he here? For a moment, the black python felt its 100-yard-long body stiffen, and fear inadvertently seeped into its snake eyes. At the same time, behind the black python, the main forces of the beast tide had already closely followed. A terrifying roar sounded behind the black python. Yet, what appeared behind the black python was nearly 100 meters long, a giant rhino with horns on its head. As the first SS rank beast summoned by the Beast King, the horned giant rhino seemed unaware of the peculiar atmosphere. It looked towards the black python. Beast King, the beast tide is ready. Without delay, please order them to destroy this city and kill every person here." As these words fell, the giant rhino with twisted horns glanced toward Chi City with a gaze thick with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, one could visibly see the scales on the black python tremble. If it were possible for the python's skin color to change, its dark scales would have turned white from fear. Despite this, the trembling form of the black python revealed its inner panic. Suddenly, with a loud slap, the python's tail lifted high, not waiting for the rhino to speak further. The python's tail then struck the giant rhino heavily. Before the rhino could even scream, the python's tail wrapped around it, binding it tightly and flinging it forcefully into the distance. The rhino's body was hurled through the air, screaming as it crashed into the rear of the beast tide. The Beast King was beating an SS-ranked beast, a scene so surreal that both the superhumans inside Chi City and the beasts of the tide fell into complete silence. Especially those in the beast tide behind the black python, some of whom had intended to speak, promptly shut their mouths, daring not to make a sound lest they provoke the black python's sudden wrath. Clearly, they were just as clueless about the python's sudden madness. They had previously agreed to destroy the city and leave no survivors, yet before they could act, the python had started attacking its own allies. At this moment, the black python, still slightly trembling, turned its enormous head stiffly towards Li Xiao on the city walls. Although the python's head lacked human expressions, one could distinctly see it forcing what seemed like a grimace of a smile. "Ha ha ha," it said in a stiff tone. "I mean, what if I told you this is all a misunderstanding? What if I said I took a wrong turn and accidentally led the beast tide to Chi City? Would you believe me?" Hearing this, Li Xiao didn't rush to act, he just watched the black python with a smirk that was not quite a smile. Seeing the black python's reaction, the superhumans on the city walls were startled. The Beast King was thus terrified in front of Lord Li Xiao. It had lost its nerve without even a fight. Similarly, the beasts in the tide were also confused and at a loss. What was going on with the Beast King? Hadn't their initial target been Chi City? Just as they were puzzling over this, a giant ape covered in yellow fur spoke up in a deep, resonant voice. But before the yellow-furred giant ape could finish speaking, the black python's tail, swift as a whip, struck again, sending the ape flying far away. "Can't you see what's happening here?" the black python cursed inwardly. "Do these interlopers really want to see me dead?" Of the awkwardness. Regaining his composure, the black python managed a forced anthropomorphic grimace as he looked at Li Xiao. "I just remembered I have other things to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer. I'll take my leave now." Saying this, the python's massive body began to slowly move, trying to sneak away despite feeling uneasy. However, just as the python started to move, the sound of Li Xiao's light laughter echoed once again. "No need to rush off. Since you're already here, we're actually having a barbecue. Why don't you join us?" Upon hearing this, the black python felt a chill run through its entire body. Joining a barbecue? Was it supposed to be part of the barbecue, or was it the one being barbecued? The idea struck terror into its heart, a fleeting expression of horror crossing its face. Ignoring the large swarm of beasts nearby, the black python's serpentine body shot into the sky and fled. Under the influence of Li Xiao's invitation to the barbecue, the python even broke its own speed limit, escaping faster than it had ever moved before, twice as fast as its peak speed. Meanwhile, Li Xiao watched the black python's clumsy escape without any intention of pursuing it. He chuckled softly, turning to the shocked supernatural beings of Qiqing beside him. "Gentlemen, get ready. Soon we'll be eating snake meat." As his words fell, a dark gleaming beast-slaying saber appeared in his hand. At the same moment the saber appeared, Li Xiao's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the heart of the black python, 10,000 curses rose. Who could have anticipated that it, merely planning to summon a beast tide to destroy what seemed like an insignificant human city, would run into the very person it wished to avoid? Now, the roles were reversed, and it was the one fleeing for its life. Regret welled up intensely in the python's heart. If only it had known, it would have rather died than come to this human city called Qiqing. Should be safe now, the black python thought to itself. During its desperate flight, it had poured every ounce of its spirit into speeding up. Its speed was even faster than at its peak. In just a moment, Qiqing behind it had almost turned into a tiny black dot in the python's vision. With this thought, the python finally began to relax. But just as it started to ease its breath, still not fully released, the scales covering its python skin began to tremble, and a sensation akin to electric shock started to prickle. Intense feelings of danger surging from deep within. This was the uniquely acute danger sense of a Beast King-level creature. Following an instinctual warning from within, the black python twisted its head back to look behind it. but it was just a glance that nearly scared it out of its wits. At the speed it was going, any normal SSS tier creature would have been left far behind in the blink of an eye, yet now, in the python's field of vision, Li Xiao's figure had reappeared within sight. At this moment Li Xiao appeared as calm and composed as ever, chasing after the black python as if it took no effort at all. However, it was precisely this demeanor that made the black python realize that Li Xiao was closing in at a terrifying speed, visibly narrowing the distance between them. The black python's eyes, wide with terror, stared back in shock. In contrast, Li Xiao's face bore a light smirk, similar to the one he had at the beginning. "Come as you please, leave as you please, but it's not up to you," he said. "I've already said you're joining this barbecue whether you like it or not." Had these words been spoken elsewhere, like among old friends reuniting, they would have seemed warm and welcoming. But in this context, to the black python, they sent a chill down its spine as it realized that Li Xiao's idea of a barbecue involved grilling the python itself, a majestic beast now alive and soon to be used as mere foodstuff. If it had been anyone else, the black python might have been furious enough to lead a horde of beasts to ravage the city, but against Li Xiao, the black python understood that Li Xiao truly had the power to do so. A profound sense of crisis surged within it once more. Suddenly Li Xiao raised his hand, and with a light flick, a sharp black gleam shot out. Compared to the python's massive 100-yard-long body, this tiny black gleam seemed as insignificant as a fine needle, yet, inexplicably, the black python felt a dense aura of death emanating from it. If that black gleam were to strike, even if it didn't kill the python, it would certainly not be faring well afterward. Without any hesitation, in a very short time, the black python made its decision. Its long tail, covered in black scales, suddenly lifted. In the next instant, the python's tail thrashed, not in an attempt to block the sharp black gleam but as part of a powerful self-effort. Its massive body tensed up entirely. Following that, in the midsection of the python's body, the area of scales seemed to be under such tremendous pressure that they began to shatter, revealing the black snake skin underneath. Crimson blood seeped out from the ruptured scales and skin. Then, in a moment of extreme self-strain, that segment of black snakeskin was abruptly torn apart, exposing the raw flesh beneath. Boom! The sky exploded with fresh blood, turning into a mist of blood that draped even the heavens in a veil of crimson. Within the thick blood mist, a shadowy figure flickered in and out of sight. Following closely, a black light shot from Li Xiao's hand transformed from his beast-slaying saber, piercing into the shadow. The moment it pierced, the shadow stiffened. Li Xiao looked up slightly, hooked his finger, and the black light swept through the blood mist, once again returning to his hand as the beast-slaying saber, which he playfully twirled. Simultaneously, the blood mist covering the sky slowly began to fade, revealing the shadow beneath it more clearly. But in the next moment, spotting something, Li Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted. His eyes fixed on the shadow. Indeed, it was a giant black python. However, this figure was not the complete form of the black python. Was this a case of survival by severing its tail? A hint of surprise flickered in Li Xiao's eyes. The shadow was unmistakably the latter half of the black python, nearly half the length of its 100-yard body. To say it severed its tail to survive was an understatement. To escape, the black python had forsaken half of its body. Looking into the distance, only the front half of the black python was visible to Li Xiao, shrinking to a small black dot in his sight with a trace of red within it. In its desperate attempt to escape, the black python had no time to tend to the horrific wounds caused by forcefully tearing its body apart, leaving a trail of royal beast blood scattered along the path. Quite decisively, Xiao thought, smiling at the scene. He retracted the beast-slaying saber back into his space. Watching the gradually distancing and eventually completely disappearing black python, Li Xiao decided not to pursue any further. His gaze returned to the ground, resting on the half-corpse of the black python that had attempted to survive by severing its tail, though only half remained. Its length was still over 50 meters. Even this part alone probably exceeded the full body size of many exotic beasts. It should be enough to last for a while, he mused about the python, wondering how it would taste when made into snake soup. With this thought, a slow smile curled at the corners of Li Xiao's mouth, already imagining how he would cook this part of the black python once back in Cheese City. After all, the meat quality of a beast king couldn't be too bad, could it? Pausing his thoughts, Li Xiao finally snapped back to reality, looking at the half of the python's body on the ground, gently lifting his hand. A surge of special energy appeared from his fingertips, enveloping it. Turning around, Li Xiao carried the half of the python body as he headed back to Cheese City. Meanwhile, the black python, unaware that Li Xiao had ceased his pursuit, continued its desperate flight. On another front, the migration troops of Yun City were witnessing the outcome of the first collision between Yi Shui and the white exotic tiger. whether it was on-site or through the video feed sent remotely by their cities. Special ability users, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at this moment. Before this, the term Beast King was synonymous with invincibility to all cities and all special ability users. Among the known special ability users, aside from Li Xiao, including those 2 SSS ranked ones from Xing City, none had the strength to confront a Beast King directly. At this moment, the impression of the Beast King as invincible seemed somewhat shattered. The area where Yi Shui was fighting the White Tiger was cleared of all other superhumans and beasts, maintaining a vacuum in the midst of the chaos. During this clash, it was clear that Yi Shui's complexion remained rosy, showing no signs of exertion. In contrast, the White Tiger seemed unexpectedly hit by Yi Shui's proactive strike. Caught off guard, its body was forcefully blown back, retreating a considerable distance. Although this encounter did not definitively prove the White Tiger to be weaker than Yi Shui, it certainly did put the beast at a disadvantage, a rarity as previously only Li Xiao had managed to challenge the White Tiger. Now Yi Shui had joined that exclusive rank. I remembered then Yi Shui was the same person who had left with Lord Li Xiao. How had she appeared in Qi City's support team alongside Chen Xian? If I recall correctly, when Yi Shui was still in Star City, she was only rated as an SS class superhuman. When had she ascended to the SSS class and become capable of rivaling the Beast King? Shock was evident in the eyes of the city's defenders. After the initial shock wore off, they quickly recognized Yi Shui's identity. After all, she had been an SS-class superhuman at the Star City Superhuman Association. Now all eyes were on Yi Shui. It would be strange if they hadn't recognized her. This led them to a staggering realization. Yi Shui had originally left Star City with Lord Li Xiao. Now suddenly she appeared in Chen Xian's support squad. Could it be then that the long-missing Lord Li Xiao was also in Qi City? This thought shocked the city's defenders, but upon further contemplation, whether it was Chen Xian and Yi Shui suddenly becoming SSS-class superhumans, or Yun City mysteriously choosing to relocate to Qi City and even declining Star City's invitation, any single oddity might not have drawn much attention. But now all these strange coincidences converged into one clear answer. The long-absent Li Xiao was very likely in Qi City. Although not absolutely certain, the probability was at least 80%. After all, compared to the sudden collective breakthrough of Yi Shui and Chen Xian to SSS class, it seemed more plausible that their advancement was aided by Li Xiao. It was amusing that they had previously thought that Yun City's sudden decision to collectively relocate was because of Chen Xian reaching SSS level. Now it seems that Su Yang from Yun City must have gotten news of Li Xiao from somewhere, prompting this decision. With this thought, many city defenders gnashed their teeth as they looked at Chen Xian on the other side of the screen. That guy Chen Xian, he had kept the news about Lord Li Xiao so tightly under wraps that they hadn't received even a bit of information before this. Regardless, once the relocation of Yun City was complete, they planned to contact Chen Xian individually to have a serious talk. Meanwhile, the minds of some city defenders began to stir. They watched the long queue of the Yun City migration team, which stretched out of sight, and a special idea began to form. Since Yun City could relocate collectively to Qi City, was there a possibility for their cities to do the same? On the other hand, at the sight of the Yun City migration team, the white mutant tiger recovered from its initial clash with Yi Shui. Its claws scratched long marks on the ground, and as it looked at Yi Shui, a trace of astonishment flickered in its eyes. Its initially disdainful gaze turned solemn. "You are the second strongest human I have encountered." The voice of the white mutant tiger slowly rose. The strongest, of course, was Li Xiao. Apart from Li Xiao, the white mutant tiger had never seen a human with abilities reaching this level. Even the SSS level mutant from Xing City was nothing but a slightly larger ant in its eyes. However, despite the white mutant tiger's solemn praise, Yi Shui's cool expression did not change. Instead, her beautiful icy eyes stared coldly at the white mutant tiger, calmly stating, "If that is the case, then disperse the beast tide and leave." As her words fell, a pale blue fluctuation of power slowly spread around her, subtly hinting at the readiness to continue the fight. Hearing this, the ferociousness in the white mutant tiger's eyes deepened slightly, and its gaze at Yi Shui took on a hint of murderous intent. Although it acknowledged that Yi Shui was the second most powerful human mutant it had ever seen, this did not mean it would simply back down. "To make me retreat with just one sentence, your strength does not seem to qualify." The deep voice of the white mutant tiger resounded, and the atmosphere on the scene became more oppressive. The collision of power fluctuations between the two powerful SSS-level mutants made the air seem heavier. At this moment, both mutants and beasts dared not make any rash moves. The moment Yi Shui appeared and clashed with the white mutant tiger without falling at a disadvantage marked a crucial point in the battle between the beast tide and the mutants. If Yi Shui won, the Yun City migration team would have nothing to worry about. If Yi Shui lost, it would mean total annihilation. Chen Xian, who was originally planning to handle mutants below SSS level, also showed a hint of solemnity in his eyes, his power ready to burst forth. Although it was still difficult for Chen Xian to face the Beast King alone at his current level, if Yi Shui took the main attack and Chen Xian assisted, his current strength was indeed sufficient. In the battle between humans and mutants there was no such thing as fairness. Just at this moment, when the atmosphere on the scene was stretched to the breaking point and about to explode, suddenly a thick scent of blood appeared, entering the nostrils of everyone present. The white tiger-like beast seemed to notice something amiss as well, turning its head abruptly. Upon witnessing the scene before it, the creature's gaze trembled with shock. It was the black python, which was supposed to lead a part of the beast tide towards Qiqing, now fleeing at a terrifyingly fast pace as if something horrendous was chasing it from behind. It wasn't clear if it was an illusion, but the python's body seemed to have shortened significantly. As it fled, a long trail of blood marked its path, causing the white tiger-like beast to quiver. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a trail of blood was actually a horrifying streak formed by fresh blood. The reason it resembled a trail was merely because of the python's swift movement, which connected the blood in the air into a continuous stream. Wherever it passed, blood splattered, staining the ground red. The shortened body of the black python was not an illusion. As the python approached, the white tiger-like beast could clearly see that only the front half of the python's body remained. Who could have inflicted such damage? The white tiger-like beast's heart pounded violently with this thought. On the other hand, Yi Shui and other supernatural beings also witnessed the miserable state of the black python. Understanding something, a beautiful smile curved on Yi Shui's lips. Meanwhile, the city defenders watching through the screens were completely dumbstruck. The state of the black python now gave them an even bigger shock than when Yi Shui had earlier collided with the white tiger-like beast without falling at a disadvantage. After all, matching strength and overwhelming power were two entirely different concepts. Although Yi Shui now possessed the strength to rival a beast king, it didn't mean she could maul one so brutally that half of its body would be destroyed. To achieve such a feat, Yi Shui's condition would likely not be much better, possibly even leading to mutual destruction. No wonder why Chen Xian dared to lead so many supernatural beings out of Qiqing. It all made sense now. Coming back to their senses, many city defenders showed a bitter smile. Their last doubts were resolved. Chen Xian could lead so many supernatural beings out without worrying about the safety of Qiqing. The most likely reason was that Chen Xian knew that even in his absence, Qiqing would not face any problems. And the one who could give Chen Xian such confidence, other than Li Xiao, who else could it be? Previously, only this white tiger-like beast attacked the migrating team near Yuncheng. Unsurprisingly, the long-absent black python must have encountered Li Xiao in Qiqing before there. Speculations about Li Xiao's presence in Qiqing were only 80% certain. Now, the 80% chance had turned into an absolute certainty due to the tragic appearance of the black python. That guy, the one named Li Xiao, is in Qiqing. Run. At this moment, the black python, engulfed in extreme panic, also charged into the battlefield. The converging tide of beasts around did not lessen the fear in the heart of the black python at all. Instead, the fear of the black python, the beast king, caused the surrounding tide of beasts to become increasingly restless under its influence. Hearing the terrified words of the black python, the white tiger confirmed its suspicions. Just as it thought, only the human named Li Xiao could have inflicted such severe injuries on the black python. At that moment, a feeling of panic appeared in the eyes of the white tiger for the first time. Unlike facing Yi Shui in a direct confrontation, it might not necessarily lose. But if it were Li Xiao coming, then it wouldn't just be a matter of losing, it would be a matter of whether it would lose its life to Li Xiao. After all, even the black python, whose strength was almost equal to its own, was in such a state. What the white tiger did not know was that the danger the black python faced at the hands of Li Xiao was far greater than it appeared. The reason it managed to escape was due to its resoluteness. It was thankful for the lesson provided by the black giant ape from another region during their time in Xingqiang, which had shown them the futility of opposing Li Xiao. Initially, the black giant ape thought that, being a beast king, even if it couldn't defeat Li Xiao, escaping wouldn't be a problem. However, by the time the black giant ape truly realized the strength of Li Xiao, it was too late. It didn't even have a chance to flee. But the black python was different. Just as it was in Qiqing the moment it sensed Li Zhao's murderous intent, it immediately resorted to a self-destructive tail-severing technique, managing to narrowly escape death by Li Zhao's hands without a moment's hesitation. Quick, run! The weak voice of the black python sounded once again. Its previous severe injuries, combined with the subsequent long escape, had left its special abilities so weakened that they were almost undetectable. Now, the black python could hardly face a newcomer at the SSS level, let alone a few SS level adversaries who were desperate enough to kill it on the spot. Hearing the black python's urging once again, the white tiger said no more. However, its increasingly somber gaze seemed to have made a certain decision. It glanced once more at the black python, which was now missing half of its body. With a roar characteristic of the white tiger, a tiger's roar suddenly filled the air, reaching the ears of every exotic beast present. In the next moment, carrying the black python, the white tiger turned around and bolted back in the direction they had come from. The numerous beasts in the surrounding tide also retreated. The trembling of the ground grew more distant. Before long, as the last of the surrounding beasts disappeared from sight, everyone finally recovered from their initial astonishment. These beasts, they actually retreated on their own, Qin Xian said in surprise, thinking he was about to face a tough battle. Meanwhile, the blue aura of special abilities around Yi Shui was retracted into her body. With the departure of the Beast King, her expression gradually relaxed. Although she didn't get the chance to properly confront the white tiger, Yi Shui did not feel any regret. It looks like we won't encounter any more trouble on our way, she said, looking towards the direction of Qiqing. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered and nodded slightly. Even the Beast King had chosen to flee just now. If any other beast dared to disturb their journey now, it would probably be too weary of living. With this thought, Qin Xian's gaze grew increasingly complex. Originally he had thought that this escort mission would consume a lot of their energy, but in the end, the root cause of the beast tide was deterred by Li Zhao's intimidation. Even though Li Xiao himself wasn't even present at the scene, after the beast tide receded, the migration team of Yunqing quickly resumed preparations. Under the orders of Su Yang, the entire relocation team of Yunqing once again moved towards Qiqing. Just as Yi Shui had predicted, after the retreat of the Beast King, they did not encounter a single beast along the way. Even if they occasionally spotted some nearby, the beasts would panic and flee before the ability users could take action. Therefore, the migration team of Yunqing even moved faster than at the beginning, drawing ever closer to Qiqing. However, what Qin Xian and the others didn't know was that while they were laboriously protecting the migration team to Qiqing, an exciting development was happening in Qiqing itself. Seeing the segment of the black python's body that Li Xiao had brought back, the ability users in Qiqing were all stirred up with excitement. In the wilderness, amidst the forest, giant trees sprawled across the land. A long line of people traversed through a vast forest of giant trees. Normally, after the arrival of beasts on Blue Star, such lush giant tree forests would inevitably house beasts. It was just a question of how many. Strangely, however, although there were plenty of signs of beasts' activities around the forest at this moment, aside from the noise of Yunqing's migration team moving through, the whole forest seemed devoid of any beast, as if all the creatures had simultaneously vanished into thin air, eerily quiet. After a while, a somewhat dazzling sunlight finally appeared in front of the migration team. They had reached the exit of the giant tree forest. It's close now. Once we're out of this forest, Qiqing is not far ahead. Qin Xian's voice rang out at the forefront of the team. Hearing Qin Xian's words, the spirits of the team, weary from the long journey, were revitalized. Before long, the entire team stepped out of the slightly gloomy giant tree forest, and the sudden bright sunlight made everyone squint their eyes after the prolonged darkness. Compared to the darkness in the forest earlier, the warm sunlight now showered upon everyone, significantly easing the fatigue of their journey. As they exited the giant tree forest, the view widened, and as expected, the outlines of Qiqing were now vaguely visible in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang, standing next to Qin Xian, couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. For superhumans, traveling to Qiqing was not difficult, but relocating the majority of ordinary people from Yunqing was indeed the most challenging part. As the decision-maker for Yunqing's mass migration, Su Yang had faced immense pressure from the moment he decided. Now, with Qiqing nearly within reach, Su Yang's lifted heart gradually began to relax. Qin Xian, thank you. Without your help, it would not have been this easy for us in Yunqing to relocate, he said. Without Qin Xian and the group of superhumans from Qiqing providing protection, even if they had managed to relocate successfully, the number of people who could have actually reached Qiqing would likely have been much fewer. Qin Xian, however, simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. in the future we'll merge with Chi-Ching and develop together. Hopefully we can produce more powerful superhumans to lessen the pressure from the mutant beasts." Unexpectedly, this relocation took just over a day. According to the original plan, even with their protection, the troubles on the road would still be non-negligible. Moreover, with the necessary detours to avoid areas heavily populated by large beast groups and rests for the ordinary people, it was supposed to take at least 2 to 3 days. But plans cannot keep up with changes. After they encountered a white mutant tiger which subsequently retreated, they realized that the mutant beasts near the migration team didn't need to be driven away by superhumans. Instead, these beasts fled upon seeing them. Realizing this, Chen Xian and his group decided there was no need for detours. The shortest route between 2 points is a straight line, and so Chen Xian chose the most direct route from Yunqing to Chi-Ching and restarted their journey. Indeed, along the way, the areas that should have been teeming with large groups of beasts seemed to have received some kind of signal fleeing. Before their migration team arrived, the giant tree forest they had just crossed was a testament to this, as they barely saw a single living mutant beast throughout the journey. Su Yang seriously nodded in agreement to Chen Xian's proposal for joint development, a trace of anticipation for arriving in Chi-Ching flickering in his eyes. Although Yunqing would merge into Chi-Ching, meaning Su Yang could no longer decide everything for Yunqing as he once did. He had grown tired over the years of battling against the beast tides. If possible, he had long wished to step down from his position as the city's guardian. With higher authorities now above me, it's no longer the same. Su Yang thought to himself, relieved. From now on, I won't have to worry as much. As the two conversed, their team drew ever closer to Chi-Ching. The sight of the nearing city sparked a chorus of cheers from the migrating group. "We've made it. We've finally held on till Chi-Ching. Woohoo, once we're in Chi-Ching, do we no longer need to worry about the beast tide? Thank you, superpower wielders." Su Yang couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Chi-Ching, catching sight of the previously blurry outlines of the city now transformed into towering, imposing walls clearly visible in their view. Atop these walls, one could faintly make out a substantial number of superpower wielders standing guard, seemingly protecting the safety of Chi-Ching. The number of these defenders almost filled the entire patrol wall. But in the next moment, Su Yang's expression revealed a hint of puzzlement. "Chen Xian, what's going on? Is it normal for your Chi-Ching patrol teams to have so many superpower wielders?" Chen Xian, slightly taken aback, seemed not to grasp why Su Yang would suddenly ask such a question. Instinctively, he glanced towards the city wall, but that single look left Chen Xian utterly baffled. The wall was densely packed with superpower wielders, clearly far exceeding the usual numbers of a patrol team. Suddenly, both Chen Xian and Su Yang sniffed the air. A rich aroma of barbecue wafted down from the city walls, infiltrating their nostrils. What the heck? Chen Xian's confusion deepened. In the next instant, both he and Su Yang found themselves floating gently and landing atop the patrol wall. But what they saw upon setting foot there completely baffled them. The wall was lined with rows of barbecue grills, the charcoal glowing red-hot, searing the air and causing a slight distortion above the grills. Skewered beast meat sizzled on the grills, dripping with fat and irresistibly tantalizing to any onlooker. Regaining his composure, Su Yang looked even more bewildered as he turned to Chen Xian. "Old Chen, does your patrol team usually have barbecues when there's nothing else to do?" Confronted with Su Yang's gaze, Chen Xian felt even more dumbfounded. All he could think to say was that Su Yang came asking him, but whom could he ask in turn? Chen Xian too was eager to find out what exactly was happening. How could it be that within just a day of his departure, these guys on the Chi-Ching patrol wall had even set up a barbecue for themselves? Meanwhile, the superpower wielders barbecuing with Li Xiao on the wall also noticed the returning Chen Xian. One of them, with a look of surprise, exclaimed, "Lord Chen Xian, you're back." Speaking of which, the superpowered individual grabbed a handful of freshly grilled, sizzling skewers of meat from one of the barbecue grills. The skewers were sprinkled with some well-prepared seasoning, the aroma intensifying, making it hard for anyone to resist the temptation. "Lord Chen Xian, you've returned at just the right time. Please try this grilled meat. These are ingredients personally brought back by Lord Li Xiao. And this must be Lord Su Yang, right? Please have some too." As he spoke, the superpowered individual handed over a bunch of skewers to both Chen Xian and Su Yang. Suddenly finding themselves holding a bunch of skewers, Chen Xian and Su Yang were even more bewildered. Then, all of a sudden, Su Yang seemed to sense something. His gaze immediately fell on the skewer in his hand. Without discussing the skewer's appealing look and smell, with Su Yang's SS tier superpower sensitivity, he could feel a very vigorous and rich energy emanating from such a small skewer. Such a strong presence of energy was unheard of. It was not just any superior tier beast meat, not even SS tier beast meat could compare. Could it be? Thinking of the possibilities, Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the superpowered individual who had delivered the skewers spoke up again. Gentlemen, don't just stand there, eat them while they're hot. This king beast meat won't taste as good once it cools down. Hearing this, Chen Xian and Su Yang's hands trembled. They then gripped the skewers in their hands very tightly, afraid of dropping even a single piece. King beast meat, it really was the meat of a king-level beast. In that moment, Chen Xian and Su Yang felt their hearts tremble with excitement. Given their status, even SS tier beast meat was a rarity, let alone king tier. As they pondered this, their gaze instinctively turned in a certain direction. There, a group of superpowered individuals was surrounding a person. Naturally, it was Li Xiao. But at this moment, Li Xiao was no longer barbecuing as he had been at the start. The barbecue grills were now manned by other superpowered individuals skilled in barbecuing. After all, the half-body of the giant black python that Li Xiao had brought back was too large. If Li Xiao were to barbecue by himself, he probably wouldn't finish even if he grilled to death. Faced with the still shocked Chen Xian, Li Xiao just smiled. I brought back a lot of beast meat this time. I was worried about the meat losing its freshness over time, so I thought of organizing a barbecue for all the superpowered individuals here in Qiqing. Later, don't be too hard on them, he said, pointing towards the inner side of Qiqing's wall. Following his gaze, Chen Xian saw lying there the lower half of a python covered in black scales. This half, Chen Xian was all too familiar with it. It was none other than the black giant python they had encountered before, now missing half of its body. It was indeed their luck that no other king beast had the misfortune of encountering Li Xiao. Lord Li Zhao's generosity knows no bounds, offering up beast king-grade meat for consumption, an act for which Chen Xian is deeply grateful. Regaining his composure, Chen Xian spoke up. Without exaggeration, the ease with which such a large quantity of beast king meat was shared was something even he could not achieve. If it were up to Chen Xian, he would not resort to using the precious meat unless absolutely necessary. Instead, he would employ various methods to preserve it, storing it in a resource bank for emergencies. Such magnanimity as displayed by Li Xiao is rare in this world, for beast king-grade exotic meat is considered a strategic resource. Despite his thoughts, Chen Xian couldn't help feeling somewhat irked as he watched a group of superhumans relishing the meat of a giant black python. He had taken many superhumans out to assist with the migration efforts of Yun City, and here were these individuals indulging in beast king-grade meat with such gusto. It was infuriating. These guys have obviously had their fill. When I find the time, I'll need to train them well to ensure the energy from the beast king meat isn't wasted, Chen Xian thought fiercely. Meanwhile, the superhumans around him, who were still enjoying the barbecue, shivered inexplicably, feeling a sudden chill despite not realizing the gravity of the situation. They scratched their heads in confusion, wondering how they could feel cold when they were superhumans. Could it be due to the overly nourishing properties of the beast king meat? On another note, Chen Xian's companion Su Yang was also taken aback by Li Zhao's casual sharing of beast king meat. Observing Li Xiao treating such valuable meat as if it were ordinary food, Su Yang, suppressing his excitement, cautiously approached Li Xiao. Before Su Yang could speak, Li Xiao looked at him with a smile and asked, I know who you are. You are the guardian of Yun City, aren't you? Hearing this, Su Yang nodded excitedly. Yes, Lord Li Xiao. But I also wanted to thank you once again for saving my life years ago. Hearing this, Chen Xian was surprised. Su Yang, you mean Lord Li Xiao once saved your life? Su Yang nodded again, his eyes filled with immense gratitude and reverence. Back when the beast tide first struck, his strength was not as formidable as it is now. During an excursion outside the city to search for a heavenly treasure, he was unfortunately attacked by a horde of beasts, and many of his companions perished. Fortunately, Li Xiao, who was also passing by, saved him. That encounter and the heavenly treasure he found allowed Su Yang to break through to SS level, eventually leading to his years of guardianship over Yun City. It can be said that the existence of Cloud City is inseparable from Li Zhao's spontaneous rescue back then. It was precisely because of this that when Su Yang learned Li Xiao was in Qiqing, not far from Cloud City, he made the decision without hesitation to lead the entire Cloud City in relocation. This revelation from Su Yang himself cleared up the confusion on Chen Xian's face. Li Xiao, recalling Su Yang's explanation, rubbed his chin and mused that there indeed seemed to be such an incident, although he couldn't remember the specifics. After all, back then he had rescued too many superhumans to count. While Li Xiao, Su Yang and Chen Xian were conversing, Yishui stepped onto the city walls from outside Qiqing. Seeing Yishui's arrival, a smile crept across Li Zhao's face. As he slowly stood up, the superhumans clustered around him stepped aside to make way. "Xiao Shui, you're back," he greeted. Yi Shui nodded slightly. The cold, stern expression she had when facing the Beast King was gone and replaced by the charming smile of a young woman. Yet, stationed on the patrol wall, the two did not engage. In a detailed conversation, Li Xiao turned to Qin Xian. "Now that you've returned, I won't stay here any longer." Qin Xian nodded slightly. "Rest assured, Lord Li Xiao, we will handle the matters from here," he assured. "Thank you for watching over Qiqing for a day." With a casual wave of his hand and a stretch, Li Xiao turned and walked towards the interior of Qiqing, soon disappearing from sight along with Yi Shui. Once Li Xiao and Yi Shui had completely left, Qin Xian withdrew. His gaze turned and looked at the large crowd waiting outside Qiqing. After a moment of contemplation, he began to give orders. On the other side, within Li Xiao's courtyard, after listening to the entire account of Yi Shui's outing, Li Xiao nodded with a smile. "It seems, Xiao Shui, that your journey was quite fruitful." Yi Shui nodded slightly. Although she had only clashed once with the white mutant tiger, that encounter had confirmed that she could handle a beast king on her own, though not as effortlessly as Li Xiao. Unfortunately, the white tiger had fled too quickly. If she had been able to fight a little longer, perhaps her gains would have been greater. A hint of regret showed on Yi Shui's face. Who would have thought that Li Xiao, on this side of Qiqing, had casually slain a giant black python? Despite being half destroyed, the black python managed to gasp out a warning to the white tiger to flee. At that time, Li Xiao was not even pursuing the black python. It was purely the severity of its wounds that frightened the white tiger, along with the terrifying image of Li Xiao already in the minds of the two beast kings. This meant that the real battle ended before it even began. There will always be another opportunity, Li Xiao chuckled with a smile. "By the way, I have already arranged for someone to deliver a portion of the finest Beast King meat to your residence recently. Remember to consume it during this period. The meat of a Beast King should still be quite beneficial to you." Upon hearing this, a touch of emotion appeared on Yi Shui's delicate face. Then Yi Shui looked over at Li Xiao and asked with curiosity, "What about you? There's quite a lot of this Beast King meat. Aren't you planning to keep some for yourself?" Hearing Yi Shui's question, Li Xiao simply smiled and shook his head. "It's just Beast King meat, it's not essential for me, it doesn't help me much. For others, consuming Beast King meat is for enhancing strength and recovering special abilities, but for Li Xiao, it was purely for the taste." After all, compared to Beast King meat, the exotic vegetables in Li Xiao's courtyard contained energy that was not inferior at all. In fact, the purity of the energy in these vegetables was even higher. If it was purely for enhancing strength, Li Xiao could very well eat these exotic vegetables every day. Moreover, recently the system has also been assigning Li Xiao some daily tasks like pioneering, hoeing and watering. The seeds of vegetables on Li Xiao's person were not diminishing but increasing, and he never ran out of them. If it weren't for the fact that the exotic vegetables in that small plot of land were enough for Li Xiao's consumption, he would have considered expanding his field. The reason he brought back half of the Beast King's body, that black giant python, was simple. Li Xiao wanted to change his taste, but having too much of it could become boring. "I see," said Yi Shui without any doubt. Given her relationship with Li Xiao, she naturally knew some of the secrets of Li Xiao's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the two casually chatted for a while. After a good long talk, Yi Shui finally stood up, preparing to leave and go home to start her daily practice of special abilities. Meanwhile, during Yi Shui and Li Xiao's conversation, Qin Xian was not idle. Over the next few days, the influx of nearly 10 million people did not throw Qi City into chaos. During this period, under Qin Xian's arrangements, many of Qi City's special ability users and construction workers were involved in infrastructure tasks. Initially, when Li Xiao came to Qi City, he had seen the other side of Qi City, a vast area of ruins, nearly half the size of the original area of Qi City, which was destroyed during a previous beast tide attack. Nowadays, although Qi City has not faced another major beast tide due to the reduction in the total population of Qi City, the plan to repair this area of ruins has been indefinitely postponed. After all, with the current population and special ability users in Qi City, even if that area were repaired, it would be meaningless. Spreading everyone out more thinly could make it harder to conduct rescues in case of another beast tide. With the influx of people from Yun City, the problem of the deserted areas in Qi City was finally resolved. The number of people who relocated from Yun City was just enough to fill the vacancies in these ruin zones. Consequently, this area was designated by Qin Xian as the settlement for those from Yun City. Within a few days, thanks to the efforts of numerous superpowered individuals and construction workers, rudimentary but sufficient dwellings started to rapidly emerge from the ruins. To Meet the everyday needs of the ordinary people. Seeing more and more people from Yun City being settled, a long-lost smile finally appeared on Chen Xian's face. Looking to the future, once the population of Yun City had settled in and adapted to life in Qi City, the overall combat power of Qi City was expected to make a significant leap. Soon, Chen Xian murmured. However, unlike Chen Xian's delight at the impending surge in strength for Qi City, a different scene was unfolding far away, within. The Superpower Association of Xing City. Qin Wanxiu's brow was deeply furrowed, his expression grave. He couldn't shake the feeling that had started a few days ago, that the connection between his Xing City and other cities seemed to be growing increasingly distant. At the headquarters of the Superpower Association in Xing City, a conversation was taking place. Is that President Zhang of Yun City? During this period I plan to exchange with you 500 kilograms of grade B or higher exotic beast meat. What do you think? You're asking about the resources for the exchange? No problem at all. But lately resources in my Xing City have been a bit tight. If possible, could we arrange a credit term? I apologize, President Qin, it's not that I don't want to assist you. I trust President Qin, but we're also tight on resources in City recently and really can't spare much. Perhaps you could inquire with others. Before Qin Wanxiao could respond, the line went dead with a click. His face turned dark immediately. With a sharp slap, Qin Wanxiao smashed his communication device onto the coffee table in front of him. Damn it, those guys, I said it was just a temporary credit, not that I wouldn't repay. Do they really refuse to lend even a little resource to my Xing City? Fury was evident in his eyes. Recently, due to the reconstruction of Xing City, the Superpower Association's resource reserves, accumulated over many years, had been in a constant state of depletion, with few resources coming in. With the consumption of resources by the superpowered individuals of Xing City, even the once vast accumulations of the association had been significantly depleted. Moreover, the lack of exotic beast meat necessitated parting with more resources in exchange with other cities, further burdening Xing City. It was no exaggeration to say that the once resource-filled secret vaults of the Superpower Association were now so depleted that one would have to walk a considerable distance within the resource vault to even see some scattered resources. The remaining stock was perhaps not even as rich as some smaller cities' reserves. The last of the resources, though still present, were so obscure in their utility that they were of minimal help to superpowered individuals. Thus, other cities were also unwilling to trade their exotic beast meat for those unusable, obscure resources. This was the situation that led to the developments this morning. Qin Wanxiao once again received news that the supply of exotic beast meat for powered individuals in Xing City was on the verge of running out. With no other choice, Qin Wanxiao made calls to other cities hoping to acquire some additional exotic beast meat. Though Xing City currently lacked tangible resources, its past reputation was notable. Qin Wanxiao believed that it shouldn't be too difficult to negotiate some credit in exchange for the meat. However, the reality delivered a harsh blow to him. When he contacted the guardians of other cities, the initial exchanges were normal. But as soon as they heard that Qin Wanxiao had no actual resources at hand and needed to trade on credit, each of the city guardians quickly found excuses to end the call. They were all opportunists. Back when Xing City was at its peak, which of them hadn't engaged in resource exchanges with Xing City? Now that Xing City was merely going through a temporary slump, had they decided to turn their backs on him? Angered, Qin Wanxiao's chest heaved wildly as he breathed heavily. As the president of the Ability Association, he had already swallowed his pride by initiating contact with other cities to request resources on credit, which was a significant concession on his part. But still, these individuals had ended the call so abruptly. Was it because they felt that since Qiqing also had SSS rank individuals, they no longer saw Xing City as their sole reliance? As Qin Wanxiao's fists clenched unconsciously due to his frustration, he felt this was the most humiliating experience he had ever encountered. Just as his body trembled with rage, suddenly, in a certain area of Xing City, two terrifying pressures of abilities appeared, swiftly enveloping the entire city. The strength of these two pressures was far beyond that of any SS rank ability user. As these pressures emerged, Qin Wanxiao quickly became aware of them. He abruptly sat up from the sofa, his anger instantly replaced by surprise and joy. In Xing City, only Ying Xian and Huang Sang, the two SSS rank individuals, could possess abilities that far surpassed those of SS rank users. After Xing City had previously suffered from a beast-tide attack, Qin Wanxiao had allocated resources to help these two enhance their powers. Now they had finally completed their intense training. Qin Wanxiao walked to the window of his room and looked out. he saw that from the direction where the SSS rank ability aura had appeared, Ing Xian and Huang Sang had already soared into the sky and in the blink of an eye arrived at the headquarters of the Ability Association, entering the main hall on the first floor. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed across Qin Wanxiao's eyes. He did not linger in his room and turned to head towards the first floor of the Ability Association as well. When Qin Wanxiao arrived at the main hall of the Ability Association, Ing Xian and Huang Sang seemed to have been waiting for a while. Although they were merely standing, the SSS rank ability pressure around them was still faintly perceptible, exerting an invisible pressure that many ability users in the hall could feel. Qin Wanxiao also turned his gaze towards Ing Xian and his companion. However, what he saw were no longer the faces marred by defeat at the hands of the white exotic tiger. Instead, they were replaced by confident smiles. "Ah, Ing Xian, the two of you have finally come out of seclusion. How has your strength progressed?" Qin Wanxiao's laughter boomed as he eagerly asked. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian and Huang Sang exchanged glances, a smile curling at the corners of their mouths. They confidently replied, "President, rest assured, the resources you provided were not wasted in the slightest. With our current strength, should we encounter that white exotic tiger again, we will not repeat the scenario of that day." After these words, the aura of their powers briefly flared around them before quickly being reined in. However, from that momentary release, it was evident that their powers had greatly surpassed those from the time of their battle with the white exotic tiger. Very good with your words, I am relieved," Qin Wanxiao said, his smile growing richer upon understanding the significant improvement in Ing Xian and Huang Sang's abilities. Previously, Star City faced setbacks at every turn, even struggling with resources, partly due to Ing Xian and Huang Sang, since many resources had been allocated to them. Consequently, some within Star City had even begun to question his own decisions, but only Qin Wanxiao knew that with the breakthrough in Ing Xian and Huang Sang's powers, all future challenges could be easily overcome. When that time came, everyone in Star City would understand just how correct his decisions were, and those who were fair-weather friends. A hint of coldness began to appear on Qin Wanxiao's face. He referred to those city guardians who had earlier refused to extend credit or lend exotic beast meat to Star City. Their attitude clearly showed they thought Star City was in a slump inferior to Chi City, thus deliberately distancing themselves. But now, with Ing Xian and Huang Sang emerging from seclusion, their combat abilities were incomparable to when they first entered the SSS rank. Does Chi City have warriors capable of combating SSS rank exotic beasts? Impressive, isn't it? You should know, before this, a small city like Chi City didn't even have the qualifications to challenge us, Qin thought smugly. Even with the merger with Yun City, Chi City still wasn't qualified to challenge Star City. By the way, President, I heard that recently Star City's resources have been somewhat scarce, haven't they? At the same time, Ing Xian's voice pulled Qin Wanxiao back from his thoughts. Although they had spent most of their time enhancing their powers, they were still somewhat aware of Star City's situation. Hearing Ing Xian's inquiry, Qin Wanxiao nodded solemnly, his expression grave as he explained the current circumstances. Especially when recounting the last time the other city defenders refused to connect, Qin Wanxiao deliberately intensified his tone. After listening to Qin Wanxiao's entire narration, both Ing Xian and Huang Sang's expressions turned somewhat somber. Ungrateful fools, those guys, to distance themselves from my Star City just because it briefly fell into a slump. Ridiculous. Just because Qiqing has added 2 SSS rank individuals, Yi Shui and Shen Xian, Ing Xian sneered coldly. Mention of Shen Xian and Yi Shui achieving SSS rank also soured Qin Wanxiao's expression. This was something that had caught Qin Wanxiao off guard initially. Ing Xian seemed to have noticed Qin Wanxiao's expression, his lips curving into a disdainful sneer. Just newly promoted to SSS rank, there's no need for the president to care so much. They're just new to SSS rank. Ing Xian felt that with his current strength he could handle both of them together, albeit with some effort. Concerning Yi Shui's ability to combat the white tiger without falling behind, neither Ing Xian nor Huang Sang took it seriously. According to Qin Wanxiao's account, Yi Shui had only clashed with the white tiger once, which really proved nothing. If just one round of combat was enough to assert that Yi Shui had the strength to contend with the Beast King, then they too had engaged with the white tiger when they first reached SSS rank, not just once but multiple times. But what was the outcome? Although the continuous battle ended somewhat disgracefully, they had lost miserably to the white tiger, and that one time with Yi Shui, if the white tiger hadn't left on its own, continuing the fight might have shown that Yi Shui really didn't have the capability to engage in a full battle with the white tiger. Perhaps Yi Shui's fate could have been even worse than theirs, possibly even death on the spot. It was laughable that those city defenders, based on one round of combat, concluded that Yi Shui possessed the power to fight the Beast King, a huge mistake. They didn't even think about it. How could someone who had just become an SSS rank Esper possibly have the power to contend with the Beast King? Hearing this explanation from Ying Xian, a legitimate SSS rank, made Qin Wanxiao's face look much better. However, something seemed to cross Ying Xian's mind suddenly, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. But President, isn't it strange that both Yi Shui and Chen Xian coincidentally became SSS ranked? Don't you find that odd? Upon hearing this, Qin Wanxiao was momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly darkening. To become SSS ranked, one needs substantial resources, but for a small place like Qiqing, let alone two people, the entire city's resources put together might barely be enough for one person to break through to SSS rank. Could it be that on the day Yi Shui left, she secretly took away a lot of resources from the Esper Association? Pondering this, Qin Wanxiao's expression grew even more grim. No wonder I was wondering why Qiqing suddenly gained two SSS-level powerhouses at once. Using the resources of their Super Ability Association, they helped other cities' powerhouses break through to SSS level. Then with their newfound strength, they drew the attention of other cities, aiming to make all cities distance themselves from Xingqing. Such ingrates, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but curse angrily. Okay, President, calm down for now. The urgent matter at hand is to deal with the issue of the exotic beast meat. Ying Xian's voice rose again as he looked towards Qin Wanxiao. President, this time I plan to personally lead the hunting team to hunt beasts. Moreover, we will live broadcast the entire hunting process, Ying Xian said, his gaze flashing with a cold light. Xingqing has been too quiet during this period. It seems that people have forgotten about the overall strength of Xingqing, which far surpasses any other city. Now that both he and Huang Sang have emerged from seclusion, their strength significantly enhanced, it is time for a major move to reshape the impression others have of Xingqing. Qin Wanxiao understood Ying Xian's thoughts and nodded. Alright, this time you lead the team, livestream the hunt, and let others see that our SSS in Xingqing are not comparable to those who only became SSS by stealing resources. Rest assured, President. Ying Xian smiled. Upon hearing this, a long-lost smile appeared on Qin Wanxiao's face. He was now looking forward to seeing other cities' reactions when they witnessed Ying Xian's displayed strength and realized the gap between newly promoted SSS ability users like Yi Shuechen and Ying Xian. Would they regret not having fostered good relations with Xingqing when it was at its lowest? Back when Ying Xian and Huang Sang were still in seclusion, Chen Xian had to swallow his pride and ask others for resources, but now things were different. With the current strength of Ying Xian and Huang Sang, even if one of them needed to stay in Xingqing, deploying just one of them would be enough to gather ample exotic beast meat and various resources effortlessly. By then, those who had previously approached Qin Wanxiao only to be turned away. Even if they now wanted to offer resources to seek his protection, it would depend on whether Qin Wanxiao was in the mood to agree. After all, they only had that one chance and they failed to seize it. They couldn't blame Qin Wanxiao. Thinking this, Qin Wanxiao's lips curled into a smirk, already imagining the city guardians regretting their past decisions, kneeling before him begging for protection. In recent days, Chen Xian has been quite busy. Is that President Feng from Fengchun? You also plan to relocate to Qiqing? I'm sorry, but we're still settling people from Yun City, and Qiqing might not have the capacity to cooperate with other cities on relocation right now. How about this? Once I've settled the people from Yun City, I'll find a suitable time to contact you and we'll talk then. Let's keep in touch later. Chen Xian spoke these words with practiced ease, only hanging up after hearing his interlocutor's tone tinged with regret and a hint of reluctance. After ending the call, Chen Xian let out a long sigh. Over the past few days, he had repeated these lines at least 10 times. Each repetition meant that Chen Xian had declined yet another city guardian's proposal to relocate their city to Qiqing. It seemed that the news about Lord Li Xiao being in Qiqing could no longer be concealed. Chen Xian's expression turned peculiar. Although Chen Xian had mentally prepared for the possibility that the news of Li Xiao in Qiqing might leak while he and Yi Shui assisted the people of Yun City in their migration, he had never anticipated such a thorough exposure. The reactions from the other city guardians were also more exaggerated than expected. In just a few days, more than 10 city guardians who were familiar with Chen Xian had contacted him directly. There were even more whom, feeling it presumptuous to call directly, opted to send private messages instead. One evening, after sorting out affairs in Qiqing and just before checking his messages at night, the sheer volume of private messages from other city guardians nearly crashed his communicator. Chen Xian felt somewhat helpless about this situation. If it had been just one or two guardians, he might have arranged the next migration sooner. But with so many cities reaching out at once, Chen Xian felt overwhelmed. So many people expressing the desire to relocate their entire cities to one place was unprecedented. Even the Star City Ability Association hadn't received such treatment back in the day. After all, those who had led their cities to join the Star City Ability Association had mostly done so out of necessity because their own cities no longer had the capacity to fend off the beast tides on their own. But Chen Xian's situation was different this time. These were cities that had managed to withstand the beast tides on their own for 5 years after their onset. Although their daily lives might not have been easy, they had developed the capacity to withstand long-term beast attacks as long as no beast king appeared. Despite this, they resolutely contacted Chen Xian, expressing their desire to relocate their entire cities. This was certainly not due to the allure of Qiqing alone, rather it was because they had learned that Li Xiao was in Qiqing. Such was the influence of Lord Li Xiao. Just the name Li Xiao was enough to inspire countless people to follow. Chen Xian's reverence for Li Xiao deepened, yet there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Despite so many city guardians expressing their desire to relocate, whether to merge with Qichong or to build their own cities nearby. For Qiqing, this was all a good thing. The proximity of the cities made mutual assistance during beast tide simpler. However, relocating wasn't so straightforward. Take the recent relocation of Yunqing for instance. On the way they encountered a beast king. If not for the Black Python's fatal misstep in attempting to destroy Qiqing while Chen Xian and his team were away, which resulted in the python nearly losing its life after an encounter with Li Xiao, and the white tiger also getting startled by the python's injuries, the safe escort of Yunqing would not have been so challenging. They were lucky this time. To hope for such luck again and ensuring a damage-free journey next time would not be easy. Moreover, the distances from other cities to Qiqing were generally much greater than from Yunqing to Qiqing. It seemed that they would only be able to find solutions one by one after settling Yunqing. Chen Xian sighed. Even though he was an SSS level superpower user and had the help of Yi Shui, it was still somewhat unrealistic to expect so many cities to converge in a short period. At that moment there was a knock at the door. "Lord Chen Xian, are you there?" a voice suddenly called from outside. Hearing the knock, Chen Xian couldn't help but rub his temples to alleviate some of the mental fatigue he had accumulated over this period. "Come in," he said. After his words, the door, which had been closed, automatically opened a crack. A superpower user walked in from outside. If Li Xiao were here, he would recognize this person as Su Qing, whom Chen Xian had previously assigned to assist Li Xiao with his tasks. "You're here, Su Qing. Has the Beast King meat that Lord Li Xiao didn't take been processed?" Su Qing nodded. "All processed. The Beast King meat has been specially air-dried and the energy content in the meat has been well preserved with less than 10% wasted during the process." Less than 10%? That's not bad. Chen Xian nodded slightly. Less than 10% energy waste was indeed minimal. Importantly, after processing, the Beast King meat could be preserved for a long time. After all, if the meat of a Beast King was not processed after death, it would not take long before it began to rot and decay due to various issues. Now that it was processed, the Beast King meat could finally be stored long-term, and its effects were estimated to be no less potent than some top-tier natural treasures, at least within their Qiqing. It was considered a top-tier item. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Chen Xian asked again, "What did Lord Li Xiao say about the air-dried Beast King meat?" Although Li Xiao had not taken the Beast King meat directly back with him after they returned to Qiqing, the ownership of the meat was still technically Li Xiao's. In response to Chen Xian's inquiry, Su Qing quickly answered, "Don't worry, Lord Chen Xian. Following your instructions, we air-dried the Beast King meat and immediately took it to Lord Li Xiao." However, Su Qing's voice paused briefly, prompting Chen Xian to press for more details. "However, what?" Su Qing shook his head slightly. "Lord Li Xiao didn't want much. He just took a symbolic amount and asked us to deliver a portion to Miss Yi Shui. The rest he insisted we take back." As he spoke, a look of inexplicable reverence for Li Xiao shone in Su Qing's eyes, recalling how Li Xiao had casually asked them to take the Beast King meat back. It seemed that in Li Xiao's presence what they brought was not Beast King meat at all, but merely a trivial gift between ordinary people. Su Qing even felt that Li Xiao accepted a small portion of the meat simply out of politeness, not wanting to outright refuse them. Hearing Su Qing's words, Chen Xian's expression also turned complex for a moment. Ever since Li Xiao arrived in Qi City, Chen Xian had felt that no matter what it was, even resources considered precious by others, they seemed to hold no allure for Li Xiao. On the contrary, since arriving in Qi City, whether intentionally or not, Li Xiao had brought considerable aid to the city. This included the recent decisions by guardians of other cities who were eager to move near Qi City or even merge with it, all of which were indirectly linked to Li Xiao. Chen Xian suggested, since Lord Li Xiao declined, let's store the Beast King meat properly in our resource vault. After learning that Li Xiao had only taken a symbolic amount of the dried Beast King meat, Chen Xian did not insist on sending more to Li Xiao as a gesture. On reflection, Chen Xian suddenly felt perhaps he was overthinking. In doing so, he felt he was creating unnecessary distance from Li Xiao. After all, with Li Xiao's current status in Qi City, whether or not gifts were delivered to him personally was no longer significant. If Li Xiao wanted something, as long as it was available in Qi City, he could simply take it from the city's resource vault without much discussion. Su Qing, your strength. Suddenly noticing something, Chen Xian looked at Su Qing with surprise. Su Qing had been an A-level esper for a while, but because Qi City lacked sufficient resources for espers to upgrade their abilities, his level had plateaued at A for some time. Now, after just a few days, Su Qing's strength had reached S level. Even now, there was a clear fluctuation around him, a sign of a recent breakthrough in his abilities. Hearing Chen Xian's sudden question, Su Qing's face showed a slightly embarrassed smile. I owe it to the Beast King meat that Lord Li Xiao treated us to a few days ago. Having been one of the stronger A-level espers for a long time, the only thing Su Qing lacked was the resources for a breakthrough. The Beast King meat barbecue on the city wall that Li Xiao hosted had provided just the right amount of energy Su Qing needed. After digesting the meat from that day, Su Qing had naturally progressed to the next level. I see. Hearing Su Qing's explanation, Chen Xian's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. It wasn't just him who had made breakthroughs. Many ability users who had eaten the Beast King's meat that day had broken through, especially those whose abilities had been stuck at a certain level. Su Qing's voice rose again. Not only Su Qing had broken through, but many others had as well? Recently, Chen Xian had been so busy dealing with affairs in Yun City that he hadn't paid much attention to the status of the ability users in Qi City. Hearing such good news now, a flash of delight couldn't help but pass through his eyes. Those whose abilities had been stuck had now broken through, so, in just a few days, the overall strength of his Qi City had been enhanced again. The effect of the Beast King's meat seemed even more useful than Chen Xian had imagined. Originally, Chen Xian was somewhat unclear about the specific uses of the Beast King's meat. However, Su Qing's words had suddenly clarified its purpose. It seemed that in the future it would be worthwhile to pay more attention to those ability users on the verge of breaking through and to distribute a certain amount of Beast King's meat to them. After all, even the most powerful A-level ability user could hardly match the combat power of an S-level when there's a gap of an ability realm. Using the Beast King's meat to enhance the ability levels of the ability users was beneficial and harmless to Qi City. Moreover, in recent times, many ability users from both Yun City and Qi City had been contributing their efforts to build housing for the million people migrating to Yun City. It wouldn't take much time before all the basic infrastructure needed for the residents of Yun City could be completed. With stronger ability users in Qi City, the time required could be further shortened. Lord Li Xiao unknowingly had helped them in Qi City a great deal. Once again, Chen Xian felt a deep sense of gratitude in his heart. Alright, there's nothing else, you can go on with your duties, Chen Xian said with a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, waving his hand to signal Su Qing to leave. Su Qing didn't linger long, saying goodbye and exiting Chen Xian's room, carefully closing the door behind him. After Su Qing's footsteps faded away, Chen Xian in the room closed his eyes and leisurely stretched. Buzz, buzz, suddenly the communicator placed on the table beside Chen Xian began to vibrate. Someone looking for me. Opening his eyes, Chen Xian's gaze flickered slightly as he looked towards the communicator on the table. Casually picking up the communicator, Chen Xian prepared to answer the call, thinking it was another city guardian who knew that Li Xiao was currently residing in Qi City and wanted to discuss ideas about relocating the city. However, this time Chen Xian was mistaken, as his eyes shifted to the screen of the communicator in his hand. It was not a call request or a private chat, but rather a broadcast on a public channel known to all the cities. A new message appeared, originating unmistakably from Xingqing. Upon seeing this, Chen Xian's brows immediately furrowed. He vividly remembered the events from before. It seemed that every time Qin Wanxiao sent a message in the public channel, some trouble was bound to stir. With this thought, Chen Xian still proceeded to read the message sent by Qin Wanxiao from Xingqing. However, as he finished reading, his brows furrowed even deeper. An SSS class leading a hunting party to showcase the true capabilities of an SSS class psychic. SSS class? What was happening in Xingqing? To hunt beasts, they needed to deploy an SSS class psychic. During this time, Chen Xian had also heard bits and pieces about the recent situation in Xingqing from others. Lately, Xingqing seemed to be severely short on resources, but to deploy an SSS-class psychic just to hunt beasts seemed excessively exaggerated, didn't it? Or was it that Xingqing had fallen on such hard times that without the SSS class taking action, they couldn't even maintain daily resource expenditures? Thinking thus, Chen Xian's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he clicked on the link sent by Qin Wanxiao. The moment Chen Xian clicked on Qin Wanxiao's link, the screen on his communicator instantly shifted to display a new live broadcast. From a corner of the broadcast screen, lush towering trees could faintly be seen, suggesting that this location was no longer within the city but had ventured into the wilderness. Several figures appeared in the middle of the screen. Although only their backs were visible, one could see the high-quality equipment they carried. They wore uniform outfits, each adorned with weapons crafted from special metals designed for psychics. Uniquely, the person at the forefront was dressed in casual short-sleeved attire and carried nothing with him, strolling leisurely through the wilderness where beasts could appear at any moment. Just then, amidst the silence of the dense forest, the rustling of leaves and the slight cracking of twigs could be heard. The next moment, from a dark area, a shadow burst through the air at a terrifying speed towards the hunting squad. The sharp claws, concealed by the sunlight filtered through the dense forest canopy, emitted a chilling cold light, as if in the next moment they could sever the entire squad in half. But at that moment a faint blue flame suddenly appeared, illuminating the dimly lit forest overshadowed by the giant trees. The flame also lit up the shadow lurking in the darkness, a monstrous beast nearly 100 meters long with fangs and eyes glowing a ghostly green, resembling a terrifying cheetah. Typically, the larger the beast, the more formidable its strength. This nearly 100-meter-long physique indicated at least an SS-class level of power, and it was not a weak one at that. A deep, bloodthirsty growl erupted from the beast's mouth. It showed no hesitation upon being discovered. Instead, its eyes gleamed with an intensified ferocity. However, before the cheetah could act, the previously faint blue flame suddenly expanded, and within the blue flame a heavy pressure emerged. Bang! Under the terrifying pressure of supernatural powers, the cheetah was heavily pinned to the ground. The ferocity in its eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by panic. In the next moment, a pale blue flame enveloped the cheetah's nearly 100-meter-long body, scorching it. The screams rose swiftly and then faded just as quickly. When the cheetah was completely dead, the pale blue flames that had enveloped it shrank back into a small flame, leaping back into the hands of the young man dressed in casual short sleeves. From the appearance of this SS-level cheetah to its death, the whole process took no more than 5 seconds. Chen Xian watched the entire scene but was not particularly surprised by the death of the SS-level beast. For an SSS-level superpower user, killing an SS-level beast was not a difficult task. However, Chen Xian slightly frowned as he recalled the young man who had acted, trying to remember his name. Was it Ying Xian? In contrast to Chen Xian's calmness, others who had come to watch because of Qin Wanxiao's message reacted differently. Their powers were not strong, all at the SS level. Seeing Ying Xian effortlessly dispatch a beast similar in strength to themselves, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Although the overall strength of Xing City had declined after the previous beast tide, it still possessed 2 SSS-level individuals, making its overall power incomparable to their smaller cities. That superpower user Ying Xian, right? Truly deserving of the SSS level. The gap between him and us is indeed vast, someone commented in the public channel where Qin Wanxiao had spoken, acknowledging Ying Xian's strength. Despite the recent grim times in Xing City and the controversial moves by its leader, Qin Wanxiao, the strength of an SSS-level superpower user was undeniably strong. Many city defenders echoed similar thoughts. Qin Wanxiao, unaware of the exact thoughts running through the city defenders' minds, simply smiled upon seeing the praises for Ying Xian and began typing on his keyboard. Killing a low-level beast is nothing for a true SSS-level superpower user. Just hope that you all don't confuse some newcomers to the SSS level with Ying Xian. This statement by Qin Wanxiao was soon seen by many of the city defenders, causing their expressions to shift subtly. Among the known SSS level individuals, apart from the 2 from Xing City, it seemed that only Chen Xian and Yi Shui from Qiqing could be considered newcomers to the SSS level. Chairman Qin, when you speak of confusing matters, just what do you mean? Could it be that you think Chairman Chen Xian of Qiqing and Miss Yi Shui are inferior to the SSS class from your Xingqing? A city defender suddenly spoke up. Indeed, if we're talking about a gap in strength, we've all seen Miss Yi Shui hold her own against the Beast King, whereas those SSS class from your Xingqing seem to. Another city defender added his voice. Qin Wanxiao's words seemed to confuse them a bit. Is this live hunt broadcast really just to belittle the superhumans of Qiqing inside the Xingqing Superhuman Association? Seeing these questioning responses, Qin Wanxiao's expression turned slightly cold. He chuckled. Chairman, do not mistake ignorance for confidence. Since when has merely clashing with the Beast King once been enough to confirm Miss Yi Shue's ability to oppose the Beast King? By your logic, wouldn't our Xingqing's SSS class, who battled the White Tiger for quite some time, be considered much stronger than Miss Yi Shue? His words caused many defenders who initially thought Qin Wanxiao was just trying to undermine Chen Xian and Yi Shue to pause in slight astonishment. For a moment, they didn't know what to say since they were only SS class and couldn't judge the standards of those stronger than themselves. But, considering Qin Wanxiao's words, there seemed to be some truth. Perhaps they had indeed overestimated Yi Shue's abilities. As they pondered, a hint of doubt appeared in many eyes. Seeing the sudden silence in the public channel, Qin Wanxiao understood the effect of his words, his lips curling into a cold smile. Following that, Qin Wanxiao spoke again, and for a while no one dared to respond to his questioning. Although Yi Shue and Chen Xian's breakthrough to SSS class was good news for their smaller city, no one could really find fault with what Qin Wanxiao had said. After all, the last time Yi Shue was seen in Xingqing, she was only SS class. Even if Yi Shue had advanced to SSS class, it hadn't been very long. In such a short time, it seemed indeed unlikely for Yi Shue to suddenly possess the strength to contend with the Beast King. The chat channel was now somewhat quiet. Qin Wanxiao's lips twisted into a smile, having felt stifled for so long. Now that Ying Xian and Huang Sang, two SSS class superhumans from Xingqing, had emerged, it finally gave Qin Wanxiao a chance to feel vindicated. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, the Ying Xian team was on a beast hunting mission. Although the live broadcast by Ying Xian's team had only been going on for about half an hour, in this short time, starting from the SS class hunting leopard beast they initially killed, they had taken down several other strong beasts, with Ying Xian and SSS class superhuman leading the sensory detection. Centered around Ying Xian as the leader, the exotic beasts in the vast surrounding area had nowhere to hide. It seemed that this display was deliberately meant to showcase the results of the hunt. As the captain of the hunting team, Ying Xian deviated from the usual practice. Instead of placing trackers on each slain beast for other teams to receive notifications and recover the creatures, he had his team members carry the beasts openly and follow behind him, what was normally a risky behavior turned into a strategy under Ying Xian's leadership, drawing more beasts closer and significantly speeding up the hunting process. As time passed, Ying Xian's team had culled more than 20 exotic beasts, including 2 of SS rank and 4 of S rank, with the rest not being lower than B rank. Observers, many of whom turned to the live stream of the hunt in Xing City after hearing Qin Wanxiao's remarks on the public channel, looked on with envy at the parade of creatures carried by Ying Xian's team. The quantity of beasts hunted by Ying Xian's team in just half a day was something that small city hunting teams venturing out for an entire month might not be able to match. After all, securing beasts of S rank and above posed a great challenge to other small city teams, not to mention the even more formidable SS rank beasts that were beyond their hunting capabilities. Qin Wanxiao, upon seeing the haul from Ying Xian and his team, laughed heartily. His smile was uncontrollable, convinced more than ever that entrusting most of the resources from the Ability Association's resource bank to Ying Xian and Huang Sang for priority breakthroughs in their abilities was the most correct decision he had ever made. With an SSS rank ability holder like Ying Xian participating in the hunt, the efficiency was incomparable to any previous effort, surpassing even the golden days of Xing City. At this moment, if Ying Xian chose to end the hunt and bring back the current prey, the total number of beasts would likely suffice the power users of Xing City for a while. Considering their considerable numbers compared to other cities, the catch from this single expedition alone could potentially meet the needs of another city for a month under normal circumstances. Not to mention, among the hunted creatures were 2 SS rank beasts. The meat of SS rank beasts was not just a daily resource. For ability users, it was a high-level resource, a valuable commodity exchanged between different cities. It is worth mentioning that over the past 5 years since the beast tide began, SS rank beast meat had almost been monopolized by Xing City. In the realm of smaller cities, none have the capability to hunt SS-grade mythical beasts. This thought crossed Qin Wanxiao's mind as a cold glint flashed in his eyes and a sneer formed on his lips. He recalled how others had doubted the capabilities of his own Xing City, preferring to curry favor with Qi City instead. Now, Qin Wanxiao looked forward to seeing how these cities, which lacked top-tier mythical beast meat, would come crawling back to Xing City out of necessity for SS-grade meat. This exclusive access to top resources was one of the reasons why Qing City could far outpace other smaller cities in development. Qin Wanshao eagerly anticipated the reaction of those who had previously tried to borrow beast meat from him but had hung up with excuses. He wondered how they would act when they desperately contacted him again to exchange for SS grade beast meat. With these thoughts, Qin Wanshao glanced at the lower left corner of the live stream screen of the Yingxian hunting team. The corner displayed the IP locations of the guardians from various cities tuning into the stream. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Among the listed names he did not find Chen Xian. Qin Wanshao clearly remembered that Chen Xian had watched for a while before. Perhaps jealousy had made him leave early after seeing the substantial gains Qing City had achieved this time. Curling his lips in mockery, Qin Wanshao casually took a screenshot of the prey captured by the Yingxian hunting team and switched back to the public channel. He tagged Chen Xian in his message. President Chen Xian, I heard that recently Qi City has been overwhelmed with the task of accommodating refugees from Yun City. You probably haven't had the time to hunt for mythical beast meat. Moreover, being a small city, your regular resources must already be stretched thin, and now with so many from Yun City, I doubt you have enough beast meat to go around. After finishing his message, Qin Wanshao sent the screenshot of the hunted mythical beasts piled up like a small mountain. With a smile playing on his lips, Qin Wanshao continued, Qing City just happened to casually hunt some beasts, not many, but if President Chen Xian is interested, you could contact me and I could prioritize trading with you. After sending these two messages, Qin Wanshao felt a surge of relief wash over him. His breathing became smooth, free from any oppression. He couldn't help but let out a few hearty laughs, the first time he had felt so unburdened in a long while. Meanwhile, after Qin Wanshao had sent those messages, Chen Xian's communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Recently, there had been a lot to handle in Qi City. Although Chen Xian had also clicked into the live hunt of the Yingxian hunting team, he only watched briefly before leaving. After all, as an SSS-level superhuman himself, the SS-level beasts Yingxian hunted were of little concern to him. With such time on his hands, it was better to resolve the remaining issues in Qi City first. Lord Chen Xian, all the beast meat has been secured in the resource storehouse, reported his assistant. An internal message from Qi Qing appeared on Chen Xian's backstage, sent by Su Qing. After receiving his instructions from Chen Xian, Su Qing had begun placing the dried beast king meat into the Qi Qing resource storage. Attached was a photo from Su Qing. It showed a square-shaped sealed storage room that looked spacious and was kept very dry and cold. However, this spacious storage room was now filled with rows of neatly cut and arranged beast king meat. Lord Chen Xian, one storage room isn't enough for all this beast king meat, the rest is taking up about 2.5 more storage rooms, Su Qing reported. Seeing this message, Chen Xian couldn't help but smile. Only 3.5 storage rooms in total. If possible, I would have wanted even more space for the beast king meat, he thought. The total amount was much more than he had anticipated. I understand, Chen Xian responded, then promptly made arrangements and casually put his communicator back into his pocket. But just a few seconds after returning the communicator, the pocket on the outside of his thigh where the device was kept suddenly vibrated again. What now? Chen Xian frowned slightly, taking out the communicator again, half expecting Su Qing or someone else from Qi Qing to be contacting him. However, as he looked at the screen, he realized the message wasn't from within. Instead, it was from Qin Wanshao on a public channel, accompanied by a picture of a hunting team led by Ying Xian capturing exotic beasts. The beasts in the picture were piled high, forming a small mountain. President Chen Xian, if you're short on exotic beast meat, you can contact us at Xingcheng. We will prioritize your needs. The message from Qin Wanshao read, who had specifically tagged him. Chen Xian knew well that Qin Wanshao wasn't suddenly being generous or seeking to help Qi Qing out of goodwill. Is this guy just showing off his strength to me? Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged. With so many recent events in Qi Qing, seeing Qin Wanshao's message seemed merely a boastful gesture. Chen Xian was naturally disinclined to engage much with Qin Wanshao and prepared to ignore him and focus on his own tasks. However, just then another message from Qin Wanshao popped up. President Chen Xian, you're not feeling too shy to ask Qingqing for a resource trade, are you? Rest assured, even though you've sheltered the traitor Li Xiao, I Qin Wanshao am not petty. If you have sufficient resources, such as SS-grade top-tier exotic beast meat, we are still willing to trade with you. Fair and square. Upon receiving the message, Chen Xian's gaze immediately darkened. If Qin Wanshao had simply come to boast, Chen Xian would naturally have ignored him. However, when the conversation turned to Lord Li Xiao, that was a different matter. Chuckling coldly, Qin Wanshao, the chairman, said, SS level beast meat is hardly a high level resource, you might as well keep it for yourselves in Xingqing lest you run out soon and need to borrow more. Chen Xian replied with an icy tone, on the other side. Seeing Chen Xian's response, especially the last remark about borrowing beast meat, Qin Wanshao's expression also darkened. SS level beast meat isn't a high level resource. Chairman Chen, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Unless I'm mistaken, even as the strongest ability user in Xiqing, you haven't had SS level beast meat many times in these past few years, have you? Qin Wanshao sneered sarcastically. Now that Chairman Chen is an SSS level ability user, I guess your standards have changed, huh? To think that SS level beast meat is now considered a low level resource. Qin Wanshao continued mockingly, I never thought I'd see the day when Chairman Chen, a city guardian, would say sour grapes because he can't eat them. Even though you've reached SSS level, for someone who has just entered SSS level to say that SS level beast meat isn't a high level resource shows just how jealous and stubborn you are. If SS level isn't high level, what should it be, king level beast meat? Even Xingqing doesn't have access to that kind of level yet, in the public channel. As the quarrel between the two escalated, other city guardians hesitated to chime in, creating a moment of silence, with only Chen Xian and Qin Wanshao continuing their exchange. But just then a photo suddenly appeared from Chen Xian's side. Many focused their eyes and saw that the image showed a storage room filled with rows of dried beast meat. However, the quality and origin of the meat couldn't be determined from the photo alone since it had already been processed. Seeing the seemingly random photo sent by Chen Xian, Qin Wanshao's smile grew even wider, his eyes displaying contempt. He couldn't help but scoff. What's this, Chairman Chen? Are you trying to say that the dried meat in your photo is superior to the fresh SS level beast meat that Ing Xian and his team just hunted? If that's the case, I might as well snap a random photo of meat and claim it's more precious than SS level beast meat. Oh Chen Xian, you really are regressing, trying to argue with such tactics. What's it called? Oh yes, a moral victory. Leaning back on his sofa, Qin Wanshao smirked mockingly, but the next moment, without saying a word, Chen Xian sent another photo. The perspective of this photograph appears to be taken from the patrol walls of Xiqing, looking inward towards the center of the city. The angle is simple yet striking, drawing the eyes of all who view it directly to the center of the image. There, lying quietly in the middle, is the torso of a black serpent, its body half severed and covered with dark scales. Upon seeing the half-body of the black serpent in the photograph, everyone's eyes widened in shock. This familiar sight of the serpent's torso was unmistakable. It was indeed the lower half of the same giant black serpent they had seen during the migration from Yunqing, a sight they could not possibly forget. Though many had already speculated that the black serpent had suffered greatly at the hands of Li Xiao, they had not imagined the extent of its defeat. Previously, many had thought that the missing half of the black serpent's body might have been obliterated during its battle with Li Xiao, but now it was clear that it wasn't merely destroyed, it had been forcibly severed by Li Xiao and brought back intact to Xiqing. This photograph sparked immense curiosity among the city's guardians about what exactly had transpired outside the walls of Xiqing that day. However, without any video footage, the full details of the encounter between the black serpent and Li Xiao were left to their imaginations. But one thing was certain, the black serpent's fate that day was far grimmer than they had initially thought. Then the conversation shifted as someone asked, so Chairman Chen Xian, are you suggesting that the dried meat in that storage room is made from this black serpent's beast meat? As the city guardians looked back and forth between the two photos Chen Xian had shared, understanding dawned on some while others couldn't help but ask. After the question, they looked at the photo of the storage room filled with beast meat with a mix of envy and jealousy so intense it was almost palpable. If it weren't for the impossibility of reaching through the photo, one could only imagine what they might attempt to do. So much king beast meat, an entire storage room of it, even a fraction, no, even a tenth of that bounty would be enough to make them wake up laughing from their dreams. This was a true strategic resource, a top-tier asset indeed. In comparison, the SS-grade beast meat that Qin Wanshao had been bragging about seemed rather insignificant. With this revelation, those who had earlier witnessed the argument between Qin Wanshao and Chen Xian began to look at Qin Wanshao's statements with renewed skepticism and curiosity, pondering whether Chen Xian truly had something even more valuable than SS-grade beast meat. Qin Wanshao had no issues with his earlier statements. However, now Chen Xian had actually brought out a piece of beast king meat which was many times more superior than the SS-grade exotic beast meat. The situation seemed to have flipped 2 levels suddenly, and on the other hand, at the Star City Psychic Association, Qin Wanshao's room was now completely silent. The laughter that had occasionally filled the room earlier was now completely absent. At this moment Qin Wanxiao's face was devoid of any smile. The moment Chen Xian produced the Beast King meat, jealousy surged, and the old saying about sour grapes and psychological victories seemed to reverse its target. Qin Wanxiao's earlier mockery of Chen Xian now seemed to fiercely backfire on him, causing him intense emotional pain. The joy that Qin Wanxiao had felt from the great gains made by Ying Xian during his beast hunting expedition had vanished without a trace. Qin Wanxiao's fingers were tightly gripping the back of the sofa he was leaning against. The once intact sofa now sported several holes due to Qin Wanxiao's grip. Staring at the two pictures sent by Qin Xian, Qin Wanxiao's gaze was somewhat distorted, his teeth clenched in frustration. How could it be? How could Qiqing actually have Beast King meat? Small Qiqing, how could they obtain Beast King level exotic beast meat and a whole storage room full of it? While others might feel envious, Qin Wanxiao's eyes were filled with intense jealousy. It should be them, Star City, who deserved the Beast King meat. A small Qiqing, what merits did they have? What Qin Wanxiao didn't know was that Qiqing currently didn't just have one storage room of Beast King meat but actually 3.5, otherwise Qin Wanxiao's jealousy might have been even stronger. Even so, looking at that photograph, Qin Wanxiao's eyes couldn't help but slightly redden, with reality reflecting what was previously just metaphorical red eye. Suddenly Qin Wanxiao's communication device started vibrating. The screen displayed a message from Ying Xian. President, we have currently hunted 2 SS grade, 5 S grade and about 20 A and B grade exotic beasts. We are preparing to end this hunting trip and return to Star City. Normally, seeing that Ying Xian's team had hunted so many exotic beasts, Qin Wanxiao would have been very pleased. But at this moment, looking at the message from Ying Xian, Qin Wanxiao couldn't muster even a slight smile. The results of this exotic beast hunt might seem plentiful, but if one were to compare the quality, the total value might not even add up to a tenth of what was in Chen Xian's storage room photo. After all, that was Beast King meat. The energy contained within, if consumed more, might even be enough to help some psychics who had been stuck at SS level for a long time to break through to SSS level. The communicator vibrated again, and after realizing that Qin Wanxiao had not replied for a while, Ying Xian sent another message. President, are you not there? Upon receiving Ying Xian's urging, Qin Wanxiao finally snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, managing to suppress the negative emotions that had surged upon learning that Chen Xian had an entire storage filled with Beast King meat. I understand, come back now, he replied to Ying Xian. After sending the message, Qin Wanxiao felt as if all strength had left his body. He slumped listlessly onto the sofa, no longer interested in the ongoing chatter within the public communication channel. He didn't want to look at it anymore, nor did he have the heart to. On the other side, Chen Xian was oblivious to how the casual posting of 2 photos had deeply impacted Qin Wanxiao's psyche. Initially indifferent to Qin Wanxiao's antics, Chen Xian had his hands full with the affairs of Qiqing. However, Qin Wanxiao had overstepped boundaries, not only flaunting his hunting successes but even attempting to belittle Li Xiao. Knowing how much Li Xiao had helped Qiqing, Chen Xian, as the city's guardian, was acutely aware of his contributions. Seeing Li Xiao inexplicably insulted, Chen Xian could not hold back. He posted those 2 photos without further explanation, knowing well that these images of the Beast King meat would speak louder than words. Now, observing the public communication channel, Chen Xian noted that Qin Wanxiao, who had been quite smug earlier, seemed to have vanished into thin air without leaving a single new message. A smile finally broke on Chen Xian's face as he pocketed his communicator. This casual slap in Qin Wanxiao's face was a minor diversion in the midst of his busy schedule in Qiqing. Chen Xian, though not a paragon of virtue, had a clear sense of right and wrong. He was well aware of who had been genuinely helping Qiqing during this period. Of course, despite the recent events, Chen Xian didn't rush to boast to Li Xiao. It wasn't something to be proud of, and letting Li Xiao know might even dampen his mood, something Chen Xian preferred to avoid. Hovering over Qiqing, Chen Xian looked down at the city from above. Parts of Qiqing, once in ruins, now had nearly completed infrastructures. Many residents relocated from Yunqing had been settled in. These new members of Qiqing, though not fully integrated and still somewhat uncomfortable with their new environment, were gradually adapting. This adjustment would take time, but overall Chen Xian was satisfied with the recent developments in Qiqing. Meanwhile, Li Xiao did not need to be as constantly concerned with Qiqing's development as Chen Xian. Within a small courtyard, Li Xiao stood facing the west side of the yard. Initially awarded by the system, the 3 mutant seedlings Li Xiao planted had undergone significant changes. Though it had only been about a month since the seedlings were planted, they no longer appeared fragile and delicate as if they could be snapped by a slight force. In just a month, these seedlings had grown to nearly 3 to 4 meters tall. The main trunks had sprouted thin branches dotted with tender green buds. Such rapid growth in a short period was unusual even for regular trees, let alone these mutant trees that could bear enhancement fruits in the future. Thanks to the daily watering from the supernatural spring, which could accelerate plant growth, these mutant trees grew at an extraordinary rate. Observing the buds on the branches, which might soon fully develop and even bear fruit, Li Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before new enhancement fruits were available. Previously, the system had granted Li Xiao a total of 9 ability enhancement fruits and 9 mental enhancement fruits through daily tasks. Although the system continued to issue daily tasks, unfortunately no more enhancement fruits appeared and the rewards were mostly random mutant vegetable seeds. Li Xiao found himself missing the enhancement fruits. Although his body had developed some resistance to the fruits, they still had a significantly greater effect compared to the meat of beast kings. Not to mention the taste of the enhancement fruits was very much to Li Xiao's liking. With a swoosh, he scooped up spring water and poured it evenly around where the roots of the 3 mutant trees met the soil. A special energy in the water from the supernatural spring quickly took effect. A faint glow appeared on the trunks of the trees, covering their bark like a thin veil of luminescent film. It might have been an illusion, but the 3 mutant trees seemed to grow visibly taller and sturdier in just that moment. They've grown a bit more, Li Xiao noted with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, sensing something, he turned to look toward the entrance of his courtyard. A graceful figure was approaching from the corner of the distant street, heading towards Li Xiao's courtyard. It was naturally Yi Shui who would visit Li Xiao's courtyard when not otherwise occupied. Dressed in a pink short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts that reached her knees, one could glimpse the flawless straight lower legs beneath. In such attire, Yi Shui hardly looked like a powerful mutant capable of contending with beast kings. Instead, she resembled an ordinary young woman from the city, an identity that had been hers before the beast tide had struck. Not long after Yi Shui arrived at Li Xiao's courtyard from a nearby street corner, she gently pushed open the half-open gate and stepped inside. Li Xiao, who was casually setting aside a water ladle, looked up and greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Shui, it's been a few days, and it seems you've made quite some gains," he remarked. Yi Shui, although her supernatural abilities hadn't changed much in intensity since a few days ago, had a major difference now. Her energy fluctuations were more contained. Lacking the sharpness that was evident earlier, this indicated that she had gained a much more adept control over her powers. While the strength of her abilities remained the same, her combat effectiveness had definitely increased significantly. "Yes, indeed, it seems I can't hide anything from you," Yi Shui responded, her face showing a hint of dissatisfaction. She had initially planned to surprise Li Xiao, but he had immediately spoken of her recent progress, which somewhat upset her. In front of Li Xiao, it seemed impossible to conceal even the slightest hint of her powers. "By the way, I heard you've been sparring with Chen Xian again recently," Li Xiao suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui nodded slightly. Whenever she felt a breakthrough in her strength, she would seek out Chen Xian for a duel to test her new capabilities. Initially, it went well. However, these days, perhaps out of fear of being bested by Yi Shui, Chen Xian had started making excuses about being too busy to accept her challenges. "You know," Li Xiao said, looking at Yi Shui with a mix of helplessness and amusement, "you used to be quite content before. How come now, after reaching SSS level, you've become even more eager for power?" Although Li Xiao rarely went out, spending most of his time in the courtyard and only occasionally visiting Qi City, it didn't mean he was unaware of the happenings around him. In fact, Chen Xian had even come to see him a few days ago because of Yi Shui. Initially, Chen Xian was quite willing to spar with Yi Shui as they were both newly advanced to SSS level and sparring could be mutually beneficial. But the more he dueled with Yi Shui, the more he felt something was off. Being at the same SSS level, how could Yi Shui be so much stronger than him? Especially after the last time they protected the migration team returning to Yun City, Chen Xian found it increasingly difficult to inflict any damage on Yi Shui during their spars. Each session seemed to end quicker than the last, almost crushing Chen Xian's confidence. Just a few days ago, Chen Xian finally felt overwhelmed and thought of asking Li Xiao for advice, hoping that Yi Shui would stop challenging him. "You mustn't bully Chen Xian anymore, he's got a lot on his plate with the affairs of Qi City," Li Xiao advised. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the current Chen Xian, perhaps even combing the strength of 3 men, might not match Yi Shui. If Yi Shui kept challenging Chen Xian, it would truly be too much. Moreover, Chen Xian really was quite busy struggling to manage the myriad affairs of Qi City every day. his progress in strength was far slower than Yi Shui, who was fully focused on her training. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Yi Shui obediently nodded her head, though her expression carried a hint of resignation mixed with her compliance. Li Xiao simply smiled and shook his head slightly. With your current strength, sparring with Chen Xian doesn't hold much meaning anymore. Instead, if you feel your strength has improved significantly again, you can come and find me. Chen Xian no longer possessed the capability to spar effectively with Yi Shui, but for Li Xiao, facing Yi Shui was more than manageable. It was almost an understatement to call their sessions sparring. It would be more apt to describe them as feeding moves to Yi Shui. After all, although Yi Shui's strength was formidable enough to confront a beast king alone, she still had a long way to go to reach Li Xiao's level of prowess. Meanwhile, in another part of the small courtyard, the two continued their discussion. Elsewhere, in the headquarters of Qi City's superhuman division, Chen Xian was massaging his aching body. While handling documents, it was almost unbelievable that an SSS-level superhuman like him could experience such physical discomfort, but there was no helping it. Yi Shui's frequent requests for sparring and her terrifying strength meant that what seemed like a casual strike from her required Chen Xian to exert his full strength to withstand. Over time, even an SSS-level superhuman like him was finding it hard to cope. Given Yi Shui's status, Chen Xian felt uncomfortable refusing her outright, especially since she had come to Qi City with Li Xiao and had recently helped him with the relocation of Yun City. So Chen Xian had no choice but to seek a compromise, asking Li Xiao to speak on his behalf. Recalling the difficult struggles during his recent spars with Yi Shui, Chen Xian sighed again. It was perplexing how Yi Shui, newly advanced to SSS level, already possessed the strength to contend with a beast king, and Li Xiao, needless to say, was so strong that a beast king would struggle even to land a blow against him. Both Li Xiao and Yi Shui were incredibly powerful, each more so than the other. Chen Xian wondered why he seemed so much weaker in comparison. Once I wrap up these current tasks, I really need to find time for a retreat, Chen Xian muttered to himself. After all, he couldn't remain in this middling state forever. He too aspired to one day possess the strength to face a beast king on his own. Meanwhile, in Xing City, an exclamation broke the silence. What, Chairman, are you saying that Qi City has the meat of a beast king level creature? Behind Ing Xian, the bodies of the numerous exotic beasts that were levitated by his psychic powers suddenly lost control and heavily crashed onto a vacant lot outside Xing City. The sudden change caught the psychic squads who had come from within Xing City to retrieve the meat of the beasts off guard. They cautiously observed Ing Xian, who had just lost control. However, at this moment, upon hearing the news from Qin Wanshao, the joy and pride that Ing Xian had felt for bringing back enough exotic beast meat to supply Xing City for half a month completely vanished from his face. The reason was simply three words: king beast meat, meat from a king beast level exotic creature. These three words almost rendered Ing Xian's recent gains worthless. Why had the black python lost half of its body that day? It turned out that it had been sliced in half by Li Xiao before this encounter. With this thought, Ing Xian's expression grew even gloomier. At this moment, Ing Xian wasn't the only one wearing such an expression. Another SSS class psychic from Xing City, Huang Sang, shared the same look. Both had learned this news through Qin Wanshao and fell into an unusual silence. It seemed they had underestimated the accumulation of strength Li Xiao had achieved by becoming an SSS class psychic over the past few years. Qin Wanxiao's voice rose again, causing both men to look at him with a hint of surprise. The initial decision to penalize Li Xiao had been made by Qin Wanshao along with them, and now hearing Qin Wanshao himself say this, could it be that even Qin Wanshao had no way to deal with Li Xiao? However, what they didn't know was that Qin Wanxiao's thoughts were not as they seemed. This time, the king beast meat that Qi City had obtained made Qin Wanshao realize something. The years of accumulation by an SSS class psychic truly couldn't be matched by others in a short period. Even though Ing Xian and Huang Sang had made considerable progress recently, the gap between a few days and several years was still too large. With this thought, a cold glint once again surfaced in Qin Wanxiao's eyes. The current Li Xiao was indeed stronger than he had imagined, but this was only temporary. One of the king beasts had already been severely injured by Li Xiao and would likely take a long time to recover. The other had also chosen to hide temporarily because of this, but wasn't this also an opportunity for their Xing City to stabilize and develop? What about a storage full of king beast meat? If not for Li Xiao's years of being an SSS class psychic, what qualifications would he have to obtain it? Qin Wanxiao's deep voice echoed again. Now that Xing City was almost past its most depressed period and the city's reconstruction was nearly complete, it wouldn't be long before Xing City could return to normal. Next, as long as Xing City resumed normal operations, With their city's ability to acquire resources supplying Ying Xian and Huang Sang with the resources needed to enhance their psychic powers wouldn't be difficult. Li Xiao had the advantage of time, but could Qiqing obtain resources comparable to those of Xingqing? The slight edge that Li Xiao gained through time would eventually be matched, equaled, and then completely surpassed by Xingqing. By then, even if the Beast King reappeared, Ying Xian and Huang Sang would definitely have the ability to confront the Beast King alone. At that time, the flesh of the Beast King would no longer be exclusive to Qiqing. They too could possess it. Li Xiao, Chen Xian, Qiqing. Their happiness wouldn't last long. The future Beast King would also become a hunting target for the superpowered individuals of Xingqing. Thinking of this, Qin Wanxiao couldn't help but reveal a cold smirk. Previously he had heard that after Li Xiao went to Qiqing, Chen Xian practically treated him like an ancestor, providing him with good food and drink while Li Xiao had to do nothing and bear no responsibilities, just a superpowered individual, still one who wouldn't even consider the bigger picture and came merely for his own whims. Receiving such treatment from Chen Xian, such a superpowered individual, if placed in Xingqing, wasn't needed or desired at all. It was laughable that Chen Xian felt proud because Li Xiao helped them hunt down a storage of Beast King meat. A storage of Beast King meat might look like a lot, but how long could it really last when put to use? 2 months? Or 1 month? Moreover, cutting half the body from the Beast King, Qin Wanxiao admitted that with over 5 years of additional time accumulated, Li Xiao's strength was indeed strong. But to obtain so much meat from the Beast King, and if Li Xiao came out of it without any injuries, Qin Wanxiao wouldn't believe it. How much of that storage of Beast King meat would need to be consumed by Li Xiao to recover from injuries? What was left for Qiqing to use, half or maybe just 30%? Or is it that even the remaining part of the exotic beast meat Li Xiao would claim for his own power enhancement? Qin Wanxiao didn't think that Li Xiao, who abandoned Xingqing without considering the bigger picture, would be so kind as to give the Beast King meat to Qiqing for free. Now, some time had passed since then, and Qin Wanxiao, having recovered from the shock of that storage of Beast King meat, gradually figured it out. As the president of the Xingqing Superpower Association, he was more than familiar with the distribution of various resources. That storage of Beast King meat might look plentiful, but to truly fill the various gaps in consumption, let alone one storage, even 2 wouldn't be enough. The Beast King meat could deceive others, but not in Qin Wanxiao. Alright, first let's take back and process this batch of exotic beast meat brought back by Ying Xian. Returning to his senses, looking at the exotic beast meat that was previously dumped outside Xingqing piled up like a small mountain, Qin Wanxiao waved his hand, signaling the recycling team that had already been waiting for a while to come over and take this exotic beast meat back to Xingqing for processing. Although the value of this batch of exotic beast meat cannot compare to the Beast King meat stored in Qiqing, it is still enough to sustain Xingqing for half a month's normal consumption. This means that they no longer have to cut each psychic's exotic beast meat ration in half as before. Moreover, Ying Xian and Huang Sang have finished their seclusion. In no more than 7 days, everything in Xingqing should be back on track, fully recovering from the damage caused by the previous Beast King's attack on the city. At that time, all psychics in Xingqing will be able to withdraw from the city rebuilding tasks. They will be free to venture out to gather resources, hunt beasts, and maintain the normal operations of Xingqing. Li Xiao, he could never have dreamed that by expending so much effort to hunt down half a Beast King, he inadvertently gave them in Xingqing such a prolonged period of stability, allowing them to steadily recover. This can also be seen as Li Xiao enjoying the benefits and resources of the Xingqing Psychic Association for many years, repaying a fraction of his debts. Of course, this still cannot cover up the fact that Li Xiao's departure from the association led to significant losses for Xingqing and the Psychic Association during the Beast Tide. In the future, once Xingqing is back on track and the 5-year advantage of Li Xiao's SSS rank is matched by Ying Xian and the others, the numerous casualties caused by the original Beast King's attack on Xingqing will inevitably require Li Xiao to take full responsibility. Qin Wanxiao thought coldly. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from Xingqing, this area seldom visited by humans is overgrown with giant trees. 5 years ago, before the Beast Tide had struck, this region was a sparsely populated range of overlapping mountains. Other human cities turned to ruins, occupied by exotic beasts for 5 years and overrun by wildly growing vegetation due to the resurgence of psychic powers, still show some traces left by humans. However, this area, originally a range of overlapping mountains, has had its few human traces thoroughly erased over these 5 years. At this moment, within these densely wooded mountains, a small section of the forest seems to have been struck by some terrifyingly large creature. tree after tree appears to have been forcefully snapped by some immense force, leaving only sharp splinters on the broken trunks. At this moment, a white exotic tiger and a black giant python, now only half its original length, are hiding among them. Ever since that day when the white exotic tiger saw the miserable state of the black giant python cut in half, it no longer cared about the migrating team from Yunqing and immediately took the black giant python and fled. It seems they were afraid of being hunted by Li Xiao. The white exotic tiger and the black giant python have since abandoned the human ruined city they had previously inhabited. They chose to hide in this more secluded, densely forested area far from Qiqing. For the past few days, the two beast kings have stayed here, not venturing out at all. By now, the gaping wound on the black giant python where its body was severed has already formed a thick layer of grotesque scar tissue, no longer spewing blood uncontrollably as it initially did. Meanwhile, a massive black python coiled itself atop a gigantic tree. Around the tree lay a pile of exotic fruits of various shapes and colors. Without exception, these fruits radiated intense energy fluctuations. Each fruit contained a rich amount of energy and could significantly enhance the abilities of S-level or even SS-level power users if consumed. Over the 5 years since the beast tide arrived, regions inaccessible to humans posed little challenge to these extraordinary beasts. Especially the kings among them, which thrived amid the abundant resources of natural treasures that grew wildly in these areas. At this moment, with a gentle flick of its tongue, the black python caused the exotic fruits piled around the tree to float towards it as if drawn by a special force, and they swiftly entered its mouth. In no time after consuming all the fruits, the previously severed and scabbed part of the python's body seemed to thicken and heal further. The python's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. After several days, with the aid of the white tiger and consuming countless natural treasures, the python had finally recovered from a state near death. The injuries it had sustained were not minor. Half of its body had been brutally cut off, and the subsequent long escape had drained much of its vitality. Had it not been a king among beasts with an extraordinary life force, it would have died a definite death. Nevertheless, at that time, the python was perilously close to death, and had it not been for the white tiger finding these powerful fruits, its fate would have been uncertain. Now, although the black python's aura was still extremely weak, its life was at least genuinely preserved. What exactly did you encounter that day? A deep voice slowly rose from the side. It was the white tiger, which looked at the black python and stood up from its crouching position. It knew that the python had encountered Li Xiao that day, which led to its current state. However, this was also a point of confusion for the white tiger. It knew of Li Xiao's strength, which had been evident during their beast tide's attack on Xingqing. Knowing this, the python should have fled at the first sight of Li Xiao instead of foolishly waiting to be defeated like the black gorilla that had died by Li Xiao's hands before attempting to escape. This puzzled the white tiger, and now that the black python had recovered from its near-death state, it began to inquire. Upon hearing the white tiger's words, the slight glimmer of joy that had just begun to appear in the python's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by deep terror. Recalling everything that had happened, the black python had indeed tried to flee at the first sight of Li Xiao, but Li Xiao, the man they had seen in Xingqing, had become even stronger. Hearing this, the white tiger's eyes narrowed. Stronger? What do you mean by that? They had led the beast tide to attack Xingqing, and the time from then to the relocation of Yunshang was at most half a month. In just half a month, Li Xiao had become even stronger? Moreover, the extent of this increase in strength was not slight. If Li Xiao's strength was still at the level it was when he first encountered him in Xingqing, the white alien tiger was confident that although it could not defeat Li Xiao, it could escape unscathed if it chose to flee immediately. However, in just half a month's time, a black giant python whose strength was comparable to its own found it incredibly difficult to even choose to flee immediately from this human with special abilities named Li Xiao. Does that not suggest that if it had been in the black giant python's place leading the beast tide to Qiqing, it would have met the same fate? No, perhaps it would have ended up even worse than the black giant python. After all, the black giant python managed to escape from Li Xiao's clutches. This was still due to the black giant python possessing a life-saving ability similar to shedding its tail. But what about itself? If it really lost half of its body, it would likely die on the spot, right? With such thoughts, the originally majestic and fierce eyes of the white alien tiger changed, becoming uneasy. Back when Li Xiao was still stationed in Xingqing, the white alien tiger and the black giant python had fought against him numerous times. Although they never gained any advantage, their situation was definitely not as dire as it is now. Their mere presence in front of Li Xiao now posed a great risk to their lives. Is that guy named Li Xiao really human? For the first time, a sense of powerlessness arose in the hearts of the two beast kings, a feeling of despair they increasingly regretted choosing this region initially. If they had not come to this area and encountered Li Xiao with their king-level strength, how would the outcome have changed? But now, it was all too late. The two beast kings that were still alive today, with the current injuries of the black giant python, although its life was saved, who knows how long it would take to fully recover to its prime state. Meanwhile, as the mood of the white alien tiger and the black giant python, the two beast kings, grew heavier, suddenly three extremely terrifying presences of special abilities appeared, descending upon this area of overlapping mountains. Who is it? The white alien tiger raised its head, its voice low and cautious. The next moment, in the distant sky, three figures of immense size, not inferior to the 100-young body of the white alien tiger, appeared. These three terrifying figures approached the area where the two beast kings were located at an extremely fast speed. One was a completely red creature with a cold and sharp gaze, as if enveloped in red flames, resembling a demonic wolf. Another had golden yellow fur, its posture majestic and domineering, with a robust and terrifying physique resembling a regal lion. The last one, however, looked somewhat ordinary, like a black bear magnified hundreds of times, with an extremely ferocious and terrifying appearance. To the common eye, the sight might be easily intimidating due to its appearance. Noteworthy is the fact that among the three beast kings, this black bear was the largest, significantly bigger than the other two kings. As the three beast kings approached, it was this black bear that seemed to lead. Meanwhile, the black bear, being the closest, had already reached near the white tiger. It descended from the sky, its massive body crashing onto the ground, causing the earth itself to tremble violently. The impact created a huge fissure that spread in all directions, forming an exaggerated canyon. The distant mountains shook as well, with peaks shattering, adding to the commotion. At the same time, the white tiger and the black python recognized the three incoming beast kings. The eyes of both shifted noticeably. These three kings hailed from another region. Normally, kings from different territories did not trespass into each other's realms. "What are you doing here?" the white tiger asked in a deep voice. The three beast kings remained silent except for the one covered in crimson flames, the demonic wolf, whose chilling voice slowly rose. "You've been hard to find hiding here. Are you that afraid of humans?" Upon hearing this, the gaze of the white tiger and the black python darkened even further. "What do you mean?" the white tiger asked, its claws subtly retracting, leaving distinct marks on the ground. "What do I mean?" retorted the crimson flame demonic wolf, its eyes once again fixed on the white tiger and the black python. Suddenly, without any warning, the area around the demonic wolf burst into red fiery energy. The white tiger and the black python's expressions changed drastically. Boom! Centered on the demonic wolf, a wave of red demonic flames surged from its body, sweeping towards the two. The white tiger managed somewhat better. Feeling the approaching fiery blaze, it raised its paw to defend. Its sharp claws collided with the fierce flames, pushing back a few steps to dissipate the sudden surge. The black python, however, was not so fortunate. Such an attack would not normally pose a great challenge, but it had just barely recovered from near death. Its current strength was barely comparable to a newly advanced SSS tier power user. The scorching flames struck the black python's midsection, hurling its body away and leaving a faint scent of charring. The black python's energy, just beginning to recover, weakened once more, its face filled with rage as it glared at the attacking demonic wolf. "Stop looking at me with those eyes. You've been in charge of this region for so long, yet the humans here haven't been dealt with, and you've even lost some beast kings." The demonic wolf spoke coldly, its disdainful gaze lingering on the white tiger and the black python. It then turned away, its chilling eyes reflecting its contempt for the two. Humanity in that region had long been decimated under the rule of their three beast kings, to the extent that not a single intact human city remained. All humans either perished or fled in the face of the overwhelming beast tide. If it weren't for the fact that the surviving human targets were too small and scattered like insignificant insects, there would be no survivors. Those who remained were fragmented groups hidden in the wilderness, difficult to locate. Otherwise, the human presence in that area would have been completely eradicated, though it was nearly so already. However, the situation with the white tiger and black python was somewhat different. According to their knowledge, two of the beast kings had already perished in this region. Even now, upon inspecting personally, it was evident that the black python had suffered severe injuries. With so many beast kings, it was almost laughable that only one remained unscathed. This whole scenario was a disgrace to the beast kings. "You two are useless," the red flame demon wolf spoke with a chilling tone. "We are here merely to say that if you cannot handle the humans here, perhaps you should cede this territory to us." As for the two of you, either stay quietly by our side and sip from our victory or get out of here. Hearing the icy words of the red flame demon wolf, the hearts of the white tiger and black python sank even further. Although everything the demon wolf said was true, the blunt manner of speaking only intensified their sense of shame. The white tiger spoke somberly. The humans here are not the same as those in your region. Not the same? How so? Retorted the red flame demon wolf, his eyes gleaming with scorn. Are you implying that there are SSS level human ability users here? We've had SSS level humans in our areas too, but they still died easily at our hands. The rest abandoned their cities and fled with the survivors. Despite their technological capabilities akin to saturation missile strikes, the Beast Kings could sense and evade them in advance. But how often could humans resort to such measures? It was nothing but a desperate struggle. What they didn't realize was that if it weren't for the existence of Li Xiao, the two Beast Kings, the White Tiger included, could have similarly exhausted the human forces. However, it was precisely because of Li Xiao that those cities unable to withstand the beast tide alone migrated to Star City, which eventually became a massive stronghold. And yet, it was also due to Li Xiao's inexplicable decision to leave Star City that the grand scale of that stronghold was partially destroyed. Thus thereafter the white spectral tiger and its kind no longer wished for all cities to continue converging. Instead of intervening directly, they allowed the smaller cities to remain isolated and continuously depleted. Tell us your decision, to stay or to roll out from here. The voice of the crimson flame demon wolf rang out once again, looking towards the two beast kings, the white spectral tiger. Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness surfaced in the eyes of both the white spectral tiger and the black giant python. Where could they roll off to if they left this place? The path for the Beast Kings to return had been sealed off, and it wasn't possible for them to return so easily. Moreover, most regions of this world were already claimed as territories by other Beast Kings. The only places left were the spiritless zones, where even the lowest tier beasts were reluctant to venture. The deep voice of the white spectral tiger rose, its brow furrowed as it slowly spoke. We are willing to stay, but remember, we are also Beast Kings of equal rank. When it's time to share the fruits of success, don't think you're at a loss if we merely let you sip the broth. Before it could finish, the cold laugh of the crimson flame demon wolf sounded. As the words fell, the powerful aura around the crimson flame demon wolf surged, and a crimson wave of strange energy violently spread out. The strength of the crimson flame demon wolf's strange ability was indeed of Beast King caliber, and its total energy was nearly on par with that of the white spectral tiger. However, this time, both the white spectral tiger and the black giant python seemed to sense something extraordinary, their eyes widening at the sight. Within the surging crimson energy waves emitted by the crimson flame demon wolf, there existed a type of special energy, though it appeared only as a tiny wisp if one were to compare its quality alone. This speck of special energy was like the difference between gold and scrap iron, a difference unattainable in this world. At this moment, both the white spectral tiger and the black giant python stood frozen, their eyes filled with profound shock. Meanwhile, outside Chi City, the blue strange energy fluctuations seemed to transform into the most vivid and bright dazzling lights. Numerous blue energy afterimages were left behind wherever Yi Shui passed. After Li Xiao suggested to Yi Shui not to seek Qin Xian for sparring and instead offered himself, Yi Shui immediately proposed to test her strength against Li Xiao. However, a full-force battle between SSS class abilitists, though perhaps one-sided from Yi Shui's efforts, would inevitably cause significant disturbance and destruction. Thus Li Xiao took Yi Shui outside of Qi City. Now, half an hour into their battle, the patrol squads on the city walls were nearly blinded by Yi Shui's radiant blue energy. The good news was that these patrols had the privilege of closely witnessing the entire process of the battle between two SSS class abilitists. After about half an hour, the shimmering blue energy fluctuations outside Qi City finally began to fade as Yi Shui retracted her previously unrestrained energy back into her body and stopped moving. Disheveled strands of hair scattered across her forehead, remnants of the recent battle, while tiny sweat droplets glistened, tracing down her cheeks. The tumultuous fight had clearly thrown Yi Shui's inner powers into disarray, her face slightly flushed from the exertion. Nearby, after noticing Yi Shui had paused, Li Xiao also stopped in his tracks. Unlike Yi Shui, who clearly looked like she had been through a fierce fight, Li Xiao appeared calm and composed, his clothing impeccable without a single wrinkle from the battle, as if he had not been the one sparring with Yi Shui at all. His lips curved into a gentle smile as he approached Yi Shui. Are we not continuing? He asked lightly. Despite the heavy use of her abilities, the flush on Yi Shui's face did not fade but rather deepened due to the intense battle that had drained most of her powers. Now that she had stopped, she resembled a student catching her breath after a strenuous run, her body overwhelmed with fatigue. "No more, I've nearly exhausted all my power and I haven't even managed to touch the hem of your clothes." Ishua shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of defeat. She had thought that with her current strength enough to single-handedly confront a beast king, she could at least force Li Xiao to take the fight seriously. However, the reality was starkly different. Ishua had nearly depleted all her powers and yet barely managed to touch Li Xiao even a few times. Initially, she thought it was because they were merely sparring and she had not used her full strength, but as the fight progressed, Ishua realized she had been overly optimistic. Even at full force, there was little difference in the face of Li Xiao's strength. "Considering you've only been in SSS rank for such a short time, your performance is actually quite impressive," Li Xiao said with a smile. Though his words were heavily laced with consolation, despite knowing this, Ishua felt somewhat better, the despondency on her face easing slightly. Yet looking at Li Xiao, who remained unruffled even after their bout, Ishua couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. If her opponent had been Chen Xian with her current strength, she could easily handle 3 Chen Xians, but facing Li Xiao was a different story. Ishua felt that even 3 of herself combined might not stand a chance against him. SSS rank power users were rare, but there were quite a few at the SS rank. Ishua had encountered other SS rank power users before while in Xingqiang, giving her some perspective. Among the strongest SS tier superpowers and those who are newly promoted to the SS tier, there indeed exists a noticeable gap. However, if 3 or 5 beginners at the SS level unite to attack one from the former group, the outcome is predictable. No matter how strong, they can't withstand multiple foes unless they possess abilities beyond the SS tier. They would have no choice but to flee. Unlike Li Xiao, who despite being at the same superpower level, exhibits a disparity in strength that is as vast as the heavens and the earth. With Li Xiao's current strength, if he were to strike at Chen Xian, who appears to be at the same SSS tier, a single blow from Li Xiao would likely leave Chen Xian either dead or severely injured. The gap between their strengths is even greater than that between a normal human and an S-tier superpower. Li Xiao, is he really still at the SSS tier? Or has he already silently advanced beyond the SSS tier one day, keeping it a secret from everyone else? Plus, nobody asked and Li Xiao himself never mentioned it, right? Thinking this, Ishua couldn't help but voice her doubt. Are you really at the SSS level now, or have you already advanced to a higher realm? Upon hearing this, Li Xiao did not answer immediately. Instead, his eyes showed a hint of contemplation. After a while, Li Xiao came out of his contemplation, looked at Ishua and slowly shook his head. Probably not. Probably. Li Xiao nodded slightly. The breakthrough of a superpower user is not only a leap in strength but also a step towards a higher level of life, from an ordinary person to the lowest E-tier superpower user. Normally, although superpower users gradually accumulate abilities and slowly enhance their strength, mental power and physical toughness, a true qualitative leap in their spiritual, physical and superpower abilities only occurs when they break through a major realm. This is why there are different levels of categorization among superpower users. From being an ordinary person to now an SSS tier, Li Xiao's body has undergone 8 such qualitative leaps, which is why SSS tier superpower users are sometimes referred to as 8th tier superpowers. However, after becoming an 8th tier SSS tier, although Li Xiao's strength continues to grow daily, this kind of growth is merely a byproduct of his continuously improving abilities, not considered the 9th qualitative leap. When the beast tide first descended on Blue Star, Li Xiao had just reached the SSS tier not long before. Back then, facing the Beast Kings, Li Xiao was not as effortlessly powerful as he is now, and each battle left him with many injuries. However, after each battle, Li Xiao's strength continued to grow. Eventually, when the Beast Kings wanted to join forces to deal with Li Xiao, they realized it was already too late. After leaving the Star City Superpower Association, Li Xiao obtained a system that granted him various strength-enhancing fruits and exotic vegetables, which significantly shortened the time it took for his power to grow gradually. A bottleneck? Not really. After all, even now Li Xiao does not feel that he has reached the limit of the SSS tier, and his power continues to grow incrementally, with his total amount of superpower also increasing. Since his superpower strength and volume are still increasing, how can there be talk of a bottleneck? It's worth mentioning the battle with Li Xiao that occurred just half an hour ago. Ishua had exhausted at least 95% of her supernatural abilities. The intensity of the fight surpassed even her previous encounter with the Beast King, the White Abnormal Tiger. And what about Li Xiao? The amount of supernatural power he had used didn't even exceed 5% of his total capacity. Moreover, the small fraction of power he had used was already replenished during the brief rest after their sparring session. Sometimes Li Xiao even wondered if there was a realm beyond the SSS level or if the subsequent power levels were just about accumulating more strength. Clearly, there were oddities even he could sense, whether in terms of the strength of his abilities or the total amount of his power. His data in all aspects was exaggeratedly beyond any other SSS level individual. Shaking his head slightly, Li Xiao decided not to dwell on this matter any further, as it held little significance for him. His power and capacity were continually increasing day by day, and he was becoming stronger. As long as this was clear, there were no issues. If there truly was a limit to this accumulation, reaching it would actually be good news for him. During their conversation, Yi Shui's depleted powers had also partially recovered. The sweat beads on her forehead were now cleared away. Using her powers, and her previously flushed face gradually returned to normal. Although this sparring session with Li Xiao hadn't pushed him to reveal his true strength, Yi Shui's gains were not insignificant. For the first time, she had poured everything into the fight and could feel her control over her powers had become much finer than before. Once fully recovered, her gains would likely be even greater. Let's head back. Li Xiao's voice rang out again, signaling it was time to return. Hearing this, Yi Shui nodded without objection. Following this, the two headed back towards Qiqing. Soon, they found themselves walking atop the city's patrol walls. On the patrol walls, many supernatural ability squads watched Li Xiao and Yi Shui return with awe. Although with their capabilities, they couldn't clearly see the battle between Li Xiao and Yi Shui, they had still felt the terrifying disturbances of supernatural powers during the fight. This was much more intense than their usual skirmishes with abnormal beasts. However, it made sense, as both Li Xiao and Miss Yi Shui were SSS level ability users. A lesser commotion would indeed have been strange. As they passed, the patrol squads greeted Li Xiao and Yi Shui, saluting them respectfully. Neither Li Xiao nor Yi Shui put on airs. They smiled and returned the greetings to the patrolling ability users, delighting them with their approachability. The sparring had just ended, and Yi Shui, having nearly exhausted her abilities, found it somewhat difficult to recover her strength quickly. A few days ago, I had planted some exotic vegetables which should now be ripe for consumption. Later you should go to my courtyard and pick some fresh ones to replenish your abilities, Li Xiao suggested. It's about time I harvested them as well. Given the energy content of these exotic vegetables, just a few leaves would likely be sufficient for Yi Shui to fully restore her depleted powers. Hearing Li Xiao's suggestion, Yi Shui nodded slightly. Their exchange hardly seemed like one between powerful ability users. Instead, they sounded more like the most ordinary urban residents, and indeed, that seemed to be the case. Apart from their recent departure from Qi City for the sparring, Li Xiao's daily activities didn't differ much from those of any other resident within Qi City. Only then did the two figures disappear from the patrol on the city walls. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qi City ability users in Chen Xian's room, there was a display screen in front of him. On the screen appeared another figure whom Su Yang, if present, could easily recognize. This was indeed Fomin, the guardian of Maple Town, whom Su Yang had once advised to consider relocating near Qi City. However, at the time, Fomin, despite having some suspicions, was unsure about Su Yang's warning. By the time Fomin decided to propose a city relocation plan to Chen Xian, other small city guardians had already sent similar messages to Chen Xian, causing Fomin much regret. However, the main reason Chen Xian chose to video call Fomin this time was not to discuss relocating Maple Town near Qi City. President Fomin, is what you said true? Have outsiders from other regions really arrived in your area? Chen Xian asked urgently, his tone both tense and curious. The outsiders Chen Xian referred to were not extraterrestrials from beyond Blue Star. Before the arrival of the exotic beasts, humanity had spread across the entire Blue Star. After the exotic beasts arrived, they disrupted not only transportation between cities but also communication. Initially, cities could still manage to keep in touch, but soon after the beasts' arrival, communication infrastructures were destroyed. For a significant period, cities lost all contact with each other. It took a long time for geographically close cities to find ways to restore communication. Even then, the methods were not as convenient as before, and the costs were significantly higher. From communicating across the entire Blue Star, it had been reduced to nearby cities being able to receive each other's signals. As for more distant cities, Chen Xian and other city guardians naturally tried to establish new communications, but their efforts were limited by their abilities. Additionally, it appears that different beast kings have their territories well demarcated. Venturing into the territories of other beast kings is extremely dangerous. oftentimes, before making contact with people from other cities, the superpowered squads that venture out are quickly assaulted by unfamiliar beast hordes, leading to significant losses of superpowered individuals. Eventually, everyone abandoned the plan. However, now Chen Xian learned from Feng and that people from other regions had arrived. This information excited Chen Xian immensely. It had been 2 years since they last received news from human cities outside their region. Back then it was a joint expedition sent by several cities, but the news from that time was far from optimistic. Human cities in other places were also suffering from the attacks of different Beast King's tides. Some human cities were even in worse conditions than theirs. 2 years had passed since then. What had happened to the human cities in other places? Had they successfully resisted the Beast Kings, or what? Chen Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath and look towards Feng'an on the other side of the screen, waiting for his response. However, Feng'an didn't speak. His expression was somber. Suddenly Feng'an raised his hand and took down the camera in front of him, pointing it in a different direction. It was then that Chen Xian noticed that Feng'an seemed to be in a hospital room. But when Chen Xian saw the scene inside the room, the excitement that had just begun to stir in his heart instantly dissipated, and his heart sank. On the screen, there were 3 hospital beds neatly arranged, each with a figure lying quietly on it, all 3 seemingly in a comatose state with severe injuries. Observing the figures displayed on the other end of the screen, Chen Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Beside him, Feng'an's voice timely spoke up. They are survivors who fled from other regions. Survivors? Chen Xian was quick to notice the choice of words by Feng'an. Yes, survivors. On the other side, Feng'an nodded solemnly, his expression heavy. Then he began to recount the whole situation to Chen Xian. The incident had occurred about half a day earlier. Back then, as usual, the superpowered team patrolled the city walls of Maple City, guarding against the beast tide. Although perhaps due to the relocation of Cloud City, where the White Tiger and Black Python Beast Kings suffered a setback, the frequency of beast tides attacking other cities had decreased significantly during this period. But the routine patrols could not be relaxed. It was during such a patrol that the superpowered individuals of Maple City keenly detected a new gathering of the beast tide not far from their city. Initially, they thought it was a period of tranquility that had settled in. The beast tide, unable to bear it any longer, was once again planning an attack on their city. However, it soon became clear that their target wasn't Maple City. Instead, at the forefront of the beast tide, there was a group of humans being pursued. Seeing this, the patrolling mutants of Maple City naturally could not stand idly by. Upon learning that others were being chased by the beast tide, Feng'an decided to take action himself, repelling the beasts, which were not particularly strong. As for the identities of those being pursued, Feng'an initially didn't give it much thought. He assumed they were a beast hunting squad from some city, unlucky enough to be targeted by the beast tide. However, it was later discovered that among these people there were not only mutants but also a small number of ordinary humans. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would hardly ever be found outside the city, nor would they willingly leave their own cities. Thus, upon inquiry, it was finally revealed that these individuals being chased by the beast tide did not come from any city within their communicable range. Instead, they were from a city in a much farther area with which they had tried but failed to establish contact. The cities in that region, unlike those in their own area which could still fend off the beast tide, had almost all been destroyed by the beasts. The human cities there had completely lost the ability to confront the beast tide directly. As a result, all the survivors, in a bid to live, chose to abandon their cities and scatter in different directions. Along the way, some died and others were separated. Eventually, a small group that was fortunate enough to be rescued by Feng'an managed to survive. Otherwise, these individuals would likely have ended up as fodder for the beasts. At this moment, the 3 individuals lying unconscious in the hospital were the strongest mutants among the survivors, 1 S rank and 2 A rank. They had fiercely protected the ordinary people in their group, bearing the brunt of the beast tide's most ferocious attacks until Feng'an and others discovered and rescued them. However, after the rescue, these 3 mutants were exhausted and severely injured, falling unconscious on the spot and had not yet awakened. Hearing Feng'an's recount, Chen Xian's expression subtly shifted. While the human cities in their region were not yet able to completely ignore the threat of the beast tide, at least the cities that were still standing independently had the capability to fight the beast tide alone. As long as the Beast King did not personally appear, ordinary beast tides could hardly cause significant damage to the cities, especially Star City, along with their recently risen Chi City, which housed an SSS rank mutant. An ordinary beast tide, should it come, would merely add to their stock of beast meat, but the region from which these fleeing survivors came recalling Feng's earlier narration. Chen Xian felt a chill. Nearly all human cities there had been annihilated by the beast tide, all humans forced to flee. With these thoughts, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He had anticipated that the situation in other human cities might be dire, but he had not imagined it would be this disastrous. Have you asked these fleeing survivors how their city was destroyed? Chen Xian took a deep breath and asked. Feng nodded slightly. I did ask, but apart from these 3 ability users who are currently being rescued, most of the survivors are ordinary people. From those ordinary survivors, all I know is that their original city seemed to have been attacked by an unstoppable powerful beast, one that even the strongest ability users couldn't resist. Therefore the city was destroyed by a beast tide. As for the details or the strength of this powerful beast, we might have to wait until these 3 ability users wake up to get a clearer picture. After hearing Feng's words, Chen Xian fell into a brief silence again. Even the strongest ability users couldn't resist. Unconsciously, the images of a white beast tiger and a black giant python, both kings of beasts, surfaced in Chen Xian's mind. If there were any level of beast powerful enough that ability users couldn't contend with, it seemed it could only be the Beast Kings. Of course, Chen Xian understood that the destruction of the cities where these survivors came from couldn't possibly have been caused directly by the white beast tiger and the black giant python. Other places also had their powerful Beast Kings. With this thought, a slight tension began to stir in Chen Xian's heart. The strength of a Beast King was something Chen Xian, as an SSS class ability user, knew best. With his initial entry into the SSS rank, he could easily overpower ability users weaker than himself. If a Beast King were to appear, the level of dominance would be even more exaggerated than his own. The reason why the human cities in their region could hold on was largely due to the presence of Li Xiao. After all, without an SSS class ability user to directly confront a Beast King, their resistance would merely be a slow death. Although most of the time Li Xiao was stationed in Xingqing, his presence meant that a lot of the Beast King's attention had to be on him. In a sense, this had greatly relieved the pressure on their small city, which initially had no SSS class ability users. But in other places, if there were no powerhouses like Li Xiao to confront the beast, the situation might indeed be dire. Chen Xian thought but did not continue. Perhaps there was no need to think further. The fleeing survivors had already proven some of Chen Xian's guesses were happening. If there had been ability users capable of confronting the Beast Kings in their areas, these people wouldn't have had to flee to their city. Do other cities know about the news of these fleeing survivors? Something seemed to occur to Chen Xian and he spoke up again, asking the question. It is still uncertain, but from what I've heard from these survivors, there were many who fled, though they scattered in different directions. If nothing unexpected happens, other cities might also encounter these fleeing survivors in the next few days. Moreover, I plan to release this information in advance to prepare the defenders in our other cities, Feng'an stated. After speaking, Feng'an turned his gaze to Chen Xian, seemingly waiting for his response. Now Chen Xian, possessing SSS level strength and with the overall power of Qiqing now surging, was no weaker than Xingqing. Therefore Feng'an also intended to hear Chen Xian's opinion. However, Chen Xian didn't say much. There was no issue with releasing the message early and notifying other cities. After all this time they were likely facing mutant beasts, a matter concerning everyone's safety. Do as you say, said Chen Xian. After speaking, his gaze moved to the other end of the screen, where 3 psychics lay in deep sleep on the hospital bed. When these psychics wake up, we can ask them for more details and also figure out the strength of the mutant beasts they encountered. I understand, nodded Feng'an. After discussing all this, Feng'an brought up his idea of wanting to relocate his city Fengcheng closer to Qiqing. The information garnered from these fleeing survivors made Feng'an even more inclined to move the entirety of Fengcheng near Qiqing. Fengcheng did not possess the formidable strength of Qiqing, and if one day they were to face a similar catastrophic disaster, and if no nearby cities could come to their aid, perhaps then all of Fengcheng would end up like these fleeing survivors. This was something Feng'an did not want to see. Only by moving to Qiqing could Feng'an feel at ease. After all, Qiqing now had 3 SSS level figures, even one more than Xingqing, not to mention that one of these SSS level figures was Li Xiao. Regarding Feng'an's suggestion, Chen Xian, after a brief moment of thought, also gave his response. If you truly wish to do so, you can start preparing in advance. When the day comes to actually relocate, you can contact me in advance. However, by then I might only place your city near Qiqing for reconstruction rather than merging it into Qiqing. The work related to the relocation of Yunqing has mostly been handled. Chen Xian could now free up his hands. However, this time Chen Xian did not plan to merge all other cities with Qiqing. the total population of Yunqing alone trying to adapt to the life of Qiqing and integrate was already troublesome enough. If several more cities were added, the complexity could increase exponentially. This was also an idea Qin Xian had had for a while. Recently, the number of city defenders contacting him wishing to relocate to Qiqing was too high. If all were moved to Qiqing, integrating such a large population at once, Qiqing could not bear it. In the future, apart from Yunqing, Qin Xian planned to relocate the other cities to the vicinity of Qiqing, using Qiqing as the center for reconstruction. Upon hearing Qin Xian's plans, a hint of joy appeared on Feng'an's face. Although they couldn't merge directly into Qiqing and enjoy the protection of multiple SSS tier entities, being able to rebuild their own city near Qiqing would significantly enhance their security. Then I'll start preparing immediately, Feng'an said eagerly, to which Qin Xian nodded. With that, their communication ended. However, even after ending the call, Qin Xian leaned back in his chair, his expression still somber. He had withheld a speculation during his conversation with Feng'an. The survivors had fled to their area because all other human cities in their region had been destroyed. If every human city in that region had been annihilated, the beast kings of that area would have lost their targets. What about these targetless beast kings? Would they one day appear before them, meddling in the conflicts between other regional beast kings and human cities? Previously, the black python was severely injured by Li Xiao, meaning that for a considerable time they only had to deal with one white tiger beast king. But now, if the beast kings that had destroyed a whole region of human cities also came to their area, what then? Suddenly facing the threat of several more beast kings, how many cities in their region could withstand such a force? Could Li Xiao, even with his great strength, handle so many beast kings? For a moment Qin Xian felt too apprehensive to continue this line of thought. With a long sigh, Qin Xian mused, I thought that after becoming an SSS tier, Qiqing would prosper and grow stronger, making it increasingly difficult for the white tiger and the black python to attack us. But now, before we've even fully dealt with these two beast kings, the arrival of these survivors brings such significant and unsettling news. He hoped it was just his own unfounded fears. On the other side, after ending the call with Qin Xian, the smile did not fade from Feng'an's face. He stowed away the camera he had used for the call and remembered their conversation. Taking out his communicator, Feng'an broadcasted the information about the fleeing survivors on the public channel, informing everyone, if you encounter an unusually violent beast tide, you can dispatch special ability squads to investigate. It's highly possible that these survivors have unintentionally attracted the beast tide. Try to rescue them and gather more information, he advised before finally putting away his communicator. Feng'an was ready to start preparing for his move to Maple City. With this thought in mind, he pushed open the door of the hospital room to leave. However, just at that moment, he seemed to notice something. A slight noise came from within the room. Feng'an turned his head. At the bed by the door, the eyelids of the S-level superpower user suddenly twitched. It was as if he had been violently stimulated, and he abruptly woke from his previously comatose state. Before Feng'an could even ask what was wrong, the voice of the suddenly awakened S-level superpower user, filled with terror and panic, rang out. They are coming soon, run.